Synopsis. Transformed into Li Nezha, one would expect to ascend to immortality and divinity. Yet the life of a celestial being is rather desolate, an existence far removed from that of an ordinary person, driving him to the brink of madness. Fortunately, a system has been activated, enabling Li Nezha to traverse the realms, allowing him to indulge in adventures. However, the system is not altruistic. It incessantly issues tasks, urging him to stir up chaos. Hulk is engaged in a brawl. The system commands, confront them. The Mongolian army assaults Xiangyang. The system insists, confront them. His nephew is bullied in kindergarten, and the system demands, confront their parents. Li Nezha protests, isn't that inappropriate? The system retorts, confront him. Chapter 1. Nezha is Nezha, but rather unorthodox. In New York, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the nightlife began to flourish, and on the busiest street, an unprecedented commotion erupted. A giant of a feculent hue and another of a dark green shade commenced a battle of monumental destruction. Both titans possessed immense strength and formidable defenses, rendering their blows ineffective against one another. However, the innocent bystanders and nearby edifices suffered catastrophic damage. Amidst the chaos, as bodies lay strewn and thousands fled in terror, a diminutive figure, merely 1 meter tall and appearing no older than 7 or 8 years, sat atop a 3-story building, observing with an air of calm detachment. This young boy donned a crimson tunic and matching lantern pants, secured by a silk sash at his waist, with a golden collar adorning his neck. His hair, fashioned into 2 playful buns, rendered him extraordinarily endearing. Had any Chinese passerby spotted him, they would undoubtedly exclaim his name, Nezha. Yet, none would believe he was the actual Nezha. They would merely assume he was engaged in cosplay. Little did they know, this boy was indeed Nezha, the genuine Nezha. Li Nezha was once an ordinary individual born in a remote town, whimsically named by his eccentric father. As he grew and approached school age, his family deemed the name too grand and sought to alter it, yet Nezha remained a cherished nickname throughout his upbringing. Unexpectedly, misfortune struck, and after succumbing to exhaustion from excessive overtime, he opened his eyes to find himself transformed into Li Nezha. However, he arrived at a time shortly after the conclusion of the investiture of the gods, when Nezha was bestowed the title of the great deity of the 3 altars. For reasons unknown, upon Nezha's ascension, the original Nezha vanished, replaced by the soul from the modern era, thus bestowing upon him an extraordinary fortune. Initially, Li Nezha was filled with trepidation, surrounded by deities, fearful of revealing his true identity and the consequences that might ensue. Over time, he discerned that the relationships among these celestial beings were rather superficial. Aside from a select few who were close prior to their divinity, most merely acknowledged one another with nods. Given that they all enjoyed eternal life, the passage of decades or even centuries without contact mattered little, resulting in rare gatherings even among the closest of friends. To his dismay, even his own father, the heavenly king Li Jing, displayed indifference towards him despite their residences being adjacent. Their paths rarely crossed. Initially, Li Nezha found solace in this anonymity, thinking it would prevent any slip-ups. However, as time passed, he found the solitude unbearable. Devoid of internet, television, or mobile phones, he lacked even a soul to converse with. After enduring a century of this isolation, a day finally arrived when the system came online. Overwhelmed with joy at the revelation of possessing a system, Li Nezha eagerly activated its traversal feature. To his astonishment, his inaugural journey thrust him into the midst of a battlefield between 2 colossal beasts. Observing the ferocious clash of these creatures, Li Nezha felt a twinge of apprehension. Though they were mere mortals, their combat prowess rivaled that of divine beings in terms of sheer strength. They even surpassed him, rendering a direct confrontation unwise. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, for the true distinction between man and beast lay in the use of tools. Celestial artifacts, after all, were readily at his disposal, making the defeat of these beasts a relatively simple task. Though he was not the original Nezha, Li Nezha had inherited all of Nezha's memories and abilities, and with extensive combat experience, he remained unfazed amidst the turmoil, observing the carnage with equanimity. Despite the grim scene and numerous casualties, he had no intention of intervening. He was confident in his ability to triumph over the 2 beasts, yet the path to victory would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. As the situation unfolded, he opted to let Hulk contend with the Abomination, choosing to refrain from involvement. However, fate had other plans, compelling him to engage. A fleeing middle-aged woman spotted Li Nezha, seemingly entranced by the spectacle, and urgently called out, "Hey boy, come down." She spoke in English, a language Li Nezha, having been a poor student in his previous life, struggled to comprehend, merely glancing at her without a response. Undeterred, the woman, resolute in her intent, abandoned her escape to ascend the building, determined to rescue him. Yet, as she reached the rooftop, Hulk was propelled by the abomination and hurtled toward them. Realizing the imminent danger, the woman instinctively shielded Li Nezha with her own body. Taken aback, Li Nezha had not anticipated encountering such a selfless individual. Though he typically harbored disdain for such altruism, her willingness to risk her life for him stirred his emotions. As Hulk careened toward them like a projectile, Li Nezha instinctively embraced the woman, effortlessly sidestepping the impending collision. Hulk crashed onto the rooftop, demolishing a corner and reducing the 3-story building to 2.5. Before Hulk could regain his footing, the abomination pursued, closing the distance rapidly due to the half-destroyed roof. The abomination, indifferent to human life, recognized the presence of another being and, without hesitation, swatted at them. The woman, still processing her miraculous escape from Hulk, was horrified to see the abomination's hand approach. Li Nezha quickly grasped her arm, urging her to duck. The abomination, towering above, casually swung its hand, oblivious to the fact that it had missed. Intrigued by the near miss, it disregarded Hulk and lunged again. This time, evasion proved challenging. The abomination's strength and speed were formidable. Should it become serious, Li Nezha would struggle to defend himself, let alone protect another. In desperation, Li Nezha summoned his strength, his height suddenly soaring to 2 meters and 70 centimeters. His physique transformed into that of a muscular titan. Paradoxically, he still bore the cherubic visage of a 7-year-old boy. The incongruity of a delicate head atop a robust body evoked a disconcerting aura. In truth, Li Nezha found himself quite vexed by this appearance. How could he, the Nezha of the investiture of the gods, manifest in a form reminiscent of a character from a comedic skit? Yet, there was no recourse but to embrace this reality. Given the peculiarity of his form, Li Nezha typically opted to present himself as a child. This time, in the face of the abomination, transformation seemed imperative. Otherwise, there was no way to contend with him, leaving Li Nezha with no choice but to reveal his own vulnerabilities. Chapter 2. The system urges me to cause trouble. Li Nezha transformed into a muscular form, towering at 2 meters and 7 centimeters, which was half a meter taller than the abomination at 2 meters and 2 centimeters. This sudden change startled the abomination, momentarily rendering him speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Li Nezha delivered a powerful punch to the abomination's jaw, sending him flying. Just as Li Nezha dispatched the abomination, Hulk had already risen, indifferent to whether Li Nezha was friend or foe. With a thunderous roar, he charged from behind and latched onto Li Nezha. Unamused by Hulk's lack of awareness, Li Nezha countered with a swift throw, sending Hulk tumbling beside the abomination for company. Having shaken off the 2 behemoths, Li Nezha reverted to his original height of 1 meter, still an adorable young boy. The woman who had come to his rescue was left utterly astonished, unable to regain her composure for a considerable time. Li Nezha pointed towards the stairs and clumsily uttered, "Go." After a moment, the woman snapped back to reality, hastily descending the stairs. However, to Li Nezha's surprise, she was rather stubborn. After just 1 flight down, she paused to reconsider and returned, insisting, "You should stay out of this and leave quickly." Unfortunately, Li Nezha remained perplexed, blinking in confusion. Observing his endearing demeanor, the woman gritted her teeth and scooped him up, turning to flee downstairs. Li Nezha was thoroughly bewildered. What was the meaning of this? Hadn't he just dispatched 2 formidable foes? Did he truly require her assistance to escape? Yet, communication proved challenging if he forcibly extricated himself. He feared causing harm to the woman, so he allowed himself to be carried away. Fortunately, Hulk and the abomination did not pursue him, allowing the woman to escape unhindered. The abomination wished to exact revenge for that punch, but Hulk, lacking common sense, only sought a fight. Spotting the abomination nearby, he instinctively engaged him once more. As the 2 titans resumed their tussle, Li Nezha found himself whisked away by the woman. However, their flight was abruptly halted as they were intercepted by a group of soldiers who unceremoniously escorted both Li Nezha and the woman to the side of an armored vehicle. An elderly man in a standard military uniform stood beside the armored vehicle, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. Next to him was a strikingly beautiful young woman, her expression filled with concern as she gazed in the direction of the two beasts battling. The elderly man spoke tersely. Name. The woman, clutching Li Nezha, hesitantly replied, Marilyn Davis. The elderly man, showing no courtesy, retorted, I did not inquire about you, but about him. Seeing the elderly man's dismissive attitude towards Marilyn, Li Nezha rolled his eyes and ignored him. The man furrowed his brow, an invisible pressure enveloping the atmosphere, causing Marilyn to shrink back in fear. Nevertheless, she gathered her courage and stated, He is a child from Huagua, he does not understand English. At this, the elderly man relaxed slightly and instructed, Find me a Mandarin translator. His influence was evident, as within 10 minutes, a Chinese man was brought forth. Clad in a suit and exuding the demeanor of a Wall Street elite, he was nonetheless well-versed in Chinese culture. Upon seeing Li Nezha, he exclaimed, Nezha? Li Nezha responded with a non-committal, The elderly man, growing impatient, commanded, You, ask him his name, age, and where his parents are. The Chinese man, not daring to delay, donned a smile and in Mandarin asked, Little friend, what is your name? Where are your parents? Li Nezha replied, Did you not already know? My name is Li Nezha. The Chinese man countered, I know you are portraying Nezha, I am asking for your true name. Li Nezha insisted, My true name is indeed Li Nezha. Are you unable to comprehend? Or are you simply foolish? The Chinese man was at a loss, turning back to the elderly man and stating, This child seems to be convinced that he is the Nezha from Chinese mythology. The elderly man, brushing back his hair, did not express disbelief but continued to issue orders. Since he is a deity, request his assistance in subduing those two rampaging monsters. The Chinese man was taken aback. His mouth agape, you want a 7 or 80-year-old child to battle monsters. Have you no humanity? Yet, he dared not voice his objections to the elderly man, who clearly held considerable authority and would not entertain reason. Thus, he begrudgingly translated the elderly man's words, unwilling to become an accomplice. Li Nezha was indifferent to the notion of battling monsters. After all, the casualties would be Americans, which bore no relevance to him. However, just as he contemplated declining the request, the system suddenly emerged, displaying a dialogue box visible solely to him, containing a few lines. Current mission: subdue Hulk and the Abomination. Reward: 1,000 gold coins. Li Nezha was well aware of the utility of the system's gold coins, which could be used to purchase items in the system's marketplace. The marketplace boasted a plethora of goods, ranging from skills to items, from attribute points to bloodlines, everything imaginable. Yet, the finer goods came with exorbitant price tags. For instance, Li Nezha's Chinquan ring was valued at 1 million gold coins. In the marketplace, it was merely considered mid-tier, with even superior items priced beyond contemplation, evoking despair. Nonetheless, this did not imply that 1,000 gold coins were insignificant. There were numerous affordable items in the system's marketplace that were astonishingly cheap. Skills such as medicine, culinary arts, driving, and painting could all be acquired for merely 500 gold coins. The affordability of these skills was likely due to their accessibility to ordinary individuals, requiring no special techniques or bloodlines. However, inexpensive did not equate to inferior quality. For instance, mastering medicine would grant proficiency in all medical techniques, including those of extraterrestrial origins. Similarly, driving skills would enable one to adeptly operate any vehicle, be it a horse-drawn carriage or spacecraft. Thus, upon seeing the reward of 1,000 gold coins, Li Nezha promptly changed his mind, was determined to confront those two monsters. Yet he knew that readily acquiescing would not do. So he feigned arrogance, stating, I may battle the monsters, but what do I gain in return? The Chinese man was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly glanced at the surrounding soldiers, whispering, Little one, you do not truly believe you are Nezha, do you? This is no jest, you could be killed. Li Nezha smiled and, with a gesture, summoned the silk ribbon at his waist, which seemingly came to life, wrapping around a steel bar and returning to him. Those witnessing the spectacle were left awestruck, their eyes wide in astonishment as they marveled at the silk ribbon, curious about its nature. Li Nezha caught the steel bar in his hand, the ribbon coiled around his waist, resembling a belt, while he effortlessly twisted the steel bar into a ball, as pliable as dough. The Chinese man gulped, saying, You truly are Nezha? How did you come to be in America? Li Nezha tossed the steel ball aside and replied, I know not how, I simply opened my eyes and found myself here. Chapter 3. Wounding one, frightening another, recognizing that Li Nezha was no ordinary individual. The Chinese man ceased to impede his quest against the monsters and dutifully translated his demands for rewards to the elderly gentleman. Surprisingly, the old man did not object to Li Nezha's request, responding with alacrity, 1,000,000 meters. Without hesitation, Li Nezha countered, 10,000,000. The old man acquiesced, agreed. Li Nezha, with a slight pout, mused, am I not shortchanging myself? The Chinese man merely shrugged. What could he say? After over a decade of toil, still burdened by bank loans, Li Nezha's mere words had transformed him into a millionaire. Who could he possibly reason with? Sighing, Li Nezha conceded, well, it is the price I asked for, it must suffice. With that, he slapped the leopard print pouch at his waist, from which emerged 2 buttons the size of fingernails. As they caught the wind, they expanded into a pair of blazing wheels. He ascended upon them, and they propelled him towards the battlefield like a rocket. Onlookers were left in awe, particularly the Chinese man, who murmured, indeed, he is Nezha. The military-clad elder's eyes gleamed with avarice. The leopard print pouch, seemingly no larger than Li Nezha's palm, and initially mistaken for mere ornamentation, turned out to be a treasure. The wheels, embodying both fire and wind, remained intact within. Li Nezha remained oblivious to their thoughts as he sped towards the site of the monstrous clash. Seizing the opportunity when Hulk was once more sent flying, he waved his hand and launched the Qianquan circle. Traditionally, Li Nezha engaged in combat primarily through martial prowess, resorting to magical artifacts only when necessary. However, as a modern individual, he eschewed notions of fairness, understanding the value of overwhelming power. The Qianquan circle could be remotely controlled by his consciousness, striking true without the need for precise aim. Wherever Li Nezha desired to hit, it would inevitably find its mark, surpassing the accuracy of any missile. Just as the monster had hurled Hulk away, it received a formidable blow to its forehead, rendering it momentarily dazed. This instilled fear within it, with its defensive capabilities. How could it be struck to the point of dizziness? What force was this? Meanwhile, Li Nezha himself was equally astonished. In his past encounter with Ao Bing, he had dispatched him in a single blow, requiring no second strike. In his battle against Ao Guang, he had refrained from targeting the forehead, knowing that Ao Guang could not withstand repeated hits. Yet here, the monster had endured a fierce strike, sustaining no visible damage, merely feeling a bit disoriented. Its resilience was astonishing. Nonetheless, Li Nezha remained undeterred, his spirit ignited. If one strike was insufficient, then let it be 10, or even 100. He was determined, surely. A steel pestle could be ground down to a needle. Thus, the air resonated with the clangor of iron striking iron, akin to a colossal hammer descending upon an anvil. The thunderous sound reverberating through all. Witnessing the monster's head as the anvil only intensified the thrill of the moment. How ruthlessly ferocious. A profound sense of self-loathing washed over him. Yet he felt surprisingly detached, for he had succumbed to dizziness right from the start and had not regained consciousness since, left to endure the blows passively. After Li Nezha wielded the Qianquan circle to strike down upon his foe repeatedly, he gradually began to feel an overwhelming pressure in his head. Although magical artifacts are indeed powerful, they come with their own toll. Take the Qianquan circle, for instance. While it invariably hits its target when thrown, it necessitates Li Nezha's mental guidance, what one might term psychic energy in modern parlance, or the power of the primordial spirit in celestial discourse. Despite being a deity, Li Nezha was reborn through the lotus by the great Master Tai, and his soul had completely merged with the lotus form. Thus, he could not cultivate his primordial spirit, having experienced no growth for over a century. Consequently, he could only utilize the Qianquan circle a limited number of times. Left with no choice but to forego throwing the Qianquan circle, Li Nezha decided to grasp it directly and strike with it. He transformed once more into a towering figure of nearly 2 meters and 70 centimeters, his diminutive yet charming head guiding his massive, muscular frame. While he wielded the Qianquan circle like a diligent laborer, chanting a rhythmic incantation, 80, 80, the head of the abomination sank into the ground with each resounding strike, leaving only its body sprawled upon the earth, twitching intermittently in response to Li Nezha's relentless blows. Reminiscent of the pitiful A Xing from Kung Fu being mercilessly battered by the fire cloud evil god. Ultimately, the abomination ceased even its twitching, lying still as if lifeless. Indifferent to Li Nezha's continued assault, the elderly man in military garb promptly shouted through a megaphone, "That's enough. Subdue the Hulk as well." Li Nezha had already noticed the abomination's stillness, yet he felt that this creature, having slaughtered so many innocents, deserved to perish. Regrettably, its head remained too sturdy. Despite the relentless battering, it showed no signs of yielding, and thus he had to relent for the moment. Turning his gaze toward the Hulk, he found it perplexing that the creature had not yet intervened, a departure from its usual temperament. To his astonishment, upon glancing back, he startled the Hulk, causing it to leap hundreds of meters into the air, vanishing in an instant. Li Nezha stood agape, his mouth agape in disbelief. Was this truly the usually irascible Hulk, now frightened away? If he had wished to pursue, the speed of the wind-fire wheels would have made it a trivial task. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he chose not to chase. The Hulk, unlike the Abomination, was not inherently malevolent. It slaughtered innocents with intent, while the Hulk merely indulged in his temper, relishing the destruction of objects rather than taking lives. Furthermore, the Hulk was destined to become a vital member of the Avengers, as a self-proclaimed admirer of the pseudo-Avengers. Li Nezha felt it prudent to grant him this courtesy. Thus, he watched as the Hulk fled without making any move to pursue. Though only one of the two monsters had been subdued, the outcome was far more astonishing than capturing both. The once invincible beast had been frightened away. Who would believe such a tale without having witnessed it firsthand? With one monster incapacitated and the other fled, the ordeal came to a close. Li Nezha transformed back into his adorable form and returned to the military man, announcing, "Mission accomplished. Do remember to provide my payment." To his surprise, the old man replied, "I can grant you the payment, but it will only be 5 million. Li Nezha's expression hardened, and he retorted, "What do you mean? Are you attempting to renege on your promise?" The old man remarked, "We initially agreed that capturing both of them would earn you 10 million. However, you have only apprehended one and allowed the other to escape. Thus, I can only offer you half. Is that not so?" Li Nezha paused, momentarily struck by the semblance of logic in the old man's words. Observing his predicament, Marilyn stepped forth, asserting, "You stated that capturing them was to resolve this predicament. Do you truly believe that ensnaring two beasts holds more significance than safeguarding innocent lives? Nezha has swiftly concluded this calamity, fulfilling his promise. For the creature you have captured, additional remuneration is warranted to reflect his contribution." Listening to the Asian man's translation, Li Nezha's expression brightened, and he gave Marilyn a thumbs up. She responded with an arched eyebrow, then turned to the old man, her spirit ignited, akin to a warrior preparing for battle. Chapter 4. The utmost disdain for threats through Marilyn's impassioned argument. The old man was not only compelled to provide the full 10 million reward, but also to offer an additional 5 million as compensation for the capture of the Abomination. This left Li Nezha in profound admiration, fostering a closer rapport between them. Through the Asian man's translation, the two conversed for quite some time, gaining mutual understanding. It turned out that Marilyn was a lawyer, though she found herself in dire straits due to her unwavering sense of justice, often acting in ways that compromised her employer's interests, leading to a tarnished reputation. Yet, a lawyer remains a lawyer. Despite her misfortunes, she belonged to the middle class. For otherwise, she would not be wandering this bustling street in New York. Though Marilyn secured Li Nezha substantial benefits, she was powerless in other respects. The old man in military garb intentionally conceded on the financial front, offering a sweetened deal before turning firm, stating, "Mr. Nezha, greetings. I have yet to introduce myself. I am General Ross. Given your extraordinary abilities, we require your cooperation for certain assessments." Before he could finish, Li Nezha's expression hardened, declaring, "If you seek demise, then try me. Witness my destructive prowess surpassing that of those two monsters." Ross, however, was not easily intimidated. "I represent the United States of America. I hope you comprehend the implications of denying my request." Li Nezha struck his leopard print satchel, and a small gold ingot soared into the air, rapidly expanding until it resembled a towering edifice, casting an immense shadow over the onlookers, instilling a profound sense of dread. Should such a massive ingot descend, it would likely obliterate an entire soccer field, reducing everyone within its vicinity to mere pulp, leaving no time for escape. Ross, gazing at the colossal ingot above, found himself momentarily speechless, his throat dry. Li Nezha sneered, "In a city as vast as New York, how many strikes would it take to flatten it?" Marilyn exclaimed, "No? Nezha, you are so charming. How could you contemplate such a ruthless act?" Li Nezha replied, somewhat exasperated, "Madam Marilyn, I am over 3,000 years old. I am not the 7-year-old boy you presume me to be. Moreover, my vocation is that of a warrior, and the lives extinguished by my hand number in the tens of thousands. I am truly not as charming as one might presume." Marilyn pouted, her eyes brimming with tears, and finally managed to utter, "I do not believe it." Li Nezha rolled his eyes in response. "Would you like me to demonstrate? Just tell me where you'd like me to strike, and I shall do so at once." Ross quickly shifted the topic, saying, "All right, let us return to matters of importance. I shall concede. We may forego the inspection, but you must remain under our surveillance. After all, your destructive capacity is far too great. This is a necessary protocol. Li Nezha questioned, surveillance? Are you certain you can monitor me? Ross avoided the topic and continued, I cannot ascertain whether you are truly 3,000 years old. But on the surface, you appear to be merely a 7-year-old child. To reside in the United States, you must have a guardian. Li Nezha inquired, so? You intend to assign someone to watch over me? Ross replied, No, your guardian must genuinely care for you. What do you think of Ms. Marilyn? Li Nezha held a favorable impression of Marilyn, but countered, I cannot understand her words. Why not him? He referred to the Asian man who had been translating for them. Before Ross could respond, the Asian man shook his head vehemently. To be your father? I am unworthy. Li Nezha's expression darkened as he remarked. A guardian is merely a means to find me a father? Ross hastily clarified. No. A guardian and a father are entirely different concepts. Li Nezha retorted. That old man is quite dubious. I no longer trust you. Who says I must have a guardian? I require no one. Now, let us discuss financial matters. How do you intend to compensate me? Ross, having had his 2 proposals rejected, felt a twinge of annoyance but dared not confront him. So he stated, payment is straightforward. I will provide you with an account and transfer the funds directly. Oh, and do remember to pay your taxes. Li Nezha shot him a sidelong glance. Taxes? What if I choose not to pay? Ross found himself momentarily speechless, although the IRS is notorious. Attempting to collect taxes from Li Nezha would be tantamount to provoking a tiger. Though Ross belonged to the military and was not part of the tax department, they were still compatriots, and it would be unseemly to exploit one's own. Thus, he opted for silence. Li Nezha finally declared, well then, having wasted so much time, I must take my leave. I will not be departing from New York anytime soon. I trust you can find me. Once the account is set up, do send it to me. Marilyn, feeling a twinge of reluctance, asked, where are you going? Would it not be better to live with me? Li Nezha shook his head. You are not suited to be with me. It would bring you peril. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. With that, he ascended upon his fiery chariot and soared into the sky. The blazing chariot was striking against the night sky, and Ross need not rely on sophisticated equipment to track him with ease. Li Nezha was aware of his ability to be followed but remained indifferent. He circled above New York City twice before alighting in Chinatown. At this moment, Chinatown bustled with life. Although not far away, 2 monstrous beings had reduced a nearby area to ruins. The vibrancy of the streets remained largely unaffected, with people continuing their daily routines. Chinatown was indeed a locale predominantly inhabited by individuals of Chinese descent, with signs written in Mandarin adorning every corner, and the majority of passers-by being of the same heritage. However, this did not imply that the atmosphere mirrored that of the homeland, particularly concerning public safety. Li Nezha, appearing as a 7-year-old boy, strolled alone down the street after sunset, an unmistakable beacon inviting trouble. Consequently, a group of small-time delinquents, all of Chinese descent, set their sights on him. Li Nezha harbored no fondness for such ruffians, regardless of their ethnicity. Thus, he ruthlessly incapacitated several of them, breaking their limbs and relieving them of their possessions before continuing his leisurely exploration of the streets. Yet, after only a few steps, he encountered another group of delinquents, resulting in a repetition of the earlier encounter. Li Nezha's strikes were merciless. Each delinquent suffered at least 1 fractured bone. This was hardly surprising, as these miscreants had also displayed a viciousness in their assault on a mere child. His actions were merely a proportional response to their brutality. The delinquents possessed little wealth. Their cash amounted to slightly over 100 yuan, yet they had several gold chains. Additionally, there were 2 firearms, a 9mm and a Desert Eagle. Despite having ascended to a divine status, Li Nezha retained vivid memories of his past life, fostering a keen interest in firearms. He naturally appropriated them, planning to indulge in target practice in a secluded area when time permitted. For the moment, however, he sought a place to settle, such as the spacious residence before him. Chapter 5. Who says deities cannot be unsophisticated? The building that caught Li Nezha's eye was a modest 5-story structure. Although not particularly tall, its interior boasted exquisite decor, exuding an air of luxury. However, the individuals frequenting this establishment were predominantly young, fashionably eccentric, and exuded a menacing aura. It was evident they were affiliated with gangs and were not to be trifled with. Yet, Li Nezha felt an affinity for them, as he bore no moral qualms in confronting such individuals. Even though this gang was primarily composed of Chinese members, he showed no mercy, launching an unrelenting assault. Upon reaching the top floor, he had already felled over 100 gang members, each incapacitated by broken bones. An imposing, portly elder awaited him seated on an opulent sofa. exuding a commanding presence. Flanking him were 4 robust men, all seemingly trained in martial arts and armed with firearms, radiating an aura of lethal intent. However, Li Nezha discerned that despite their fierce demeanor, they were sweating profusely, betraying their anxiety. When their eyes met, the elder initially marveled at Li Nezha's youth, then suddenly recollected something, rising abruptly with excitement and exclaiming, You are Nezha? Li Nezha, with an air of audacity, remarked, knowing it is I. You still dare to challenge me. You possess quite the audacity. The elder promptly bowed and expressed, I, Xiangyang, have been blind to your presence. Please forgive my ignorance. Please, take a seat. Unfazed by the potential traps, Li Nezha boldly approached and settled himself on the couch, leaving the elder standing attentively beside him. The 4 sturdy men were taken aback, bewildered by their leader's sudden capitulation. Did he truly believe this child was Nezha? The elder, disregarding the others, beamed and said, Great deity, your presence here truly elevates my humble abode. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Li Nezha replied, I have just arrived and am yet to find a suitable place. This establishment seems quite agreeable. From now on, it shall be mine. Do you have any objections? Without a hint of hesitation, the elder responded, No objections whatsoever. It is an honor that you have chosen this place. However, I am but a common man, and the decor may seem rather mundane. Should you find anything displeasing, I shall arrange for immediate renovations. Surveying his surroundings, Li Nezha noted that the decor exuded a subtle opulence rather than any mundane quality. The entire 5th floor was solely occupied by the elder, featuring not only a bedroom and living room but also a bathroom, an indoor pool, a gym, a home theater, and a leisure room. The furnishings alone in the living room were crafted from exquisite rosewood, and the antique calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls were each worth a fortune. While Li Nezha was accustomed to the celestial aesthetics of the heavenly realm, he recognized that the mortal world could never replicate such an ethereal ambience. Thus, he decided, Very well, it shall remain as is. However, please replace all the items in the bedroom with new ones. The elder immediately addressed one of the robust men, Daozi. You shall handle this task. Remove all my personal belongings and replace them entirely. Though slightly dazed, Daozi promptly acquiesced. Yes, third master. The elder then inquired, Great deity, do you have any further instructions? Li Nezha stated, Procure some fine food and exquisite wine. I wish to sample the culinary offerings of the mortal realm. The elder commanded, Jinsha, you are in charge of this. Contact the renowned restaurants in Chinatown and have them present their signature dishes, and ensure that we have authentic Chinese cuisine. Do not serve me the subpar fare meant for foreigners. A gracious woman in her 40s emerged from around the corner, respectfully acknowledging his command. Li Nezha nodded in satisfaction and declared, That will suffice for now. Retain a few attendants, the rest may leave. The elder displayed no sign of discontent, smiling broadly as he bowed and stepped back before turning to depart. The sturdy men followed suit, leaving only Jinsha and several beautiful maids behind. Jinsha, adept at reading the atmosphere and swift in her actions, began directing the maids to change the bedding in the master bedroom without needing Li Nezha's further instructions. Other items could not be replaced in such a short time, so they would have to suffice for the moment, with plans to address them the following day. In less than 20 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Sister Zhen was greeted by the arrival of numerous restaurants delivering ingredients. Li Nezha was certainly taken aback. Under Sister Zhen's meticulous arrangements, an elongated table was laid out with over 80 exquisite dishes. Given the limited time, some dishes that required prolonged marination were regrettably left unprepared. Otherwise, there would have been 300 to 500 dishes gracing the table. Though Li Nezha had attended the peach banquet, even that event paled in comparison to this extravagant display, where the emphasis was primarily on the quality of the dishes. He struggled to suppress his astonishment, knowing it would be quite embarrassing for a celestial being like himself to be overwhelmed by a mere mortal feast. Yet, he soon revealed his rustic nature, for every dish was delectably enticing, and he found himself unable to cease feasting, ultimately consuming enough to round his belly. Thankfully, as a deity, his appetite far exceeded that of ordinary mortals. Devouring enough for 100 people posed no challenge, or he might have faced the risk of overindulgence today. A young maid, appearing no older than 16 or 17 and possessing a lively disposition, could not help but stifle a laugh at his gluttonous display. Li Nezha, indignant, exclaimed, "What are you laughing at? I have merely abstained from proper sustenance for over a century. Today, I simply could not resist." Sister Zhen, startled, quickly shot a stern glance at the maid. The maid, pale with fright, realized that despite Sister Zhen's gentle demeanor, Her position as the inner steward of a gang leader was not achieved through mere amiability. While Li Nezha was known for his ruthless dealings with gang members, he displayed kindness towards ordinary people and, noticing the scene, declared, "What are you glaring at? Who are you trying to intimidate? Do you not know that I, Prince Nezha, am an advocate for the weak against the strong?" Sister Jeanne immediately bowed her head in apology, saying, "I am sorry. I merely instructed her to adhere to the rules." Li Nezha scoffed, "Nonsense rules. That Zhang San is nothing more than a gang member. What pretense of nobility does he have? Can his so-called status compare to mine? Spare me the display of his ridiculous rules." Sister Jeanne, holding back her frustration, finally retorted, "His name is Zhang Haishan, the Mountain Lord." Li Nezha's disdain only deepened. "Before me, he is but a trifling grandson. He is unworthy to be my subordinate. Bah, he truly deludes himself into thinking he is significant." Sister Jeanne's eyes flickered, and she lowered her gaze, fearful of being discovered. However, it was futile to conceal her thoughts from Li Nezha. Yet, he bore her no ill will. Her steadfast loyalty to Zhang Haishan was commendable, and it would be unjust for him to reprimand her for it. Nevertheless, Sister Jeanne could not remain. Should she ever act against Li Nezha, it would be a dilemma whether he would kill her or spare her. Thus, he remarked, "Very well. Since your loyalty lies with Zhang Haishan, you may continue to follow him. You shall not remain here." Sister Jeanne was taken aback, collapsing to her knees, pleading, "Oh, Great One, please do not cast me away. If you send me away, the Mountain Lord will surely kill me." Li Nezha, perplexed, inquired, "Is that Zhang Haishan truly so fearsome? You remain devoted to such a ruthless individual?" Jeanne's sister remarked, "Shan Yi has bestowed immense grace upon my entire family. I would gladly sacrifice myself in vain to repay him. Even if he were to take my life, I would accept it willingly." Li Nezha responded, "If he intends to kill you, you would not resist, yet you still wish to live, do you not?" Jeanne's sister, with her head bowed, remained silent, clearly conceding to his assertion. Li Nezha continued, "You may stay, but do not compel me to eliminate Zhang Haishan, understood?" Jeanne's sister, perceptive and astute, nodded repeatedly, "Understood, understood." Chapter 6. The village chief of the novice village and the Iron Man pairing. It must be said that in terms of enjoyment, humanity surpasses the divine. What pleasures can deities truly indulge in? At best, they might savor a peach of immortality, celestial nectar, or the essence of dragon and phoenix, but such opportunities are rare. In contrast, humans revel in an abundance of experiences, from daily necessities to extravagant pleasures. Of course, it is not that immortals cannot conceive of such delights, but rather that they prioritize a spiritual realm. Indulging too much would lead to a decline in their spiritual discipline. What then becomes of their lofty aspirations? Thus, though deities could relish the finest offerings, they often choose to reside in caves, fasting and abstaining from earthly pleasures. However, Li Nezha is unlike other immortals. His abilities are tethered to his lotus form, precluding any elevation in spiritual realm or decline. Consequently, notions of spiritual attainment hold little significance for him. Furthermore, hailing from the modern world, he embodies the very essence of humanity, greed, anger, and ignorance. Expecting him to possess lofty ideals would be sheer folly. Take Li Nezha. Even in his original form, was he not a mischievous child? In a fit of anger, he killed Ao Bing, and with the encouragement of Tai Jinren, he stripped the Dragon King Ao Guang of his scales. Despite having wronged others by taking the life of their maid, he conspired with Tai Jinren to slay the unfortunate Shiji Xiangyang. Could such actions emanate from a morally elevated individual? Thus, when faced with culinary delights, Li Nezha harbored no reservations. He indulged freely, not only in food, but Zhang Haishan's abode offered an array of pleasures that exceeded Li Nezha's wildest imaginings. He refrained from being modest, eagerly sampling everything in sight, unapologetic about his navet. The novelty of the items in the room was overwhelming, and Li Nezha spent the entire night awake, still not having experienced it all. Fortunately, being an immortal afforded him resilience. Otherwise, such sleepless nights would have been unbearable. The following morning, he remained engrossed in the gaming room. One could only wonder why that old rascal Zhang Haishan had installed gaming equipment in his home. Did he possess a youthful spirit despite his age? At that moment, the maid who had laughed at him the previous evening entered cautiously, announcing, "Great One, someone has come to visit you." Li Nezha's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his fingers deftly maneuvering the controls as he replied without lifting his head, "I shall not see them." The maid hesitated, then added, "He claims he has come to deliver money to you." Li Nezha paused, lifting his gaze. "Money? Sent by the old man Ross." The maid responded, "I cannot say for certain. He merely stated he was bringing money." Li Nezha tossed aside the game controller, declaring, "Let us go and see." Upon entering the living room, Li Nezha was greeted by the sight of a man and a woman seated on the sofa. Coincidentally, he recognized both individuals, not from this realm, but from his previous life spent watching films. The man was none other than Phil Coulson, famously dubbed the novice village chief of the Avengers, while the woman was Pepper Potts, affectionately known as Pepper. Curiosity piqued, Li Nezha wondered how these two had come to be together. As Coulson and Pepper rose to greet him, he nonchalantly plopped down on the couch and inquired, "Did old man Ross send you? Have you brought the 15 million? Coulson retrieved a document from his satchel and presented it to Li Nezha, stating, "This is the account we have opened for you, containing the sum of 15 million US dollars, which you may verify." Without even glancing at it, Li Nezha tossed the document to Sister Jeanne, who instinctively understood her role, while she examined the contents. Coulson continued, "Mr. Li Nezha, there is another commission I would like to discuss, if you would be interested." Li Nezha cast a surprised glance at him, and then at Pepper, prompting him to say, "Do tell." Pepper, eager to speak, exclaimed, "I need your help to find someone who has been kidnapped. If you can rescue him, I am willing to pay 20 million. Li Nezha gasped in astonishment. "Who are you? That's far more generous than the military." Coulson interjected, "Allow me to introduce her properly. This is Miss Pepper Potts, the executive assistant to the CEO of Stark Industries. The person who has been abducted is none other than Tony Stark." Realization dawned on Li Nezha. Iron Man was currently imprisoned in a cave. He had overlooked this detail during his previous viewings of the film, not recognizing that the transformation of Iron Man coincided with the epic clash between Hulk and Abomination. However, the specifics were of little consequence. The critical point was that Pepper was offering $2 million outright, making this venture quite enticing. Yet, Li Nezha was not adept at locating individuals. Although he was aware of the storyline and knew that Tony was held captive in a cave, the narrative did not specify its location. How was he to proceed? To refuse Pepper's generous offer was unthinkable. After all, it was a staggering sum of 20 million, in accordance with his celestial habits. Whenever faced with a predicament he could not resolve, he naturally sought assistance from others. The heavenly realm, while it may lack in certain areas, was rich in talent, with experts in every conceivable field. The only question remained whether they would be willing to lend their aid. Li Nezha's initial thought was indeed to enlist help, but after contemplating the capable individuals within this dimension, he concluded that only two possessed the necessary abilities, yet both were beyond his reach. One was the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One. It was evident that if she were inclined to intervene in worldly affairs, she would have long since claimed dominion over Earth, leaving no room for American supremacy. The other was Heimdall of Asgard, who was even more inaccessible, being situated in a distant realm. Li Nezha, possessing an earnest disposition, found himself torn. Although he yearned to earn the 20 million, he ultimately had to concede his limitations. "My divine duty is to engage in battle. I am not skilled in the art of locating individuals. Therefore, I must regretfully decline. You would be better off seeking assistance elsewhere." Little Pepper anxiously implored, "But I truly cannot find anyone else. I beg you, please assist me." Li Nezha, moved by her tear-streaked face, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy and replied, all right, do not cry. Although I cannot locate anyone, I can share some news. Tony is not dead. He will ultimately turn misfortune into fortune." Little Pepper, upon hearing this, clung to his words as if they were a lifeline, saying, "Since you know he is alive, you must be able to find him. I earnestly beseech you. If the reward is insufficient, I can increase it. 30 million? 50 million? Li Nezha was left bewildered, prompting Coulson to stifle a laugh, realizing this great deity was quite childlike, not only sincere but also lacking in eloquence, inadvertently placing himself in a difficult position. Captured by Little Pepper's persistence, Li Nezha had no choice but to concede. Fine, I will help. However, let me be clear, I cannot guarantee success. So do not harbor overly great expectations." Instantly, Little Pepper's tears transformed into a smile as she exclaimed, "As long as you are willing to help, it is bound to succeed. I will transfer 50 million to you immediately. Coulson, what is the account number?" At that moment, Sister Jeanne returned, stating, "Great deity. The account verification shows a sufficient amount of 15 million. Li Nezha remarked, "I have heard that stocks can be shorted. Is that true?" Sister Jeanne nodded, "Indeed. Would you like me to assist you in investing?" Li Nezha replied, "Purchase Stark Industries stock for me, and short it." Little Pepper, who was operating her phone, paused momentarily, pursing her lips. Meanwhile, Coulson picked up his teacup to sip water, struggling to contain his amusement. Chapter 7. The dutiful worker. The military provided 15 million, and Little Pepper added another 50 million. This was no small sum. Investing entirely in Stark Industries stock was bound to have an impact. However, due to Tony's disappearance. Stark stock had already been on a downward trend, and Li Nezha's actions merely accelerated the decline, with little other consequence. Little Pepper felt frustrated, as she had provided most of the ammunition for Li Nezha, who had openly declared to short the stock right in front of her, essentially offering her own face to be slapped, a bitter irony that she had to endure. Yet, she was willing to pay any price to save Tony. Even a slap in the face was a small price to pay. As long as Tony could return, the plummeting stock would naturally rebound. And then she could ensure that Li Nezha would suffer the consequences, thus avenging herself. Li Nezha was aware of Little Pepper's intentions, but he remained indifferent. After all, he was a time traveler familiar with the plot. How could he allow himself to be left destitute? Even if Tony returned, Stark Industries' stock price would still decline, and perhaps even more severely. Upon returning, Tony would declare the dissolution of the weapons development department due to the severe trauma he had faced, which would undoubtedly cause the stock to drop. Although Li Nezha knew that Tony would return without his intervention, he had accepted Little Pepper's 50 million reward, and thus, it was only fitting to make a show of his efforts. Since Li Nezha had agreed, Little Pepper promptly arranged for a private plane to fly directly to Afghanistan. In truth, he soared through the skies on his fiery wheels, far swifter than any private jet. Yet, with an aircraft at his disposal, why would he endure the fierce winds and scorching sun? Comfortably seated within the plane, sipping wine and indulging in games, wouldn't that be far more delightful? Thus, he decisively relinquished his fiery wheels and accompanied Pepper to the airport. Upon boarding Tony's private jet, Li Nezha's eyes were opened to the lavish lifestyle of the affluent. The aircraft boasted a plush bed, a private cinema, and a game room. Astonishingly, it even featured a sauna. Can you believe that? One could only speculate that had the aircraft been capable of greater size, Tony might have even installed a swimming pool. It was Li Nezha's first experience aboard such opulence. And unaware of the concept of decorum, he indulged in every amenity, ultimately favoring the game room, where he nestled in and refused to emerge. Pepper had hoped to seize this opportunity to forge a connection with him, but alas, Li Nezha, being the quintessential straight man, scarcely acknowledged the beautiful Pepper, finding the allure of games far more captivating than her charms. Coulson, too, had somehow boarded this plane, evidently drawn by Li Nezha's presence. However, he chose not to engage with Li Nezha, instead observing quietly from the sidelines like an ordinary aide. Since he did not intrude, Li Nezha felt no inclination to acknowledge him, allowing him to watch in silence. Upon arriving in Afghanistan, the private jet astonishingly descended upon a military base, a testament to the Stark Group's connections. Colonel James Rhodes was responsible for greeting the group. Clearly, he was already aware of Li Nezha's identity, thus treating him not as a mere child, but formally briefing him on the situation before inquiring, "Where do you intend to begin your search?" Li Nezha shrugged, replying, "Haven't you all delineated the priority search areas? I'll simply search within those confines." Rhodes remarked, "However, we have been scouring those areas for quite some time without any success." Li Nezha countered, "It's quite possible I won't uncover anything either. I've already informed Ms. Potts that I am not adept at locating individuals, yet she insisted I come, so I shall do my utmost." Rhodes glanced at Pepper, who shrugged in response, prompting him to continue, "How can we assist you? Do you require a helicopter?" Li Nezha replied, "That won't be necessary. I just need to know the locations. I'll take a tour now and see if luck is on my side." With that, he turned and exited the room, ascending onto his fiery wheels and soaring away. Rhodes and the others, who had rushed out after him, shielded their eyes in astonishment. Rhodes inquired, "Can those wheels be replicated? They appear incredibly convenient." Pepper and Coulson exchanged glances, prompting Rhodes to raise his hands and surrender. "I understand that technology and mythology are not of the same realm. I merely succumbed to my professional instincts. Upon seeing such excellent equipment, I couldn't help but desire it." Li Nezha arrived at the designated priority area marked by Rhodes, commencing his aerial search in circles, attempting to discern any signs of interest. The superiority of the fiery wheels over helicopters lay not only in their agility and convenience, but also in their exceptional range and speed. Li Nezha diligently scoured all key areas within a mere 3 hours, confirming that Tony was certainly absent from this expanse. Although he lacked the divine sight to penetrate mountains, he possessed the ability to discern the faintest traces of human activity from a height of 1,000 meters. Even if the evidence had been meticulously erased, it could not elude his keen observation. Despite Afghanistan's modest size, its population density remained low, with few habitable locales, particularly in the mountains and deserts, rendering the search for human presence a relatively uncomplicated task. With the crucial zones yielding no results, Li Nezha decided to broaden his search radius. After all, given the generous sum of 50 million offered by Little Pepper, he felt compelled to justify such a lavish reward. For 3 consecutive days, Li Nezha exhibited unwavering diligence, venturing out at dawn and returning only after nightfall. At last, his efforts bore fruit. He stumbled upon a suspicious cave. In Afghanistan, countless armed personnel aligned with the so-called empty organization roamed freely, yet this particular group was notably distinct. Each of its members exuded an aura of lethal intent, evidently seasoned in the art of killing. Although their combat prowess appeared lacking, suggesting a lack of rigorous training, their palpable ferocity alone classified them as elite. Upon examining their armaments, Li Nezha was astonished to discover they possessed missiles, notably from Stark Industries, raising numerous red flags. However, he could not ascertain whether Tony was indeed present within this lair. Establishing this fact was imperative. To determine Tony's presence without alarming these individuals was a daunting task, for any hint of disturbance could result in disaster, leading to Tony's demise and the failure of Li Nezha's mission. After considerable effort, Li Nezha unearthed the memory of the invisibility spell. For celestial beings, this spell was often deemed trivial, ineffective against those of superior cultivation, and it left traces, footprints, and disturbances in the air that could easily be detected by those with even a modicum of skill. Thus, it was only effective when one remained stationary. As a spell primarily used for hide-and-seek, it was scorned by deities, and Li Nezha had to reflect deeply to recall its execution. Yet, as the saying goes, even a roll of parchment has its purpose. While invisibility may not deceive other celestial beings, it proved perfectly suited for ordinary humans. Consequently, Li Nezha rendered himself invisible and entered the cave, ultimately locating Tony. With a swift kick, he burst open the iron door and proclaimed, "Tony Stark, I am here to rescue you. Come with me." Tony replied, "What are you saying? I don't understand." With a sigh, Li Nezha remarked, "It seems I must earnestly learn English. I cannot depend on a translator wherever I go." Chapter 8. The frantic Tony Stark despite it being their first encounter. Tony's inability to comprehend Li Nezha's words, and the fact that Li Nezha appeared as a mere 7-year-old boy. None of these factors posed a challenge against Li Nezha's formidable strength. Li Nezha obliterated all the void separators with ease, then forcibly dragged Tony and his prison mates away from the cave. Upon witnessing the demise of the void separators, Tony finally acknowledged Li Nezha. Realizing that this young boy was no ordinary child, he truly came to rescue him, which allowed him to follow without hesitation. Unable to use the wind-fire wheels to transport them, Li Nezha resorted to binding the two with the heavenly silk, lifting one in each hand, preparing to carry them back in that manner. As the trio ascended, Tony suddenly shouted, "Wait, wait. The research materials I was working on in the cave cannot fall into the hands of the void separators. They must be destroyed." Li Nezha, uninterested in returning, hurled a gold ingot that crashed onto the mountaintop with a resounding boom, causing the entire hill to tremble several meters, and the cave naturally collapsed, burying everything within. If anyone were to seek out the blueprints Tony had drawn, they would need excavators to dig through the entire mountain. Given that there was a U.S. military base in Afghanistan, it would be impossible to carry out such an endeavor without being noticed by the military. Thus, the blueprints were effectively destroyed. Tony was astonished by the power of the gold ingot, which, despite its small size, could expand to a size larger than a football field and could collapse a mountain in an instant. Its power surpassed that of a ballistic missile. The key was its reusability, with virtually no degradation, rendering its cost almost negligible, making it far more cost-effective than a missile. Tony fell silent, and Li Nezha showed no intention of engaging him in conversation as they flew straight back to the military base. Upon their arrival at the base's office building, Pepper Potts and Rhodey greeted them, accompanied by a medical team that immediately aimed to place Tony on a stretcher. Unexpectedly, Tony struggled and asked, "How high can you fly? Can you reach 30,000 feet and throw that expandable object down?" After hearing the translation, Li Nezha replied, somewhat exasperated, "What are you trying to do? Destroy the world?" Tony responded, "So you can do it, right? You are extremely dangerous." Li Nezha's expression darkened. "Do I really need to tell you? If I wanted to destroy the world, I have at least 4 different methods. Would you like to hear them?" Coulson quickly interjected, "Mr. Stark, you need to undergo a comprehensive examination immediately. It's imperative for your health." Pepper added, "Yes, your health is of utmost importance." Only then did Tony cease his struggles and was carried away by the medical team. After watching Tony depart, Rhodey turned back to Li Nezha, wanting to say something but hesitating. Li Nezha rolled his eyes and remarked, "I've heard that the U.S. possesses mushroom eggs capable of destroying the Earth 1,000 times over. Is that true?" Rhodey understood Li Nezha's implication and quickly replied, "What Stark says represents only himself. It does not reflect the position. We have no intention of restricting you. Li Nezha nodded, stating, I understand. I've heard that Iraq was defeated because it lacked mushroom eggs, while countries that actually possess them, you dare not touch. Now I count myself among those who possess mushroom eggs, so you ought to treat me with respect. Rhodey, feeling disinclined to engage in conversation, signaled to Coulson to swiftly escort the troublesome individual away. With a congenial smile, Coulson addressed Mr. Li Nezha, suggesting, You have been preoccupied for several days. Perhaps it is time for you to rest. Should you feel invigorated, I could arrange for someone to guide you through the local attractions. Although the area is impoverished, there are still some historical sites worth visiting. Li Nezha waved his hand dismissively, replying, Why bother with sightseeing? What significance do such landmarks hold for me? If you truly wish to assist, find me some new games instead. While Coulson verbally acquiesced, he pondered internally whether a child psychologist might be needed to engage with Li Nezha. Li Nezha did not linger at the base for long, as Tony was eager to return to the United States. Naturally, he intended to hitch a ride on Tony's private jet. Tony's health was stable, aside from minor issues such as malnutrition and soft tissue bruising, which required only basic care. However, the more serious concern, the metallic shards lodged in his heart, could not be remedied even by the finest hospitals in the world. Thus, by the afternoon of the following day, Li Nezha found himself back in New York. Upon disembarking from the plane, Pepper Potts, feigning kindness, condescendingly remarked to Li Nezha, Now that Tony has returned, Stark Industries stock will undoubtedly rebound significantly. You should close your position promptly to mitigate your losses. Li Nezha shrugged nonchalantly, responding, It matters not. I have befriended a wealthy magnate. If I find myself short on funds, I can simply borrow from him. He would not dare refuse me. Pepper's expression darkened as she turned away in frustration. Li Nezha, a deity on earth, was invincible. Would Tony dare deny him a loan? Coulson, overhearing this exchange, struggled to suppress a chuckle. Based on his observations, Li Nezha was not the type to act with arrogance or demand money forcefully. Nonetheless, his curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, Mr. Li, are you truly unconcerned about your short position in Stark stock? Closing it early to lessen your losses could be prudent. Li Nezha glanced around, adopting a conspiratorial demeanor, and replied, Do you believe me? I have a keen sense for people. I discern that Stark has been subjected to severe stress and is on the verge of a breakdown. Coulson's ever-present smile faltered as he questioned, Are you serious? He truly might lose his composure? Li Nezha raised his chin defiantly, asserting, Doubt me if you wish, just wait and see. As he observed Li Nezha's retreating figure, Coulson promptly dialed a contact, reporting Li Nezha's prediction. It was not mere exaggeration. Li Nezha had become a focal point of interest for S.H.I.E.L.D. Every utterance of his was meticulously scrutinized, particularly concerning such significant forecasts. Indeed, within an hour, evidence of Tony's impending unraveling emerged. Upon arriving home, Tony's first action was to convene a press conference, announcing the dissolution of Stark Industries' Weapons Development Division. It is well known that Stark Industries rose to prominence through the arms trade. Howard Stark, during the Second World War, provided armaments to the United States, and post-war, he dedicated himself to developing high-tech weaponry for the military. Tony Stark, not to be outdone, ventured to Afghanistan to market his latest creation, the Jericho missile, having previously sold numerous weapons. Now, with Tony's sudden declaration to cease weapon sales, Stark Industries faces an abrupt and substantial loss of business. Even with some ancillary ventures, they fall woefully short of compensating for such a significant blow. One might ponder, was Tony Stark truly unhinged to abandon such a considerable portion of his wealth? This decision has precipitated a dramatic decline in Stark Industries stock, which had only recently begun to recover, now teetering on the brink of worthlessness. Chapter 9. Deities cannot be bought with gold. Upon returning home, Li Nezha immediately noticed the flurry of activity within his abode. It appeared to be undergoing renovations. He seized a subordinate and inquired, What is the purpose of this endeavor? The subordinate, with utmost respect, replied, Reporting to you, esteemed deity, by the command of our mountain lord, this building shall henceforth belong to you, and we are transforming it into your temple. After ascension to the celestial realm as the deity of the San Tan Highway, Nezha had witnessed the establishment of many temples, and he understood the significance they held. Temples attract incense offerings, which are immensely beneficial. Not only do they augment one's divine power, but they also elevate one's divine status. However, with every advantage comes a disadvantage. The toxicity of incense offerings is no trifling matter. If left unaddressed, it can lead even deities to a state of decline. Yet, endowed with divine authority from the celestial court, Nezha possesses methods to dispel the toxicity of such offerings. rendering them a source of only benefits. In this light, Zhang Haishan's decision to erect a temple for Nezha appears to be a fortuitous development. Yet, Nezha felt a twinge of skepticism. After having seized an opulent mansion from Zhang Haishan, he found it peculiar that Zhang, instead of seeking revenge, would further honor him with a temple. Could it be that he suffers from Stockholm Syndrome? Nezha remained unconvinced of Zhang's benevolence, especially given his dubious affiliations. Consequently, after some contemplation, Nezha commanded, "Summon Zhang Haishan to me." Upon returning to his chamber, he was greeted by Sister Jeanne and a number of maids. Evoking the sensation of a sovereign returning to his palace, Nezha waved his hand, dismissing the others, and retained only Sister Jeanne, stating, "Find me an English tutor. I must learn the language." Sister Jeanne responded, "No need to search. He was previously a teacher, having graduated from the English department of Columbia University." Surprised, Nezha turned to a maid who had not strayed too far and inquired, "E?" She turned back, respectfully responding, "Esteemed deity, how may I serve you?" Nezha asked, "You majored in literature at university? How did you end up here as a maid?" E's expression dimmed as she replied, "The mountain lord said he needed a maid with grace." Nezha scrutinized E, recognizing her undeniable elegance. Had she not been clad in maid's attire, one might easily mistake her for a refined lady of high standing. Such an extraordinary young lady, compelled to serve merely because Zhang Haishan desired a maid of refined demeanor, reveals the extent of his misdeeds. Li Nezha sighed and remarked, "Surely, others did not come of their own volition? Inform them that anyone wishing to leave may do so. I am not a gang leader. Of course, those who wish to stay, I shall not forcibly dismiss. Furthermore," he added, "as long as you tidy your rooms, you are free to spend your time as you please." Unexpectedly, E exclaimed, "I wish to stay." Li Nezha, taken aback, responded, "Were you not coerced? How can you now express a desire to remain?" E replied, "Previously, I served a gang leader. Now, I serve a deity. How can they possibly compare?" Li Nezha nodded unabashedly. "Indeed, how could a gang leader measure up to me?" "Very well, if you wish to stay, you may." He then inquired of the others, "How many are willing to remain?" Zheng Sa agreed. "Very well, I shall inquire." She turned to E and said, "The deity wishes to learn English. Will you teach him? Is that acceptable?" E promptly nodded, "Certainly, it would be my honor." After Zheng Sa departed, E immediately adopted a teaching demeanor, questioning Li Nezha about his English proficiency to tailor her lesson plan accordingly. However, Li Nezha had no foundational knowledge. During his previous schooling, English had been a considerable challenge, and after leaving school, he had completely relinquished it, necessitating a fresh start. As they conversed, Zheng Sa returned, her expression peculiar. "Deity," she began, "they." Li Nezha looked at her quizzically. "What is it? Do they all wish to leave?" Zheng Sa quickly shook her head. No, not a single one wishes to depart. In fact, their families have asked if they could accompany you." Li Nezha was astonished. "With me? What would I need so many individuals for?" Zheng Sa responded, "I believe you genuinely require a service team. Setting aside other matters, your investments necessitate dedicated management. With your recent short sale of Stark stocks, I had to delegate the responsibility to others. If you had your own team, it would offer greater flexibility and peace of mind." Li Nezha, unfamiliar with such matters, replied nonchalantly, "Very well, do as you see fit. By the way, what about you, Zheng Sa? Weren't you fiercely loyal to Zhang Haishan? If you wish to leave, I shall not make it difficult." Zheng Sa bowed her head sadly, saying, "I have nowhere else to go." Li Nezha understood that there was an underlying story. He was disinclined to pry further and stated, "If you choose to stay, then stay. I have but one request. Do not play tricks behind my back. If you choose to follow me, loyalty is paramount. Should anyone attempt deceit, do not blame me for my ruthless methods. Remember, I am a deity in my presence. Death is not the end, and the taste of being utterly shattered is not one anyone would wish to experience." Zheng Sa immediately knelt, her forehead touching the ground, and declared, "From this day forth, I shall be unwaveringly loyal to you, O deity, with no divided heart." In his previous life, Li Nezha, though a mere cog in the corporate machine, had also served as the grand deity of the three altars for over a century. Accepting the reverence of an ordinary individual did not present any psychological hindrance. He merely nodded in satisfaction. After a brief interlude, Zhang Haishan arrived. Following the guidance of Sister Jeanne, he was ushered in. Zhang Haishan halted 5 paces away, bowing with utmost respect, resembling a sycophantic servant rather than a formidable gang leader. Li Nezha lounged on the sofa, nonchalantly remarking, "Transforming this building into my temple must have cost you considerably. Such a hefty investment surely comes with expectations. Speak freely, what is it you desire?" With great caution, Zhang Haishan replied, "I seek no other favor. Only the safety and well-being of my family. Li Nezha scoffed. Safety? For your entire family? I cannot promise such a thing. If you engage in rampant criminality and attract the attention of law enforcement, should I then be obliged to shield you? How naive. Zhang Haishan's complexion shifted, and he hastily interjected. I can renounce my criminal ways and cease my involvement in illicit activities. Li Nezha waved him off, interrupting. I am well aware of the fates that befall those who dwell in the underworld, especially those who thrive in it. Most meet their end in the streets, while only a select few retire unscathed, often fading into obscurity to escape the wrath of former foes. You surely have your share of enemies, do you not? Do you wish for me to act as your bodyguard? Zhang Haishan's visage darkened, yet he dared not press further, bowing his head in silence. Li Nezha, in a languid tone, added, should you have second thoughts, the temple's construction can cease. I never insisted upon its creation. Now, you may leave. With a heavy heart, Zhang Haishan turned to depart, but upon reaching the threshold, he abruptly inquired, may I request your blessings for my grandchildren? They have just come of age. Entirely untouched by the world of gangs, they are innocent. After a moment of contemplation, Li Nezha sighed and replied, if they are indeed innocent, you must donate your entire fortune. In return, I can offer them positions under my guidance. Zhang Haishan gasped in shock, but resolutely responded, very well. Chapter 10. Becoming a deity rendered firearms dull. Li Nezha's insistence on Zhang Haishan donating his entire fortune was intended as a means for him to atone for his past transgressions, compelling him to relinquish the ill-gotten gains amassed from the criminal underbelly. Unexpectedly, Zhang Haishan's actions took a surprising turn. He chose to donate all his wealth to the Nezha Temple, the very establishment crafted from the 5-story building. Zhang Haishan's assets were substantial, amounting to over $10 billion, comprising not only cash, but also an array of properties, stocks, and businesses. Li Nezha had no inclination to manage such affairs. Fortuitously, he was in the process of forming his own management team and decided to delegate these assets to them. They could operate what they could, the rest would be liquidated, with all proceeds funneled into his newly established charitable foundation. While charitable foundations in the United States often serve as mere aids for ulterior motives, Li Nezha had no intention of engaging in such duplicity. His foundation was genuinely oriented towards philanthropy. Aside from employee wages, all funds were dedicated to aiding the underprivileged, rather than being invested elsewhere. As for what to do when funds are depleted, the obvious solution is to seek additional financing, perhaps by appealing to affluent patrons like Stark. With the rapid expansion of Li Nezha's team, the recruitment process became rather intricate, with a significant portion comprising spies from various intelligence agencies. Li Nezha was well aware of this situation, yet he took no action. As long as these individuals fulfilled their duties, their origins mattered little to him. Zhang Haishan's grandchildren also joined the team. One was attending university while the other had yet to graduate from high school, rendering them relatively unproductive. Li Nezha assigned them to the service team, allowing them to assist with minor tasks to sustain themselves. Transitioning from privileged scions to mere service personnel was a difficult adjustment for them, leading to inevitable bouts of temper. Unfortunately for them, Li Nezha was not their grandfather and did not indulge their whims. After a few stern lessons, they finally settled down. The funds from the charity foundation were off limits to Li Nezha, but he felt no moral burden spending his own earnings. Shortly after Tony announced the dissolution of the Weapons Development Department, Stark Industries stock plummeted to its lowest point. Nevertheless, Stark Industries, though diminished, was not entirely bereft of value. Its diverse operations ensured that its shares would not be rendered worthless. Recognizing this opportunity, Li Nezha instructed his operators to liquidate positions and began purchasing Stark Industries stock in anticipation of a rebound. His strategy left others perplexed. Did he perceive a glimmer of hope for Stark Industries amidst the decline? Regardless of others' opinions, he was determined not to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. The stock purchases required only his directive. The details were left to others. In recent days, he had grown weary of gaming and sought a new diversion. Suddenly, he recalled the firearms he had previously confiscated and considered finding a place to practice shooting. Upon expressing this thought, Sister Jin promptly dispatched an associate to accompany him. This individual, named Abang, was Sister Jin's nephew and one of Zhang Haishan's enforcers, having served in the military and possessing considerable marksmanship skills. The safest venue for shooting would undoubtedly be a licensed range, equipped with comprehensive facilities and professional instructors. However, given Li Nezha's youthful appearance, it was unlikely he would be granted access, as not everyone was familiar with his identity and privileges. Unperturbed by the prospect of being denied entry to the shooting range, Li Nezha suggested they simply take the firearms to a secluded location. Abang had no choice but to agree. albeit noting that finding an isolated spot would not be easy and would require several hours of driving. Just as Li Nezha contemplated whether to speed along on his wind and fire wheels, an unremarkable black sedan approached. The window rolled down to reveal the familiar, affable face of Coulson, who offered, "Sir, if you wish to practice shooting, why not utilize our training facility? The place is far more professional than any shooting range, equipped with firearms that are impossible to find elsewhere, ensuring complete satisfaction." Li Nezha was well aware that Coulson had been trailing him all along and was not the least bit surprised by his presence. Upon hearing his words, he immediately expressed interest, saying, "All right, let's go take a look." As Li Nezha climbed into Coulson's vehicle, Abang inquired, "Great one, are you not taking my car?" Li Nezha waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You may return. I will make my own way back once I have had my fill of fun." Abang, having finally found an opportunity to ingratiate himself with Li Nezha, felt a pang of resentment as it was seized by Coulson, his gaze reflecting deep disappointment. Coulson, however, was indifferent to Abang's feelings. The chance to invite Li Nezha to their SHIELD training facility represented a significant step in strengthening their relationship, and it was imperative to treat Li Nezha with utmost care. To navigate the intricacies of interacting with Li Nezha, Coulson had consulted child development experts and devised numerous strategies, which he was eager to test today. Indeed, Li Nezha thoroughly enjoyed this outing, experimenting with various firearms, particularly relishing the experience with the Gatling gun, which was immensely exhilarating. However, he encountered some discomfort while handling handguns, as neither the 9mm nor the Desert Eagle suited his small hands. He could only manage to wield a lady's pistol. While aesthetically pleasing and sufficiently powerful, such a firearm was designed for women, and it felt rather humiliating for a man like Li Nezha to use it. Thus, he resolved to abstain from firearms altogether, unless he could attain a physique akin to that of an average person. Contemplating his physique, an idea struck Li Nezha. If he were to transform into a towering figure of 2 meters and 70 centimeters, wielding a 20mm Vulcan cannon, the experience would be even more exhilarating. The 20mm Vulcan cannon weighs nearly 140 kilograms, rendering it unmanageable for ordinary individuals. It is typically mounted on fighter jets, helicopters, or armored vehicles. However, for Li Nezha, over 100 kilograms would feel as light as straw, and the recoil would be negligible, allowing him to handle it effortlessly. The only regret he harbored was that, while such a weapon could be a devastating force for ordinary mortals, it would merely be a trivial affair for a deity. How he wished there existed a magical artifact akin to the Vulcan cannon. Of course, this was nothing more than a fanciful wish. To achieve the potency of a magical artifact, the ammunition itself would also need to be enchanted. No matter how affluent a deity might be, the crafting of disposable magical artifacts is an impossibility, even if they could be recovered. The extravagance of pairing a single artifact with thousands of auxiliary ones is a luxury of an entirely different magnitude. Anyone daring enough to attempt such folly would undoubtedly attract envy and wrath. With a forlorn sigh, Li Nezha slumped back in the rear seat, dejected. This sudden shift in mood puzzled Coulson, who wondered how someone could transition from joy to gloom in such a brief span of time. The capricious nature of a child's emotions is akin to the unpredictable weather of early spring, ever-changing and challenging to navigate. In Li Nezha's presence, Coulson remained ever cautious, for he was in the company of a deity capable of annihilating the earth should he become incensed. Upon noticing that Li Nezha was in low spirits, and unable to discern the cause of his discontent, Coulson found himself compelled to exercise utmost caution, refraining from casual conversation lest he inadvertently provoke Li Nezha's ire. The return to the 5-story building transpired in silence, only for Coulson to encounter a most vexing situation. Tony had arrived, chattering incessantly about Li Nezha's statue, critiquing its lack of resemblance and precision. Chapter 11. The benevolent fulfillment of your wishes. Upon seeing Li Nezha's return, Tony opened his arms and embraced him, exclaiming, "It is such a joy to see you again, my little divine boy." Under Coulson's watchful gaze, the SHIELD translator refrained from fully translating, omitting the phrase little boy. Although Li Nezha did not take offense at Tony's words, he nonetheless pushed him away, saying, "What with the closeness between two grown men? Move aside, Pepper, it has been a while." Despite Li Nezha's clear intention to embrace Pepper, neither Tony nor Pepper took offense. They could hardly blame him. His youthful appearance was beguiling, making it difficult to regard him as anything other than a mere child. A simple hug from a boy was innocuous, but one could only imagine the discomfort had the situation involved a middle-aged man. Pepper chuckled, drawing Li Nezha into her embrace. Others often forgot that Li Nezha claimed to be 3,000 years old, perceiving him instead as a mere 7-year-old. Yet he himself never forgot the truth of his century-long existence. Deep down, Li Nezha, being of Chinese descent, felt a twinge of shyness and quickly extricated himself, saying, "Are you not worried about Tony getting jealous?" The translator accurately conveyed Li Nezha's words, leaving Tony and Pepper momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances before turning away. At that moment, though Tony and Pepper had not yet formally established their relationship, they were both acutely aware of their feelings for one another. Merely a veil away from acknowledgement. It was unexpected that the one to pierce that veil would be Li Nezha, a child with remarkable insight. How had he discerned their sentiments? Li Nezha, of course, had not merely inferred. He was well aware of the unfolding narrative. He held high hopes for this pairing, believing it beneficial for them to unite sooner and perhaps even welcome a child together. While Tony and Pepper each harbored their own thoughts, oblivious to Li Nezha's peculiar demeanor. Coulson observed clearly, Li Nezha was blushing. This revelation prompted Coulson to silently note that, indeed, deities from Huagua exhibited the same bashfulness as their compatriots. Once they had all settled on the 5th floor, the ever-animated Tony was the first to break the silence, asserting, "I am not joking. The statue they created for you is woefully inadequate. Allow me to find a master sculptor who can craft you a statue rivaling that of the famous mannequin piece in Brussels." Initially, Li Nezha was taken aback. After hearing the translator's explanation, he furiously tossed the napkin in his hand at Tony, declaring, "I have no inclination to expose myself. You may handle that yourself." With a chuckle, Tony replied, "I possess no desire to erect a statue of myself either." Li Nezha scoffed, "What do you know? Do you think it's merely about erecting a statue? It is about gathering incense offerings." Coulson silently noted this piece of knowledge, gathering incense offerings. But what exactly are these offerings? Are they delectable or entertaining? Coulson resolved to consult his Chinese colleagues upon his return. Unexpectedly, Tony, indifferent to the nuances, directly inquired, "What are incense offerings? What purpose do they serve?" Li Nezha readily responded, revealing no intention to conceal. For Eastern deities, incense offerings are sustenance. Without them, we cannot be nourished, we lack strength, and in severe cases, we may even perish from starvation. Coulson's eyes gleamed with a flicker of realization. Perhaps, just perhaps, this could be a means to restrain Li Nezha. While others remained oblivious to Coulson's inner turmoil, Pepper Potts discerned it clearly and interjected, "Nezha, since you are a deity of China, why not return to your homeland?" Li Nezha shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness as he replied, "I have too many fans over there. I cannot even step out for a casual stroll. Here, I enjoy a bit more freedom without being constantly observed." Pepper was taken aback. "Is that really the reason?" Li Nezha sighed. "There is another reason. Here I can act without restraint, pursuing whatever I wish, unfettered by social decorum. Over there, it's different. They are my compatriots, and it would be inappropriate to act too harshly." His candid response left those outside the Chinese community somewhat taken aback, for his words were rather cutting. Tony, least adept at suppressing his irritation, immediately challenged, "Hey, that mindset is flawed. Just because they are not your kin, does it mean you can act without conscience?" Li Nezha retorted, "Of course not, but it is indeed different. For instance, just the other day, an elderly man named Ross threatened me, and I could respond without hesitation. If he dared to escalate, I would unleash chaos upon him. As for the innocent lives lost, that is not my concern. It was Ross who instigated the conflict. If he shows no compassion for his own people, why should I?" He continued, "However, in China, it is different. The ruler's compatriots are also mine. They treat ordinary lives as mere fodder, but I cannot act in that manner. I am their deity and must not let them down." Pepper attempted to mediate. "Wow, Nezha, is your reputation truly that formidable? Do all Chinese people venerate you?" Li Nezha replied, "While they may not necessarily revere me, they certainly know of me. Anyone unaware of my existence is surely not Chinese." Tony, skeptical, remarked, "Do you think you are a god?" Li Nezha, with a sense of pride, declared, "In our culture, there are many deities, the supreme one being the Jade Emperor. Yet, my renown surpasses that of the Jade Emperor. The common folk favor me more." Tony, astonished, questioned, "You possess greater renown than your supreme deity? How is that even conceivable?" Li Nezha, brimming with confidence, replied, "Why not? After all, who can resist my charm?" Pepper concurred, "I agree. Nezha is indeed the most endearing." Meanwhile, Coulson mused internally. You haven't witnessed him transform into a towering figure of 2 meters and 7 centimeters. If you had, you would reconsider your notion of him as adorable. Tony remained unconvinced. "So, you claim to be the most renowned deity in Huagua? Is there no one with a greater reputation than yours?" Li Nezha could no longer maintain his mirth, pouting as he replied, "Not quite. There is a monkey whose fame surpasses mine, and I have even been bested by him." His pitiful expression did not evoke sympathy from Tony. Instead, it sparked uproarious laughter. "You were bested by a monkey? It appears you are not so formidable after all." Li Nezha retorted with indignation, "Though I may not triumph over a monkey, I could easily best you. Would you care to test that?" To his surprise, Tony rose with confidence, declaring, "That is precisely why I have come. I challenge you." Pepper was taken aback. "Tony, are you out of your mind?" Tony replied, "Certainly not. I intend to showcase the power of technology. This is no longer an era for antiquated deities." Li Nezha grinned wickedly. "Since you have sincerely requested this, I shall graciously oblige." Pepper quickly interjected, "Nezha, he has been a bit unhinged lately. Please overlook it. I'll take him away." Tony protested, "I am not unhinged. I am perfectly fine." Li Nezha assured him, "Do not worry. I will not end his life. Merely leave him incapacitated for 3 days. Chapter 12. The severe blow to Iron Man. Both Li Nezha and Tony brimmed with combat fervor, and a confrontation seemed inevitable, even with Pepper and Coulson's attempts to intervene. However, the fight never materialized, for Li Nezha's fiery spear was simply too formidable. Tony and Pepper had arrived in a mid-sized RV, the rear of which had been transformed into a mechanism for donning his armored suit. Once they resolved to engage in a contest, Tony eagerly approached the back of the RV, pressed a remote control, and an incomprehensible apparatus unfolded. Standing upon it, multiple mechanical arms sprang into action, adorning him with his iron armor. It was the first time Pepper, alongside Coulson, had witnessed the full splendor of the suit, leaving them utterly astounded. Li Nezha, observing, scoffed, "Step out. I shall test the durability of your armor." Tony secured his helmet and, through a loudspeaker, proclaimed, "Of course it is sturdy. It is crafted from the finest alloys of our time. Come at me." Li Nezha brandished his fiery spear, stating, "You should emerge first, otherwise I fear I might pierce you as well." Gazing at the flames licking the tip of the spear, all present fell silent, realizing this was indeed a divine weapon. It seemed prudent to assess the armor's resilience. Reluctantly, Tony exited the armor, moving aside in silence. Li Nezha inquired, "Which part of your armor is the thickest? Which section is easiest to repair?" Tony replied sullenly, "The thickest part is, of course, the chest plate. As for ease of repair, there are no simple spots. Every area is quite complex." Li Nezha concluded, "Then I shall aim for the chest plate. Clear the way, lest you be harmed." As the others quietly stepped back, they beheld the diminutive figure, barely over a meter tall, brandishing a spear more than 2 meters in length. With a sudden thrust, the fiery spear, trailing a whistling flame, perforated the chest plate, creating a gaping hole. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, though unaware of the alloy's composition that constituted Tony's armor. The sight of such a small individual piercing through approximately 5 centimeters of metal with a mere spear was undeniably astonishing. Tony himself was particularly taken aback. While others might be ignorant of the alloy's strength, he certainly was not. To him, his armor seemed impervious to anything less than a 100-millimeter artillery shell. Yet it had been breached by a trivial spear, utterly infuriating. Li Nezha, too, found himself dissatisfied. Having observed closely, he noted that Tony's iron armor was largely composed of components, with only a thin exterior layer, roughly 5 millimeters thick, providing actual protection. Remarkably, this seemingly insubstantial alloy could only withstand his full-force strike to a depth of 10 centimeters, barely injuring the occupant within. Despite not having transformed, Li Nezha possessed strength beyond human capabilities, capable of bending steel into a ball, an ability far beyond that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, the fiery spear was a magical artifact. Even if it lacked sharpness, it still held considerable power. The fact that a metal forged by mere mortals could withstand such an assault left him astonished. If only the armor were a few centimeters thicker, perhaps it could have been impervious? A long silence enveloped the group until Tony finally spoke. "It seems the metal's strength is insufficient. I must seek a more resilient alloy." Coulson, eager to assist, offered, "If you require any specific metal, do let me know. Perhaps we can be of help." Tony clapped his hands, exclaiming, "That would be splendid. I need vibranium. Approximately 100 kilograms should suffice." Coulson immediately regretted his previous words, chiding himself for his thoughtlessness. With a forced smile, he replied, "I will certainly do my utmost. However, you must cover the expenses, as we cannot afford it." Tony, unfazed, responded, "No problem. Money is not an issue." Li Nezha interjected, "Tony, are you implying that you no longer want this armor?" Tony affirmed, "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Li Nezha continued, "No problem at all. Since you no longer desire it, may I have it? Tony frowned. What do you intend to do with it? Li Nezha revealed his true form, manifesting 3 heads and 8 arms, each hand wielding a magical artifact, and declared, I wish to test the potency of these treasures. The others gaped in disbelief. Could one person truly possess 3 heads and 8 arms? Fortunately, when Li Nezha transformed, he did not assume the towering height of 2.70 meters, remaining an adorable little boy. Thus, despite the excess of heads and arms, he was not overly intimidating. Sparing them from terror, Tony swallowed hard and nodded. Very well, do as you wish. Li Nezha retracted his divine form and promptly exchanged the fiery spear for the Xiangyang sword. Although the Xiangyang sword was the least prestigious among his artifacts, it remained a magical treasure nonetheless. He wielded a sword in each hand, performing a flourish before lunging forward to pierce the armor. This time, however, the dual blades failed to penetrate the armor directly, merely leaving 2 small punctures on its surface. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, as it appeared that Tony's armor was not entirely without merit. Yet, Tony remained visibly perturbed. Although the damage to the armor was minimal, it was an intricately engineered piece of technology. Even 2 minor holes could cause certain functions to malfunction, making it difficult to dismiss the damage as insignificant. Li Nezha's subsequent actions only intensified Tony's desire to find a crevice to hide within. The Xiangyang dual swords, each embodying distinct properties, unleashed a different attack method on Li Nezha's second strike, thrusting the blades into the same spot. The Yin sword struck first, coating the armor in a layer of frost. Then, the Yang sword followed suit, rendering the armor significantly more brittle, penetrating over 20 centimeters, a blow more devastating than that of a fire spear. However, despite the considerable damage, this technique was not particularly practical, as it was challenging to align both swords on a single point in actual combat. It merely appeared visually striking. Li Nezha sheathed the Xiangyang dual swords and produced a gold ingot. This time, he refrained from enlarging it excessively, opting instead for a size comparable to that of a small car, before bringing it down with great force. The resounding crash echoed as the armor was driven deep into the concrete, severely contorting its form. Tony's lips twitched. Had he been inside the armor, he likely would have been crushed to a pulp. Li Nezha then switched to the Qianquan ring and struck again. The power of the Qianquan ring far surpassed that of the gold ingot, delivering a more concentrated force that dismantled the armor entirely. Gazing at the scattered fragments, Tony could only cover his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Yet, this was not the end. Li Nezha had something even more formidable in store. He retrieved the 9-dragon divine fire shield, encasing the armor within and subjecting it to a fierce blaze. The most astonishing aspect of the 9-dragon divine fire shield was its ability to maintain an extremely high temperature internally while the exterior remained unaffected, even from several steps away. One would only feel a gentle warmth. After a brief moment, Li Nezha retracted the 9-dragon divine fire shield, revealing the armor reduced to molten iron. With only a few components barely retaining their shape, Tony was utterly at a loss for words, declaring, I think I shall take my leave now. I need to rest. Chapter 13. Iron Tyrant. Merely an iron coffin. Tony bid farewell to Pepper, and Coulson hurriedly departed as well. It seemed that Tony, without the courage to forge a new suit of armor from vibranium, would refrain from further challenging Li Nezha. Coulson, on the other hand, sought to report in person to Nick Fury, as a written report could not adequately convey the depth of his astonishment. Gestures and tone were essential to express the gravity of the situation. Despite his disheartenment, Tony, ever resourceful, sought to regain his dignity through alternative means. Thus, on the following day, he summoned a master sculptor, claiming to have commissioned a statue of Li Nezha. In truth, Li Nezha harbored his own dissatisfaction with traditional divine sculptures. They appeared dull and unappealing, lacking any resemblance to his true self. A master sculptor has arrived, and while Li Nezha verbally claims that Tony cannot afford to lose, he readily allows this sculptor to take on the task of crafting the divine statue. The days that follow are considerably more tranquil. No one disturbs him, allowing him to focus on his English studies. As a deity, Li Nezha excels at learning, particularly with a language that demands extensive memorization, which he finds to be a breeze. In his previous life, he struggled with English, but now it comes effortlessly, inflating his confidence as he boasts of mastering every language: Russian, German, French, Spanish, Italian, Arabic, and any other commonly spoken tongue. Moreover, he finds the sculptor's work fascinating and decides to learn the craft himself. With an interest in sculpture, he believes that mastering other artistic disciplines, such as painting, calligraphy, music, and architecture, should also be within reach. However, he realizes that practical skills cannot be neglected either. With the advent of a system that allows for interdimensional travel, he contemplates the possibility of landing in a realm where artistic skills might be of no use. Thus, he delves into culinary arts, repair work, welding, beauty treatments, and makeup. He also aspires to learn to drive, yet his small stature makes it difficult to reach the pedals. And even if he could, his height would prevent him from seeing the road, forcing him to abandon the idea. In addition, he deliberately studies essential skills for ancient travelers seeking fortune: distilling spirits, glassblowing, cement production, perfumery, papermaking, and printing techniques, as well as agricultural knowledge such as seed selection, breeding, and plowing methods. Fortunately, being a deity endows him with superhuman memory, comprehension, and analytical abilities. Otherwise, the breadth of knowledge might overwhelm him. This pursuit of diverse skills has enriched his life, pulling him away from incessant gaming. However, his actions have left various intelligence agencies, such as SHIELD, MI6, and Mossad, scratching their heads in confusion, lamenting that this divine being may very well be a lunatic. Just as Li Nezha immerses himself in learning, he receives an urgent phone call. Upon answering, he hears Pepper Potts exclaim in alarm, followed by her frantic plea, "Nezha, come quickly." He holds a favorable opinion of Pepper, particularly remembering her fondly for her facial cleanser, so he cannot ignore her distress and promptly inquires, "Where are you?" "I'm at Stark Industries, Building 4. Hurry." The phone line crackles with her screams, accompanied by gunfire and explosions. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Li Nezha quickly seizes a passerby to ask for directions to Stark Industries. As soon as the individual gestures, Li Nezha activates his fiery wheels and vanishes in a blaze of light. Stark Industries is vast, and an unfamiliar visitor is sure to become lost within its expanse. However, soaring from the heavens presented a different scenario. Li Nezha instantly discerned the fiery explosion and the silhouettes intermittently ascending amidst its glow. The frequency at which these figures took flight indicated a high casualty rate. One could only wonder about Pepper Potts' condition. Without hesitation, Li Nezha soared toward the chaos. Discovering a 2-meter-tall robot, stout yet imposing, mercilessly wreaking havoc. Opposing the mechanical behemoth was a cadre of men in black suits, led by none other than Agent Coulson. It must be said, the agents of SHIELD displayed an admirable fearlessness. Despite knowing their small firearms posed no threat to the automaton, none retreated, valiantly engaging the foe. Even as they suffered substantial losses, their resolve remained unyielding. Shielded by these brave souls, Pepper, though perilously positioned, remained unscathed, a testament to Coulson's unwavering dedication. Witnessing such a scene, Li Nezha wasted no time and hurled his Chinquan circle. In his previous encounter with the Abomination, it took numerous strikes to incapacitate him. The robot, forged of steel, ought to be more resilient. Yet, astonishingly, it faltered after a mere strike. Collapsing and twitching on the ground, unable to rise, Li Nezha alighted upon the robot's chest, tilting his head in scrutiny, and remarked, "What a hideous and feeble contraption. Who conceived this monstrosity?" An irate voice emanated from the robot's external speaker. "Who dares to call my iron tyrant weak? Do you assume all are as monstrous as yourself?" Li Nezha replied, "You fell merely from my gentle touch. Does that not denote weakness? You prey upon agents armed with only handguns. Should you confront a military force, be it a simple rocket launcher or a tank shell, you would surely meet your doom. So, will you emerge willingly, or shall I extract you myself?" The voice from within the Iron Tyrant retorted, "My Iron Tyrant is still a work in progress, hence the malfunction. Its defensive capabilities are unparalleled. Not even a tank shell can phase it. I challenge you to remove me." Li Nezha scrutinized the Iron Tyrant and inquired, "Pray tell, what purpose does this large lamp serve? Is it to illuminate the darkness? Yet, it scarcely projects light far." "Ah, I see. Tony's armor possesses such a feature. Could this be the arc reactor?" As he spoke, Li Nezha prodded around the arc reactor with his Yang sword, eventually prying it free. With the reactor extracted, the Iron Tyrant lost all power, transforming into a mere iron coffin, trapping its occupant within. Li Nezha approached Pepper and Coulson, holding the reactor aloft, and stated, "As far as I know, this is unique to Tony, is it not? How did you come by it?" Pepper quickly grasped the implication and frantically dialed Tony's number. To her astonishment, before the call could connect, a gleaming golden-red suit of armor descended from the sky, landing with a flourish. Li Nezha scoffed. "Even at such a critical moment, you still seek to show off, truly, a quintessential teenager." The helmet of the armor opened, revealing Tony, his expression grave. "It appears your English has improved. At the very least, I can comprehend you now." Li Nezha, unashamed, remarked, "Hey, Young man, this is your territory, and the matters here are entrusted to you. Farewell. With that, he nodded at Pepper and Coulson before taking flight. In Chapter 14, Acquiring Skills and Exploiting Neighbors, the original narrative depicted Iron Man and the Ironmonger engaged in a climactic battle, effortlessly resolved by Li Nezha, leaving Iron Man unable to make his entrance. Those privy to the unfolding events felt as though they had been struck with a sudden twinge. Li Nezha remained indifferent to their thoughts, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll and returned home, completely unperturbed by the resolution of a significant dilemma. However, Tony could not simply dismiss the incident. Days later, he presented Li Nezha with a gift. Upon hearing from Sister Jeanne that he was to collect it from the parking lot, Li Nezha, driven by curiosity, arrived to find that Tony had indeed gifted him a splendid sports car. Displeased, he exclaimed, "What does Tony mean by this? Does he not know I cannot drive?" Pepper, who accompanied the delivery, chuckled, "Of course he knows, which is precisely why he had a car specially designed for you." Upon opening the door, Li Nezha discovered that the driver's seat had been customized, with the steering wheel, accelerator, and brake adjusted to accommodate a 7-year-old's physique. Delighted, he hopped in and began to explore the various controls, then turned to Pepper and inquired, "Where can I learn to drive?" Pepper replied, "I've already arranged everything. Follow me." Li Nezha jumped out, took a couple of steps, then glanced back at the sports car, asking, "How do I get this car over there?" "There's no need to bring it. There are other vehicles for you to practice with," Pepper assured him. Li Nezha raised an eyebrow, recognizing Tony's extravagant nature, as even the practice cars had been modified to ensure a luxurious experience. Upon arriving at a dedicated driving school in the outskirts, they found the entire venue deserted, save for a lone guard. Inquiring about the situation, Li Nezha learned that Tony had rented the entire facility at a premium, allowing him to practice until he felt proficient. Though initially reluctant to express his awe, Li Nezha could not help but marvel at Tony's penchant for extravagance. The driving school lacked an instructor, yet this proved inconsequential, as Tony's driver, Happy, took on the role. Mastering the skill of driving primarily relies on practice, and with Li Nezha's martial prowess as a celestial general, he found driving to be a trivial endeavor. However, he yearned for more than mere compliance with traffic laws. He sought to master racing techniques. This posed a challenge for Happy, who, while capable of driving swiftly, fell short when compared to true racing professionals. Fortunately, Pepper made a call, summoning a race car driver forthwith. From the moment Li Nezha commenced his driving lessons to the point of becoming a skilled racer, he required only a single day, significantly reducing Tony's rental expenses. Despite having acquired the ability to drive, the absence of a driver's license rendered it impossible for him to venture out, even with a car tailored for his needs. However, Li Nezha confidently asserted, "It matters not. As long as the police cannot catch me, all is well." Little Pepper was speechless. No wonder he sought to master racing techniques. He had evidently intended to engage the police in a game of chase all along. Although Li Nezha had acquired the skill of driving and possessed a specially crafted sports car, he did not frequently take to the roads to provoke the police, but instead continued his studies. There was an abundance of knowledge he wished to absorb, and even with a prodigious memory, it required substantial effort. On this particular day, it was time for him to learn culinary arts. Li Nezha's culinary mentor was arranged by Sister Jeanne, the head chef of the most bustling restaurant in Chinatown, and the venue for learning was, naturally, the kitchen of that very establishment. Upon entering the kitchen, the head chef, who had been seated in a relaxed manner, immediately stood up, bowing respectfully and saying, "Great deity, you have arrived." Li Nezha, already clad in a miniature chef's uniform and donning a hat, replied, "How many times must I remind you? You are the teacher now. There's no need for such formality." The head chef beamed with a smile, saying, "It is my honor, old Lu, to teach you, great deity. How could I dare to consider myself your master?" Li Nezha, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Very well. What dish shall we learn today?" Old Lu approached a vacant cooking station and began the day's lesson. However, it was not long before the restaurant owner arrived, standing 3 paces away, bowing and smiling apologetically as he said, "Great deity, do you have a moment?" Li Nezha glanced back at him and inquired, "What is it?" The owner stepped closer and lowered his voice, saying, "A distinguished guest wishes to meet you. They are from the homeland." Li Nezha, taken aback, turned to look at him and said, "All right, let them wait for a while. I will join them once I have mastered this dish." The owner, not daring to say more, retreated a few steps before turning to leave. Li Nezha was quite adept at cooking. He merely needed to observe old Lu perform the dish once, and then practice it himself twice to grasp it fully. Although he learned swiftly, it still took him half an hour to perfect the dish. Only then did he leisurely make his way to the private room. Upon entering, He found two men in suits standing guard over a table of food that had completely cooled, untouched by chopsticks. As soon as the two men saw Li Nezha enter, they immediately stood up, slightly bowing in respect. Observing this scene, Li Nezha's impression of them improved significantly. He smiled and said, "Were you waiting long? Please, take a seat." The two men gestured for Li Nezha to take the honored position, and only after he was seated did they carefully take their own seats, remaining upright. The older middle-aged man then spoke, "Great deity, I shall not beat around the bush in your presence. We have been sent to invite you to return to the homeland for a visit." Li Nezha shook his head and replied, "Returning home is out of the question. It is not suitable for me." The middle-aged man said, "I have heard that you fear there may be many inconveniences upon your return. If that is your concern, rest assured, we will make the necessary arrangements to ensure that nothing displeasing occurs." Li Nezha waved his hand dismissively and said, "Do you truly believe that what I said back then was heartfelt? It was merely a means of appeasing them." The middle-aged man cautiously inquired, "Oh, great being, could you perhaps reveal the true reason?" Li Nezha, this time, did not conceal the truth, stating, "Have you not noticed that the earth has been increasingly abnormal of late? Iron Man, Hulk, Abomination, and now I have emerged in succession. This phenomenon shall persist, and more extraordinary beings shall undoubtedly appear." The middle-aged man pondered thoughtfully. Moreover, these extraordinary individuals seem to be concentrated in the United States. Li Nezha nodded in affirmation. When Hulk emerged, there was an adversary named Abomination. When Iron Man appeared, he encountered an opponent known as Ironmonger. Should further extraordinary beings arise, it is likely they will also attract corresponding rivals. What might transpire when they engage their opponents? The middle-aged man realized the clash between Hulk and Abomination reduced one of New York's most bustling streets to ruins. Ironmonger, however, caused minimal damage, as he was swiftly defeated by you upon his arrival. If more extraordinary beings were to appear, how much devastation would the United States endure? Your reluctance to return home stems from a fear of your rivals emerging, does it not? Li Nezha sighed, nodding and then shaking his head. "I cannot ascertain whether my rivals will manifest. Their absence would be ideal, but what if they do appear? Given my prowess, my adversaries would also be formidable. Should a confrontation arise?" The middle-aged man hesitated. "These are merely your conjectures. Perhaps such patterns will not hold true." Li Nezha replied, "Let us observe, for we are not short on time in these coming years." Chapter 15. To fight or to save half a year had swiftly passed, and Li Nezha had indeed amassed a plethora of skills. Regrettably, he had not mastered any of them, merely achieving a competent level. It was not due to a lack of effort, but rather that mastering any art necessitates dedicated study. Take, for instance, the English language. Basic communication may be easily attained. Yet reaching the level of a translator demands far more than mere memorization. It requires considerable writing ability. Artistic skills such as painting, sculpting, music, and architecture are even more demanding. While many pursue the arts worldwide, how many can truly be deemed masters? Even as a deity, Li Nezha was merely intelligent, with good memory and comprehension, which did not equate to artistic talent, especially as he had not invested significant effort. Fortunately, he was unconcerned. Skills, after all, are only valuable if they suffice for his needs. He had no aspirations of becoming a master. Through his studies, Li Nezha discovered that he was particularly well suited for engineering. Unlike the arts, which require innate talent, engineering is a discipline where learning equates to mastery. Aesthetics are irrelevant, as long as functionality is achieved. Thus, he began to focus his efforts on this field, delving into mechanics, electronics, materials science, networking, automotive technology, and instrumentation. Upon hearing of his pursuits, Tony promptly extended an invitation to Li Nezha, requesting him to serve as his assistant. While termed an assistant, this role essentially entailed Tony personally mentoring him, an opportunity that was highly coveted and one that Li Nezha would not decline. In his previous endeavors, Tony had worked alone, with his only assistant being Jarvis. The reason for this is not that he does not desire an assistant, but rather that he is exceptionally gifted, with a thought process that leaps in ways that ordinary individuals simply cannot follow. Compounding this is Tony's acerbic disposition. When others fail to grasp his ideas once or twice, he may offer explanations, but after repeated instances, he resorts to mockery, often leaving them in tears. Li Nezha, unaware of this flaw in Tony's character, arrived with high spirits, only to find himself subjected to ridicule. However, unlike other assistants who fear offending Tony, Li Nezha is unperturbed. "Should you dare to mock me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Regardless of Tony's status as a mentor, one must remember that Li Nezha is a deity, representative of the heavens, while a teacher ranks last. What right do they have to prattle on? Naturally, Tony is reluctant to endure punishment, yet until he acquires vibranium. His iron armor is but a tin can before Li Nezha, who can smash it to pieces at will. Even with Tony's efforts to enhance his flying speed, he can never outpace the wind-fire wheels, ultimately falling victim to their might. After enduring numerous beatings, Tony grew wiser, opting for a strategy of temporary restraint, biding his time until the vibranium armor was complete to confront Li Nezha on equal footing. With Tony refraining from mockery, Li Nezha ceased his assaults, and their relationship grew markedly more harmonious. On a particular day, the two were once again in the laboratory refining the iron armor. Tony feigned nonchalance and suddenly inquired, "Nezha, since you are a deity, do you possess a method to extract the shrapnel from me?" Li Nezha shrugged and replied, "If I had a solution, I would have assisted you long ago. Why would I wait until now?" Undeterred, Tony pressed on. "Do you have any divine friends who can assist me?" Li Nezha answered, "Among my divine acquaintances, there are many capable of such feats. Even if you were reduced to mere bones, they could restore you. Alas, they are not present here." Initially, Tony was filled with hope, but soon fell into despondency, reluctantly asking, "Is it truly impossible to locate them?" Li Nezha clarified, "It's not that they cannot be found. Rather, upon finding them, there is no guarantee of their return." Tony seized upon the crucial point. "You mentioned returning? What do you mean by that?" Li Nezha, without reservations, explained, "You must have investigated my background and discovered that I appeared suddenly, correct?" Tony scratched his head. "It wasn't my investigation. It was Nick Fury who informed me." Li Nezha continued, "So, you have had contact with Nick Fury?" With a dismissive expression, Tony replied, "That guy wants me to work for free, deliberately leaking information as bait. How could I possibly fall for that?" Li Nezha ignored the intricacies of Tony's dealings with Nick Fury and continued, "Since you are aware of my abrupt emergence, have you not pondered where I came from?" Tony responded, "Of course I have considered it, but I dared not confirm." Li Nezha elucidated, in the parlance of science fiction, "I hail from an alternate dimension, or what you might refer to as a parallel universe." Tony, evidently having entertained similar notions, was not surprised by Li Nezha's assertion and pressed further. "Then how did you traverse the barriers between dimensions? From what you imply, you can return to your own realm. How do you plan to do so?" Li Nezha replied, "How I arrived here is not something I shall divulge. You merely need to understand that my journey back is fraught with difficulty. Once I return, the prospect of coming back again relies entirely on chance. It could be in an instant, or it may not be for another century." Tony let out a disappointed sigh, pondering for a moment before asking, "Is there truly no other way?" Li Nezha exhaled, "I am at an impasse." Yet Tony's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he urgently inquired, "Yet what?" Li Nezha continued, "To my knowledge, there exist 3 potential means of salvation within this realm." Tony, brimming with anticipation, urged, "Pray tell, what are they?" 3 methods, you say?" Li Nezha explained. "Firstly, this dimension is inhabited by extraterrestrial beings whose technological advancements far surpass that of Earth. They undoubtedly possess the means to aid you, though currently, we lack the means to engage with or trust them." Tony scratched his brow thoughtfully. "While establishing contact with aliens is not entirely impossible, let us set aside the trust issue for now and hear the next method." Li Nezha continued, "The second option also involves extraterrestrials, who identify themselves as the Asgardian pantheon. Their promise to assist you would render them trustworthy. Moreover, I suspect they shall arrive on Earth within a year. Forging a bond with them would facilitate matters considerably." Tony's expression fell. "A year? I fear I may not endure that long." Li Nezha then shared, "The third option lies with a faction of sorcerers residing in a place known as Kamartaj. If you can locate them and gain the approval of their supreme sorcerer, your affliction would be but a trivial matter." Tony found this method to be the most plausible and quickly inquired, "Where is this Kamartaj located?" Li Nezha responded, "The precise location of Kamartaj eludes me. I speculate it exists in a parallel dimension adjacent to Earth. However, I am aware that they possess 3 entrances, concealed within temples situated in New York, London, and Hong Kong." Tony's eyes gleamed with excitement. "There's one in New York? Let us make haste." Li Nezha restrained him. "Hold your horses. Allow me to finish. The sorcerers of Kamartaj are not to be underestimated. Their temples are extraordinary. Even ordinary individuals passing by would inadvertently overlook their presence. To locate them, one must be fortunate enough for them to wish to be found. Otherwise, it would be an insurmountable challenge." Chapter 16. Have we triumphed or been captured? Having finally discerned a potential remedy for his condition, Tony was resolute in his refusal to yield. He implored Li Nezha to assist him in pinpointing the Kamartaj temple in New York. Li Nezha found himself in a quandary, for he harbored a certain trepidation towards the Ancient One. Her sorcery diverged significantly from Eastern magical practices, and while the offensive spells were concerning, The prospect of being ensnared in the mirror dimension was particularly daunting. If trapped there, Li Nezha had no confidence in his ability to escape, and a lengthy imprisonment could ensue, an utterly dire situation, especially since the Ancient One's duty was to safeguard Earth's dimension from the incursions of malevolent entities from other realms. From a certain perspective, Li Nezha can be perceived as a demon from an alternate dimension, listed among the exiled by the Ancient One. However, it remains a mystery as to why, despite his prolonged presence, the Ancient One has yet to make an appearance. Li Nezha considers himself fortunate that the Ancient One has not sought him out. Yet the notion of him actively pursuing her feels akin to an old man hanging from a noose. Nevertheless, Tony Stark shows no sympathy for his plight, insisting that he devise a solution. Tony, of course, does not resort to mere charm or manipulation to persuade Li Nezha. Instead, he offers substantial monetary compensation. To put it plainly, a 10% stake in Stark Industries is an irresistible proposition. It is noteworthy that after shutting down the weapons division, Tony swiftly pivoted the company's focus towards clean energy, utilizing the arc reactor he developed to power major cities, which subsequently sent Stark Industries stock soaring. This windfall has allowed Li Nezha, as a stockholder, to reap considerable financial rewards. Today, Stark Industries is valued at over $1 trillion by major investment banks, making a 10% share worth over $100 billion US dollars. This assessment only accounts for monetary value. Numerous additional benefits accompany such wealth, which need not be enumerated. Such a staggering fortune is offered to Li Nezha with a mere word from Tony, showcasing a remarkable display of generosity. It is clear that Tony's willingness to part with such a sum is driven not solely by a desire for survival, but also by an intention to forge a bond with Li Nezha. Given Li Nezha's formidable prowess, even the mightiest nation, the United States, would hesitate to provoke him. By aligning him with Stark Industries, Tony ensures the company's steadfast security, making this deal undoubtedly advantageous. Ultimately, Li Nezha finds himself unable to resist, succumbing to the allure of Tony's golden proposition. After all, what is the Ancient One? What is the mirror dimension? Engaging in a trial would not lead to his demise. At worst, he could humble himself and plead for release. Furthermore, considering his extended stay in this realm without the Ancient One's intervention suggests that she does not perceive him as a threat to Earth and likely harbors a benevolent disposition, alleviating his fears. Thus, he accompanies Tony to 117 Brick Street. The enchantment obscuring the house is rather elementary, capable of deceiving only ordinary individuals. Those with even a modicum of magical aptitude or special abilities can easily see through it. At this moment, Tony is no longer an ordinary man. The energy emanating from the miniature arc reactor embedded in his chest is sufficient to dispel the enchantment, revealing the true temple to him. Ah yes, Kamatage is referred to as the sanctum. Li Nezha does not knock, but rather pushes the door open and steps inside. Tony raises an eyebrow at this, but does not falter, promptly following suit. As Li Nezha enters, a black sorcerer appears on the staircase and inquires, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Li Nezha responds, "Do you not recognize me? I have come to see the Ancient One." Before the sorcerer can respond, the bald-headed figure of the Ancient One materializes, stating, "Daniel, you may step back." Daniel promptly bows and retreats a step, serving as a silent backdrop for the Ancient One. Ancient One turned to Li Nezha, a broad smile adorning her face, and said, "Greetings, great deity of the three altars and sea assembly." Li Nezha returned the smile, replying, "Among non-Chinese, you are the first person to pronounce my divine name correctly. Truly, you are deserving of your reputation, Ancient One, for your vast knowledge." The Ancient One gestured with her hand, saying, "This is not an appropriate place for guests. Please follow me." The four individuals made their way to the sitting room. Conventionally, it would be expected for the Ancient One to take a seat and welcome her guests, while her disciple Daniel would serve tea. However, the esteemed master exhibited no airs of superiority, instead busily preparing tea alongside Daniel. They could have easily conjured tea through magic, much like Doctor Strange did when entertaining Thor later on. Yet, such an act would lack respect, especially in the presence of the Chinese deity Li Nezha. Personally brewing the tea conveyed sincerity. Curious, Li Nezha took a sip and was surprised to discover that, while the flavor was pleasant, it was merely good tea among ordinary leaves, far from the exquisite quality he had anticipated. This was not due to the Ancient One's unwillingness to serve fine tea. Rather, they typically consumed such tea, treating every guest equally regardless of their status. Given the Ancient One's abilities, she could easily procure a truckload of superior tea. Yet she contentedly settled for the commonplace, revealing her character of contentment with simplicity. After enjoying the tea, the Ancient One spoke first. great deity of the three altars and sea assembly. Li Nezha quickly waved his hand, saying, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Nezha. The Ancient One chuckled. I shall continue to address you as a deity, for is that not how others refer to you? Deity, I have long wished to meet you. But my schedule has been quite demanding. I hope you can forgive me. Li Nezha laughed heartily. I have often wondered why, as an outsider demon god, you have not come to expel me. I have been on edge, and I thought it unwise to continue in this manner, so I decided to come and see you, regardless of the outcome, to at least ensure a peaceful night's sleep. The Ancient One quickly replied, but you are a deity. How could I possibly have the power to expel you? Li Nezha waved his hand dismissively, saying, do not say that. To be honest, my visit is partly to eliminate a potential threat, but largely, I was compelled by monetary persuasion. Otherwise, I would have found it difficult to muster the resolve to come. The Ancient One laughed in return. Then let me speak candidly as well. I have meticulously observed your timeline over hundreds of thousands of iterations, and our confrontations comprise 20% of those timelines. Yet, in every battle, I have been defeated without exception. The only spell that might instill a modicum of caution in you is the mirror dimension, but even that would only delay you momentarily before you shatter it. Tony, feeling bewildered, interjected, are you too in mutual apprehension? Do you not have a proper assessment of your own strengths? Li Nezha replied, you do not understand. Strength does not guarantee peace of mind. It is akin to two gunmen, one seasoned and precise, the other a complete novice. Would the veteran not perish if struck by the novice's shot? At that moment, the Ancient One interjected, in fact, I have engaged with you in combat on the timeline multiple times, and I have struck you many times, yet I have caused no harm. Even my ultimate trump card is powerless against you. Li Nezha was taken aback for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief and said, hearing that puts my mind at ease. But are you not concerned that without reservations, I might act recklessly? Gui replied with a smile. This is also a lesson I've gleaned from the timeline. You are more susceptible to gentleness than to force. The more candid and respectful I am towards you, the more benevolent you become. Chapter 17. The relic that could save a life. Gui's words were ambiguous, oscillating between honesty and boasting. Nevertheless, Li Nezha felt completely exposed, which was rather unsettling. Yet, he had no choice but to maintain his composure, as Gui's demeanor remained respectfully deferential. Moreover, Gui claimed not to be Li Nezha's rival. Who could ascertain the veracity of her statement? What if she was merely deceiving him? Regardless of how modest Gui appeared, Li Nezha dared not underestimate her. As their candid exchange came to a close, it was time to address Tony's request. Without needing them to articulate it, Gui was already aware of what Tony sought. With a hint of reluctance, she stated, Kamartaj indeed possesses magic for healing, but all forms of magic have their taboos. We will not invoke it unless the injury is irreparable. Tony, visibly disappointed, asked, is there truly no alternative? Gui responded, rather than resorting to magic for healing, I would recommend employing technological methods. You should be aware of this, Great One. Tony immediately turned to Li Nezha, his eyes brimming with hope and a touch of melancholy, deserving of an Oscar for his performance. Li Nezha sighed, I do know, but it merely buys time. And you will owe a debt to Xiangyang. Are you willing to do that? Tony, whose palladium poisoning had reached a critical stage, would pay any price to survive, even a debt to Xiangyang. Without much deliberation, he nodded, absolutely. Li Nezha shrugged, then let us return. Seeing them prepare to leave, Gui quickly interjected, Great One, I have many more questions regarding magic that I wish to discuss. Could you stay a little longer? Li Nezha replied, what can a brief moment accomplish in a discussion about magic? Tony and I will return first, and once his issues are resolved, I shall come back to find you. Gui was elated. Then I shall await your esteemed presence. Once outside, Li Nezha and Tony got into the car. And Tony impatiently inquired, what exactly is this technological method? Speak quickly. With only Li Nezha, Tony, and the driver happy present, Li Nezha decided not to keep him in suspense, saying, to my knowledge, your father had a hypothesis regarding a new element. But due to the inadequacy of the scientific instruments available at the time, he was unable to conduct successful experiments. He concealed this hypothesis within his relics, which are currently preserved by Xiangyang. Understanding immediately, Tony called Nick Fury to request Howard Stark's relics. Nick Fury had been anticipating this day and instructed Tony to retrieve them from Xiangyang headquarters. Though New York is not far from Washington, the drive would still take over 4 hours. Tony was impatient and immediately ordered Happy to change course towards Washington. Li Nezha, however, was reluctant to waste 8 hours traveling back and forth, stating, "You go ahead, I'll return first." Tony quickly interjected, "No, no, no. If you're unwilling to squander 8 hours, I share the sentiment. Instead, let us both fly there, and on our return, we'll rely on you to bring the items back." Li Nezha sighed. "It seems I have become your reluctant companion. Very well, let us proceed." Tony carried a portable suit of armor, roughly the size of a suitcase. While it was lightweight, flying remained unproblematic. However, as he flew, he grew increasingly discontented. Tony was flying in a prone position, while Li Nezha stood upright, and the contrast in their postures was palpable. Though Tony's iron armor could also be flown in an upright position, doing so would significantly increase wind resistance, drastically reducing the endurance of the arc reactor. This made him exceedingly envious of Li Nezha's wind-fire wheel, which required no energy consumption and could fly indefinitely at remarkable speeds, effortlessly keeping pace with Tony's attempts to accelerate. The only drawback compared to the iron armor was the absence of auxiliary equipment. The air traffic control regulations from New York to Washington were exceedingly stringent. It was only due to Tony's considerable influence that they had not been shot down long ago. Li Nezha also wielded significant influence, yet without communication devices to liaise with the military, Tony had a slight advantage in this regard. What would take 4 hours by car was accomplished in less than 10 minutes by flight, and soon they landed atop the Triskelion building. Li Nezha, disinterested in dealing with Nick Fury, opted to wait on the helipad while allowing Tony to handle the negotiations. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tony departed, a petite Asian woman approached, carrying a tray brimming with beverages. In Mandarin, she greeted, "Hello, Great Nezha. I am Melinda. You may also call me by my Mandarin name, Mei Lin." Li Nezha recognized her as Melinda May, the formidable agent from Xiangyang. Observing the array of drinks on the tray, Li Nezha unabashedly selected a bottle of exquisite champagne, remarking, "The provisions at Xiangyang are truly remarkable. Is this your regular drink or part of your director's collection?" Melinda replied with a smile, "Of course, it is part of the director's collection. Xiangyang has yet to prosper enough to provide such luxurious beverages for everyone." Li Nezha perched himself at the edge of the helipad, legs dangling in the air, while Melinda set the tray beside him and joined him in sitting down. Casting a glance at her, Li Nezha inquired, "What purpose has your director sent you for?" Melinda shrugged, saying, "What other purpose could it be? Naturally, it is to establish rapport. Once familiarized, it will be easier to communicate when the need arises." Li Nezha scoffed. "Your director, always coveting what is in front of him while oblivious to the fact that others have already emptied his bowl." Melinda's pupils dilated in surprise, and she quickly pressed, "What do you mean by that?" Li Nezha chuckled and shook his head, remarking that it was trivial, merely idle chatter. Subsequently, Melinda endeavored to probe him further, but Nezha remained unresponsive, instead savoring his champagne. As a seasoned agent, Melinda was adept at reading the room. She discerned Nezha's reluctance to engage and, fearing to irritate him, prudently ceased her inquiries. Instead, she busied herself bringing forth an array of snacks to ensure Nezha was well fed and hydrated. After a span of 10 minutes, the items Tony requested finally arrived, delivered by 2 agents to the helipad. Impatiently, Tony exclaimed, "Can we leave now?" Nezha polished off the last sip of his champagne and replied, "We can depart at any moment." As Tony activated the thrusters, ascending slowly into the air, Nezha utilized his magical silk to encase the box, soaring gracefully upward. The two then transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the horizon, leaving the SHIELD personnel in a state of bewilderment. SHIELD's technological advancements are indeed among the finest on Earth, yet they pale in comparison to the extraordinary abilities of these 2 individuals. Upon returning to Stark Tower, Tony began to organize the artifacts. Nezha, opting not to intrude, retreated to the laboratory to review the manufacturing techniques of the miniature arc reactor. It must be noted that Tony was remarkably generous, even imparting the secrets of the arc reactor's construction that had been kept in reserve. Naturally, Nezha was no ordinary individual. He had no intention of exploiting the arc reactor for profit, but rather viewed it as a reservoir of knowledge to be employed when necessary. Chapter 18. The new element is beautiful. Howard Stark, a preeminent scientist, left behind a scientific legacy that only Tony Stark could inherit. Although SHIELD's technology was already among the most advanced on Earth, the artifacts had lingered in their possession for so long without anyone discerning their hidden intricacies. However, once Tony acquired them, he promptly detected the anomalies and unraveled the puzzles they presented. while Nezha was crafting the third arc reactor by hand, without any instruments. He was approached by an exuberant Tony who burst into the laboratory, exclaiming, "Hey, Nezha, come help me." Without lifting his gaze, Nezha inquired, "What is it?" Tony instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to project the designs, stating, "My father invented a new element, one that is not listed on the periodic table. This new element harbors immense energy, and if we can produce it, it could replace palladium, creating an arc reactor with greater energy output, power, and devoid of toxicity or side effects." Nezha responded, "Oh, then let us create it." Tony, somewhat deflated by Nezha's nonchalance, retorted, "Hey, after studying applied physics for so long, don't you understand its significance? Why aren't you the least bit excited?" Nezha replied, "If I were to become excited over such trivial matters, how would I contain myself when I venture into outer space and encounter alien technology?" Tony scratched his nose, conceding, "All right, let's change the subject. I need your assistance to bring this to fruition." Nezha affirmed, "No problem. According to your designs, we will require a particle accelerator, correct? You proceed to place the order while I finalize the construction of this arc reactor." Tony's enthusiasm was thoroughly extinguished. He languidly raised his hands and turned to procure the necessary equipment. A particle accelerator is no ordinary apparatus, even in this realm rife with advanced technology. It remains a substantial piece of machinery. Fortunately, Stark Tower boasts ample space, and after meticulous calculations, Tony ingeniously designed a circuit that traversed through several walls to successfully install the particle accelerator. For Li Nezha, breaching walls was no more challenging than tearing a sheet of paper. What astonished him was the remarkable compactness of the particle accelerator in this dimension. In the realm of reality, a particle accelerator is an undeniable behemoth. Yet in the Avengers universe, Tony merely made a phone call, and the equipment was promptly delivered. Together, they assembled it in half a day. This simplicity led Li Nezha to question whether such an easily constructed particle accelerator could truly be functional. As it turned out, this contraption was not only operational, but also possessed a high degree of safety. Utilizing this toy resembling a miniature train, Tony successfully manufactured the new element envisioned by Howard. Gazing at the softly glowing blue triangle, Li Nezha remarked, "This is quite exquisite. Let us create a few more to serve as power banks for my phone." Tony's elation at producing the new element was swiftly dampened. He retorted, "Power banks for your phone? The ones you've made by hand will suffice. Don't expect to have this new one." Li Nezha countered, "Don't be so stingy. The equipment is readily available. Producing a few more won't be burdensome." With that, he took to operating the particle accelerator and truly crafted another one, though he claimed it was effortless. Merely starting the particle accelerator consumed an enormous amount of electricity. If not for Stark Tower's abundant power supply, finding such a resource would have been quite challenging. Yet, Tony was indifferent to this minor consumption, shaking his head in resignation at Li Nezha's actions. Removing the shimmering blue triangle, Li Nezha found a cord and hung it around his neck, turning back to ask, "Does it look good?" Tony, exasperated, covered his forehead and replied, "You should wear it as an earring. It would look much better that way." Li Nezha refused, asserting, "No way, I'm a man. Wearing an earring would be too effeminate." Sighing, Tony conceded, "Suit yourself." The new element had been created, yet the task was not complete. Tony still needed to test its various parameters. Li Nezha, disinterested in waiting for results, was content as long as it was superior to the previous version. He removed the Xiangyang circle from around his neck, transforming it into a bracelet for his wrist, replacing the neck ornament with the new element. And then he joyfully bounced off to show off to Pepper. Upon exiting the laboratory, he encountered Coulson, who curiously inquired, "Coulson, what brings you here at this time?" Coulson, wearing his customary smile, replied, "I am here to bid farewell. I've been reassigned to New Mexico, and I will no longer be responsible for communications with Mr. Stark." Li Nezha raised an eyebrow, aware that the plot of Thor was about to unfold. Indeed, the long quiet system reappeared once again. This time, the mission was to destroy the destroyer, with a reward of 2,000 gold coins. Li Nezha sighed. The system had remarkably high standards. His initial task involved battling Hulk and Abomination, followed by this second task against the destroyer. The ironmonger he encountered in between, along with the impending confrontation with the arch-villain Ivan Vanko, were evidently deemed unworthy by the system. Although the reward was modest, it was still a reward, and earning gold coins from the system was notoriously difficult. Therefore, he felt compelled to accept the task. However, there was no rush. Thor had only just arrived, and there was still some time before the destroyer would make its appearance. He decided to postpone his efforts for later. After bidding farewell to Coulson, Li Nezha continued on to boast to Pepper Potts. In truth, his boasting was merely a pretense. His actual intention was to inform her that Tony's palladium poisoning issue had been resolved. Tony Stark could be quite difficult at times. Despite being well aware of Pepper's deep affection for him and reciprocating those feelings, he stubbornly refrained from expressing them openly, opting instead to engage in actions he deemed beneficial for her behind the scenes. Such behavior starkly contrasted with the typical American demeanor, especially for a notorious playboy like Tony Stark. Yet, he persisted in this manner, which felt quite incongruous. Li Nezha had no intention of contradicting Tony's wishes. He merely aimed to drop a subtle hint, which sufficed. As expected, Pepper understood his unspoken message, her eyes brimming with tears of joy, and she could not resist the urge to visit Tony. However, as they were not family, she composed herself at the laboratory door, masking her excitement, and upon meeting Tony, exchanged a few casual remarks before departing contentedly. Li Nezha, having no interest in their affairs, returned home after his brief display before Pepper. The following day, he engaged in the pursuit of other skills. He studied French cuisine in the morning, practiced the violin in the afternoon, and in the evening, delved into the game of Go at home. Just as he was engrossed in a match with his Go master, a phone call interrupted him. Upon answering, he was met with a series of explosions before hearing Tony's urgent voice. "Nezha, come quickly. I can't hold on much longer." Li Nezha let out a resigned sigh and addressed his Go master. "We will pause here for today." Tony had a knack for attracting trouble. Chapter 19. A fair fight to settle old scores. Upon arriving at the expo, Li Nezha found Tony in a dire predicament, pursued relentlessly by dozens of humanoid battle machines, including the war machine he had gifted to Rhodey. At that moment, Tony was devoid of the luxury to call for help. His entire focus consumed by evasion and issuing commands to J.A.R.V.I.S. Without hesitation, Li Nezha unleashed his Xiangyang ring, transforming it into a streak of light that darted through the ranks of the battle machines. In comparison to the Xiangyang ring, the battle machines were exceedingly fragile. Each one struck disintegrated into pieces. In an instant, only one war machine remained in pursuit of Tony. Only one remained, and Tony felt unafraid. He turned and engaged in combat with War Machine, exclaiming, "Nezha, quickly assist me in subduing him. Remember, do not harm him. He is merely a puppet controlled by another." Li Nezha replied, "That's easily managed. Step aside." Tony promptly retreated but couldn't help but inquire, "What do you intend to?" Before he could finish, Li Nezha's fire spear had already pierced the arc reactor. The reactor's brilliance dimmed, and War Machine lost power, collapsing to the ground motionless. Tony blinked in disbelief, muttering, "My Iron Man suit has such a significant flaw. Without power, the suit could not even allow its occupant to rise or open the faceplate." Through the helmet, Rhodey's voice sounded muffled. "You two, stop chatting and help me remove this faceplate. I can't breathe." Li Nezha stepped forward and grasped the chin of the helmet, effortlessly removing it. Rhodey gasped, "Thank you, thank you." Tony again muttered, "Another flaw." Li Nezha retorted, "In my presence, your armor is riddled with vulnerabilities." Tony, defensive, responded, "Once I acquire sufficient vibranium, you will truly understand my prowess." Just as Li Nezha was about to speak, another Iron Man suit descended nearby, its faceplate opening to reveal the orchestrator of this entire scheme, Ivan Vanko. Tony fumed, "How dare you show your face before us?" Ivan, with a toothpick in his mouth, grinned malevolently. "Why shouldn't I? Do you see this?" Tony frowned. "A remote control? What does it control?" Ivan replied, "I have installed bombs in all the mechanized warriors. Even if they are rendered inoperable, I can detonate them at will with this remote. Thanks to you, the remains of the mechanized warriors are scattered everywhere. Can you imagine the devastation it could cause?" Tony seethed, "You seek me. Why involve innocent people?" Ivan countered, "I did not intend to endanger the innocent. But with a super little boy by your side, I must take precautions." Li Nezha frowned. "Super little boy? Are you referring to me?" "I dislike that title." Despite his usual bravado, Ivan appeared momentarily intimidated, stating, "All right, I apologize. I've heard you are a deity. May I call you Great Deity?" Li Nezha raised an eyebrow. "Ivan Vanko actually apologizes? Is it because I am a god?" Ivan hastily clarified, "Of course not. What I mean is, I wish to exchange this remote for a promise that you will not intervene." Li Nezha realized, "You wish to challenge Tony one-on-one?" Ivan nodded, "Precisely. I want a fair fight with him, and I hope you can facilitate that." Li Nezha glanced at Tony, who, refusing to back down, declared, "I agree. A fair challenge. I fear no one." Li Nezha shrugged, "Since you both consent, I shall not play the villain. Ivan, hand me the remote, and then you may commence your battle." Ivan harbored no doubts regarding Li Nezha's intentions and promptly tossed the remote control over. Li Nezha caught it and, akin to dragging a lifeless dog, pulled Rhodey away, propping him against the steps to await the unfolding drama. Rhodey could not help but exclaim, "Are we truly allowing Tony to confront Ivan on his own? What if he loses or sustains injuries?" Li Nezha replied, "Then he is unworthy of being Iron Man. He should return to being the Playboy Tony." Rhodey fell silent for a moment before continuing. "If, hypothetically, Tony were to win, yet at a grave cost, say, losing an arm or a leg, he might very well regret becoming Iron Man," Li Nezha countered. "Did he not mention that his iron armor serves as high-tech prosthetics?" Rhodey found himself at a loss for words, yet inwardly mused that even with advanced prosthetics, one should not aim for the loss of limbs. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Tony and Ivan had already engaged in combat. Both donned their iron armor, resulting in a cacophony of clanging metal. However, it wasn't long before Tony began evading Ivan's strikes. The reality was that Ivan's armor resembled that of a metal behemoth, large and robust, making direct confrontation ill-advised. Yet, Ivan's agility was not to be underestimated. His whips moved with the grace of serpents and possessed tremendous power, capable of inflicting deep scars even upon Tony's titanium alloy armor. As it became evident that Tony was at a disadvantage, Rhodey could no longer remain passive and frequently glanced at Li Nezha, who remained composed, showing no inclination to intervene. At that moment, Pepper Potts hurried over, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Why aren't you helping Tony?" Rhodey gestured towards Li Nezha, indicating that he was in charge. Li Nezha then inquired, "Did you bring popcorn? If not, beer will suffice." Pepper, incensed, retorted, "Are you merely watching a show? Tony is fighting for his life. How can you be so indifferent?" Li Nezha shrugged. "Do you see? This illustrates the difference between men and women." Pepper shot back, "Don't give me that nonsense about men and women. You are just a child." Li Nezha, feigning a lecherous gaze at Pepper's chest, remarked, "Since you do not believe I am 3,000 years old, how about another round of facial cream?" Pepper instinctively crossed her arms and took a step back, recalling how she had once impulsively embraced this seemingly adorable child, only to later discover the lecherous soul within. The prospect of repeating such an encounter was utterly out of the question. This seemingly youthful old demon would not take advantage of her again. Fortunately, Tony did not take long to seize an opportunity and ultimately turn the tables on Ivan. Throughout the battle, Ivan had maintained an undeniable advantage, yet despite his efforts, he could not vanquish Tony. In a twist of fate, Tony managed to capitalize on a single opportunity and decisively defeated Ivan. This is perhaps the essence of the protagonist's halo. The hero must endure hardship to truly exhibit resolute tenacity, yet ultimately, triumph is always within reach. Ivan did not perish at the hands of Tony. Rather, after his defeat, he realized that even if he survived, a lifetime in prison awaited him. Thus, he opted for self-destruction. Li Nezha felt a twinge of regret over his demise, yet he harbored no sympathy. This individual had previously manipulated mechanical warriors to pursue Tony, showing a blatant disregard for the casualties among ordinary people, resulting in numerous deaths. For this reason alone, his demise is hardly lamentable. Chapter 20. Deities are not omnipotent. At least not bargainers with matters concerning Tony resolved. Li Nezha contemplated a journey to New Mexico. However, before he could set forth, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived in search of him. The visitor was none other than Melinda, whom he had encountered on the rooftop of the Triarch Wing building. Upon their meeting, she presented herself with a visibly anxious demeanor and exclaimed, "Great One, there is trouble. A deity has appeared again in New Mexico." Li Nezha felt a surge of exasperation. Had he not known that the being in question was Thor, he might have assumed that Sun Wukong or Erlang Shun had also arrived. Noticing the disapproving look Li Nezha cast her way, Melinda, sensing his dissatisfaction, refrained from further embellishments and confessed, "According to our investigation, the deity that has arrived is likely the Norse god of thunder. However, the evidence is still insufficient for full confirmation. Regardless of whether he is indeed Thor, we cannot guarantee that his intentions towards Earth are benevolent. Therefore, our director wishes to request your assistance, as benevolent and forgiving deities like yourself are a rarity." Li Nezha rolled his eyes, dismissing her flattery, and began to rub his thumb, index, and middle fingers together. Melinda was taken aback. Was this truly a deity? Why was he seemingly demanding payment? With a hint of irritation, Li Nezha retorted, "What are you dawdling for? Didn't your director inform you that my services require remuneration?" Regaining her composure, Melinda expressed her disappointment. "As a god, isn't it your duty to protect the innocent?" Li Nezha replied, "The issue is, the mortals I previously safeguarded would offer me incense in gratitude. Now, look at my temple on the first floor. How long has it been established? And how many have come to pay their respects? Why should I offer my protection for free?" Melinda inquired, "So, deities trade their protection for incense?" Li Nezha responded, "What else is there? Deities are not saints, who would engage in selfless acts without benefit. In the absence of incense, monetary compensation must suffice. Melinda, concealing her true thoughts beneath a stern expression, asked, "How much do you require?" Li Nezha began to count on his fingers during my initial engagement. I was unaware of the market rate and requested too little. General Ross only compensated me with 15 million. Later, Pepper invited me to assist, providing 20 million. Subsequently, Tony proved quite generous, offering me a 10% stake in Stark Industries. Of course, Tony's payment was a lump sum covering all future remuneration, which is why I did not accept any further payment when I aided him against Ivan Vanko. Despite Melinda's best efforts to maintain her composure, her expression darkened as she remarked, "I need to consult the director." Li Nezha waved her off, saying, "Go ahead." Once Melinda exited the room and reached the end of the corridor, she retrieved her phone to call Nick Fury. Within a few minutes, she returned and announced, "Our director has agreed to contribute 20 million. Li Nezha replied, "Come now, your director stated that anything below 50 million is negotiable. I am, after all, a deity. You should maintain a distance of at least a kilometer when making such calls. Merely 2 walls and a distance of 50 meters. Does that not belittle me?" However, Melinda remained unfazed, calmly asserting, "I believe 20 million is a very reasonable price, as your previous engagements were also at this price point. Moreover, our current commission may not even require action. Perhaps Thor is akin to you, a comparatively amicable god, thus you need only make an appearance. 20 million is already quite substantial." Li Nezha hesitated, realizing his ineptitude in the art of negotiation, chiefly due to his inability to display shamelessness. This reminiscence brought to mind the female lawyer he had once known. What was her name? Ah, yes, Marilyn. Her disposition was quite saintly. Initially, Li Nezha had refrained from forging a close relationship with her, fearing that a fallout with the Americans would endanger her. However, it now seemed that the Americans were quite astute, showing no inclination to exert control over him, thus diminishing the likelihood of conflict. Therefore, engaging Marilyn as his personal lawyer no longer posed a concern. Yet, Marilyn's immediate presence was improbable, and she would be of no assistance in this negotiation. Li Nezha could only concede, "Very well, 20 million. However, I require the payment up front, and it must be post-tax." Nick Fury's bottom line was 50 million, and Melinda intended to negotiate down to 40 million to exceed her objective. To her surprise, Li Nezha, fully aware of the minimum price, readily acquiesced to the 20 million offer, leaving Melinda no room for further negotiation, and she promptly accepted his terms. Once an agreement was reached, Li Nezha turned to Aunt Zheng and requested, "Please find someone for me. Her name is Marilyn. She assisted me during the night of the altercation between Hulk and Abomination." Aunt Zheng initially agreed, then inquired, what position should she assume? Li Nezha replied, "Private lawyer? Legal advisor? Agent? Whatever suits." Aunt Zheng understood, casting a glance at Melinda. In truth, there was no need to engage a lawyer for such negotiations. Aunt Zheng would handle it better than Li Nezha. However, Li Nezha's dominant nature stifled any contributions from Aunt Zheng or Yi, had he remained silent and allowed either of them to bargain. They could have secured at least 40 million. With the price settled, Li Nezha followed Melinda. As for the payment logistics, that would be managed by others, relieving him of concern. To travel to New Mexico, Li Nezha found it most convenient to ride on his fiery wheels, but he was unaware of the precise location. Consequently, Melinda arranged for a Quinjet to assist him. The Kuan-type aircraft possesses remarkable speed, rivaling that of reconnaissance planes. Li Nezha felt as though he had barely settled in before it was time to disembark. The Kuan-type aircraft is capable of vertical takeoff and landing, allowing it to land conveniently beside the base, where Coulson awaited with a few others. After shaking hands with Coulson, Li Nezha was approached by another individual who introduced himself. "Hello, I am Clint Barton." Li Nezha scrutinized him for a moment, recognizing him as Hawkeye, and nodded. "Greetings, you are quite impressive." Hawkeye's face broke into a broad smile. Though he was not particularly eloquent and could only grin foolishly, at a loss for words. Shortly thereafter, a third person extended his hand, introducing himself as, "Hello, I am Jasper Sitwell." Li Nezha recognized this individual as well, an anomaly among Hydra, the only one not subjected to brainwashing, still fearful for his life. Thus, Li Nezha merely responded, "Hello." The praise Li Nezha had offered to Hawkeye contrasted sharply with the silence afforded to Sitwell, establishing an unspoken hierarchy. Coulson gestured invitingly, "Esteemed one. This way, please." Just as Li Nezha was about to step forward, Hawkeye called out from behind, "Farewell, esteemed one." Li Nezha turned to see a backpack at his feet and inquired, "Are you departing?" Hawkeye replied, "Indeed, esteemed one. With your arrival, my presence is no longer required." I have been reassigned to another task. Li Nezha nodded. Very well, goodbye. With a cheerful expression, Hawkeye boarded the Kuan-type aircraft, showing no signs of disappointment at being replaced. The Kuan-type aircraft, efficient in its operations, had delivered Li Nezha and would now take Hawkeye back, maximizing its utility. Chapter 21. The Norse Pantheon. The base overseen by Coulson was merely a temporary, makeshift establishment, constructed with steel frames and enclosed with thick tarpaulin, delineating various functional areas. Despite its simplicity, the base proved surprisingly effective. It not only shielded against wind and rain, but also boasted commendable insulation. Coulson assigned Li Nezha a private room equipped with a bed, a sofa, a gaming console, and a selection of champagnes from various brands displayed on a cabinet. Presumably, following their previous encounter at the Tri-Point Tower where they had shared champagne, personnel assumed he had a penchant for the beverage and catered to his tastes. In truth, Li Nezha did indeed enjoy it. Upon spotting the bottles, he eagerly opened one and took a hearty swig as if it were soda. Coulson entered with a smile, observing Li Nezha consume half the bottle before speaking. We have detained a suspect claiming to be the god of thunder. Would you care to meet him? Li Nezha waved his hand dismissively. No need. After all, he is a deity. One must afford him some dignity. Coulson seized upon this pivotal point, asking, are you suggesting that he truly is the god of thunder? He appears little different from an ordinary person, perhaps just a bit larger and capable of fighting. There is nothing extraordinary about him. Li Nezha replied. The absence of the extraordinary is simply due to his misfortunes. Coulson inquired, having served in SHIELD for many years. I have encountered numerous self-proclaimed deities, only to discover that they were merely madmen. How can you be certain that this individual claiming to be the god of thunder is indeed who he says he is? You have never even laid eyes upon him. Li Nezha responded, it is simply because there exists a genuine artifact nearby. In your Western parlance, it could be referred to as a divine instrument. Where a divine instrument resides, how could there be no deity present? Coulson retorted skeptically, could it not merely be a remnant left by a fallen god? Li Nezha replied, allow me to impart a fundamental truth. Any artifact or divine instrument retains its optimal condition only while in the possession of its master. Absent its master, its state deteriorates. Consider an automobile. Driven daily by its owner, it remains functional for years. Yet, left to languish in a garage without use, it would likely fail to start after a similar period. Coulson remarked, are you suggesting that the hammer of Thor is still in its prime condition? But how can one discern the state of a divine instrument? Li Nezha hesitated momentarily, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. I momentarily forgot that you are but a mortal. To us gods, discerning the condition of a divine instrument is an obvious matter, nothing extraordinary. It is precisely because this task is so simple for us that I find it challenging to articulate to you. Upon hearing this, Coulson grasped the concept. Indeed, some experiential knowledge defies explanation. For instance, with years of experience, he could often tell if someone had taken a life, yet articulating the nuances of such intuition proved elusive. Li Nezha's inability to convey his discernment of divine instruments did not concern Coulson, as long as there was a general direction. He trusted that scientists might devise a method of testing. Coulson continued, the hammer of Thor is a unique artifact, one that no one can lift. We must establish this base in situ. I wonder if you, great deity, could lift it? If you could, we might relocate it to a more suitable environment for further study. Li Nezha shook his head. I am not well versed in your Western artifacts, but in our Eastern tradition. Any artifact that has accepted a master cannot be easily wielded by others. Artifacts with such a recognition feature are the pinnacle of their kind. If I cannot lift the hammer of Thor, that would be well and good. However, should I succeed, it would lead to complications. Do you understand? Coulson, not lacking in insight, immediately grasped Li Nezha's implication. The hammer of Thor is a divine instrument of the Norse pantheon, one of the finest, and must not fall into the hands of others. Should someone lift the hammer, it would be one thing if they were a mere mortal. However, if it were a god from another pantheon, like Li Nezha, it would undoubtedly provoke Odin's wrath, potentially igniting a divine conflict. At that moment, an agent knocked and entered, reporting, Director, someone is here to post his bail. Coulson nodded to Li Nezha. I shall attend to this matter. Li Nezha waved his hand dismissively. You carry on with your affairs. Do not concern yourself with me. The individual arriving to post bail for Thor was none other than Dr. Eric Selvig. In the realm of academia, individuals holding a doctorate often exhibit a remarkable prowess. However, in other aspects, they may display a certain lack of acumen. The excuse provided by Coulson for releasing Thor was exceedingly feeble. It was implausible enough to fool not even the most rudimentary of gatekeepers, let alone the agents of Xiangyang. Yet, Coulson feigned belief in the absurdity of the situation and granted Thor his freedom. Though Thor was liberated, he remained under the vigilant watch of Xiangyang. Coulson, having confirmed Thor's identity through Nezha, could not justify keeping him detained, lest he offended deity. Building rapport was not an immediate concern. Xiangyang's operatives were of the highest caliber, adept at conducting their affairs with subtlety and finesse. However, the unfolding events left Coulson with little time for delicacy. First, the Bifrost re-emerged, delivering for eccentrically attired individuals. While commanding his subordinates to maintain stringent surveillance, Coulson hurried to Nezha's quarters to seek advice. After contemplation, Nezha remarked, "It is evident that these newcomers are also deities aligned with Thor. Although they appear composed, one cannot dismiss the potential for conflict. Are you prepared for a confrontation with the gods?" Coulson, somewhat bewildered, hesitated. "We have never engaged in battle with deities. What preparations should we undertake?" Nezha scoffed, "Surely. Upon my arrival, your director has made arrangements. Let us see the weaponry intended for me. It will serve to assess their efficacy." Coulson managed a sheepish smile, replying, "Very well, I shall issue the command at once." Nezha added, "Prepare abundantly. The more formidable the firepower, the better. Aim for the strongest possible." Coulson turned to inquire further, but ultimately refrained, nodding as he exited. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the Bifrost reappeared, delivering an imposing suit of armor towering over 9 meters, exuding an intimidating presence. While Coulson's preparations were not yet complete, upon receiving this news, he hesitated briefly before issuing orders. Send someone to probe that entity, and redirect all firepower towards it. Despite the simplicity of Coulson's base, when he unveiled their arsenal, even Nezha was taken aback. Among the various weaponry, there were a staggering 12 self-propelled artillery pieces. These were not ordinary cannons. Their design was distinctly futuristic, indicating they were not to be trifled with. Yet, therein lay the issue. These artillery pieces were evidently of a rudimentary model, cumbersome in operation, with a mere adjustment taking over 10 minutes. Aware that such equipment required time for calibration, Coulson had dispatched personnel to assess the entity, simultaneously buying time. However, he did not anticipate that the machine would remain silent. Upon detecting an approach, it unleashed a devastating blast, sending Xiangyang agents tumbling in chaos. Chapter 22. The Demise of the Destroyer. As Xiangyang agents were under siege from the blast, Nezha arrived at the command center. Coulson, disregarding formalities, immediately commanded, "Retreat. Everyone, distance yourselves from that thing." He has now come to understand why Li Nezha instructed him to prepare heavy artillery. Faced with such a colossal being, towering over 9 meters and constructed entirely of metal, the small handgun in the agent's grasp is utterly ineffective. Only heavy weaponry would suffice. However, before the artillery could be properly calibrated, the destroyer was already advancing towards the town, and should it penetrate the town's borders, the ordinary citizens would inevitably suffer devastating casualties. With no alternative at his disposal, Coulson had no choice but to seek assistance from Li Nezha. "Great deity, we must implore you to intervene. Do not allow it to enter the town." Li Nezha nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "This entity is also a formidable artifact. While I cannot guarantee its destruction, obstructing it is not beyond my capabilities. However, do not place your entire reliance upon me. I am alive and can tire, whereas it will not fatigue. As long as it remains undestroyed, it can continue to fight indefinitely." Coulson, with a solemn expression, nodded in understanding. Li Nezha then took to the wind and fire wheels, positioning himself before the destroyer. The enormous being paid no heed to the figure before it, launching a formidable attack. Li Nezha had long since discerned its method of assault and effortlessly evaded the blow. Countering with the Xiangyang circle, the circle struck the destroyer's head, concaving it like a hammer crushing a tin can. Yet, this hollow can possess the ability to regenerate. In the time it took for the destroyer to realign its head, the damaged portion reverted to its original form, preparing to unleash another assault. However, before it could fire, it was met once again by the Xiangyang circle, which thwarted the attack. The destroyer's massive size rendered its movements rather unwieldy, while the Xiangyang circle struck with the swiftness of lightning, allowing Li Nezha to direct it effortlessly towards its target. Consequently, the destroyer found itself unable to launch a single attack, its head repeatedly crushed, restored, and then crushed again. To the casual observer, the destroyer appeared to be suffering grievously. incapable of retaliating. Yet Coulson understood that the Qiankuan circle could not be wielded infinitely, whereas the destroyer seemed to possess an inexhaustible capacity for recovery. Thus, he once again urged for the rapid calibration of the self-propelled artillery. Li Nezha, aware that the Qiankuan circle could not be employed indefinitely, opted for a different artifact, transforming a golden brick into a container-sized mass that descended from the heavens, obliterating the destroyer into mere fragments. Nonetheless, even in its diminished state, the destroyer remarkably reconstituted itself within 2 or 3 seconds, defying all logic. Li Nezha pondered this anomaly. Was the destroyer not Odin's armor? Its defensive capabilities appeared woefully inadequate, yet its regenerative abilities were formidable. What would happen if Odin, while clad in it, were to be struck down? A single blow could turn him into pulp. Yet the armor would merely restore itself. What purpose would that serve? The golden brick proved ineffective against the destroyer, prompting Li Nezha to switch tactics. He employed the fire spear to repeatedly stab at the neck and limbs of the destroyer, attempting to dismember it. Yet, even in its disassembled state, the parts of the destroyer gravitated back together, retaining their integrity. Li Nezha, naturally unwilling to allow it to regenerate, chose not to intervene with the other parts, but instead focused solely on the head, lifting it with the fire spear before swiftly retreating. The destroyer, devoid of a head, could still move, yet it lacked the capacity to control its direction. Its face cannon could only fire directly upward from its neck. In a state of helplessness, the destroyer pursued Li Nezha, hoping to reclaim its missing head. Alas, how could the earthbound destroyer ever catch up to the airborne Li Nezha? Instead of reclaiming its head, it resembled a dog being led in circles. At that moment, SHIELD's self-propelled artillery finally calibrated its aim and locked onto the destroyer. With Li Nezha soaring above, there was no concern for friendly fire, and Coulson promptly commanded the artillery to fire. It must be said that SHIELD's gunners were indeed formidable. 12 cannons fired simultaneously, unleashing 12 beams of blue light that descended upon the destroyer. However, once the brilliance dissipated, although some parts of the destroyer were obliterated, it astonishingly reassembled itself from the remaining fragments, even restoring its head, albeit on a significantly smaller scale. Witnessing this, Li Nezha immediately shouted into the communicator, "Coulson, another round." Coulson replied, "That's not possible. Our energy cannons require a 3-minute cooldown before refiring." Left with no choice, Li Nezha resorted to striking with a gold brick. While the gold brick could not harm the destroyer, as long as he did not stow it away, the destroyer would have to restore itself first, taking the time to dig out of the ground, thus buying Li Nezha 7 or 8 seconds before being struck again. While hammering away, Li Nezha pondered how to completely annihilate the destroyer. This was crucial for his system task, promising a reward of 2,000 gold coins. In the original narrative, Thor had unleashed a torrent of lightning into the destroyer's face, dismantling it from within. The dilemma, however, was that Li Nezha lacked any artifact capable of emitting energy. His weapons, the Qiankuan circle and the fire spear, were either physical attacks or could only incinerate from the outside. Just as Li Nezha found himself in a quandary, Coulson's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Great one, the energy cannon is ready for a second round of fire. Clear the area." Li Nezha's eyes sparkled with realization. "Wait, don't fire yet." He then soared back on his wind fire wheels to the energy cannon. Bracing its base with both hands, he bellowed, "Lift." The cannon wobbled but failed to rise. Flushing with embarrassment, Li Nezha shouted once more, transforming into a form reminiscent of a mighty warrior, and attempted again. This time, the cannon did lift, yet Li Nezha struggled to maneuver it effectively. Disappointed, he set it down, realizing his strength was insufficient. If only he could wield the energy cannon with the same agility as he did the fire spear. Directing it into the destroyer's mouth to unleash its fire would surely not pose a challenge. Li Nezha felt disheartened, while Coulson and the others gazed in astonishment. The energy cannon, occupying the domain of self-propelled artillery, weighed over 40 tons, and the fact that Li Nezha had lifted it was a testament to his extraordinary strength. As Li Nezha endeavored to lift the energy cannon, the destroyer freed itself from the restraint of the gold bricks and advanced once more towards the cannon's position. It recognized the significant threat posed by the energy cannon and understood that it must be eliminated first. Li Nezha, pondering with his chin in hand, turned to the gunners and instructed, "Prepare yourselves. When I signal you to fire, you must do so without delay. Do you comprehend?" Coulson inquired, "What is your plan?" Li Nezha clenched his teeth and replied, "You will soon find out." He then deftly swung the Hunyuan silk, binding the destroyer like a zongzi and thrusting its face against the cannon's muzzle, commanding, "Fire." Upon receiving the command, the gunners instinctively pressed the launch button, and a beam of blue light surged into the destroyer's body. Chapter 23. How Asgard could also be struck down as the energy beam penetrated the destroyer. Li Nezha quickly retracted the Hunyuan silk. Should the energy cannon damage the silk, it would be a grave loss, and a mere 2,000 gold coins could not compensate for it. Fortunately, the destroyer was not obliterated in a single shot, nor did it explode. Thus the Hunyuan silk remained unharmed. Although it did not meet its end immediately, the destroyer sustained considerable damage, resembling a malfunctioning automaton, beginning to stutter. Observing the efficacy of his strategy, Li Nezha promptly ensnared it once more with the Hunyuan silk, delivering it to the muzzle of another energy cannon. At that moment, a shout rang out, "Stop!" Li Nezha paid no heed to the interruption and ordered, "Fire." The second blast struck the destroyer, which remained intact but appeared precariously fragile, its body riddled with fissures as if it might collapse at any moment. The individual who had shouted in anger charged forward, swatting away S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in his path, and yelled again, "I said stop." Li Nezha, without turning to regard him, summoned the gold bricks, which swiftly struck the intruder into the ground. The destroyer was no longer merely stuttering but lay inert, akin to a lifeless fish, at Li Nezha's mercy. With this realization, Li Nezha discarded the Hunyuan silk, seizing 2 steel pipes and using them like chopsticks to hoist the destroyer against the cannon's muzzle, declaring, "One more shot." Just as the gunners prepared to press the button, Coulson interjected, "Wait. Great one, are we not?" Li Nezha interrupted, "What do you mean, are we not? Follow my command and fire." After a moment's hesitation, Coulson retreated to the side. Seeing Coulson's lack of opposition, the gunners promptly pressed the button. As the energy cannon discharged, several voices simultaneously shouted, "Stop!" Unfortunately, it was too late. This blast utterly annihilated the destroyer, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. Upon hearing the system notification of 2,000 gold coins credited to his account, Li Nezha turned to face the approaching Asgardians, his expression icy. The first 3 Asgardians to arrive were none other than Hogun, Fandral, and Sif, the valiant trio of the Warriors 3. Thor has also arrived, yet he now walks among mortals, lagging behind and panting heavily. Vandal glances at the remnants of the destroyer, his fury palpable as he exclaims, "Did you not hear my command to cease? That was Asgard's ultimate weapon, a vital asset, and you have so carelessly destroyed it." Li Nezha interjects with a mocking tone, "Oh, the ultimate weapon? Just this?" Vandal is momentarily rendered speechless. The ease with which the ultimate weapon was dismantled raises questions about Asgard's prowess. However, deep down, all comprehend that had it not been for Li Nezha, the destroyer would not have succumbed so effortlessly. The energy cannon of S.H.I.E.L.D. would only have had a single opportunity to fire before being obliterated by the destroyer. Hence, the true prowess lies with Li Nezha, not in the inadequacy of Asgard's ultimate weapon. Yet, such matters are not worth debating. Asgardians prefer action over idle chatter, and they cannot afford to lose face over trivial disputes. Sif shifts the conversation, inquiring, "What of Volstagg? Where have you taken him?" Li Nezha beckons, and a golden brick returns, revealing Volstagg, who has been forcefully embedded in the ground. Although he is unscathed, upon the brick's removal, he raises his head and exclaims, "I could hardly breathe." Vandal and Hogun rush to assist him, and as he rises, a distinct human-shaped impression remains in the earth, so precise that pouring hot wax into it would yield an immediate wax figure of Volstagg. Seeing Volstagg unharmed alleviates some of the tension among the Asgardians. Vandal, still perturbed, presses on, "What do you say about the destruction of the destroyer?" Li Nezha retorts, "Is this contraption truly called the destroyer? It came to Earth to take lives. What do you have to say about that?" Coulson joins in, "Your so-called destroyer cannot be a living entity, can it? It came to Earth with someone pulling the strings. Correct? Who is that individual? Is it you? Or perhaps someone else?" Vandal finds himself at a loss for words, glancing at his companions. Yet they too are not eloquent and remain silent. Fortunately, Thor finally arrives, breathless, declaring, "Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. They were merely engaged in a bit of play acting, so do not take offense. We shall depart immediately." Vandal and his companions are bewildered by Thor's words. With no time for further explanation, he urges them to leave. Volstagg, ever impulsive, still confused, protests, "We are leaving just like that? I was just struck by a large brick and it was for naught." A few of the agents, unable to contain their amusement, turn away, stifling laughter, while the others also suppress their mirth. Thor shoots a sheepish grin at Li Nezha and Coulson, pushing Volstagg along. "Hurry. Let's be off and spare the chatter." Coulson was acutely aware that they were indeed Asgardians, and Earth could ill afford to offend them. Otherwise, given their conduct, they would certainly be apprehended and interrogated. Thor and the others ambled away, and Li Nezha turned back, pointing at the remnants of the destroyer. "This is my trophy. Have it packaged for me, as I intend to take it with me." Coulson immediately countered, "We also played a part in the destruction of this thing. The spoils cannot be claimed solely by you." Li Nezha pondered this and conceded, "Very well, your energy cannon did contribute. I shall grant you 10%. Coulson replied, 10% is far too modest. Had it not been for our energy cannon, you would have found it impossible to dismantle the destroyer. I believe a 50-50 division would be more equitable." Suddenly, Li Nezha realized they had entered the realm of bargaining, a domain in which he was not particularly skilled. Since he was ill-equipped for negotiation, he decided not to engage further with Coulson, stating, "Just 10%. Take it or leave it." Coulson wished to continue the discussion, but Li Nezha would say no more. He seized a fragment of the wreckage, breaking off a foot with a small leg of more than 10 centimeters, and thrust it into Coulson's arms, declaring, "This is all you get. If you don't want it, you may return it." Coulson was certainly unwilling to relent. Yet Li Nezha had already stowed the remaining parts of the wreckage into a leopard print bag and turned to return to his chamber, leaving Coulson with no choice but to acquiesce. Li Nezha remained at the base, wary of any further actions from Asgard. Loki sought to eliminate Thor, but the destroyer had been vanquished before it could confront Thor, so Loki would undoubtedly take further action. However, after several days of waiting, Loki had not sent anyone, which only served to heighten Li Nezha's apprehension. The narrative had shifted, and he could not foresee how events would unfold next. Chapter 24. Encountering such troubling adversaries for the first time, Loki remained silent, and the three warriors of the Divine Palace along with Sif had not returned. Thor, in the meantime, had become inseparable from his earthly girlfriend, Jane Foster, and their group had surprisingly settled on Earth. Jane Foster, an astronomer, had come to this small town for research, only to discover that the celestial phenomena she was studying were brought forth by her new beau. Given this, she saw no reason to remain in this town, as long as she could keep Thor by her side. She would not fear missing the opportunity to witness the Bifrost's manifestation. Consequently, Jane, along with her mentor Eric Selvig and assistant Darcy Lewis, resolved to return to London. Thor and the three warriors of the Divine Palace, as well as Sif, were now aimless drifters on Earth, lacking purpose and home, and thus accompanied Jane to London. With Thor's departure, even if Loki were to send others, they could not possibly appear in this small town, prompting Li Nezha to return home. Upon returning, Li Nezha did not pursue any other skills. Instead, he divided the destroyer's remains into two portions, handing one to Tony for examination while reserving the other as a gift for the Ancient One. Once again at the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, Li Nezha encountered the Ancient One. She did not even cast a glance at the remnants of the destroyer. Rather, she welcomed Li Nezha's arrival with open arms and a radiant smile. Li Nezha was direct and forthright in expressing his intentions. He sought to learn the magic of Kamartaj. Naturally, he would not do so without offering something in return, exchanging his own spells such as the ability to pass through walls, invisibility, elemental evasion, and cloud climbing. If beings from the mythological realm were to arrive, they would surely scoff at Nezha, for these spells are the most rudimentary, hardly worthy of exchange. However, Nezha found himself in a predicament. His primary focus was close combat, and he possessed only a scant repertoire of spells, limited to these basic techniques. He lacked the more advanced abilities that could serve as suitable exchanges. Fortunately, the Ancient One was in need of such magic. Even the simplest spells were of great value to her. For instance, the cloud climbing technique had been ridiculed by Patriarch Bodhi when Sun Wukong claimed mastery over it in the realm of Journey to the West. Yet in the Avengers universe, individuals capable of flight through their own power were exceptionally rare. Only Vision could achieve flight unaided, with Black Bolt being a marginal exception. Other notable figures like Thor, Falcon, Iron Man, War Machine, and Doctor Strange relied on tools for their aerial abilities. Thus, the prospect of a learnable flight technique, even if it lacked elevation and speed, was indeed precious. Consequently, the Ancient One readily agreed to the exchange and took on the role of Nezha's mentor, imparting the magical arts of Kamartaj. Nezha found the magic of Kamartaj to be quite intriguing, with spells such as the Portal, Mirror Dimension, and the Shape of Icon holding tremendous value. However, what he cherished most was the technique of astral projection. Since Nezha's primordial spirit had fully merged with his lotus form, he could disregard soul-based attacks. Yet this fusion hindered his ability to cultivate his primordial spirit, thus restricting his future potential. He was fervently searching for a spell that could separate his primordial spirit from the lotus form. Alas, he was met with disappointment. The magic of Kamar-Taj could not accomplish this separation, and even the Ancient One was powerless to assist him in this matter. Fortunately, the remaining news was positive. With Nezha's considerable magical power and memory, mastering the spells of Kamar-Taj was a delightful endeavor. In a mere fortnight, he had successfully learned a dozen renowned spells. While the terminology and foundational theories of magic and spells differed, they fundamentally represented the same essence: control, organization, and application of energy, making the learning process relatively straightforward for Nezha. However, his understanding was limited to practical application, and he was far from grasping the deeper principles. For instance, the portal spell required the aid of the Xian ring to activate. Without it, he was at a loss. The Xian ring was not an exceptionally powerful artifact. It was crafted by the seemingly frail old sorcerers of Kamar-Taj, who appeared as though they could be easily defeated. Yet, these elderly wizards were capable of creating the Xian ring, while Nezha could only stand by in awe. Nezha was certainly not content with a superficial understanding. Should he venture to other realms in the future, he would not have anyone to forge a Xian ring for him. Would he then have to forego the highly useful portal? Thus, it became imperative for him to learn how to forge the Xian ring himself. As Li Nezha immersed himself in his studies, Asgard finally responded. The Xield was monitoring global anomalies, and the energy fluctuations emanating from the recently manifested Bifrost in New Mexico had been duly recorded. When the Bifrost reappeared, they were quick to take notice. This time, however, it materialized in London, more specifically, on the balcony of Jane Foster's apartment. Upon detecting the energy surges, Xield promptly dispatched their London division and notified Li Nezha, urging him to intervene. Unfortunately, Li Nezha was engrossed in learning magic at Kamar-Taj, and the message reached Marilyn instead. This marked Marilyn's first assignment since being engaged by Li Nezha as his agent, and she was eager to finalize her commission before informing him. Xield was in a state of urgency. Asgardian forces had already arrived, and the latest reports indicated that a battle had erupted, wreaking havoc across London. Time was of the essence, and there was little room for haggling. Nevertheless, Marilyn was not devoid of compassion. She did not wish to see ordinary Londoners suffer while she quibbled over a mere commission. Internally, she had set a deadline, and when that time arrived, she would accept whatever price Xield offered and relay the information to Li Nezha. Her insistence stemmed from a sense of professional ethics. Moreover, it was quite convenient for Li Nezha to reach London, as Kamar-Taj possessed a permanent spatial gateway to the city, allowing him to arrive in an instant without any delay. Fortunately, Xield could no longer hold out and agreed to a price of 80 million, effectively recouping the 30 million Li Nezha had previously lost. With the price settled, although no formal contracts were signed, Marilyn wasted no time in contacting Li Nezha. Upon hearing a few words, he immediately utilized the permanent spatial gateway to arrive in London, swiftly traversing the battlefield on his wind-fire wheel. The battleground, centered around Jane Foster's apartment, had been completely reduced to rubble. On one side were the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace alongside Sif, while on the opposing side stood Loki and the frost giant King Laufey. Witnessing Laufey wreaking havoc, Li Nezha was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he been betrayed by Loki? How was he still alive and thriving? This narrative had certainly taken a bewildering turn. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. Seeing Laufey brandishing the casket of ancient winters, Li Nezha dared not hesitate and promptly hurled his Rui Jingu Bang. To Li Nezha's astonishment, when the frost giant king wielded the casket, he appeared nearly invincible. The closer the Rui Jingu Bang approached, the slower it became, ultimately freezing in place just a meter away, easily grasped by Laufey with a mere outstretched hand. Chapter 25. The missile that achieves nothing but failure. Li Nezha, seasoned by countless battles, had believed he had encountered all manner of adversaries, yet today he was astounded to witness someone capable of freezing the Rui Jingu Bang with ice. A phenomenon utterly beyond comprehension. He contemplated for a moment, realizing that even the Qiankuan circle was frozen, and his other treasures seemed equally compromised. Even the 9 Dragons' divine fire cover would likely succumb to the chilling grip of the icebox. After all, in terms of scale, the 9 Dragons' divine fire cover could only incinerate what lay within its confines, while the icebox possessed the capability to freeze the entire planet, operating on an entirely different magnitude. Of course, Li Nezha's conjecture might be erroneous, yet he dared not test it. If the 9 Dragons' divine fire cover were to be damaged, the consequences would be dire. Lao Fei, under attack, could hardly refrain from retaliating. He continued to wield the icebox to unleash frigid air while launching a barrage of ice arrows at Li Nezha. Unfortunately, such a simplistic assault proved utterly ineffective against Li Nezha, who was able to evade while contemplating his next strategy. Observing the encroaching frost spreading ever wider, Li Nezha realized there was no time to waste. He waved his hand, adorned with the mystic ring. Although he required the mystic ring to open a spatial portal, he had become exceedingly adept at its application. Before long, a colossal, sparkling portal surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing Lao Fei, Loki, the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, Sif, Thor, Jane, Daisy, Dr. Shavig, and a significant portion of the frozen ruins. Lao Fei and his companions were taken aback. Unprepared for Li Nezha's unexpected maneuver, in the blink of an eye, they found themselves transported to the vast desert. Daisy was the first to inquire, "Where are we?" The last to emerge from the portal, Li Nezha replied, "This is the Sahara." Jane exclaimed, "Wow, this is fantastic. Here, we needn't worry about endangering ordinary people." Daisy lamented, "Aren't we ordinary people?" Lao Fei fixed his gaze on Li Nezha, demanding, "Who are you?" Li Nezha, perched atop his wind fire wheel, looked down imperiously and asked, "Did your son not inform you of my identity?" Lao Fei instinctively glanced at Loki, who shot an angry glare at Li Nezha, retorting, "You seem to know a great deal. What else do you know?" Li Nezha responded, "I also know that your arrival on Earth, along with your father, is a grave mistake." With that, he flicked the mystic tapestry, ensnaring everyone except Lao Fei and Loki, lifting them into the air. Simultaneously, he gestured, and the Qiangyang circle broke free from Lao Fei's grasp, soaring back into Li Nezha's hands. Upon witnessing this, Loki was taken aback and urgently shouted, "Don't let them escape." Lao Fei immediately activated the icebox, unleashing a flurry of ice arrows in a desperate attempt to bring Li Nezha down. Alas, the speed of Li Nezha's wind fire wheel was too swift. The ice arrows could not keep pace, and in a flash, he vanished several kilometers away, leaving only the echoes of astonished voices behind. Just as Li Nezha took flight, a flaming missile plummeted from the sky, crashing down before Lao Fei and Loki. The ensuing explosion was deafening. Caught off guard, Lao Fei and Loki were hurled through the air, landing over a kilometer away before they tumbled awkwardly in the sand, rolling several meters before finally rising, disheveled and covered in dust. Li Nezha soared high and gazed far, observing the entire process with clarity, and could not help but exclaim, "These two individuals truly embody divinity. They are remarkably resilient." Although the ballistic missile launched in haste was not a mushroom bomb, its explosive power was still formidable enough to create a crater the size of a football field. Yet, despite such immense force, it not only failed to annihilate the two but also spared them from significant injury, leaving them merely in a state of disarray. Lao Fei, having been struck by the explosion, felt a profound loss of dignity and roared in search of his adversaries. However, his unfamiliarity with the combat methods of Earthlings rendered him oblivious to the fact that the missile had been launched from hundreds of kilometers away. How could he possibly discern its origin with his naked eyes? Unable to locate any other foes, Lao Fei redirected his attention towards Li Nezha. After all, Li Nezha was an enemy as well, and venting his frustration upon him seemed a judicious choice. Upon witnessing Lao Fei charging towards him, Li Nezha had no intention of retreating. As a revered deity of the three altars of the Sea Assembly, how could he be intimidated by an extraterrestrial being? He promptly set aside the onlookers, steadied his spear, and faced the oncoming threat head-on. Perhaps sensing Li Nezha's readiness for close combat, Lao Fei surprisingly refrained from utilizing the icebox, instead summoning two colossal swords forged from ice, which he wielded with ferocity. Li Nezha's fire-tipped spear radiated flames, while Lao Fei's ice swords emanated an oppressive chill, their contrasting natures igniting a fierce confrontation. However, in terms of martial prowess, the Western fighting style appeared rather crude. With a flick of his wrist, Li Nezha conjured dozens of dazzling spear blooms, leaving Lao Fei bewildered and unsure of how to defend himself. Ultimately, Lao Fei's experience allowed him to barely withstand the assault, protecting his vital areas just enough to avoid being instantly vanquished, though he sustained numerous injuries that made him grimace in pain. Since Lao Fei had not employed the icebox, Li Nezha saw an opportunity not to be missed. His spear moved with the swiftness of lightning, ensnaring Lao Fei and preventing him from retrieving the icebox. Otherwise, the outcome of their duel remained uncertain. Yet, just as Li Nezha had gained the upper hand and was poised to subdue Lao Fei, an ominous sense of danger suddenly enveloped him, rapidly approaching. Looking up, Li Nezha spotted yet another ballistic missile hurtling towards them from an altitude imperceptible to the average person. Its speed surpassing that of the previous missile, and its size even more formidable. The first missile had not instilled such a profound sense of peril in Li Nezha. It was evident that this one was extraordinary. Reluctant to gamble with his safety, Li Nezha swiftly relinquished his imminent victory and turned to flee. His wind-fire wheels enabled him to escape with remarkable speed, a luxury that Lao Fei lacked, forcing him to confront the missile head-on. However, the previous missile had already left him in a state of disarray. Thus, he refused to endure another direct hit. As Li Nezha made his escape, Lao Fei seized the opportunity to retrieve the icebox once more and unleashed its power towards the sky. The might of the icebox was indeed terrifying. The missile plummeting at over 20 Mach was inexplicably slowed, much like the Xiangyang circle, finally coming to a halt mid-air, encased within a solid pillar of ice. Peering through the frost, Li Nezha caught sight of the mushroom insignia on the missile, and he could not suppress the involuntary twitch of his eyelids. Who in the world had launched this missile? To think that a mushroom egg was used. I wonder if there are still allies present on site. However, upon reflection, it is understandable. During the Avengers' epic confrontation with extraterrestrial beings in New York, some dared to unleash mushroom eggs. What more can be expected in the Sahara Desert, where their inhibitions are even less restrained? As for allies, who qualifies as one? Is it Li Nezha, Thor, or perhaps Jane and Sif? Yet, this is not the time for reckoning. The immediate concern is to deal with Lao Fei. However, this time, Lao Fei is aware that he cannot match Li Nezha in close combat. He resolutely avoids it, opting instead to unleash a torrent from the frost box. The power of the frost box is formidable, compelling even Li Nezha to tread carefully, leaving him momentarily at a loss, as his previous advantage dissipates. Observing this, the three warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif exchanged glances, rallying together. Let us join in. Chapter 26. Thor's life and death transformation. The might of the frost box is something Li Nezha dares not confront directly. Neither do the three warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif. The five of them can only circle around Lao Fei, attempting to engage in close combat when he is momentarily distracted. Yet, the threat posed by the three warriors and Sif to Lao Fei is minimal. He need only divert a fraction of his attention to send them fleeing, while the majority of his focus remains on Li Nezha. This leaves Li Nezha, despite his formidable prowess in close combat, unable to unleash his full potential. Particularly, he must remain vigilant against further missile attacks. If they were to strike, he would need to lead the three warriors and Sif to safety. Otherwise, should they fall here, the relationship between Earth and Asgard would become precarious, making Thor's seamless reintegration into the Avengers highly unlikely. Fortunately, no further missiles are launched, perhaps due to the realization of their futility. As Li Nezha and the others continue their assault on Lao Fei, a stalemate ensues, leaving Thor and the others vulnerable. After a prolonged silence, Loki finally makes his move. His attack is lethal. A dagger pierces Thor's kidney, causing him to crumple to the ground. Had Thor still been the god of thunder, such a trivial wound would have healed in mere moments. Regrettably, Thor is no longer the god of thunder. He is merely immortal now, and a pierced kidney is a fatal injury, rendering any rescue moot. Jane, upon noticing Thor's injury, gasps in alarm and rushes to his side, shielding him with her body from Loki, as if her presence alone could protect him. Loki pays her no heed, fixated instead on Thor, sneering with satisfaction. My brother, revered as the god of thunder and heir to Asgard, reduced to lying here like a dead dog. Furious, Jane retorts, you murderer, cold-blooded butcher. You dare to slay your own brother. You are unworthy of being called human. Loki's expression shifts ominously as he seizes Jane by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Just as it seems she may suffocate, Thor struggles to speak. Release her. Your quarrel is with me. Do not torment the innocent. Loki grins wickedly. Thor, how far you have fallen, to have fallen in love with a lowly Midgardian. Since you care for her so deeply, I can no longer allow her to live. I shall slay her before your very eyes, so you may witness her gradual demise. Thor hastily urged, Loki, if you intend to kill, then hasten to end my life instead. Thus far, you have not taken the life of a Midgardian, so do not make an exception, otherwise, you shall find yourself in considerable trouble. Do you understand? Loki, following Thor's gaze, turned to Li Nezha, unable to suppress a gulp. When the destroyer came to Earth, it was Loki who manipulated it from afar. The destroyer is Asgard's ultimate weapon, yet it stood no chance against Li Nezha, ultimately reduced to mere wreckage. Thus, Loki was already well aware of Li Nezha's terrifying prowess. Thor's assertion that Loki had not slain a Midgardian was, of course, inaccurate. The destroyer had indeed dispatched several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. However, the one who committed the acts was the destroyer. Outside of his guardians, no one knew that Loki was the puppeteer behind the scenes, allowing him to cleverly argue that he had never taken a life himself. Having never slain a Midgardian lessened his culpability significantly, thus granting him a reason to seek Li Nezha's forgiveness. Should Loki request Li Nezha's pardon? He found himself torn. As a prince of Asgard, nearly an heir to the throne, how could he lower himself to seek forgiveness from a Midgardian? What would that say about his dignity? Yet, without Li Nezha's absolution, his life was truly at stake. In his days as the second prince of Asgard, he could afford to dismiss anyone, even inciting formidable foes, with Odin and Thor shielding him. But now, that was no longer the case. He had betrayed Asgard, offended Odin, and Thor was incapacitated. The only ally he could rely on, Laufey, was also embroiled in his own tribulations, compelling him to consider the repercussions of his actions against certain individuals. Ultimately, Loki cast aside all hesitation and plunged a dagger into Thor's heart. Regardless of whether he sought Li Nezha's forgiveness, he could not slay a Midgardian. Should he fail to escape, it might still afford him a slender chance of survival. Yet, Thor had to die. This had been Loki's obsession for over a millennium, a resolve he must fulfill even at the cost of Odin's wrath. Thor gazed at Jane, who was rising to lunge at him once more, a faint smile gracing his lips before he ceased to breathe. Jane collapsed onto Thor, weeping inconsolably, but alas, Thor could no longer respond. His eyes gradually dulled, losing their luster. As Loki beheld the lifeless Thor, he momentarily stood in a daze, uncertain of what emotions coursed through him. In life, he had loathed Thor now. In death, he recalled the cherished moments shared as brothers. They had grown up together, and though Thor was reckless, tempestuous, and radiant, casting Loki in the shadow of a mere follower, he had always cared for him, genuinely nurturing their unique bond. Yet now, all was lost. All love, hatred, and enmity had evaporated into nothingness. Just as Loki underwent this profound transformation, Li Nezha and the others suddenly scattered like startled hornets, jolting Loki back to reality. Li Nezha continued to utilize the misty veil to ensnare the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif, soaring away with them, leaving behind Jian, Daisy, and Savik, as their distance rendered them inconsequential. Meanwhile, Laufey stood resolutely, cradling the icebox and gazing skyward. Witnessing this scene, Loki felt a twinge of panic. Was another missile on the way? However, the unfolding circumstances took everyone by surprise. A fiery light descended from the heavens, not striking Laufey, but hurtling directly towards Loki. In a state of sheer terror, Loki turned to flee, with Laufey rushing to provide protection. Yet, they were unable to converge in time, as the fiery light had already descended. Although Daisy and Savik recognized the futility of their actions, they pressed themselves against the sandy ground, attempting to minimize the impending harm. Only Jian lay atop Thor's lifeless body, uncertain whether she sought to share in his demise or protect him. At last, the fiery light struck the ground, yet rather than an explosion, it merely stirred a gust of air that sent Jian flying. Most astonishingly, as the light dissipated, it revealed the illustrious Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, which was now clasped in a hand that belonged to the supposedly deceased Thor. Not only had Thor returned from the clutches of death, but he was also imbued with an extraordinary vitality. His ordinary garments had been torn asunder, replaced by a form-fitting suit of armor that accentuated his formidable presence. All present gazed in astonishment at the rejuvenated Thor, their emotions a tapestry of varied responses. The three warriors of the Celestial Palace, Sif, Jian, Daisy, and Savik were naturally elated, erupting in jubilant cheers. In contrast, Laufey and Loki gritted their teeth in disbelief. Had Thor not perished? His resurrection was one thing, but regaining his divine power was another matter entirely. How could they contend with such a foe? Only Li Nezha remained composed, merely observing the spectacle with detached interest. Upon his revival, Thor's immediate focus was on Loki. Although he had willingly succumbed to Loki's hands moments prior, that had been an act of desperation. Now, empowered once more, he was intent on exacting vengeance. However, Loki found refuge under Laufey's protection, and to confront him, Thor would first need to deal with Laufey. Thus, Thor initiated a confrontation with Laufey. Chapter 27. Rewards without tasks. Thor's recovery was remarkable. He returned to his peak condition. Yet, even at his zenith, he was no match for Laufey wielding the icebox, and he could only swing Mjolnir like a propeller in a desperate attempt to fend off the overwhelming cold. Observing that he had assistance, Li Nezha wasted no time in launching an assault. This onslaught proved to be too much for Laufey. For Thor was no mere adversary like the three warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif. He was genuinely capable of neutralizing a significant portion of Laufey's combat prowess. The remaining fraction of Laufey's strength was insufficient to withstand Li Nezha's might. Consequently, within half a minute, Li Nezha pierced Laufey's throat with a shot through a fist-sized portal. As Li Nezha and Thor united in their siege against Laufey, the three warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif were not idle either, turning their attention to Loki. Loki's illusionary magic is remarkably intricate, yet it possesses a significant flaw. It cannot withstand contact with other entities. The moment it does, its true form is revealed. When faced with only one or two adversaries, Loki could easily manipulate them. Yet now he confronts four opponents, all of whom are well acquainted with his tricks, rendering his stratagems ineffective, leading to his swift capture. As Loki lay pinned to the ground, Li Nezha and Thor were embroiled in a heated dispute regarding the rightful ownership of the Frostbox. Both were individuals who preferred action to idle chatter, and their initial quarrel was merely a courtesy, considering their recent alliance against a common foe. However, as their disagreement escalated, the choice to engage in combat became inevitable. Truth be told, Li Nezha had always found the design of Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, perplexing. The square-headed, short-handled hammer seemed more suited for craftsmen than for warfare. Yet, Thor wielded such an instrument on the battlefield. Did he not find it awkward? Perhaps he had not felt its incongruity until he faced Li Nezha, who quickly exposed the hammer's inefficacy. As Li Nezha unleashed his fiery spear, its blossoms blossomed like lightning, the lengthy shaft rendering Thor frantic in his attempts to defend himself, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. When Thor finally managed to hurl Mjolnir, the straightforward trajectory of the attack was no match for Li Nezha's agility, allowing him to exploit the moment when Thor was unarmed, creating several openings in his opponent's defense. In the martial arts of Hwagwa, regardless of technique or weapon, the principles of speed, precision, ferocity, and stability reign supreme. The prioritization of these qualities underscores the paramount importance of swiftness. Even the infamous Fire Cloud Evil God proclaimed that in the realm of martial prowess, nothing is invincible. Only speed remains unbroken. While Li Nezha's strength, speed, skill, and experience may not markedly surpass Thor's, he adeptly capitalized on his quickness, rendering Thor incapable of countering. Witnessing Thor's dire predicament, the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif could not remain passive. They rushed to his aid. Undeterred, Li Nezha transformed, adopting a three-headed, eight-armed visage, brandishing his fiery spear, the Xiangyang sword, the universe ring, the celestial silk, the golden brick, and the nine-dragon divine fire shield, skillfully contending with the five attackers while maintaining a solid advantage. The brazen Vostag was the first to fall, struck into the ground by the very golden brick he was so familiar with, unable to rise. Next was Sif, ensnared by the celestial silk, rendered immobile like a helpless cocoon. Following the defeat of these two, Hogun and Vandal found their resilience waning. After being dispatched, they were held at bay by the dual swords, pressed against their necks, rendering them motionless. Only Thor remained, still valiantly resisting. Li Nezha, without hesitation, launched rapid attacks with his fiery spear while delivering crushing blows with the universe ring, leaving Thor battered and ultimately unconscious. Meanwhile, as Thor and his companions battled Li Nezha, Loki sat quietly in the background. However, Li Nezha, adept at the art of invisibility, discerned that what appeared to be Loki was merely an illusion. The true Loki had long since fled. Yet, Li Nezha chose to feign ignorance, dismissing the matter entirely. He toyed with the Frostbox in his hands, his face alight with joy. Others assumed he was merely delighted by the acquisition of the Frostbox, unaware that his true elation stemmed from the system's unexpected rewards. This time, after vanquishing the frost giant King Laufey and defeating Thor along with the three warriors of the Celestial Palace, and with Sif's assistance, the system had not issued a task. Yet, upon completion, it generously granted each of them 2,000 gold coins. Coupled with the rewards from the previous two missions, Li Nezha now possessed a total of 7,000 gold coins. According to the pricing in the system's shop, this sum could procure an extraordinary skill, albeit possibly of lesser quality. Nonetheless, if wielded effectively, it could yield significant benefits. Li Nezha eagerly anticipated the moment he amassed 10,000 gold coins and pondered what skill he might acquire. The Asgardians were notoriously formidable in the cosmos, not solely due to their combat prowess, but rather because of their tenacious vitality, making them exceedingly difficult to eliminate entirely. Thor, as the Prince of Asgard, epitomized this trait. Soon rousing from his stupor, the swelling on his head nearly subsided. He staggered to his feet. Draping an arm over Jane's shoulder, and declared, "All right, I concede. The frostbox is yours. Release them." Only then did Li Nezha retract the gold bricks, the mystic tapestry, and the Xiangyang sword, liberating the 3 celestial warriors and Sif. Thor turned to Jane and said, "I must return to Asgard. When I departed, my father was in Odin's sleep, and now with Loki's betrayal and his collusion with Laufey, I am deeply concerned for Asgard." Jane, displaying remarkable understanding, replied, "Very well. I shall await your return." Thor called to the celestial warriors and Sif, "Bring Loki to us. We are heading home." Vostag and Hogun set off to capture Loki, but they grasped only air, as Loki's shadow had vanished entirely. This development did not surprise Thor and the others. Previously, while they besieged Li Nezha, no one had kept watch over Loki, making his escape inevitable. With little time to search for Loki, Thor raised his voice. "Heimdall, take us back." No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light descended from the heavens, whisking Thor and his companions away. Jane gazed upward, watching the beam vanish, as if that alone could grant her a glimpse of Thor's retreating figure. Daisy, feeling anxious, turned to Li Nezha and asked, Great deity, could you transport us back?" Without uttering a word, Li Nezha traced a circle, and a portal to another realm materialized. Daisy expressed her gratitude profusely, grasping Jane, who was still in a daze, along with Shavik, as they traversed the portal and returned to London. Li Nezha followed suit, only to find Daisy, who had moments ago been brimming with excitement, now seething with frustration as she lamented, "Oh my goodness, our apartment has been reduced to ruins. What shall we do?" Shavik suggested, "Let us find a hotel for the time being, and later we can rent another apartment." Daisy protested, "But I haven't retrieved my laptop. It was just newly purchased." Li Nezha shook his head, dismissing their concerns, and ascended the wind-fire wheels back to the London sanctum of Camartage. To his surprise, as soon as he entered, Gui approached and inquired, "Nezha, may I have the icebox? I can offer you something in exchange." Chapter 28. The value of artifacts lies in demand. Li Nezha was genuinely taken aback by Gu Yi's request for the icebox. However, he did not have a strong attachment to it, and given Gu Yi's generous nature towards him, he did not wish to appear stingy. Therefore, he readily presented the icebox, saying, "Very well, it's yours." Gu Yi had anticipated his willingness, yet her curiosity prevailed as she asked, "Do you truly not care about such a precious artifact as the icebox?" Li Nezha shrugged and replied, "It's not that I care not at all, but I do not place much importance on it." Gu Yi further probed, "Why do you not value it? Do you not regard the power of the icebox?" Li Nezha chuckled, "The icebox can freeze an entire planet. Such might is hardly something I would dismiss. How arrogant would I have to be? What I mean is, while the icebox is indeed impressive, it does not suit me. I follow the path of a warrior, where spells and artifacts serve merely as assistance. The icebox is intended for large-scale attacks, and is not particularly useful in face-to-face combat, rendering it less applicable to my style." Gu Yi nodded thoughtfully, then shook her head, saying, "It is commendable that you possess such clear self-awareness. Nevertheless, the icebox is ultimately a top-tier artifact, and I cannot simply take it from you. I have prepared a gift for you, which I hope you will appreciate." With a wave of her hand, Wang, who had yet to become the librarian, pushed a clothing model forward, adorned in ancient Chinese armor. Wang proudly introduced, "Esteemed one, behold. This armor is crafted from a blend of the Destructor's remains and vibranium, forged through magic, harnessing the combined strength of all of us at Camartage. It encompasses durability, energy absorption, automatic regeneration, and transformation capabilities, all tailored specifically for you." Li Nezha was taken aback. "Vibranium?" Gu Yi replied nonchalantly, "For others, obtaining vibranium is a challenge. But for us, it is merely a matter of opening a portal to retrieve it. Wakanda's vibranium mines contain several tons. Taking a small amount goes unnoticed by them." Amused by Gu Yi's playful demeanor, Li Nezha chuckled and shook his head, surprised to see this side of her. Li Nezha then stood and said, "Allow me to try it on." Wang commented, "This armor is also quite convenient to don and doff, as you will see." He demonstrated the method of wearing the armor, which turned out to be a form of magic. Li Nezha easily grasped the technique, then gestured with his hands, reciting an incantation. The armor from the model immediately flew up, disassembling into several components that fitted onto Li Nezha's body. When the armor was on the model, it was sized for an average adult, but upon reaching Li Nezha, who stood at 1 meter tall, it magically resized to fit him perfectly. Li Nezha moved about and discovered that although the armor weighed several dozen pounds, it posed no burden to him, having no impact on his combat prowess. Conversely, the armor possesses a certain weight, which instills a greater sense of security, as most individuals instinctively believe that only substantial armor can withstand an enemy's assault. Despite its thickness, the armor allows for remarkable agility, devoid of any hindrance, thus eliminating the sensation of being unable to move one's legs while clad in heavy garments. Subsequently, Li Nezha transformed, towering at an impressive height of 2.7 meters. His physique expanded exponentially, and the armor scaled accordingly, remaining impeccably fitted, even accommodating his disproportionately small head with a perfectly sized helmet. He then morphed into a form with 3 heads and 8 arms, and astonishingly, the armor adapted seamlessly, with each of the 3 heads adorned with a helmet, and all 8 arms protected by gauntlets, leaving no bare skin exposed. This sight filled Li Nezha with immense satisfaction. As he surveyed his surroundings with a broad smile, Wang suggested, "Let us test the armor's defensive capabilities." With that, he retrieved a prepared iron rod. Readying himself for the demonstration, Li Nezha nodded affirmatively. "Bring it on." Wang unleashed his full strength, swinging the iron rod with vigor, striking Li Nezha's shoulder with considerable force. Wang, possessing a robust physique and being a dual-trained sorcerer from Kamar Taj, delivered a blow of notable intensity. However, upon impact, Li Nezha merely felt a gentle touch against his shoulder. He experienced neither injury nor even a hint of pain. Even without the armor, given Li Nezha's lotus body, he would have endured the strike without harm, albeit with some discomfort. Yet, the armor rendered the blow akin to a soft breeze, entirely painless. Wang did not relent, continuing to rain blows upon Li Nezha's chest, back, thighs, and head, with each strike eliciting the same reaction, merely a sensation of contact. This suit of armor, reminiscent of ancient Chinese design, was not fully encompassing but strategically covered vital areas with protective plates, while some regions were merely lined with soft fabric. Wang did not spare any of these seemingly vulnerable spots, delivering strikes across the entirety of the armor. To Li Nezha's astonishment, these seemingly delicate areas exhibited remarkable defensive capabilities, rivaling even the sturdier sections. Observing Li Nezha's confusion, Ancient One elucidated, "This armor has been inscribed with over 300 magical formations, each bestowing various functionalities. In terms of defense, the entire suit is interconnected. Any point that endures an attack will distribute the force across the entire armor. Thus, if the impact exceeds the armor's threshold, the entire suit will shatter rather than allowing a single section to be breached." Li Nezha comprehended this principle, akin to that of an eggshell, where force is dissipated to endure greater impact. However, the armor disperses force even more effectively, so that a strike to the chest would also affect the back, thereby enabling it to withstand a greater magnitude of force than an eggshell. Coupled with the armor's material, it is estimated to endure tens of thousands of units of force. He pondered whether even a mushroom bomb could penetrate it. Ancient One added, "Should the armor ever be shattered in the future, do not discard it. It possesses the ability to regenerate autonomously. However, none of us can shatter it, and we remain uncertain how long it will take to recover. You must rely on your own exploration." Li Nezha remarked with satisfaction, "I doubt that day will ever come. I have no penchant for embracing mushroom eggs." He stored the armor in a leopard skin pouch and took his leave. At first glance, the armor's worth pales in comparison to the icebound box, and part of its material derives from the remnants of the destroyer that Li Nezha had procured. Nevertheless, he felt no sense of loss. This set of armor undoubtedly reached the level of a magical artifact. Even if it did not quite rival the divine nature of the icebound box, it was not far behind. Moreover, although he possessed many magical items, he was precisely lacking in defensive ones. Ancient One had effectively filled this gap for him, rendering its value immeasurable by ordinary standards. Upon returning home, before he could even catch his breath, a newsflash interrupted the television broadcast. The legendary Captain America had been sighted in New York's South, bustling Times Square, witnessed by thousands from the surrounding skyscrapers. Chapter 29. The one who returned from the future watching the television. Li Nezha raised an eyebrow at the sight of Steve Rogers, barefoot and utterly bewildered, standing in the heart of Times Square. Captain America had revived. Could it be that the Chitauri would soon follow? Rubbing his hands together, he felt a surge of excitement. If the Chitauri arrived, surely the system would assign tasks, right? With such a grand spectacle, the rewards for the tasks should increase. Shouldn't they? Even if they did not, it would be reasonable to receive multiple tasks. If they provided no tasks at all, he could always resort to dealing with them as Thor and Loki did, defeating them before claiming rewards. If these speculations came to fruition, he should be able to amass the remaining 3,000 gold coins, right? He longed to browse the system's marketplace for skills, but alas, an inexplicable rule prevented him from seeing items priced beyond his account balance, rendering the experience quite inhumane and leaving him restless. To divert his attention, Li Nezha resolved to continue his studies. This time, he set his sights on metallurgy, starting from, or selection, gradually refining qualified metals, and eventually crafting firearms, artillery, and even tanks, armored vehicles, and aircraft. The journey from raw or to complete machinery is, of course, an exceedingly complex and intricate system, with countless alloys possessing various characteristics. Fortunately, Li Nezha need not delve into research, he merely needed to study. While his other abilities might fall short, his memory was undeniably exceptional. As long as he followed a structured learning approach, he could master an abundance of knowledge. Yet, even with his remarkable memory, crafting a gun entirely by hand remained an arduous task. After painstakingly assembling a Glock 17, only to find it would not fire, his patience finally waned. Frustrated, he crushed the gun into an iron ball and angrily hurled it away. With his strength, it should have soared several kilometers. Yet the iron sphere barely flew a few dozen meters before vanishing entirely. Li Nezha immediately became alert. What could approach within several dozen meters without his notice? Even if it were capable of invisibility, it would not suffice. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung the Xiangyang circle towards the unseen entity, intending to gauge its strength. The power of the Xiangyang circle was no mere iron ball. It struck with such force that the figure was sent sprawling like a rolling gourd, revealing two silhouettes. Upon seeing these two individuals, Li Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment. Tony, how have you aged so much? And this must be Captain America, right? How did you two end up together? Tony rose to his feet, the steel armor he donned exhibiting dents where the Xiangyang circle had struck. Writhing like a worm before swiftly restoring itself, he paid no mind to the damage and awkwardly responded, Hey, Nezha, long time no see. Li Nezha, perplexed, remarked, Didn't we see each other just yesterday? What on earth is going on? Tony exchanged a glance with Steve, who subtly shook his head, prompting Tony to say, Oh, we're on a top-secret mission, so I can't divulge any details. Just pretend you never saw us. Farewell. Li Nezha retorted with a deadpan expression. Do you really think I'm a child to be deceived? Could you at least put some effort into your lies? Tony chuckled awkwardly. I genuinely have matters to attend to. I'll explain later. Li Nezha waved him off. Get lost, get lost. Who would care? It's just a return from the future. After all, this statement rendered both Tony and Steve momentarily speechless. They exchanged another glance before turning back to Li Nezha, their faces etched with shock. Tony was the first to break the silence, asking, How do you know? Li Nezha scoffed. I am, after all, a deity. With the multitude of flaws you displayed, it would be foolish for me not to discern the truth. Steve, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, You truly deduced this merely from the flaws? Li Nezha confidently replied, I also know you are here in search of the Infinity Stones, correct? However, there's a discrepancy. The Chitauri have yet to arrive, and the Mind Stone is not on Earth. Why have you appeared at this juncture? Tony groaned. You seem to know an awful lot. Can you predict the future as well? Li Nezha proudly retorted. Are you unaware that Kamartaj houses a time stone? Having studied magic under the Ancient One for so long, I have indeed encountered the time stone and glimpsed the timelines of the future. Tony, intrigued, hurriedly asked, So, do you know if our mission will succeed? Li Nezha shook his head. Timelines are not fixed. Any individual making a significant decision may forge a new timeline. Which path the future will take remains uncertain, and one can only observe and infer probabilities. From my observations, the outcomes are predominantly unfavorable. You are likely to suffer a significant defeat. Tony, astonished, queried, Predominantly unfavorable? How unfavorable is that? Li Nezha replied, Approximately 2/3. Tony pressed on. And the remaining third? Li Nezha smirked. The remaining third, due to my presence, ensures that Thanos meets a rather grim fate. Steve inquired, So, in those 2/3 of unfavorable outcomes, are you not present? Li Nezha replied, In the vast majority, I am absent. Only on a few timelines did I turn against you and flee to another planet, avoiding your battles. Tony hastily asked, On the timeline without you, where did you go? Li Nezha shrugged, saying, I am uncertain. Even the time stone did not perceive my sudden disappearance. In truth, he was aware of the reason for his vanishing. He had undoubtedly been taken by the system. The system's capability to traverse dimensions surpasses even the combined power of the 6 Infinity Stones, indicating its superior nature. Steve remarked, It seems we need to have a serious discussion. The three of them took a seat and briefly recounted their experiences, discovering both similarities and numerous differences. To summarize, prior to Li Nezha's defeat of Lao Fei and the vanquishing of Thor and others, their memories aligned. Thereafter, they diverged. According to Steve's narrative, Li Nezha disappeared shortly after defeating Lao Fei, followed by the Battle of New York, with events aligning perfectly with the film in Li Nezha's memory. However, The current dilemma was that not only had Li Nezha not returned, but he should have also arrived at the time of the Battle of New York, which was the reason Tony and Steve had come. Yet upon their arrival, they discovered that the Battle of New York had not yet occurred, prompting them to seek clues to understand the situation. Li Nezha, somewhat bewildered, noted the discrepancy between Tony and Steve's memories and reality. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, "You're not from another timeline, are you?" Chapter 30. Arrival and Succession in the original narrative. The segment involving their return from the future is quite extensive. Take, for instance, their endeavor to seize the Tesseract and the Mind Stone. They caused quite a commotion. Yet simply returning the items seemed to quell all disturbances. Would that not affect the timeline? Would the future remain unchanged? Indeed, it had not changed, leading to only one explanation. The point in time they returned to was a parallel universe. If it were a parallel universe, it becomes comprehensible why the Li Nezha of their memories had already vanished, while he still existed in reality, and why the Battle of New York did not occur when it was supposed to. Li Nezha reached this conclusion, but chose not to disclose it to Tony and Steve. Instead, he asked, "Now that the Battle of New York has not yet occurred and the Mind Stone has not arrived, what will you do?" Tony sighed. "Our supply of PIM particles is running low. We have just enough for the return journey. Since our mission has failed, we must return." Li Nezha raised an eyebrow. "PIM particles? As far as I know, Dr. Pym is still alive, isn't he? Why not seek him out for more?" Tony offered an awkward smile, saying, "Dr. Pym has developed a persecution complex since the death of his wife, believing that everyone is intent on stealing his PIM particles. He refuses to let anyone obtain them from him. Moreover, the relationship between my father and him is quite strained, making it even more unlikely that he would grant me such a favor." Li Nezha remarked, "Do not show yourself. Let Steve go. Surely, with his status as Captain America, he should be able to manage." Tony shook his head in resignation. "You have not encountered that old man. His temperament is rather eccentric, so it is likely to be futile." Li Nezha countered, "Then simply procure it stealthily. Do not tell me you possess a form of moral scruples." Steve interjected, "I am capable of stealing a vehicle. Do you truly believe I have such scruples?" Li Nezha shrugged. "If that is the case, then proceed with the theft." Tony replied, "Since Dr. Pym is wary of others stealing the PIM particles, it is improbable that he would leave them unguarded. There is simply no opportunity." Li Nezha stated, "Then only two options remain." Tony, taken aback, asked, "There are still two options? Pray enlighten me." Li Nezha elaborated. "One option is to wait here for Loki and the Chitauri to arrive. The other is to advance forward to a time when Dr. Pym's defenses are less vigilant. Retrieve the PIM particles, and then you may act at your discretion." Tony cast a glance at Steve, who responded, "If we wait here, what if the Chitauri do not arrive for several years, or worse, do not arrive at all?" Tony nodded. "That is indeed a possibility. But what can we do if we do not wait? We can no longer ascertain when the Battle of New York will erupt, nor when we might acquire the Mind Stone." Steve suggested, "We could traverse through time multiple times, first to the moment Dr. Pym invented the PIM particles, gather an ample supply, then advance to a point post-Battle of New York to establish the timing of the conflict, and finally return to the moment of its outbreak." Tony nodded. "Although it is somewhat convoluted, this is the most time-efficient method. I have no desire to idly wait here." Observing their readiness to depart, Li Nezha said, "When you come to retrieve the Mind Stone and the Tesseract during the Battle of New York, you can wait until the war concludes. I will present you with those two items for your use." Tony acknowledged, "Thank you immensely." Li Nezha added, "However, prepare yourselves. There is a possibility that I may vanish at any moment and might not be able to participate in the Battle of New York." Tony, exasperated, inquired, "Then should we even seek you out?" Li Nezha replied, "Are you not first intent on determining the timing of the Battle of New York? You can ascertain whether I will participate in the meantime." Tony could only nod in agreement, and alongside Steve, they set the desired time point before pressing the button on their wrist, disappearing together. Barely had they vanished when a visitor arrived. It was Melinda May, whom Li Nezha had encountered previously. Melinda bore a grave expression, almost somber, and upon their meeting, she did not engage in pleasantries, but instead placed a document before Li Nezha. Upon opening it, Li Nezha was astonished to discover it contained news of the Tesseract being seized by Loki, alongside a detailed description of the Tesseract itself. Another document outlined the concept of the Avengers and their proposed roster. He raised an eyebrow. Was this not the prelude to the Battle of New York? With Tony and Steve having just departed, the battle loomed ahead. Had their journeys been in vain? Yet, one could not entirely dismiss their efforts. Upon returning to the past, they would encounter the middle-aged versions of Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, thereby fulfilling their desires. Recollecting his thoughts, Li Nezha inquired, "What does your director mean by pickled egg?" Melinda chose to overlook the term pickled egg, Responding, our director has long envisioned the formation of a super soldier team, but the right opportunity has never presented itself until now. If our super soldiers cannot unite, Earth may find itself utterly defenseless against an alien onslaught. Pointing to the avatars of the Avengers, Li Nezha remarked, Tony, Hulk, Captain America, and myself. Are we truly the only four? Does your director expect us to turn the tide? Melinda shrugged. Who else can we rely upon? Li Nezha countered. Isn't it your American belief to utilize mushroom eggs? This is the perfect chance to clean out nearing expiration stock, far superior to relying on just the four of us. Melinda replied, we will use them if necessary. However, the battlefield may very well be on our home soil, imposing significant constraints that would hinder our full capabilities. Li Nezha proposed, what if the battlefield lies beyond Earth? Melinda instantly grasped his implication, hesitating, is that feasible? With a light chuckle, Li Nezha replied, how would we know without attempting? At last, a smile graced Melinda's face as she said, I believe you should have a thorough discussion with our director. You may find common ground. Li Nezha scoffed, I beg to differ. He is merely a head of agents, while I hold the title of a general in the heavenly court. If we are to find commonality, it should be with the military. What insights do they possess regarding the impending alien forces? Melinda sighed and shook her head. You must be aware that our military is primarily stationed abroad, with only the National Guard remaining domestically. As for the combat effectiveness of the National Guard, words fail me. The other four permanent members of the Security Council have pledged their full commitment to prepare for battle, yet the specifics remain unknown to us. As for other nations, they can only hope for the best. Curiously, Li Nezha asked, with American troops deployed worldwide, would the United States not provide support if issues arise in South America or Africa? Melinda chuckled awkwardly, refraining from an answer. Chapter 31. The first encounter with future allies. As Li Nezha descended from the Quinjet, he could not suppress his curiosity and gazed around, regardless of past or present. It was his first venture onto an aircraft carrier. How could he not be intrigued? Noticing that Li Nezha was not in a hurry to meet Nick Fury, Melinda did not urge him. Instead, she played the role of a tour guide, showing him around the deck. After all, there were not many secrets on the deck. Superficially, nothing seemed amiss. Although the true secrets remained elusive, Li Nezha was thoroughly enjoying himself. He is now, in a sense, considered a half-scientist. He can discern the principles behind the various technologies and designs employed on the deck, marking him as quite knowledgeable in the field. After a brief tour, 2 Quinjet aircraft landed one after the other, from which Steve Rogers and Bruce Banner emerged. Like Li Nezha, they too were greeted individually, with Black Widow Natasha Romanoff welcoming Banner and Coulson attending to Steve. Having met the future Steve just the day before, Li Nezha experienced a peculiar sense of dislocation upon seeing him again. As the 6 individuals came together, Coulson introduced the newcomers, and they exchanged pleasantries. However, Banner appeared quite anxious in the presence of Li Nezha, going so far as to bend down and extend both hands for a handshake. While Li Nezha's stature was indeed somewhat diminutive, the reverence conveyed in Banner's demeanor was unmistakable. Coulson and the others understood the context, yet no one spoke up, merely smiling at the scene. Only Steve, unaware of the circumstances, curiously asked, Banner, Nezha, have you met before? Banner replied, not only have we met, but I, or rather Hulk, was intimidated by him. Steve regarded Li Nezha with astonishment, incredulously stating him, is he even 10 years old? Li Nezha, not angered by the slight, merely inquired of Coulson, did you not provide him with my background information? Before Coulson could respond, Steve interjected, I've seen the file, but I find it hard to believe. Li Nezha shrugged, opting not to pursue the matter further. His appearance was indeed misleading. Those unfamiliar with Chinese mythology could hardly conceive the combat prowess a child might possess, and he fully understood this. At this juncture, Natasha addressed Coulson, saying, you need to head to the bridge. They are starting the location tracking. Coulson promptly replied, see you all shortly, before hurrying away. Melinda followed suit, stating, I have a mission as well. I'll leave this to you, Natasha. Natasha nodded, and Melinda swiftly departed. Steve shifted the conversation, turning to Banner. I've heard you can locate the Tesseract? Banner responded, is that all you've heard? Steve asserted, that is all I care to know. Banner nodded, then curiously asked, do you find all of this quite novel? Steve replied, oh, I feel a sense of familiarity. Natasha interjected, gentlemen, you best hurry inside. It will soon become difficult to breathe out here. No sooner had she spoken than the announcement blared, clear the deck. Steve inquired, is this a submarine? Li Nezha replied, not likely. Even if the ship could submerge, would the aircraft on deck be able to as well? Banner concurred exactly. If they intended to dive, they should retract the planes, yet they have not done so. As they conversed, the 3 approached the ship's rail. only to discover that the waters outside were roiling, and the massive aircraft carrier began to slowly ascend. After the carrier had risen several meters, the cause of the tumultuous waters became apparent. A colossal propeller. Banner exclaimed, "This appears to be even worse than the submarine situation." Li Nezha scoffed, "Indeed. This contraption could be destroyed by a single grenade, and we would plummet from the sky." Steve nodded in agreement, stating, "I concur. This is akin to a dirigible, large and cumbersome, capable only of bullying defenseless foes, rendering its tactical value alarmingly low." Natasha could not refrain from interjecting, "Our S.H.I.E.L.D. has never been prepared for battlefield engagement. We are an intelligence organization." Steve found her reasoning sound and promptly concurred, "That is quite understandable. Operatives require a certain level of firepower support, though not excessively strong. Rapid deployment is paramount, making an airborne carrier particularly suitable for them." As they spoke, they entered the bridge's grand hall. The bridge of the aerospace carrier differed significantly from that of other warships, necessitating a multitude of operators to assist, resulting in a spacious environment with hundreds of personnel stationed at computers executing various tasks. Behind Nick Fury's command station was a round table, where Li Nezha and the others took a moment to rest. Banner, having faced too many threats, felt an acute sense of insecurity, particularly within the stronghold of S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity, surveying the high level of technology that was beyond his comprehension, yet he endeavored to fathom it. In stark contrast, Li Nezha casually sat at the table, snapping his fingers at a uniformed individual and saying, "Hey, buddy, fetch me a drink, preferably champagne." The individual glanced at Nick Fury, then at the other high-ranking officials, and upon seeing them preoccupied, sighed and turned to fetch the champagne for Li Nezha. After the aerospace carrier ascended, it activated its background reflection panels, rendering it completely invisible, thus relieving Nick from further commands. He turned to greet Li Nezha and the others. Steve said little, merely handing him a 10-meter note as a gesture of conceding a bet. However, Banner felt compelled to speak further, seeking to pacify the volatile entity within him. For the head of the operatives, conversational skill was an essential asset, effortlessly easing Banner's concerns and prompting him to eagerly volunteer for tasks. Finally, Nick approached Li Nezha, took a glass for himself, poured champagne, yet refrained from drinking. Playfully toying with the glass as he inquired, "I have heard that you are certain a great battle will ensue. Might you share your reasoning?" Li Nezha replied, "My rationale is quite simple. Loki is the god of mischief and possesses an intricate understanding of Earth, including our identities. Yet he has still chosen to come. Which signifies what? It indicates that he has devised a strategy against us. He is well prepared, while we are scrambling to respond. Who do you think has the higher probability of victory?" Nick nodded thoughtfully for a moment before asking, "If your speculation proves true, then the contention for the space gate will become crucial. However, we cannot ascertain where Loki will open the gate, making it impossible to concentrate our efforts. What do you propose we do?" Li Nezha contemplated for a moment and replied, "I believe you should enlist the help of some psychological profilers to deduce where he might open the space gate, and then we can focus our defenses accordingly." Instantly, Nick's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "I shall seek them out at once." Chapter 32. The deceptive-tuned psychological profiling has long been utilized in various realms of reality, particularly in the apprehension of criminals, where it serves as an invaluable auxiliary tool. Intelligence agencies specialize in human behavior, with the most elite psychological profilers residing within their ranks. Logically, S.H.I.E.L.D., being the preeminent intelligence organization in this dimension, should not lack psychological profilers. However, in the original narrative, Nick Fury did not employ any psychological profilers. It was only at the last moment that Tony Stark discerned Loki's intentions and hurried back to Stark Tower to thwart him. Now, with Li Nezha pinpointing this critical element, Nick was struck with realization. How could he have overlooked such a tactic? Observing Nick's hurried departure, Li Nezha began to suspect that this king of spies had been dulled by the plot. Otherwise, how could he have forgotten such a vital strategy? With no news from Loki, Banner was preoccupied in the lab searching for the Tesseract, leaving the others to languish in boredom. Steve, possessing high emotional intelligence and accompanied by the devoted Coulson, managed to stave off solitude. In contrast, Li Nezha did not share such fortune. The only individuals he was familiar with, Melinda and Natasha, were engrossed in their own tasks. Consequently, he approached Nick and stated, "I find myself quite bored. Please direct me to a suitable location where I can complete my crafting assignment." Initially dismissive, Nick inquired, "What kind of crafting assignment do you intend to undertake?" Li Nezha replied, "I aim to handcraft a firearm." The previous one I made was faulty, so I am starting anew. Nick was taken aback, inquiring, a firearm? Are you referring to a pistol? Li Nezha responded, what else could it be? I ought to begin with or extraction, but since you lack any, I will have to make do with finished steel. Nick sighed in exasperation but nonetheless guided. You. Take our esteemed expert to the workshop. There are ample tools available. Just as Li Nezha turned to leave, he suddenly paused and asked, by the way, why hasn't Tony come? Haven't you sought him out? Nick replied, of course, I sought him out, but you know Tony's temperament. He simply refuses to heed my commands. Li Nezha scoffed. Did you think I came here merely to follow your lead? Your self-assuredness is quite amusing. Watching Li Nezha gradually distance himself, Nick smiled faintly. Li Nezha's rebellious nature did not imply that others shared the same disposition. Shield was rife with headstrong individuals. Yet they all fell in line under his guidance. Nick was exceedingly confident, knowing full well that he possessed numerous strategies to subtly steer Li Nezha in accordance with his own intentions. The Shield not only tasked Banner with locating the Tesseract, but also monitored all electronic devices in an attempt to track down Loki, Hawkeye, and Shavik. As dusk approached, they finally unearthed a lead. A figure resembling Loki had been spotted somewhere in Japan. Facial recognition indicated a 79% similarity, providing a strong basis for the belief that it was indeed Loki. However, he vanished after revealing himself, leaving uncertainty as to whether he remained at the location. Regardless of Loki's presence, Shield resolved to dispatch personnel to investigate. Ordinary agents would be ineffective. They would merely act as lambs to the slaughter. Thus, Nick turned to Steve and remarked, Captain, it's up to you. Steve, filled with a sense of duty, nodded gravely. With Shield's defensive focus on Europe and America, the helicarrier had been hovering over the Atlantic. To reach Japan on the other side of the globe, even the Quinjet, renowned for its speed, would require 3 to 4 hours, by which time Loki could have long since fled. Just as Steve was about to embark, Nick interjected, wait a moment. Let Nezha transport you. The group proceeded to the workshop where Li Nezha was meticulously crafting a component, sparks flying and noise ringing in the air. Nick raised his voice. Hey, Nezha, we need your assistance. Li Nezha halted his work, and the cacophony subsided, allowing Steve and the others to lower their fingers from their ears. Observing the components on the workbench, Nick recognized them and inquired, are you building the 47? Why not the 16? Li Nezha did not respond, but countered with a question. What is the matter? Nick then explained, we have traced Loki's whereabouts in Japan and are preparing to send a team. However, the distance is too great, and we would like to request your help in opening a portal to transport them. Li Nezha donned his mystical ring and effortlessly drew a circle, opening a portal that revealed the rooftop of a building in Tokyo. Steve was ready to step through, but Li Nezha cautioned, this portal leads only to Tokyo. You will need to find your own means of transportation from there. Nick reassured him, don't worry, we have a branch in Tokyo, and transportation is already arranged. Li Nezha added, I find it hard to believe that Loki would show himself in Japan. It's likely a diversion. Nick countered, we still have you as a backup. Don't we? Li Nezha replied, Loki's diversions are not singular. There may be many. With just Steve and me, we cannot manage everything. Nick stated, I will inform Tony and urge him to arrive swiftly. Li Nezha continued, Loki is a god. Few can best him in a one-on-one encounter. So, Captain, do exercise caution. Having reviewed the files on Li Nezha and Banner, Steve understood the formidable nature of both, recognizing that he was no match for them. Yet, he remained undaunted. Smiling as he declared, I can keep him occupied all day. That should be enough time for you to arrive with reinforcements. Li Nezha shrugged. As long as you are mentally prepared. Steve had just crossed the spatial portal, followed closely by Natasha and a dozen elite operatives. Indeed, Shield possessed considerable prowess. It wasn't long before Steve and his team traversed several hundred kilometers to the location where Loki had made his appearance. However, upon investigation, they discovered that Loki's presence was abrupt and his disappearance equally sudden, lending credence to Li Nezha's speculation that he was attempting to lure them away. Nick promptly ordered their return. Observing the screen, Li Nezha opened a spatial portal directly in front of Steve and his companions, facilitating a swift return. Soon, surveillance detected Loki's trace again, this time in South Africa. Li Nezha had set aside his manual tasks and continued to monitor the screen while reopening the spatial portal, enabling Steve and Natasha to embark once more. Unfortunately, it turned out to be another wild goose chase. However, the promising news was that Tony had finally arrived, significantly bolstering the strike team's strength. Yet, during the third discovery of Loki, matters became far more complicated. Although Loki remained elusive, a squad of void entities was wreaking havoc. Naturally, Steve and his team could not stand idly by and were compelled to intervene. As anticipated, while they were preoccupied, Loki's whereabouts were uncovered elsewhere. Chapter 33. Casual Conversations on Thanos. Nick listened to the incessant reports of Loki's appearances, his expression darkening like clouds on the verge of a torrential downpour. Despite Li Nezha's prior warnings, he never imagined Loki would be so ruthless, with traces of him appearing globally and recruiting void entities to massacre innocent civilians, leaving the vast S-H-I-E-L-D in disarray. Fortunately, Nick had already prepared for the eventuality that S-H-I-E-L-D would be overwhelmed and sought assistance from various national militaries. Thus, he did not linger in indecision and swiftly ordered the mobilization of military forces to combat the void entities. The military outnumbered the agents significantly, and with nearly all nations of Earth united in purpose, no matter how many individuals Loki managed to recruit, it would not suffice against the overwhelming force, and chaos was soon quelled. However, Loki was far from simplistic. Once the void entities were subdued, Nick discovered that amidst the turmoil in Germany, a theft had occurred at a laboratory where iridium metal was stored. The significance of iridium is well known. Yet when compared to an alien invasion, its value pales in comparison. Consequently, the reports from Germany primarily focused on the void attacks, and the iridium theft was overlooked. It wasn't until the void attacks gradually subsided that this crucial information came to light, prompting Nick's realization. Tony's early arrival had already educated everyone on the requirements for utilizing the Tesseract to open a spatial portal. Other materials and equipment could be easily acquired, thanks to Hawkeye's capabilities. However, two aspects remained particularly challenging: the iridium metal, which served as a stabilizer, and a high-density energy source, necessary to heat the Tesseract to 100 million degrees. Now, with Loki having secured the iridium, all that remained was to procure the high-density energy source. The Earth possesses a limited yet significant array of energy sources. There are over 400 nuclear power plants alone. When one considers the multitude of large hydroelectric, thermal, and wind power stations, the options are abundant. Even if the entire military of the world were mobilized for defense, they would be unable to halt Loki's advance. In a state of desperation, Nick issued a command that all power stations must be guarded, with surveillance cameras installed around them. The purpose of these cameras was not to monitor Loki, but rather to facilitate Li Nezha in accessing local footage to open a spatial gateway in the event of an incident at any power station. It was widely understood that should any power station encounter trouble, it would signal the impending climactic battle against the extraterrestrial forces, leading to an atmosphere of palpable tension. However, Li Nezha, seeing that the skies remained undisturbed, deemed his intervention unnecessary and retreated to the maintenance room to continue his handiwork. While Nick was consumed with worry and had little mind for Li Nezha, Natasha approached him, inquiring, "It appears you are utterly unconcerned. May I ask why?" Li Nezha had known Natasha since her undercover days at Stark Industries, though their interactions had been limited, rendering them not particularly familiar with one another. He glanced at her briefly before returning to his craft, responding, "What is there to worry about? Even if Loki succeeds, it would merely summon an alien army. One should not overestimate extraterrestrials. While they may roam freely in space, they are not significantly stronger than us within the atmosphere." Natasha had not considered this perspective on aliens and pressed further. "Are you suggesting that while their space technology is advanced, their equipment within the atmosphere is comparatively inferior?" Li Nezha shook his head, saying, "No, my point is that even if they wield powerful weapons, what does it matter? As long as they can be defeated, there is no need for fear. The only consideration should be the cost of victory." His dismissive remarks regarding human life did not provoke Natasha's ire. Those with understanding recognized that an alien invasion would inevitably incur significant costs, and they were prepared for sacrifice. Thus, hearing his words, Natasha felt a measure of relief and inquired, "What if the aliens possess formidable weaponry?" Li Nezha replied, "That is precisely why we exist as superhumans. The more powerful the weapon, the scarcer its numbers. As long as we can neutralize these weapons, the problem is manageable." Natasha asked, "Do the aliens have superhumans similar to you?" Li Nezha affirmed, "Certainly. Loki is one of them. However, there is no need for concern. Their mightiest is merely Thanos, and I can handle him." Natasha seized on this crucial point, asking, "Thanos? Who is that?" Li Nezha, growing impatient, replied, "You may inquire with Thor. Do not distract me here." Natasha, taken aback, exclaimed, "How did you know Thor had arrived?" Li Nezha raised his head, saying, "Has he finally come? Did he come alone?" Natasha remarked, "He arrived with his 4 companions." However, their excessive arrogance led them to bypass communication with us, directly invading Loki's lair, where they fell into Loki's ambush. Aside from Thor himself, all his companions were injured and had to return to Asgard. We found Thor and extended our invitation, which led him to join us. Li Nezha shrugged. The Asgardians possess such a temperament, proud, arrogant, and dismissive of others. They seldom regard other races with respect. Yet, we would react similarly. With a notorious criminal emerging from our own ranks, especially a prince, it is best to resolve the matter internally to avoid airing our dirty laundry. Natasha continued. Upon Thor's arrival, he provided us with more detailed intelligence. The invasion of Earth by the Chitauri is not a mere coincidence, but part of a larger scheme. However, the specifics of this conspiracy remain unclear to Asgard, necessitating further investigation. Li Nezha lowered his gaze, resuming his handiwork, and stated, "What is there to investigate? It is simply Thanos coveting treasures that happen to be on Earth." Natasha pressed, "Who exactly is Thanos? What is his ambition?" Reluctantly, Li Nezha replied, "Very well. I shall enlighten you. Thanos is a deranged environmentalist who believes that the universe is overpopulated, consuming resources at an alarming rate, which will hasten the universe's demise. Thus, he randomly slaughters half of the population wherever he goes, allowing the other half to thrive sustainably. However, the universe is vast. Even if he attempted to kill everyone, it would take him millennia to accomplish. Moreover, some cosmic powers are beyond Thanos' reach, prompting him to covet the 6 Infinity Stones. Each stone harbors immense energy and unique abilities. If he were to gather all 6, he could manifest his desires. With but a snap of his fingers, half of the universe's inhabitants would vanish. Unfortunately, 3 of the Infinity Stones are currently located on Earth. Natasha gasped, 3? Where are they? Can we not remove them? Li Nezha explained, one stone, the Space Stone, is concealed within the Tesseract. Another, the Mind Stone, is embedded in Loki's scepter, and the last, the Time Stone, is safeguarded by a remarkably powerful and virtuous sorcerer. This sorcerer has protected Earth for millennia, repelling countless malevolent entities that covet our world, relying heavily on the Time Stone's might. If you request him to relinquish the stone, what will become of Earth's safety? Furthermore, if we were to remove the stone from Earth, allowing Thanos to acquire it, half of humanity would still perish, thus failing to resolve the issue. As Natasha was about to respond, the airship beneath her suddenly trembled violently, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Chapter 34. Near-death and contingency plans. The airship experienced a tremor, unmistakably not an earthquake. Natasha swiftly inquired through her communicator, "What is happening?" An unidentified voice responded, "We are under attack." Before Natasha could ask further, the airship jolted again, tilting precariously as it began to descend rapidly. This caused Natasha to gasp involuntarily, quickly grasping the handrail of the workbench. Li Nezha's expression also shifted dramatically as he summoned the wind-fire wheels, declaring, "Take care of yourself. I shall venture out to investigate." Natasha immediately retorted, "Do not concern yourself with me. Hurry and assist." Li Nezha nodded and dashed out of the maintenance room. Emerging outside the celestial mothership. From an external perspective, the damage inflicted upon the celestial mothership was glaringly apparent. The vessel was equipped with 4 engines, which needed to function collectively to maintain equilibrium. While the failure of one engine might be manageable, the simultaneous malfunction of 2 would inevitably lead to a catastrophic descent. Most alarmingly, if both engines on the same side faltered, the mothership would plummet without any means of cushioning its fall, spiraling downward like a top. At present, the celestial mothership found itself in such dire circumstances, with 2 engines on the same side obliterated, causing the massive ship to begin rolling uncontrollably. Aircraft, debris, and personnel on the deck were plummeting downwards like dumplings. Li Nezha, unable to spare a thought for those already falling, swiftly unleashed the Chaos Silk, attempting to secure the mothership. The Chaos Silk and the Universe Ring were the most formidable treasures in Li Nezha's possession at one point. He had inadvertently stirred the Eastern Sea into turmoil while merely using the Chaos Silk as a towel during his bath, attracting the attention of the Sea Patrol Yasha. Now, once again demonstrating his formidable prowess, the delicate silk ribbon suddenly expanded to envelop an enormous warship measuring over 400 meters in length and 80 meters in width, with a displacement exceeding 150,000 tons. However, despite the formidable nature of the Chaos Silk, Li Nezha lacked the divine strength needed to halt the mothership's descent. Not even the Hulk could achieve such a feat. A sheer rage would not suffice to prevent the inevitable. The consequences of the mothership's fall were dire. It housed the elite of S.H.I.E.L.D. And should they all meet their demise, the morale of Earth would suffer a profound blow. signaling a loss before the battle for Earth had even commenced. Consequently, Li Nezha transformed into a towering figure, standing at 2 meters and 70 centimeters, with 3 heads and 8 arms, all straining to grasp the chaos silk. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, the celestial mothership continued its downward trajectory. Regret gnawed at him as he wished he had learned from Sun Wukong or Erling Shun the art of manipulating the heavens. If he could attain a height of 10,000 zhang, the mothership would be trivial, easily supported by a mere finger. Alas, he lacked such capabilities. Possessing only 3 heads and 8 arms, and could only desperately hold on. Though Li Nezha endeavored with all his might, he could not significantly mitigate the descent. Fortunately, Thor arrived first, followed closely by Tony. The 3 airborne individuals combined their efforts to grasp the chaos silk, barely freeing the mothership from its spiral descent. Subsequently, Nick directed the operators of the celestial mothership to adjust the output power of the remaining 2 engines, striving to maintain equilibrium with the combined pulling force of Li Nezha and his companions, ultimately achieving stabilization. However, this was still insufficient to halt the mothership's descent, which continued to plummet at a considerable speed. Fortunately, below lies the vast ocean, where the sky carrier can navigate just like an ordinary aircraft carrier, finding safety upon landing on the water. However, at that moment, 2 Kuan-style fighter jets approached, launching 4 missiles at Li Nezha, Thor, and Tony. The trio was already straining under pressure, and the arrival of these 2 troublemakers exacerbated their predicament. Nevertheless, Li Nezha fared slightly better than Thor and Tony. Thor relied on his enchanted hammer for flight, necessitating one hand to grip the hammer while the other held onto the sky web. Tony, although able to free one hand, found his palm cannon and shoulder missiles had limited range, making it challenging to target the aircraft. Thus, Li Nezha exclaimed, "You two, muster all your strength. I need to free a hand." Thor and Tony immediately complied, exerting every ounce of their strength. Li Nezha released one of his 8 arms, retrieving the Qianquan circle, and with a mighty shout, hurled it forth. The Qianquan circle shared similarities with the missiles, as both could autonomously track their targets and had considerable range. However, unlike the missiles, the Qianquan circle lacked explosive capabilities, relying solely on impact to destroy its target. Yet, its flexibility surpassed that of any missile. It could maneuver with ease, capable of making even a 18,000-degree turn without difficulty. Consequently, the 2 Kuan-style fighter jets, having unleashed their 4 missiles, were swiftly destroyed. Fortunately, those 4 missiles failed to achieve their purpose, being intercepted by the Qianquan circle before they could inflict damage. Otherwise, the trio would have been thrown back, and the sky carrier would have struggled to remain afloat. After the destruction of the 2 jets, the pilots ejected from their seats. Li Nezha caught sight of one of the pilots and recognized him as Hawkeye. Naturally, he could not allow him to escape. He promptly ensnared him with the Qianquan circle and transported him aboard the sky carrier before retracting his hand to continue gripping the sky web. After several arduous minutes, the sky carrier finally descended to the ocean's surface. Even with efforts to slow the descent, it still generated waves reaching heights of 10 meters, submerging the carrier 5 to 6 meters underwater before it gradually resurfaced. Thanks to the carrier's excellent sealing, its buoyancy was preserved. Otherwise, it might not have surfaced at all. Once they were entirely safe, Li Nezha, Thor, and Tony lay on the deck, utterly exhausted. Both Li Nezha and Thor, despite their divine nature, could not withstand such an all-out effort for over 10 minutes without succumbing to fatigue. Tony, while not physically exerting himself, felt the adrenaline surge from the tension. Now that the crisis had passed, the after-effects caught up with him, leaving him equally drained. The first to rush over and check on them was Steve. Upon seeing that the 3 were merely fatigued, he breathed a sigh of relief and remarked, "This battle ended in utter confusion. The sky carrier's combat capability is essentially ruined, and Banner is lost." Li Nezha, taken aback, looked up and inquired, "Banner is lost?" Steve nodded and replied, "During the tumultuous roll of the sky carrier, Banner lost control and transformed into the Hulk. We had no choice but to lead him out, and now we are uncertain where he has landed." Li Nezha struggled to rise, but after several attempts, he remained unsuccessful until Steve assisted him. He sighed, saying, "This is disastrous. Banner is lost, and the 3 of us will find it difficult to recover in the short term. The helicarrier has also lost its combat capability. If Loki appears now, how shall we contend with him?" Steve's expression changed immediately as he called out, "Fury, can you hear me? Is there an alternative plan?" Fury replied, "The contingency plan is for the military to take the lead." Chapter 35, The Battle of New York. In truth, the military had already stepped in. While the helicarrier of S.H.I. was still reeling, Loki had already arrived at Stark Tower and opened the portal. As soon as the portal was activated, the Chitauri swarmed through, wreaking havoc upon the city. With no Avengers to stand in their way, the U.S. military had to take charge. Otherwise, what purpose would they serve? Due to the urban environment, the army's progress was slow, and by the time they arrived, the Chitauri had likely spread throughout the city. However, the Air Force was unimpeded and reached the scene with great haste, engaging the Chitauri's small spacecraft in aerial combat. Though the Chitauri's vessels flew neither high nor fast and lacked agility, their sheer numbers proved advantageous, especially in urban skirmishes. In contrast, the U.S. military's aircraft, though capable of flying at great heights and speeds, were never designed for street fighting. Who had ever seen fighter jets battling within a city? The problem was that Loki had opened the portal in the heart of the city, and its low elevation allowed the Chitauri to pour into the metropolis immediately, forcing the fighter jets into unfamiliar territory. As a result, the Air Force suffered significant losses, with aircraft being shot down in succession, their wreckage raining down on the city and causing further casualties. Within mere minutes, the military could no longer withstand the onslaught. A general called Nick Fury, hurling a barrage of expletives and demanding immediate support, threatening that Congress would cut SHIELD's funding otherwise. Although Nick was anxious, he remained composed, not urging Li Nezha and the others, but rather instructing them to rest. He declared that they could not engage until they had regained at least 80% of their strength. Li Nezha and Thor, being gods, possessed remarkable recovery abilities, while Tony had expended minimal energy, only experiencing mild side effects from adrenaline. Thus, they quickly regained their strength and informed Nick of their readiness for battle. Steve, Natasha, and the now conscious Hawkeye had already departed in the Quinjet, but Li Nezha and his companions arrived at the battlefield even faster. Upon seeing the Chitauri swarming the skies, Thor could not contain himself and charged into the fray. Meanwhile, Tony was concerned about Stark Tower and decided to return to check on it. Remembering the original narrative where Loki was at Stark Tower, Li Nezha resolved to follow suit. However, upon arriving at the tower, they found only Dr. Selvig present. With Loki nowhere to be found, Li Nezha could not help but murmur, "Where has Loki gone?" Meanwhile, Tony, hurriedly donning a new suit of Iron Man armor, replied, "After you beat him so badly last time, how could he possibly let you find him? He is undoubtedly hiding." Li Nezha furrowed his brow. Without locating Loki, he could not retrieve the Mind Scepter from him. And how could he then close the portal? He turned to survey the towering buildings around him and remarked, "He possesses an exhibitionist personality. With such a grand spectacle, how could he not want to witness it firsthand? Surely he desires an audience." Having finished equipping his new armor, Tony began scanning the nearby structures, suggesting, perhaps he is elsewhere, watching the news coverage rather than lurking nearby. Unable to find Loki, Li Nezha conceded. Hawkeye was freed from the Mind Scepter's control after a blow to the head. We can apply the same to Shavik to restore his sanity as swiftly as possible. He created the machine to open the portal. We should inquire if he knows how to close it. In the meantime, focus on locating Loki. Leave the fighting to us. Tony affirmed, "You are the general. I shall heed your command." With Tony managing these matters, Li Nezha felt a sense of relief and soared away on his wind-fire wheels. Among his treasures, the golden bricks were meant for overwhelming foes in large numbers. However, the challenge lay in New York, where a single strike would claim far more Earthlings than Chitauri. Thus, he devised a new strategy, wrapping the golden brick in the Hunyuan silk to use it as a meteor hammer. The Hunyuan silk could extend infinitely and was as agile as his fingers, allowing for seamless maneuvering amid the urban obstacles. Coupled with the brick's formidable attack power, it was capable of dispatching Chitauri infantry and aircraft with ease. The sole adversary he could not vanquish in one blow was the armored space shark. Its thick armor rendered the golden brick ineffective, leaving him no choice but to employ the Qiankuan ring. Of a higher grade, the Qiankuan ring concentrated its attack power, capable of penetrating the space shark with a single strike, albeit requiring a precise hit to ensure effectiveness. As Li Nezha unleashed his fury, the Chitauri fell like dumplings, prompting cheers of jubilation from the observing Earthlings. His youthful visage was both adorable and striking, endearing him to the crowd, and as he dispatched foes with ease, rescuing the most lives, he naturally garnered the greatest admiration. Although he had established a temple some time ago, the incense offerings had been meager, yet, within these few brief moments, he reaped offerings exponentially greater than before. These offerings, filtered through the divine sigils of the three altars and the sea assembly, transformed into pure, harmless energy, which Li Nezha absorbed to convert into magical power. With ample mana at his disposal, he grew increasingly emboldened, charging toward the portal teeming with Chitauri. Witnessing Li Nezha's swift and numerous victories, Thor felt a twinge of competitiveness and joined him in the charge toward the portal. After being thoroughly beaten by Li Nezha in the Sahara, Thor took it upon himself to learn more about this figure. Discovering that he hailed from the Eastern Pantheon and served as a formidable warrior, this revelation incited a sense of indignation within Thor. For in Asgard, he held the esteemed position of commander, comparable to that of the heavenly king, yet he had been bested by the son of this very king. Such a humiliation. In his contemplation, Thor attributed his defeat to the multitude of magical artifacts wielded by Li Nezha. Among these treasures were the Firepoint Spear, the Wind and Fire Wheels, the Cosmic Circle, the Heavenly Silk, the Golden Bricks, the Xiangyang Sword, and the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, totaling 8 items. In contrast, Thor possessed only his mighty hammer, Mjolnir. Thus, the defeat in the Sahara was not a measure of Thor's inferiority to Li Nezha in strength, but rather a reflection of their unequal armaments. However, in the context of a large-scale battle, the advantage of possessing numerous magical artifacts diminishes. Thor had already resolved to confront Li Nezha head-on, charging into the fray where the enemy was densest. Yet, the Chitauri were acutely aware of the strategic importance of the spatial gate. Upon noticing the assault, they swiftly assembled a formidable defense. Consequently, both Li Nezha and Thor found themselves ensnared in a veritable encirclement, surrounded by a swarm of Chitauri spacecraft. Despite being battered relentlessly, they continued their charge with reckless abandon. Li Nezha was fortunate. He had recently acquired a suit of armor crafted by the Ancient One and her cadre of Kamatage sorcerers, which boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Thor, on the other hand, despite his robust physique, was being tossed about like a ragdoll, utterly incapable of mounting any effective resistance. Enraged, Li Nezha unleashed the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, expanding it to envelop the entire spatial gate. The immense power required to sustain such a large shield was staggering, and the continuous drain on his magical energy was intense. Fortunately, the populace of New York rallied behind him, offering their fervent support and replenishing his mystical reserves. Without this influx, he would have faltered long ago. Chapter 36. A turning point. Under the searing blaze of the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, the Chitauri fell like fried grasshoppers, plummeting in droves. Even the heavily armored space sharks could only linger momentarily before succumbing to the flames, transforming into charred remnants. One would expect that the Chitauri commander, witnessing such devastation, would recalibrate their strategy to dismantle the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield before launching a renewed assault. However, the commander seemed oblivious to reason, accelerating the deployment of troops as if hoping to overwhelm the shield with the sheer number of Chitauri bodies. Remarkably, this tactic struck at the very heart of Li Nezha's vulnerability, darkening his demeanor. The power of the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield was undeniable, capable of incinerating even golden immortals. What were the Chitauri but insignificant insects? Yet, therein lay the dilemma. The shield demanded vast reserves of magical energy, and its expansion to a size greater than that of a building exponentially increased the rate of consumption. Had it not been for the prayers of New York's citizens, providing an abundance of spiritual energy, Li Nezha would have been utterly drained and unable to sustain his defenses. Despite the circumstances, Li Nezha could not sustain his position for long. Once the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield was withdrawn, the spatial portal would become even more difficult to manage. In a moment of urgency, Li Nezha's mind raced, and he devised a plan. He diminished the size of the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, no longer attempting to halt all the Chitauri, but instead wielding it as a battering ram to forge a path through the dense ranks of the Chitauri. Although this strategy allowed the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Shield to endure a bit longer, it also afforded the Chitauri a chance to retaliate. They unleashed a frenzied barrage upon Li Nezha, illuminating him like a beacon. Fortunately, the armor crafted by Ancient One proved formidable. Otherwise, his lotus form might not have withstood the onslaught. While Li Nezha faced the assault, others were not idle. Thor, overwhelmed by the chaos, withdrew from the front line, now only able to charge from the periphery, striving to alleviate some of the pressure on Li Nezha. The American military aircraft continued their relentless bombardment, gradually diminishing the numbers of the encircling Chitauri. However, the ammunition carried by the fighter jets was limited. They could only carry a maximum of 8 missiles, and once depleted, they were left with only their cannons, which had merely 400 rounds of 25mm shells. With such scant ammunition, a full barrage would deplete it in less than a minute, offering minimal assistance. Recognizing Li Nezha's precarious situation, Tony Stark also joined the fray. Unfortunately, His iron armor could not carry substantial ammunition, and the firing rate of his repulsor rays was too low to breach the Chitauri encirclement, thwarted in several attempts. Thankfully, Tony's greatest weapon was never the hardware, but his intellect. He noticed that the U.S. Army had finally arrived and promptly flew over to find the commander, declaring, "Establish artillery positions immediately and follow my lead." Though not a soldier, Tony's immense reputation, particularly as an inventor of weaponry, made the military commander amenable to his guidance. And they began to set up artillery. Given that the Chitauri had directly invaded New York City, the U.S. military had not brought heavy artillery, instead equipping themselves with anti-aircraft guns and rocket launchers. In truth, the military was relatively weak in artillery, primarily relying on missiles. However, with the skies teeming with Chitauri, saturation attacks became imperative. Yet, when has anti-aircraft fire required saturation? Modern fighter jets are worth billions. No one could deploy hundreds at once. Thus, the military was entirely unprepared in this regard, with insufficient missile stockpiles, resorting instead to anti-aircraft guns and rocket launchers as makeshift measures. The differences between missiles and anti-aircraft artillery posed a new challenge, leaving no one confident in their ability to coordinate an effective assault. It was precisely for this reason that the military commander unhesitatingly heeded Tony's directives. He was the only one capable of mastering these weapons. Under Tony's calculations and coordination, the U.S. forces commenced their bombardment, concentrating their fire on the area beneath the spatial portal. The Chitauri filled this place to the brim, wielding a formidable presence that could dispatch numerous foes with little precision. The saturation assault by the American forces finally alleviated some of the pressure on Li Nezha, who immediately roared and charged forward, ultimately breaking through the blockade and traversing the space portal to arrive in another realm of the universe. In the celestial realm where Nezha resided, the concept of outer space was non-existent. However, upon his inaugural venture into the cosmos, Li Nezha felt no discomfort. Rather, he found himself more agile and swift, unhindered by gravity and air resistance. He did not linger by the space portal, cognizant that he could not hold it alone. Instead, he surged toward the Chitauri warships. In the original narrative, a mushroom-shaped egg, carelessly discarded, had obliterated the largest of the warships, highlighting the vulnerability of the Chitauri fleet. Thus, when Li Nezha galloped into the fray, the Chitauri commander was thrown into disarray, issuing frantic orders to flee while simultaneously commanding a retaliatory barrage, resulting in utter chaos among the Chitauri ranks. While clad in armor and propelled by the wind and fire wheels, Li Nezha could not compare himself to Captain Marvel, as he could not employ himself as a projectile. Instead, he utilized the Xiangyang circle to carve several openings into the warship before slipping inside. Once within the narrow corridors, Li Nezha's martial prowess found ample opportunity for expression. Despite the relentless onslaught of the Chitauri, who attacked from both flanks, he adeptly managed to fend them off, wielding his fire spike spear and Xiangyang twin swords to dispatch countless Chitauri souls. Li Nezha's intention was to directly confront the Chitauri commander for a decapitating strike. However, unfamiliar with the internal layout of the warship and unable to communicate with the Chitauri, he found himself taking numerous wrong turns. By the time he finally located the bridge, the Chitauri commander had long since fled. Left with no recourse, Li Nezha resolved to incapacitate the warship's command and operational systems before turning to depart. With direct decapitation no longer an option, he sought an alternative strategy. The spatial portal magic of Kamar Taj had distance limitations, rendering it impractical for aimless wandering in the cosmos. The vastness of space was measured in light years, and the further one ventured, the greater the magical energy expended. Even Li Nezha, a deity, could not afford such consumption. However, with a cosmic cube opening a spatial portal, Li Nezha could utilize it to create his own portal, minimizing the expenditure. Thus, he effortlessly stepped through the sparking portal and returned to Earth in a single stride. This left Nick Fury astounded, stammering, "Why, you're back?" Li Nezha gestured toward the portal behind him, stating, "It is time for your faith to take the stage. Are the mushroom eggs ready?" Chapter 37. Will Thanos come? On the deck of the aerial mothership, all aircraft had vanished, replaced instead by densely arranged missile launchers. Hundreds of personnel were diligently modifying air-to-air missiles into surface-to-air variants. Meanwhile, over 30 military bases within the United States were bustling, diligently preparing for missile launches. Nick Fury stood on the bridge, gripping the railing while observing the industrious personnel on the deck, his jaw clenched. Beside him, Maria Hill murmured softly, urging them to hasten. At last, a figure at the launch pad raised a hand and exclaimed, "Ready." Li Nezha promptly appeared before the launch apparatus, gesturing to create a spatial portal. This portal aligned perfectly with the missile, and with the press of a button, a long plume of flame erupted from the missile's tail, propelling it into the portal. Without pausing to witness the outcome, Li Nezha swiftly closed the portal and moved to the next missile that was ready, reopening the portal once more. In this manner, missile after missile was launched, disregarding whether they struck their targets, focusing solely on saturating the attack. The aerospace carrier, having completed its launches, became oblivious to the results. However, the spatial portal above New York exhibited unusual activity, with blinding lights streaming through, as countless Chitauri fell, not emerging from the portal, but plummeting as lifeless corpses. The unexpected turn of events outside the portal invigorated the Earth forces. Though most were unaware of the specifics, they rejoiced at the Chitauri's misfortunes. After expelling a multitude of mushroom bombs from the aerospace carrier, Li Nezha turned his attention to video feeds, creating another portal to a military base. Following the same protocol, missiles were stored on racks, and once the portal was opened, they were launched directly. After this base completed its launches, Li Nezha hastened to the next one. In a mere span of several minutes, the United States had depleted hundreds of mushroom bombs from its inventory, saving substantial maintenance costs. Once this batch of mushroom bombs was launched, Li Nezha paused momentarily, not from fatigue, but because the mushroom bombs had been exhausted. The United States, of course, possessed more than just these few bombs. However, most were warheads, stored separately from their casings, requiring detonation codes and a myriad of intricate procedures. Mushroom bombs were exceedingly perilous and necessitated stringent oversight. Those previously launched were the only ones ready for immediate deployment. To continue depleting the inventory would require temporary assembly, which demanded time. Nevertheless, the hundreds of mushroom bombs were sufficient to sweep through the Chitauri fleet, as the flow of Chitauri soldiers emerging from the portal gradually dwindled, eventually ceasing entirely for an extended period. This sight elicited jubilant cheers from onlookers, though regrettably, their fervent admiration was directed towards the mushroom bombs rather than Li Nezha himself. Tony, confident in the capabilities of his armor, declared, "I'll go assess the situation, stay in touch." Steve and Natasha were busy clearing the ground of Chitauri, advising amidst their efforts, "Don't venture too deep, just take a look and return." Tony did not respond, soaring directly toward the portal. Upon crossing through, he was rendered speechless by the scene that unfolded before him. Despite the explosion of the mushroom egg, which propelled much of the matter into the void, a significant amount remained, the largest of which was the wreckage of a warship. In the original narrative, the Chitauri battleship was effortlessly dispatched by a single mushroom egg, but in the realm where Li Nezha resided, such a fate was not so easily met. Even after the detonation of hundreds of mushroom eggs, the Chitauri were not entirely obliterated. Notably, their flagship remarkably withstood the bombardment, appearing battered yet fundamentally intact. Tony stood in stunned silence for a moment, only regaining his composure upon Jarvis's prompt, commanding, "Assess the contamination levels from the mushroom egg." Jarvis promptly replied, "Radiation levels are rapidly diminishing, expected to reach harmless standards in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Tony inquired, "Can the armor's radiation shielding withstand this level of exposure?" Jarvis confirmed, "Yes." However, Tony interjected, "No buts. Proceed immediately." As he spoke, he activated the thrusters and soared towards the remnants of the Chitauri fleet. Yet, before he could venture far, an even larger warship emerged from the shadows, causing Tony to halt abruptly. Nevertheless, he did not retreat. Instead, he remained in place, observing the intentions of the newly arrived vessel. The colossal warship was too massive to traverse the spatial portal, prompting it to dispatch a diminutive craft towards the gate. This small vessel, in its journey through the portal, would inevitably pass by Tony, who, without hesitation, readied himself for a confrontation. At this moment, Li Nezha arrived, gliding on his windfire wheels, and swiftly pulled Tony back. Although Tony's armored suit possessed considerable strength, it was no match for Li Nezha, who effortlessly dragged him away. Once they returned to Earth, Li Nezha asked, "Have we yet located Loki?" Tony shook his head. "No, that rascal is hiding like a mouse, elusive as ever." As they observed the increasingly sizable small craft, Li Nezha smiled and said, "If we cannot find him, others will. Let us return." Understanding Li Nezha's implication, Tony glanced at the craft and followed suit. The Chitauri soldiers continued to fight, yet their initial arrogance had dissipated, leaving them cornered by the American forces, who had confined them to a small area. However, there remained a formidable adversary that the American soldiers struggled to subdue, the heavily armored space shark. Earth's weaponry was still too primitive. Neither missiles nor artillery could penetrate the space shark's thick armor. Fortunately, Thor and Hulk were present, engaged in a contest to vanquish the creature, and it would soon be concluded. Li Nezha and Tony located Steve and Natasha, uniting the four of them. Steve and Natasha bore the marks of battle, their faces dusted and fatigue evident, with blood trickling from a wound on Natasha's forehead. Yet their spirits were high, and Steve's first words were, "Well done, team." Tony countered, "Don't celebrate too soon. Something greater is on the way." Steve's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, "Do the Chitauri have a backup plan?" Li Nezha replied, "It is not their contingency. Rather, it is their support." Natasha's face paled as she interjected, "Are you suggesting Thanos?" Li Nezha shook his head, "I am uncertain. It seems likely, yet I feel it improbable." Natasha asked, "Why is that?" Li Nezha explained, "Because the Sorcerer Supreme is still alive, and I am here. How could Thanos possibly dare to come?" Tony cleared his throat, remarking, "Such arrogant assertions. Don't you feel any embarrassment saying that?" Li Nezha glanced at him. "No, I am merely stating a fact." Chapter 38. The devious Loki. In order to enlist the newcomer's assistance in locating Loki, Li Nezha and his companions deliberately refrained from intercepting them outside the spatial gateway, allowing them to descend upon Earth unimpeded. Once their small craft touched down, the hatch opened, revealing several bizarre figures. Li Nezha surveyed the scene and, with disappointment, shook his head, declaring, "Thanos did not come." Tony responded, "Isn't that a good thing? With one formidable enemy less, it should be easier for us to manage." Li Nezha voiced his concern. "What worries me is that he may be lurking in the shadows, scheming. With his power, if he chooses to strike from the dark, it could spell trouble." Steve suggested, "Regardless, let us first welcome our new guests." The group gathered to meet the arrivals, confronting General Deathblade, Dark Knight Proxima, Black Dwarf, and Corvus Glaive. The other three were taciturn warriors, but Black Dwarf, ever the sycophant, stepped forward to speak. Unfortunately, his flattery was ill-timed, as he began, "Humble earthlings, give thanks, for you shall perish at the hands of Lord Thanos' offspring." Before he could finish, the universal ring struck him squarely on the forehead. Fortunately, they had anticipated such a move. Black Dwarf used telekinesis to deflect it, and General Deathblade followed suit with his twin guns. Nonetheless, Black Dwarf was still knocked off his feet, bloodied and disheveled. The largest and most impulsive of the group, Black Dwarf, roared in fury and charged forward. Initially, Li Nezha intended to have Hulk confront him, but upon looking back, he discovered Hulk was preoccupied, pursuing the last remaining space shark. Lacking Hulk's formidable stature, Li Nezha had no choice but to step in himself. Li Nezha transformed, reaching a height of 2.7 meters. Yet he still fell slightly short of Black Dwarf's towering 2.95 meters, almost 3 meters tall, towering over Li Nezha by half a head. However, height does not equate to combat prowess. As soon as they engaged, Li Nezha imparted a profound lesson. His fiery spear grew thicker and longer in proportion to his stature, yet retained its swiftness. With a flick of his wrist, he pierced a hole through Black Dwarf. To be honest, even Li Nezha was taken aback. It was merely a tentative thrust, yet the renowned Black Dwarf had failed to defend himself. Is it the remarkable marksmanship of Li Nezha? Or is it that Black Dwarf is merely a name without substance? Upon witnessing the dire situation, General Blade of Death rushed to assist, only to be struck by Thor with a mighty blow, forcing him to first contend with Thor. Meanwhile, Dark Knight Proxima followed suit, but was thwarted by the combined efforts of Natasha and Hawkeye. With no alternative, Steve surged towards Ebony Maw. Yet Ebony Maw cleverly manipulated the ground beneath him, lifting himself into the air with telekinesis. Observing this, Tony swiftly took over for Steve, who then turned to join forces with Natasha and Hawkeye, strategizing to concentrate their power on defeating one adversary at a time. Dark Knight Proxima and General Blade of Death, a married couple, sensed the precariousness of their situation and promptly joined forces. Together, they engaged in fierce combat against Thor, Steve, Natasha, and Hawkeye. The couple coordinated their attacks with remarkable synergy, managing to hold their ground even against four opponents. However, Black Dwarf was not as fortunate. Having already been struck by a bullet, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of several more shots, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately for him, his robust physique allowed him to endure, as any other would have perished from such an assault. After dispatching Black Dwarf, Li Nezha assessed the situation with Dark Knight Proxima and General Blade of Death, realizing that Thor and his companions were sufficient to handle them. He then sought out Ebony Maw, but after a lengthy search, he could only see Tony flying in circles, with Ebony Maw having vanished. Anxiously, Li Nezha inquired over the communicator, "Tony, where is Ebony Maw?" To which Tony replied, "I am searching. I suspect he has gone after Loki." Without hesitation, Li Nezha asserted, "Continue your pursuit of Ebony Maw and Loki. I will guard the Tesseract." Tony acknowledged, "Understood. If they intend to flee, they will certainly take the Tesseract with them. So you must protect it at all costs. Li Nezha ascended upon his wind-fire wheels, employing his invisibility technique to vanish from sight. Just as Ebony Maw could conceal himself, so too could he, and now it was a contest of patience. The Tesseract was secured within a machine, designed to open a spatial gateway. The fact that the gateway remained open confirmed that the Tesseract was yet untouched. However, Li Nezha pondered a troubling thought. Once the Tesseract was removed, the gateway would close, posing the question of how Ebony Maw and his cohorts would escape Earth. As he scanned the room, he spotted Selvig, who was indulging in Tony's fine liquor, drowning his sorrows with cup after cup. Clearly, Selvig bore a heavy burden of guilt. Had he not crafted the machine for Loki, the stable spatial gateway would not have been opened, thus inviting the Chitauri invasion. The devastation in New York was catastrophic, with countless lives lost, and he felt a deep sense of responsibility, prompting his current state of despair. Silently, Li Nezha approached Selvig and whispered, "Dr. Selvig, do not display any signs of distress. It is I, Li Nezha." Selvig recognized Li Nezha from their previous encounter in New Mexico, when Li Nezha had vanquished the destroyer. And upon hearing his voice, he immediately realized it was indeed Li Nezha speaking. He raised his glass to obscure his mouth, murmuring as if to himself, "Do you have something to say?" Li Nezha replied, "Loki's reinforcements have arrived, but only 4 of them, which suggests they have abandoned their ambition to dominate Earth. However, they will undoubtedly seek the Tesseract. What I wish to ascertain is whether the portal will close once the Tesseract is extracted." Xiangyang realized no wonder. In the designs Loki provided me, there is an energy storage device capable of temporarily harnessing the Tesseract's power. With this device, even if the Tesseract is removed, the portal can remain open for approximately 3 minutes. Li Nezha questioned, 3 minutes? Are they so confident they can escape within that time frame? Xiangyang pondered and suggested, is it possible they might not flee through the portal above, but instead open another one? Li Nezha slapped his thigh and exclaimed, that makes sense. Loki arrived through a briefly opened portal, and they wouldn't require much time to escape. Just a few seconds would suffice. They needn't rely on machinery. They could simply carry the storage device with them and activate the portal at an opportune moment. Xiangyang added, they might not even need the storage device. Using the Tesseract would be more convenient. Li Nezha nodded. The storage device serves another purpose. It can serve as a decoy to divert our attention. Xiangyang grumbled. That scoundrel Loki is truly full of tricks. Li Nezha patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. I shall deal with him, ensuring he never dares to return to Earth. Chapter 39. A resounding victory and the lending of the gem. While Li Nezha and Xiangyang were engaged in hushed conversation, the machine housing the Tesseract began to stir. Although no one was present beside the machine, the shield generated by the Tesseract's energy flickered, revealing half of the Mind Scepter within its confines. Li Nezha immediately recognized that Loki had pierced the energy shield with the Mind Scepter while remaining invisible. However, it remained uncertain whether Loki was alone or if Ebony Maw lurked nearby as well. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Li Nezha desired the Mind Scepter and the Tesseract. The presence of others was inconsequential as long as these 2 items appeared. Thus, he lunged forward with a spear, and a cry of agony echoed as Loki revealed himself. The Mind Scepter cast aside. With a swift motion, Li Nezha summoned the Mind Scepter back to him with the celestial silk. Grasping the Mind Scepter, he felt a measure of relief and, with a powerful thrust of his arm, lifted Loki off the ground with his fiery spear. Loki's cries grew louder, drawing the attention of others. Upon seeing Loki's plight, Thor immediately abandoned his other concerns and rushed over, saying, Hey, Nezha, could you please put him down? Li Nezha replied, I can let him down, but I want to know where Ebony Maw is. I'm weary of being vigilant against his surprise attacks. Loki hastily stated, he has gone to rescue his comrades. He is not here. Thor was taken aback, hastily turning around to witness Steve, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Tony all being struck in succession. Fortunately, Tony and Steve were relatively unscathed. One was protected by armor, while the other possessed robust physical strength. However, Natasha and Hawkeye fared far worse, collapsing to the ground and unable to rise, clearly suffering significant injuries. Thor, momentarily setting aside thoughts of pleading for Loki, quickly flew back to shield Tony and the others. Seizing this opportunity, General Blade and the Dark Knight Neighbor Star, dragging the seriously injured Black Dwarf, hastily retreated towards their small spacecraft, seemingly intent on fleeing. Thor wished to intervene but was wary of Ebony Maw's potential ambush, thus stifling his impulse. Unexpectedly, the Hulk, who had been preoccupied with his own antics, finally took notice of the commotion after exhausting the space sharks. Indifferent to the circumstances, he leaped onto the small spacecraft, and with a series of powerful jumps, he crushed it beneath his weight. General Blade and the Dark Knight neighbor star, now in a state of utter disarray, struggled to drag Black Dwarf back out, nearly bursting with frustration. Yet they understood that this was not the time for confrontation and quickly altered their escape route. Upon seeing their attempt to flee, the Hulk immediately pursued them. However, as he reached out to grasp General Blade, he was unexpectedly struck by a flying car, sending him tumbling several meters away. Enraged, the Hulk scanned for his adversary, but after a fruitless search, he continued his pursuit of General Blade. Just as he was about to catch up, history repeated itself, and the Hulk was once again sent flying. This time, however, Thor shouted and hurled Mjolnir, which crashed into a building, collapsing a corner of it and forcing Ebony Maw to reveal himself. In truth, Ebony Maw lacked any ability to turn invisible. His concealment was entirely due to Loki's assistance. Consequently, when the two separated and Ebony Maw's invisibility was disrupted, he could not cloak himself again and was left to flee alongside General Blade. With the hidden enemy now exposed, Thor deemed it unnecessary to remain with the injured Natasha and Hawkeye, leaving the immobile Steve behind. Alongside Tony, he pursued the retreating foes. Meanwhile, Li Nezha merely cast a glance at their entanglement before redirecting his attention to Loki. Although Li Nezha deemed Loki unworthy of survival, he recognized that they were in the Avengers realm, where he was, after all, merely a guest. Thus, the fate of Loki was ultimately for the rightful inhabitants to decide. Therefore, Li Nezha refrained from killing him, instead wrapping him in the Hunyuan silk and casting him aside. Subsequently, under the guidance of Shavik, he used the Mind Scepter to close the spatial portal. Once the portal was sealed, all the Chitauri soldiers collapsed to the ground as if disconnected. Although few Chitauri soldiers remained, continuing the purge would inevitably result in further casualties among American soldiers. With the Chitauri incapacitated, those potential losses were averted, prompting a cheer of relief from the American troops. Li Nezha removed the cosmic cube, along with the energy device and the Mind Scepter, placing them into his leopard skin pouch. He then remarked, "Dr. Shavik, aside from a few stragglers, we have achieved a decisive victory. Let us indulge in a toast." Observing Loki bound like a cocoon, Shavik's spirits lifted considerably as he replied, "Indeed, it is time for a drink." The two approached the liquor cabinet, where Li Nezha surveyed the offerings and declared, "I find none of these spirits appealing. I recall that Tony possesses a secret liquor cabinet containing a plethora of exquisite wines. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it." Shavik, unperturbed, settled down in the hall. As Li Nezha exited the hall, he glanced around and listened intently, a smile gradually forming on his face. He then turned to an empty corridor and said, "Come forth." The aged versions of Tony and Steve emerged, with Tony exclaiming in astonishment, "How did you discover us?" Li Nezha pointed to his ear and replied, "I simply heard you. Your heartbeats resonate with me like the sound of a drum." Tony grimaced and commented to Steve, "This is why I detest deities." To which Steve chuckled lightly, "You could achieve the same with instruments. Does that not render you akin to a deity?" Rubbing his chin, Tony mused, "That is a commendable suggestion. While not particularly practical, it could prove useful in certain contexts." Li Nezha then produced the cosmic cube and the Mind Scepter, inquiring, "Will you be able to restore the gems within to their original state after use?" "Rest assured, that is a trivial matter," Tony reassured him. Nodding, Li Nezha responded, "That is good to hear. By the way, have you decided who will snap their fingers?" Steve paused momentarily, replying, "We have yet to consider that." Li Nezha, with significant implication, stated, "It would be wise to deliberate on this sooner rather than later, and it would be prudent to prepare two candidates." Tony asked, "Why? Are we to snap our fingers twice?" Li Nezha replied, "Who can say? It is better to be prepared." Tony dismissed the notion, "We can address that later. If only you were present, you would certainly be the one to snap your fingers." Li Nezha felt a surge of delight and said, "Oh, you place such trust in me?" "Of course," Tony affirmed. "But above all, your robust physique and 8 arms ensure that even if a few were incapacitated, it would not matter." Li Nezha's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Get lost." Steve stifled a chuckle and interjected, "All right, enough of the banter. We must depart." Li Nezha nodded in agreement. "I shall await your return. Be swift in bringing them back to me. Do not worry. To you, we will seem to have left for but a second," Tony assured him. Together with Steve, they pressed the buttons on their wrists and vanished. A second later, Steve reappeared, but Tony was nowhere to be found. Chapter 40. Return with the cosmic cube. Noticing Tony's absence, Li Nezha, harboring a glimmer of hope, inquired, "Where is Tony?" Steve remained silent, merely shaking his head in response. With a sigh, Li Nezha chose not to speak further. Steve opened the box he brought. Retrieving the Mind Scepter and the cosmic cube, he said, "Take care of them. I must be off. There are several more places I need to deliver to." Li Nezha placed the 2 items back into the leopard skin pouch and replied, "Farewell." Steve forced a smile and remarked, "I hope so," as he vanished from sight. Li Nezha sighed before seeking out Tony's collection. Upon returning with 2 bottles of wine, he discovered Tony, Steve, Thor, and others gathered around Loki, seemingly intent on devouring him. Li Nezha set the wine bottles down on the table with a soft clink, drawing the attention of the group. Tony exclaimed, "How did you find this?" "It's the exquisite wine I couldn't bear to drink myself." Li Nezha responded, "Wine is meant to be enjoyed, and I believe it would be an honor for it to be consumed today." Tony opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words, eventually conceding. "All right, you make a valid point." As Li Nezha retrieved several glasses and uncorked the bottles, he inquired, "You all returned rather swiftly. Please tell me you didn't let those fellows escape." Thor replied helplessly, "Indeed, they managed to flee. They must possess some means akin to a spatial portal, vanishing suddenly." Li Nezha chose not to press further on this matter and turned to Natasha and Hawkeye, asking, "How are your injuries?" Hawkeye succinctly replied, "Minor." Natasha added, "My injury is quite severe. I require good wine for recovery. I prefer red wine. Could I exchange for a bottle?" Li Nezha gestured toward Tony's hidden stash, saying, "Help yourself." Tony, irate, challenged Li Nezha, "That's my collection. Why should you get to be generous with it?" Li Nezha retorted, "I am a deity. Indulging in your wine is a favor to you." Tony disdainfully glanced at Loki and said, "What is so remarkable about being a god? There's one lying over there." Upon hearing this, Thor bristled with anger, but Li Nezha interjected, "What is so impressive about being a god? Should I demonstrate dismantling a mech with my bare hands?" Tony cleared his throat and suggested, "Let us discuss what to do next." At that moment, the long quiet system suddenly displayed a countdown, starting from 60 seconds, then 59, 58, 57. This countdown, lacking both beginning and end, led Li Nezha to deduce that it was likely meant to expel him from this realm. With only a minute remaining, he could not afford to arrange many matters and interrupted the ongoing conversation, stating, "I must leave. Tony, please look after my people." Tony retorted, "What do you mean? Is it the kind of departure I think it is?" Li Nezha produced the Mind Scepter and the Cosmic Cube, saying, "How am I to know how you interpret it? Simply put, I intend to return the way I came." Having just fought side by side, they had become comrades, and Li Nezha's sudden decision to depart cast a pall over their spirits. Natasha asked, "Will you return?" Li Nezha shook his head and said, "I cannot guarantee anything. I can only promise that if given the opportunity, I shall return." Steve stepped forward, took the Tesseract in his hands, and remarked, "When Fury summoned me from retirement, he inquired about my thoughts on the Tesseract. I suggested it should remain submerged in the ocean. I still stand by my opinion. Keeping it on Earth is a perilous mistake. I advise you to take it away." The others gazed at Steve in astonishment, surprised by his audacity to relinquish such a priceless artifact. Tony and the others exchanged glances, and Thor concurred, saying, "The Chitauri are sent by Thanos, with the Tesseract as their target. Removing it from Earth will indeed alleviate many troubles." Tony nodded in agreement. "I concur." Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged a look and also nodded. "Agreed." Li Nezha chuckled as he retrieved the Tesseract, saying, "I was concerned you might misplace it, but it seems you are willingly entrusting it to me. Very well. I shall accept it. Such treasures are scarce in my celestial realm." He placed the Tesseract into his leopard skin pouch and raised the Mind Stone scepter, inquiring, "What about this? Shall I take it as well?" At that moment, apart from Li Nezha, no one else was aware that the scepter was embedded with the Mind Stone. Thus, they did not regard it with sufficient importance. Steve replied, "That can remain here." Li Nezha handed the Mind Stone scepter to Steve, opening his mouth to offer some advice, but decided against it. If Shield place too much emphasis on the scepter, it might prevent Hydra from stealing it, which would hinder the emergence of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, gravely affecting the narrative. Thus, he let it go. As he noticed the time was drawing near, Li Nezha took a few steps back, retracted the Hunyuan silk, and said, "Farewell, everyone." Then, before the collective gaze of the onlookers, he vanished like a wisp of smoke. Of course, in Li Nezha's perspective, it was the others who faded away like phantoms, and the scene transformed from Stark Tower to the residence of the great deity of the Three Altars. Having served as the great deity of the Three Altars in the celestial realm for over a century, he was far more familiar with the decor of his abode than with Stark Tower. The more familiar the surroundings, the greater the sense of security they provided. Thus, Li Nezha did not linger in observation. The first thing he did was raise his hand to calculate the time he had been gone. As a warrior, he was not adept at predicting the future, but he found calculating the time quite effortless. To his astonishment, he discovered he had not truly left. It seemed that his 4 years in the Avengers dimension amounted to no more than a fleeting moment in the celestial realm. This revelation relieved Li Nezha. With such a brief absence, it was unlikely anyone would notice his traversal. Next, Li Nezha reached into his leopard skin pouch to examine the Tesseract for any changes. Indeed, upon leaving the Avengers dimension, the Tesseract was no longer an infinity stone, but had transformed into an ordinary energy gem. In other words, the cosmic cube has lost its ability to gather stray energy from the external environment and now retains only the energy it previously contained. Once this energy is depleted, the cosmic cube will no longer have the power to open spatial gateways. Nevertheless, Li Nezha did not dwell on this matter. His days in the heavenly court were exceedingly mundane, devoid of opportunities to utilize the cosmic cube, and even if he could not explain its origins if discovered, leaving it to gather dust within its leopard skin pouch. Eventually, Li Nezha began to inspect the system, and he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Had the system suddenly become generous? How had it changed so remarkably? Chapter 41. The most needed and the most suitable. Li Nezha had long anticipated that even if the system did not assign him tasks, it would reward him after he had vanquished the Chitauri. However, he never imagined that the system would grant him such a substantial reward, over 60,000 gold coins. With his previous accumulations, Li Nezha's current balance had surpassed 70,000. 70,000 gold coins could procure a considerable number of items, and the goods illuminated in the system's marketplace were impressively diverse. Without delving into the various skills related to driving, combat, medicine, and culinary arts, one could note that there were dozens of extraordinary abilities available. Li Nezha meticulously examined each superpower, including their origins and functionalities, discovering that most of these abilities stemmed from mutants, inhumans, and even the realm of Naruto. These superpowers were undeniably formidable. For instance, the professor could annihilate all life on Earth in an instant with the aid of technology, while Magneto, at his peak, could effortlessly reverse the planet's magnetic field. Additionally, characters like Black King, Phoenix, and various ninjutsu techniques could also be classified as world-ending powers. After careful deliberation, Li Nezha selected 3 skills he desired most. The first was Shadow Clone Technique, the second was the Professor's Telepathy, and the last was Astral Projection. The Shadow Clone Technique, originating from Naruto, is the most practical and versatile duplication skill. The clones created through this method possess both physical form and independent consciousness. They can engage in combat, facilitate learning, and collaborate on various matters, making them remarkably trustworthy companions. What Li Nezha cherished most about the Shadow Clone Technique was that upon recalling the clones, all knowledge and skills gained would revert to the original body, rendering it a divine skill for learning. Its only drawback is that chakra is distributed evenly among the clones, leading to a lack of hierarchical distinction during battles, which means they can only engage in collective combat without a designated leader. However, this is not a significant issue. If they cannot defeat an opponent collectively, his original self would not stand a chance either. Conversely, if they are capable of victory regardless of leadership, then the absence of a commander is inconsequential. It is exceedingly rare that a foe requires a leader to triumph over them. The Professor's Telepathy, derived from the films rather than the comics, although considerably weakened in the cinematic realm, particularly piqued Li Nezha's interest with its ability to probe into others' thoughts. Throughout his past and present, Li Nezha had never been a deeply scheming individual, often finding himself ensnared in the machinations of others. Especially after his combat prowess was enhanced, he often found himself being used as a pawn. Consequently, he held a deep admiration for the professor's abilities, for no matter what others uttered, he could discern their true thoughts. As for the skill of astral projection, it was precisely what Li Nezha required most. During his time in the Avengers realm, he had sought the assistance of the Ancient One, hoping to separate his astral self from his lotus form. Regrettably, even the Ancient One was unable to fulfill this request, leaving him to return in disappointment. Now, with the skill of astral projection, it was likely he could indeed separate the two. As long as he could achieve this division, Li Nezha would be able to continue his cultivation of Taoist arts and make further progress. However, both of these extraordinary abilities came at a steep price, with each costing 50,000, tenfold that of ordinary skills. While he had a fondness for shadow clones and telepathy, astral projection was an absolute necessity. After weighing his options for quite some time, he ultimately resolved to purchase telepathy first. It was not that astral projection lacked importance, but rather that with telepathy, he could more conveniently intervene in plots, thereby avoiding being manipulated like a fool. In comparison to enhancing his cultivation, not appearing foolish took precedence. Moreover, by better accomplishing his tasks, he would garner more rewards, allowing for the purchase of astral projection at a later time. Once he made his decision, Li Nezha solemnly pressed the purchase button, and he instantly felt as if he had transformed into a being with 1,000 hands and eyes. The professor's telepathy was not merely a means to probe into others' minds. It also possessed a scanning function, enabling him to perceive his surroundings without the need for sight or sound. The scope of this ability was contingent upon the strength of his mental power. Li Nezha was unaware of the professor's mental prowess, but his own telepathy allowed him to sense everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Even the movements of ants and the flight of flies were not beyond his perception. Fortunately, as a celestial being, his mind was extraordinarily robust. Otherwise, the influx of such vast information could have rendered him incapacitated. Nevertheless, it took him quite some time to adapt, learning to control and filter the superfluous information flow before he felt somewhat at ease. Naturally, having acquired a new skill, he was eager to test its efficacy. In the 3 altars of the great deity's mansion, numerous yellow-turban warriors, heavenly soldiers, and celestial maidens served as attendants and guards. While Li Nezha rested, 2 heavenly soldiers stood watch at the entrance. He stealthily directed his telepathy toward the 2 soldiers, initially expecting to effortlessly delve into their minds. To his surprise, he encountered a layer of resistance. Although he managed to breach it, he inadvertently startled the 2 heavenly soldiers. The soldiers, unaware of who was probing their minds, merely sensed an intrusion, feeling as though someone scrutinized them thoroughly. This alarmed them, prompting them to adopt a defensive stance and shout, "Third Prince, someone is spying." Unable to maintain an appearance of ignorance any longer, Li Nezha emerged, wielding his dual swords of yin and yang, and inquired, "Did you discover who it was?" One heavenly soldier replied, "Please forgive us, Third Prince, we have found nothing." Li Nezha waved his hand and said, "Continue your watch, I shall go investigate." He pretended to take a stroll outside, and upon his return, he summoned all the heavenly soldiers with a grave expression, instructing them, "In the coming days, remain vigilant. We cannot ascertain whether the recent observation was accidental or deliberate. Thus, it is prudent to heighten your alertness. However, do not display this vigilance overtly. Observe discreetly, understood?" The heavenly soldiers filled in the gaps in their imaginations, responding loudly with fervor, exuding an air of unwavering loyalty and readiness to face death. Li Nezha, disinterested in elaborating further, retreated to his quarters to rest. He reflected on why even the mere heavenly soldiers could perceive his mental communication. After much contemplation, he attributed it to the disparities between Eastern and Western mythological frameworks. In Western mythology, divine beings are defined by their lineage. A son of a god remains a god, while a mortal's offspring remains mortal, unable to ascend to divinity. Should a mortal unexpectedly achieve godhood, it would likely be as a demigod born from the union of a god and a mortal woman, thus possessing an origin. Similarly, those with extraordinary abilities derive their power from mutations or genetic anomalies. Ultimately, their capabilities are fortuitous rather than the result of rigorous training. Consequently, their powers tend to be singularly focused, excelling in one aspect while lacking in others. For instance, a professor may be unmatched in psychic abilities, yet a mere child could easily harm him if in close proximity. In contrast, the Eastern pantheon requires rigorous training to reach their zenith, regardless of their origins. Even exceptional beings like Nezha, who was born with innate divine strength and transformed into a lotus form after death to vanquish the Dragon King and Li Jing, still had to study under Tai Jinren before descending to assist Xiangyang at the right moment. This is true for others as well. Even prodigious figures like Erlang Shun and Sun Wukong underwent a process of learning. Because they have all engaged in systematic training, their abilities are more comprehensive, allowing even ordinary heavenly soldiers to sense anomalies in areas where they may be less adept, even if they cannot withstand them. Chapter 42. Once again, through the veil of time, while the Eastern deities possess a broader skill set, this does not necessarily render them superior. The West emphasizes collaboration, despite each individual's weaknesses. The collective strength of diverse talents compensates for their shortcomings. However, this does not imply that Western gods are inherently stronger. Both sides have their advantages and disadvantages, and true strength can only be discerned through confrontation. Previously, opportunities for such encounters were scarce, but with the system at his disposal, Li Nezha now had a chance. Li Nezha dared not probe into others' minds through mental communication any longer. Instead, he resorted to his scanning function to observe his surroundings. He soon discovered that although psychic powers are often deemed omnipresent, there are indeed barriers that can withstand them. In battle axe, merely a helmet was sufficient to block the professor's abilities, and within the heavenly realm, such protective measures abound. It can be stated that any object with protective properties, be it a magical artifact or formation, can effectively obstruct his mental perception. This left Li Nezha somewhat disheartened. Was mental telepathy truly so ineffectual? He opened the system to examine the description of telepathy in the skill bar, only to be astonished to discover that this skill could indeed be upgraded, albeit currently at its initial level. To elevate a skill, there are two avenues. The first is to engage in gradual practice, continuously enhancing proficiency until it naturally ascends. However, each level requires an immense amount of proficiency, and should he attempt to grind against minor creatures like in a game, it would take several months. Yet, the Heavenly Court lacks such minor creatures, and he would be easily detected should he dare to indiscriminately practice. He would be perilously close to being relegated to the mortal realm, consorting with Zhu Beiji. The alternative method involves purchasing skill books from the system's marketplace. Ascending from level 1 to level 2 requires merely 2 skill books, while advancing from level 2 to 3 necessitates 4 books, and from 3 to 4, 8 books, and so forth. Each skill book costs 50,000 gold coins, and with only 20,000 gold coins remaining, how could Li Nezha afford a second book? Moreover, he aspired to purchase the out-of-body skill. It was impossible to utilize skill books for upgrades, thus leaving him in a state of lamentation. Ultimately, Li Nezha resigned himself to the situation, determining that as long as he was not perceived as a fool and could participate more effectively in the narrative, remaining at level 1 was sufficient, and there was no urgent need to upgrade. With the remaining 20,000 gold coins, he contemplated saving for the next skill while also desiring to acquire other valuable items, leaving him indecisive and in a state of inner turmoil. The crux of the matter lay in whether he could earn another 50,000 gold coins in the next realm. If such an amount was attainable, there would be no need to hoard the current 20,000. Purchasing valuable items to bolster his strength would be far more advantageous. Yet, what if he could not earn that sum? The Avengers realm showcased a grand invasion of Chitauri. Would the next realm present such a fortuitous opportunity? After much contemplation, Li Nezha dared not gamble and resolved to continue saving his coins. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from indulging in the system's marketplace, meticulously analyzing, discerning what he liked, what he needed, and what items would suit his current self, contemplating their potential utility once his strength increased. Little did he expect that his indulgence would stretch over a century. During this century, aside from being dispatched by the Heavenly Court to eliminate demons thrice, he found himself aimlessly occupied, repeatedly pondering the wares in the system's marketplace to alleviate his boredom. Previously, he had diligently read Taoist texts, hoping to elevate his realm, aspiring to soar once liberated from the confines of his lotus form. However, he now understood that such aspirations were mere illusions. Altering his temperament would not be so simple. Rather than placing his hopes on transcendence, relying on the system seemed a more prudent choice. Yet, the system remained silent, leading Li Nezha to believe it had ceased to function. It was not until a century after his return to the Heavenly Court that the system finally prompted a dialogue box, inquiring whether he wished to enter a task realm. Yes, no. Li Nezha, having awaited this moment with impatience, promptly clicked yes. He anticipated a sudden shift in scenery. Yet the system presented yet another dialogue box asking him to select an entry mode. Body possession, soul possession. Li Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement. During his previous venture into the Avengers realm, he had traversed not only his own being, but had also embodied Nezha's physical form. Contemplating the choice of soul possession, he pondered whether it would separate his essence from the lotus body. Without hesitation, he opted for soul possession. This time, the system refrained from any mischief, allowing Li Nezha to once again relish the sensation of crossing dimensions. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that he was no longer in the Heavenly Court, but rather reclined upon an elegantly crafted ancient bed. The opulent decor of the room suggested that the individual he had possessed was undoubtedly wealthy. Eager to assess his surroundings, he attempted to rise, but as he lifted his head, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the life of another unfolded before his eyes like a revolving lantern. In mere seconds, Li Nezha absorbed all of this person's memories. Fortunately, this assimilation felt akin to watching a film rather than a direct influx into his mind. Otherwise, he might have found himself grappling with a fractured identity. With the original's memories at his disposal, Li Nezha quickly discerned his location. The original's name was Lu Junyi, which made his whereabouts quite evident. Lu Junyi, renowned as the Jade Qilin of Hebei, was famed for his unmatched prowess with a staff. As celebrated in verse, in the military, he stands first, with an invincible steel spear, riding swift horses through the clouds, excelling in both talent and martial virtue. This poem was penned by the author Xiangyang, indicating that at least in his narrative, Lu Junyi was regarded as the foremost master in the world. However, Upon inheriting Lu Junyi's memories and witnessing his training in duels, Li Nezha perceived his staff techniques as rather mediocre. Even without employing any magical abilities, Li Nezha could easily outmatch him with his spear techniques, given that his strength and speed were on par. Confounded, Li Nezha wondered how a figure of such renown in water margin could be so lacking in skill. In truth, he had underestimated his own spear techniques, which were imparted by the celestial Taiji Zhenren, divine legacies that far surpassed mortal martial arts. In the Avengers realm, neither Abomination nor Loki could withstand his spear play. Abomination was the most elite of soldiers, and Loki was a seasoned warrior with a millennium and a half of battlefield experience. It was inconceivable that they could be mere mortals. To Li Nezha, Lu Junyi, an ordinary human, naturally seemed quite feeble. Rising from the bed, Li Nezha donned a robe from the rack and stepped out of the room. It then struck him that, as a wealthy magnate of Daming Prefecture, Lu Junyi's abode lacked even a servant. Surely, there should be a wife in such a grand domicile? Reflecting on this, Li Nezha realized that Lu Junyi was a martial enthusiast who devoted the majority of his time to training, neglecting his wife, Jia. It was no wonder Jia had sought solace in the company of Li Gu. Left alone in a vast house, she was bound to seek companionship. Chapter 43. A moment as a tycoon, Li Nezha arrived at Lu Junyi's training grounds, grasping a white wax staff. With a few casual shakes, he quickly regained a familiar sensation. He was already adept with firearms, and coupled with Lu Junyi's muscle memory, wielding the white wax staff was a breeze. However, what delighted him the most was his newfound height. Previously, he either measured 1 meter or 2.7, never truly embodying a normal stature. Now, having assumed the guise of Lu Junyi, he finally felt ordinary. Although he still towered over most, he fell well within the realm of normalcy. No longer perceived as a monster or a child. After practicing with the white wax staff for a while, Li Nezha felt somewhat awkward. Although he had traversed into this realm with a soul transfer, the power and speed of the lotus body had not accompanied him. Yet he had still managed to elevate his physical capabilities to the limits of an ordinary person. Fortunately, Lu Junyi's inherent strength was formidable, even with an additional enhancement. He was not at risk of losing control, inadvertently crushing teacups or snapping belts. Nevertheless, he had indeed gained strength. What once felt effortless with the white wax staff now seemed insubstantial, and he feared that exerting too much force might snap it. The white wax staff, being made of wood, possessed a relatively low density. To increase its weight, he could only thicken it further. Yet, the staff Lu Junyi wielded was already quite robust. Any thicker, and it would become unwieldy. Consequently, Li Nezha discarded the white wax staff and picked up a 2-point steel spear. The spear, too, was crafted from wood, but with a head forged from high-quality steel, thus not excessively heavy. After a couple of practice moves, he lost interest and contemplated whether to forge a spear entirely from solid steel. While a spear made of pure steel would indeed be weighty, its lack of flexibility would hinder the execution of many intricate techniques, significantly diminishing its effectiveness. Alas, due to his soul transfer, he had brought none of his magical artifacts. Had he possessed the fire-tip spear, such worries would have been alleviated. As he pondered these thoughts, a servant approached, saying, "Sir, it is time to wash up." Li Nezha snapped back to reality and returned to his chamber, where a maid presented him with a toothbrush and salt for oral hygiene. After brushing and rinsing, he was offered a copper basin filled with warm water. Following a refreshing face wash, the maid promptly handed him a soft towel. The entire washing process was attended to by servants, epitomizing the opulence of the wealthy. Next came breakfast. Though modest in appearance, the quality of ingredients, cooking methods, and utensils used were extraordinary, rivaling a feast fit for a typical family. Once satiated, a group of supervisors arrived to report on various matters and sought his guidance on subsequent actions. With Lu Junyi's memories and his own modern insights, Li Nezha navigated these affairs with ease, issuing directives effortlessly. While managing the mundane tasks, Li Nezha's gaze fell upon Li Gu. Li Gu, the treacherous wolf who had conspired with Jia to harm Lu Junyi, was now a figure Li Nezha could not tolerate. To ensure a peaceful slumber, this traitor must be eliminated. Had Lu Junyi himself been present, he would have meticulously prepared before moving against Li Gu. Due to Li Gu's position as the chief steward, all of Lu Junyi's assets were entrusted to his care. With a dozen underlings, he held significant power within the Lu household, second only to Lu Junyi himself. If matters were mishandled, it could easily lead to turmoil. However, Li Nezha paid little heed to such concerns. After attending to the mundane affairs, when the stewards expressed their intention to take their leave, he interjected, saying, "Dear sirs, please hold for a moment. There is a matter upon which I require your witness." Li Gu and the stewards halted, awaiting Li Nezha's words. Without any superfluous conversation, Li Nezha directly asked, Li Gu, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Li Gu, momentarily taken aback, responded anxiously, My lord, I am unaware of my offenses. Please enlighten me. As Li Nezha approached him and placed a hand upon his shoulder, he was momentarily startled. Upon his arrival in this realm, all of Nezha's divine abilities had become ineffective. The absence of magical power was one aspect, but the realm itself prohibited the existence of potent sorcery, which was another. Yet, as he connected with Li Gu, Li Nezha was astonished to discover that his telepathic abilities remained intact. However, the range was severely limited, requiring physical contact. Despite this limitation, Li Nezha was elated. With telepathy at his disposal, his tasks became infinitely easier. Who could possibly deceive him now? Yet his joy was short-lived. Upon glimpsing Li Gu's memories, a tempest of fury surged within him. Li Gu's betrayal of Lu Junyi was not a mere coincidence. It was a premeditated scheme. 5 years prior, Li Gu had collapsed at the gates of the Lu residence, frozen and starving, and it was Lu Junyi who saved his life and entrusted him with significant responsibilities, elevating him to the position of chief steward. How did Li Gu repay this kindness? He had begun embezzling Lu Junyi's wealth 4 years ago, and 3 years prior. He had conspired with the Jia family, soon plotting the demise of Lu Junyi in order to usurp his assets. However, Lu Junyi was a formidable warrior, well-versed in the arts of poisoning and ambush, and Li Gu feared that failing to kill him would expose his treachery. For a full 3 years, Lu Junyi remained oblivious to Li Gu's predatory ambitions, illustrating just how naive he was. Fortunately, with his knowledge of the storyline and his newfound telepathy, Li Nezha not only discerned Li Gu's true nature, but also learned of those who had allied themselves with him. Indeed, in the original narrative, Li Gu had falsely accused Lu Junyi of colluding with the bandits of Liangshan. The governor of Daming, Liang Zhongshu, had easily believed the slander and apprehended Lu Junyi. Consequently, within the Lu household, apart from Yan Qing, who remained steadfastly loyal, none came to Lu Junyi's defense. Was this not suspicious? Thus, Li Nezha's gaze shifted to the other stewards, a murderous intent surging within his eyes. All the stewards, including Li Gu, were struck with trepidation. Having served Lu Junyi for many years, they were well aware of his martial prowess. Even if they were skilled fighters, collectively they would not suffice to match Lu Junyi's strength. How could they not be afraid? Fortunately, Li Nezha is not a person prone to indiscriminate slaughter. In order to ascertain the true intentions of those in charge, whether they aimed to conspire with Li Gu to harm Lu Junyi or merely sought to curry favor with Li Gu, he patted each of them on the shoulder, delving into their memories. Ultimately, it became clear that only 2 individuals were genuinely loyal to Li Gu. The rest were mere followers, too fearful to offend him and thus chose to align themselves with him. Naturally, should Lu Junyi face downfall, they would not hesitate to kick him while he was down, for their own fortunes remained unaffected by their allegiance to that master. Upon discerning the thoughts of all, Li Nezha could not help but sigh, lamenting Lu Junyi's failure as a leader. Apart from Yan Qing, he had no other loyal supporter. Yan Qing's unwavering loyalty stemmed from his own sense of righteousness, rather than any charm exerted by Lu Junyi. Of course, one must not mock the second brother. Li Nezha himself was not adept at winning hearts. Had he not been a time traveler equipped with telepathic abilities, he likely would have fared worse than Lu Junyi. Chapter 44. Unveiling family secrets and ruthlessness. Having grasped the thoughts of all in charge, Li Nezha understood the course of action he must take. He first delivered a fierce kick that shattered Li Gu's leg, subsequently toppling the 2 sycophants who clung to Li Gu. He then inquired, Do you now understand your sins? The rapid ascension of Li Gu, from a near-frozen wretch to the esteemed position of chief steward within 5 years, indicated his considerable cunning. Even at this juncture, he feigned innocence, wailing, Master, I am wronged. What have I done to incite such wrath? Li Nezha replied with a cold sneer, feigning innocence. Perfect. For I too wish to keep certain matters concealed. I might as well end your life here today and bury everything. As he prepared to strike once more, Li Gu realized his demise was inevitable. Resigned to his fate, he decided to take revenge even in death, shouting, You inhumane eunuch. Marrying a wife is merely for show. What harm is there in me enjoying her on your behalf? Li Nezha did not interrupt, allowing him to finish before addressing the other stewards. Did you all hear that? Am I justified in killing him? Except for the 2 who had been knocked down, the others were drenched in cold sweat, shaking their heads in fear. Understanding that even their close ties with Li Gu did not afford them the courage to speak, resembling frightened partridges, Li Nezha bellowed, Bring forth those who will break his limbs. Just before the house servants entered, Li Gu, astonished, exclaimed, You deliberately led me to say those words? You are not afraid of exposing family disgrace. Li Nezha replied nonchalantly. A man cannot avoid having an unworthy wife or disobedient children. What is so remarkable about that? As long as I establish my authority through you, none shall dare underestimate me. At this moment, the servants entered, and Li Nezha commanded, first, silence his mouth. Then break his limbs. Mind you, each limb must be shattered into no fewer than 10 pieces. Should any piece be missing, I will substitute it with your own arms. Several servants responded with a nod, tearing off the hem of Li Gu's garment to stifle his cries. They then proceeded to brutally strike his limbs with clubs. Though it was claimed that each limb would be shattered into 10 pieces, in reality, the destruction far exceeded that. Ultimately, Li Gu's bones were reduced to mere powder, resembling noodles. The agony was so intense that his eyes threatened to bulge from their sockets. However, with his mouth sealed, he could only emit muffled sounds, leaving no one aware of his intentions nor caring for his plight. Once the servants had finished their grim task, they turned to Li Nezha, awaiting his next command. Li Nezha instructed them to fetch a physician to tend to Li Gu, ensuring he did not perish. Additionally, he ordered the crafting of a large mill capable of grinding a person. The others shuddered at this, realizing the mercilessness of his intent. It was a plan to literally grind Li Gu into blood tofu. Yet upon reflection, they understood the rationale behind it. Li Gu's life had been spared by Lu Junyi, who had even elevated him to a position of authority, only for Li Gu to betray him by seducing Lu Junyi's wife. It was entirely reasonable for Lu Junyi to harbor such profound resentment. Any leniency would have been unusual. The servants complied with Li Nezha's orders. While the remaining dozen overseers dared not depart, their garments soaked with cold sweat, none bold enough to wipe their brows. Notably, 2 men, who had been kicked down by Li Nezha, were so terrified that they wet themselves, remaining silent. When Li Nezha turned his gaze upon them, they immediately weakened, collapsing to the ground, their heads striking the brick floor with resounding thuds as they wept and pleaded for mercy. Li Nezha was not one to exhibit mercy, particularly towards traitors, and he was resolved to eradicate any potential threats. However, as these two had merely harbored treacherous thoughts without committing the act, he chose to show them a modicum of clemency, stating, "You too may take your own lives. I shall not harm your families, nor will I confiscate your estates. They shall remain intact. Ensure they leave Mingfu." Upon hearing this, the 2 men, in stark contrast to Li Gu's fate, realized Li Nezha had indeed been merciful. They dared not wish for more. Their eyes filled with despair as they exited the hall, seeking weapons from the servants to end their own lives. With the true traitors dealt with, Li Nezha turned his attention to the others. As they felt his piercing gaze, akin to a sword, they winced in discomfort. Ultimately, Li Nezha chose not to annihilate them all. The fate of the Lu family's business was at stake. Thus, he declared, "You few, who have remained silent in the face of wrongdoing or have embezzled funds, I shall not name you individually. In light of our years together, I will not impose severe penalties. Those who have embezzled must return double what they misappropriated, and those who remain silent will forfeit a year's salary. For those guilty of both, you shall face both penalties. Should anyone attempt to flee through that door with their family, they may test their luck. I may not catch you, but if I do not expect leniency." With that, he dismissed them, and the overseers breathed a sigh of relief, cautiously retreating. As they had just departed, a person hurriedly rushed in. After glancing at the bloodstains on the ground, he exclaimed, "Master, you ought to have waited for my return. I could have lent you a helping hand." Li Nezha looked at the individual before him with appreciation and replied, "Xiao, your timing is impeccable. Let us engage in a sparring session, and I shall assess your progress." The newcomer was indeed Yanqing, strikingly handsome, surpassing even the idols of later generations. Observing Li Nezha's calm demeanor and realizing that the matter had been resolved, he refrained from further comments and followed Li Nezha to the training grounds. Yanqing's martial skills were taught by Lu Junyi, yet their physical statures were vastly different, resulting in divergent styles. Lu Junyi favored a combat approach centered around the use of long weapons, emphasizing lethal strikes, whereas Yanqing, possessing less brute strength but remarkable agility, relied on the nimble tactics of the pugilistic world, triumphing through skill rather than sheer force. In their previous sparring sessions, should they employ long weapons, Yanqing could manage to withstand a few exchanges. However, in unarmed grappling, Lu Junyi was no match for him. Nonetheless, Yanqing would not allow Lu Junyi to lose face, so out of 10 encounters, he would only claim victory 3 times, intentionally conceding the rest. Li Nezha, wishing to spar with Yanqing, found little challenge in using long weapons, as a few moves would ensure victory. There was no thrill in that. Therefore, they opted for grappling. The form of wrestling during the Song dynasty differed significantly from the more leisurely practice of later times. It encompassed all forms of martial arts involving strikes and throws. Once Li Nezha and Qing were prepared, they immediately engaged in combat. As they fought unarmed, their arms inevitably made contact, allowing Li Nezha to easily discern Qing's thoughts. From Qing's memories, Li Nezha reaffirmed that although this scoundrel appeared frivolous, he was, in fact, a person of deep loyalty and affection, unwaveringly devoted to Lu Junyi, and entirely trustworthy. Given that he was a reliable individual, Li Nezha resolved to utilize him judiciously and grant him further benefits, such as imparting more martial arts knowledge. Chapter 45. The son-in-law of Kai Jing also confronts Li Nezha's most adept martial skills lay and spear techniques, followed by swordsmanship, with his hand-to-hand combat being relatively weaker. Yet, even with this deficiency, when compared to his own proficiency in spear and sword techniques, he remained a formidable presence against ordinary individuals. Coupled with Lu Junyi's own prowess, teaching Qing was a matter of ease. Qing sensed that this time, his master's instruction was imbued with greater confidence and composure, offering him a more profound perspective that only deepened his admiration for Lu Junyi, to whom he was already steadfastly loyal. After practicing for an hour, Qing, fatigued, called for an end to their session. Li Nezha also broke a sweat and returned to change clothes in the rear courtyard. At this moment, it was customary for Lu Junyi's wife, Jia, to attend to him, yet she had not made an appearance. Once dressed, Li Nezha inquired, "Where's my wife?" A maid responded, "Master, the mistress is in her chamber and has requested not to be disturbed." Li Nezha replied, "Let us go see." Due to the fact that Lu Junyi and Jia Shi slept in separate rooms, Jia Shi had her own chamber. Upon arriving at her door, 2 maidservants and an elderly woman stood guard outside, denying entry to anyone. However, they dared not obstruct Li Nezha, who quickly bowed in greeting. Ignoring their presence, Li Nezha simply commanded, "Open the door." The 2 maidservants hastily attempted to push the door ajar, but it was securely bolted from within and would not budge. Li Nezha instructed, "Stand aside." The maidservants stepped aside, and with a swift kick, Li Nezha shattered the door. To everyone's astonishment, they discovered that Jia Shi had hanged herself. Following the execution of Li Gu, news had not been concealed, and Jia Shi was undoubtedly aware of it. The ruthless methods employed by Li Nezha instilled a profound fear in Jia Shi, leaving her with no illusions that he would spare her. Resigned, she chose to end her own life. After executing Li Gu, Li Nezha deliberately allowed an hour for Qing, providing Jia Shi with the time she needed. Despite having granted Lu Junyi a vast expanse of land, Jia Shi remained his legitimate wife, making her situation delicate. Fortunately, she acted with discernment and resolved her own fate, thereby alleviating Li Nezha of considerable trouble. Li Nezha uttered little in response, instructing that her body be lowered and a modest coffin procured for her burial. There was no formal mourning. She was simply taken away and interred. This series of events left the Lu family in a state of unrest, yet Li Nezha remained undisturbed, continuing his affairs as if nothing had transpired. The initial panic among the household gradually subsided, although whispers of speculation persisted. Given that Li Gu and the 2 administrators were high-ranking within the Lu household, and that Jia Shi was the matriarch, their consecutive deaths sparked rampant discussions. As word spread, outsiders became aware of the tumult. Suddenly, a group of constables stormed into the Lu estate, brazenly confronting Li Nezha. "Lu Junyi, you are in trouble. Come with us," they commanded, preparing to ensnare him with iron chains. To their shock, Li Nezha dismissed them effortlessly, sending them sprawling with kicks that left them groaning on the ground. The leading officer, taken aback, exclaimed in alarm, "Lu Junyi, are you intending to murder officials and incite rebellion?" Li Nezha replied coldly, "It was Liang, the governor, who sent you, wasn't he it? I am well aware of his petty schemes. Return and inform him not to push too far, or I shall show him what rebellion truly looks like. When that time comes, his head will adorn my banner. Now get lost." The reputation of Lu Junyi as the foremost enforcer in Hebei was not unfounded. When he ceased to regard the official's garb with any seriousness, the constables became nothing more than ants beneath his feet. They understood this well, and, fearing further confrontation, hastily retreated. When the figures of the constables had vanished from sight, Qing anxiously inquired, "My lord, is not Liang Zhongshu the son-in-law of Kai Jing? By offending him so, do we not risk incurring his wrath?" Li Nezha, pleased with Qing's use of the collective pronoun, maintained a facade of indifference, merely responding with a cold smirk. "Do you not ponder why Li Gu dares to conceive the audacity to usurp my family's wealth?" Qing gasped in disbelief. Could it be Liang Zhongshu? Indeed, Li Nezha affirmed. Liang Zhongshu has long coveted the Liu family's assets. Yet, he has been cautious of his political adversaries in the court, refraining from overt actions, thus covertly supporting Li Gu. My brutal execution of Li Gu has inadvertently provided him a handle against me, compelling him to act swiftly. Furrowing his brow, Yanqing remarked, Li Gu has been reduced to mere pulp, fed to the dogs. What evidence could Liang Zhongshu possibly possess to implicate you, my lord? Could someone have betrayed us? Li Nezha replied, even in the absence of a traitor, Liang Zhongshu possesses ample means to fabricate accusations against me. Therefore, do not entertain thoughts of compromising. We must remain resolute. Let him understand that should he force me into a corner, I shall drag him down with me. Let us see if he dares to gamble against me. Yanqing, skeptical of Li Nezha's audacious gamble, cautioned, my lord, we are commoners, while Liang Zhongshu is an official. The common man does not contend with those in power. Li Nezha countered, should Liang Zhongshu deny us a path to survival, I shall become a brigand. Do brigands not contend with officials? Yanqing, undeterred by the prospect of becoming a bandit alongside Li Nezha, thoughtfully replied, then we must prepare in advance, endeavoring to transport as much of our possessions out of the city as possible, or else they shall fall into the hands of that corrupt official. Li Nezha waved his hand dismissively. There is no haste. Our most pressing concern lies not with material wealth, but with people. In the coming days, accompany me to assess how many would willingly follow us should I claim a mountain as my domain. Yanqing nodded. Understood. I shall strive to gather more followers. Li Nezha cautioned, do not forcibly recruit. Those with families who are unwilling should not be pressed. Yanqing praised, my lord, your compassion is indeed commendable. I shall heed your counsel. Lu Junyi, the wealthiest man in Daming Prefecture, commanded a substantial retinue, likely numbering at least 5,000 or 6,000. However, these individuals were either servants or tenants, motivated by the desire to earn a living rather than to engage in rebellion against officials. Thus, the true number willing to risk their lives alongside Li Nezha amounted to scarcely 200. This was largely due to Lu Junyi's martial prowess, having gathered a band of daring and brave individuals from the rivers and lakes. Otherwise, even 200 would have been a stretch. Despite the limited manpower, it was sufficient. Li Nezha tasked Yanqing with the responsibility of transferring their wealth, while he led the 200 in rigorous training, aiming to forge them into a cohesive unit. However, time was short, and Li Nezha could only instill the ability to follow commands. There was no opportunity for comprehensive tactical training before Liang Zhongshu struck. Chapter 46. Overestimating the opponent and changing the plan. Li Nezha had long been vigilant against Liang Zhongshu, even dispatching individuals to monitor the vicinity of the magistrate's office. Therefore, as soon as Liang Zhongshu's men set out, Li Nezha was promptly informed and reacted instantly. Rather than fleeing directly, he led 200 guards to stealthily encircle the back street of the magistrate's office. He instructed the guards to wait outside while he infiltrated the office to ascertain Liang Zhongshu's whereabouts. Having just sent men to the Liu residence to apprehend individuals, it was highly probable that Liang Zhongshu remained within the office. However, for prudence's sake, Li Nezha decided to confirm this. Once he verified Liang Zhongshu's location, he signaled, and the 200 guards swiftly surged over the office's courtyard wall, launching an assault. Although they were but 200, their sudden onslaught created considerable commotion, throwing the entire office into chaos. Li Nezha had braced himself for a fierce battle, even preparing solutions for various potential challenges. Yet, reality unfolded in a manner more surreal than fiction. The Grand Magistrate's office was eerily deserted, allowing the 200 guards to breach the premises effortlessly and reach Liang Zhongshu's study. Li Nezha concealed himself just outside the study, awaiting Liang Zhongshu's response to deliver a decisive blow. To his astonishment, upon learning of the intruders, Liang Zhongshu cowardly crawled beneath his desk, failing to issue any commands, and consequently, no constables appeared to impede the guards' advance. Truthfully, Li Nezha found himself momentarily dumbfounded. How could Liang Zhongshu, with such a lack of courage, have attained the position of magistrate? Was it solely due to the influence of his father-in-law, Kai Jing? Without necessitating Li Nezha's intervention, the 200 guards effortlessly penetrated the magistrate's office and captured Liang Zhongshu. When two guards dragged Liang Zhongshu from beneath the desk, he resembled a limp mass of clay, particularly with a suspicious wet stain beneath him, which elicited raised eyebrows. Observing Liang Zhongshu's utter disgrace, Li Nezha sighed. With such a meager spirit, how could you dare covet my fortune? Are you unaware of my reputation as the foremost enforcer in Hebei? Liang Zhongshu trembled, rendered speechless and unable to respond. Li Nezha, finding no desire to engage further, stated plainly, with you as a corrupt official, I can no longer remain in Daming Prefecture. I intend to liquidate all my assets and relocate. However, my wealth is substantial, and parting with it is no simple task. Might Magistrate Liang assist me? Believing a glimmer of hope for his life remained, Liang Zhongshu nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Li Nezha continued. I have appraised all my assets, totaling approximately over 800,000 strings of cash. Let us round it up to 1 million strings. This modest sum should be inconsequential for you, Magistrate Liang. I propose we sell everything to you. Though Lu Junyi's total assets amounted to just over 800,000 strings, which might seem insufficient for the title of Daming Prefecture's wealthiest, it was, in fact, a considerable fortune. The Song dynasty implemented a strategy of concentrating strength while diminishing peripheral resources, including military power, wealth, and talent, all centralized in Bianliang, leaving other regions notably weakened. Do not be misled by the grand title of Daming Prefecture as the capital. In reality, its vibrancy pales in comparison to that of Bianliang and the prosperous trade of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Moreover, the wealthiest individuals are predominantly officials who, due to their status, must conceal their affluence. Consequently, they have chosen the powerless Lu Junyi as a scapegoat, bestowing upon him the title of the wealthiest man in Daming Prefecture. Thus, Lu Junyi's fortune of over 800,000 strings of cash is indeed remarkable. However, the expectation to sell his assets for 1 million strings raises questions regarding the feasibility of such a sum. Liang Zhongshu, harboring resentment, dared not voice his grievances and stammered. I do not possess such wealth. Li Nezha retorted. You bestow gifts worth tens of thousands of strings upon your father-in-law each year. How can you now claim to lack 1 million strings? How am I to trust your words? Liang Zhongshu lamented. My ascension in the official realm is entirely due to my esteemed father-in-law. Would I dare to slight his birthday? A significant portion of my amassed treasures has been presented to him annually. How could I possibly procure 1 million strings now? Li Nezha replied. If you cannot manage it, you may seek loans from others. With my assets at hand, I am not concerned about obtaining funds. Liang Zhongshu, still wishing to lament, was silenced by a fierce glare from Li Nezha, compelling him to acquiesce reluctantly. While Liang Zhongshu could indeed gather funds from wealthy patrons in Daming Prefecture, these individuals typically have their own affiliations. Thus, he could not afford to offend them lightly. As Liang Zhongshu pinned dozens of invitations under Li Nezha's watchful eye, the latter felt a sense of satisfaction and took residence at the local governor's office. Originally, Li Nezha contemplated abandoning all his possessions and exacting revenge on Liang Zhongshu before his departure. However, Liang Zhongshu's submissive demeanor led Li Nezha to believe he could easily manipulate him, prompting a shift in his intentions to recover his capital. With plans to leave Daming Prefecture and seek opportunities elsewhere, Li Nezha recognized that lacking funds would pose significant challenges. However, possessing 1 million strings would greatly facilitate his endeavors, even allowing him to create opportunities through financial means. As anticipated, Liang Zhongshu, fearing repercussions, diligently extorted wealth from various households. Though other wealthy individuals also had their connections, none were as formidable as the one backing Liang Zhongshu, Kai Jing. They dared not confront him directly, instead opting to unite later to settle accounts with him. Ultimately, Liang Zhongshu amassed the requisite 1 million strings of gold, silver, and jewels, fulfilling his obligation. Li Nezha, having altered his plans once more, noted that Liang Zhongshu had effectively alienated nearly all factions within Daming Prefecture. It was likely that the powerful figures behind these factions would not easily forgive Kai Jing, and their ensuing conflict would undoubtedly distract him from other matters. Although Kai Jing was notoriously unscrupulous, he was undeniably capable. Diverting his attention would surely serve Li Nezha's interests. While Li Nezha had yet to finalize his next course of action, it was certain that he would not align with Kai Jing. Recognizing their inevitable enmity, he saw no reason to refrain from complicating matters for his adversary. Thus, Li Nezha, ever true to his word, spared Liang Zhongshu and departed with treasures in hand. While Li Nezha focused on extorting wealthy patrons, Yanqing had already taken care of other matters. To his surprise, over 10 more individuals expressed their desire to accompany him. These newcomers were predominantly servants from the Lu residence, with women comprising the majority. Many of these women were bereft of family, and if they left the Lu residence, they would find themselves destitute, facing a grim fate. Though following Li Nezha may not guarantee a better life, it offered them a semblance of support, prompting their willingness to join him. Given their eagerness, Li Nezha decided to take them all along, for he could not bear to abandon them. He instructed the 200 retainers to proceed ahead while he lingered behind to ensure their safety. After evading Liang Zhongshu's spies, They hastened 30 miles before converging in a secluded valley with the others. Upon seeing Li Nezha arrive safely, Yanqing breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "Master, where shall we go next?" Li Nezha surveyed the trusting gazes of over 200 retainers, a dozen maidservants, Yanqing, and 2 stewards, and with a confident demeanor, declared, "We shall head east, towards Dengzhou." Chapter 47. Establishing a foothold in Dengzhou, visitors from Liangshan Dengzhou is a unique locale. Having held significant importance during the Song and Ming dynasties, while remaining an ordinary small town in other eras. Why was it vital during the Song and Ming? Because in the Song dynasty, the Liao kingdom loomed in the north, and during the Ming, the later Jin, making Dengzhou the most convenient maritime route to the northeastern territories. At this juncture, the Liao kingdom was in decline, yet the Song dynasty was faltering even faster, still oppressed by Liao forces, thereby enhancing Dengzhou's strategic relevance. Furthermore, Dengzhou served not only a strategic purpose, but was also a crucial commercial artery. Although the northeastern region was still in its primitive state, it harbored valuable resources like ginseng, towering timber, and even tigers. However, few in the Song dynasty recognized these riches, often viewing the Jurchens of the northeast as barbaric and shunning any dealings with them, thus affording Li Nezha the opportunity to seize advantage. Upon arriving in Dengzhou, Li Nezha's entourage had expanded to over 400 individuals, with the additional members being refugees collected along the journey. Although there were no natural disasters at the present, man-made calamities abounded, with corrupt officials infesting the land, leaving countless commoners desperate for survival. The fact that Li Nezha had only taken in 200 people was a testament to his restraint. Welcoming these individuals inevitably led to clashes with the locals. Fortunately, both Li Nezha and Yanqing were formidable fighters, supported by 200 elite retainers, which deterred most from provoking them, allowing for a safe passage into Dengzhou. Upon reaching Dengzhou, Li Nezha and Yanqing altered their appearances and assumed new identities before seeking official registration with the local authorities. Although Li Nezha had spared Liang Zhongshu, he held no illusions of gratitude from him, fully expecting that Liang would inform the court in an attempt to capture them. However, in ancient times, transportation was inconvenient, and there were no photographs, unless one was personally acquainted with someone to provide identification. Who would dare to claim that Li Nezha was actually Lu Junyi just because he introduced himself as Li Qilin? He adopted the name Li Qilin, with Li representing Li Nezha and Qilin referring to the auspicious creature known as the Jade Qilin, which can be considered a name of significance. Yanqing, on the other hand, chose the name Yan Gui Lin. Qing pertains to wood, and Xiao Yi also belongs to the wood category. However, a single character like Mu or Lin lacked elegance, thus the addition of Gui. Besides these two, many others with extensive connections in Daming Prefecture also altered their names. For instance, Liang Shu, the gatekeeper of the Lu residence, followed suit and changed his surname to Li. He Zheng, the external affairs manager of the Lu household, became Li Zheng, among others. Li Nezha deliberately disheveled his beard, smeared his face with a layer of black ash, and donned a set of tattered attire, resembling a rough-and-tumble wanderer. He then bribed a local gentry member to act as a guarantor, with a local gentry member vouching for him. The magistrate of Dongzhou did not harass Li Nezha. After accepting a substantial bribe, he readily sold him a vast tract of wasteland, allowing the over 400 individuals under his command to register as residents. Thus, a new settlement named Li Family Village emerged near Dongzhou. When Li Nezha and his followers arrived at the wasteland allocated to them by the magistrate, Yanqing could not contain his anger. This corrupt official, having taken so much of our money, has given us such a desolate place. How are we to survive? Yanqing's fury was justified. This wasteland was adjacent to the coastline, subjected to constant inundation from the sea, with severe salinization rendering it incapable of yielding crops. Moreover, the coastline was littered with jagged rocks, making fishing ventures perilous and prone to grounding. Nevertheless, Li Nezha remained unfazed. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "I find this place quite agreeable. Look, we are bordered by the sea on one side and mountains on 3 others, with merely 2 paths leading to the outside world. As long as we secure these 2 routes, no one can infiltrate our territory." Yanqing retorted, "But what shall we live on? We cannot simply wait for our fortunes to dwindle, can we?" Li Nezha chuckled, "Do not fret, I have a plan." With this assurance from Li Nezha, Yanqing ceased his doubts. He had always held deep respect for Lu Junyi and, even in the absence of understanding, would resolutely follow through. Li Nezha's first command was to construct dwellings. With over 400 individuals gathered on the beach, they could hardly endure without shelter. As for provisions, there was no immediate concern, as their supplies could last over a month, and further purchases could be made in due time. However, building houses required a substantial amount of materials, necessitating procurement, prompting Yanqing to venture into Dongzhou City. Constructing houses for over 400 people was not a task to be accomplished in a day. Half a month later, as the roofs were nearing completion, Yanqing made another trip into the city and returned with two individuals. One was clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace, while the other, burly and coarse-featured, donned the attire of a Taoist acolyte, carrying a paper sign that read fortune-telling, one tale of divination fee. Upon seeing the appearance of these two, Li Nezha was reminded of Wu Yong and Li Kuei. He clasped his hands in salute and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed names and the purpose of your visit?" Wu Yong declared, "I am Xiangyang, self-styled as the conversationalist. I recently encountered this gentleman Yin in the city. Observing the ominous clouds above him and the malevolence nestled between his brows, I sensed a dire fate that could ensnare his family. Compassion stirred within me, prompting a few words of counsel. To my dismay, he not only dismissed my warnings, but also uttered harsh words. Initially, I intended to leave him be. Yet my heart could not bear the thought of his entire family suffering misfortune, which compelled me to follow. However, upon meeting you, Master Li, I discovered that it was not Yin who would endanger his kin, but rather you, and indeed, the entire village is implicated." Li Nezha, weary of the charade, sighed and remarked, "Wu, Black Whirlwind Li Kuei, do you truly believe I am blind and deaf, incapable of recognizing your identities? Such empty words serve only to deceive. Do you think my blade lacks sharpness?" Though taken aback by the revelation of his identity, Wu Yong maintained his composure. It was Li Kuei who could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Master, since our cover is blown, let us be straightforward and seize him and take him to the mountain." Wu Yong glared at him fiercely, exasperated by this foolish ally. Li Nezha chuckled and said, "Shall we teach this hulking brute a lesson? It will do him good to learn humility." Li Kuei, with his wide, copper-ringed eyes, retorted, "You expect this pretty boy to teach me a lesson? I fear I might mar his delicate features, leaving him without means for sustenance in the future. I've heard you are the foremost fighter of Hebei. I am not intimidated. Why don't we exchange a few blows so I may gauge your prowess?" Though Li Kuei was a brutish man, his tongue was sharp and venomous. His implication that Yanqing's beauty rendered him dependent on others for sustenance stung deeply, igniting Yanqing's fury as he retaliated with a punch, exclaiming, "I am quite eager to see just how capable you are of damaging my face." With Yanqing initiating the conflict, Li Kuei had no choice but to respond, and they immediately engaged in combat. Wu Yong stomped his foot in frustration, yet found himself powerless. Once Li Kuei went wild, no one but Song Jiang could rein him in, leaving Wu Yong to contemplate how to salvage the situation. Yanqing's grappling techniques, characterized by agility, were particularly effective against a clumsy brute like Li Kuei, who lacked finesse. In mere moments, Li Kuei was thrown to the ground several times. Despite his tough exterior, each fall only fueled his rage, compelling him to rise and continue grappling with Yanqing. Yet, the more ferocious he became, the less skilled he appeared, making it increasingly effortless for Yanqing to counter him. Ultimately, Li Kuei found himself unable to rise, his joints aching, and he was forced to concede, crying, "Stop, stop. I yield." Chapter 48. The somber prospects of surrender with Wu Yong's identity exposed and Li Kuei subdued, both faced defeat. Wu Yong decided to drop the pretense, revealing, "I am Wu Yong of Liangshan, honored to meet you, Master Lu." Li Nezha did not deny this, stating, "You have come for me, have you not? Speak your purpose." Wu Yong replied, "I am here by the command of my elder brother, Song Gongming, to extend an invitation to Master Lu to join us on Liangshan, to unite in righteousness and uphold justice." Conventionally, a person like Wu Yong would not be so candid. However, Li Nezha's previous display of extraordinary insight allowed him to perceive their true identities at a glance. This prompted Wu Yong to greatly overestimate him, mistakenly believing that Li Nezha possessed an uncanny ability to read minds. Consequently, Wu Yong altered his strategy, opting for honesty in an attempt to appeal to emotions. Unfortunately, Li Nezha was utterly impervious to his approach, retorting, "Why would I forsake my life as a prosperous gentleman to become a bandit among you at Liangshan?" Wu Yong responded, "Your words are misguided, esteemed gentlemen. The brothers of Liangshan are bound by brotherhood and unparalleled loyalty. How can they be regarded as mere bandits? Moreover, Liangshan is a formidable force and will inevitably gain the favor of the imperial court. In due course, we could both ascend to official positions, bringing glory to our families and etching our names in history." Li Nezha scoffed, "Wu Yong, I have heard your nickname is Star of Wisdom, yet your sagacity truly astounds me." Wu Yong countered, I am but a simpleton, and the so-called star of wisdom is merely flattery from my peers, a source of mirth. He continued, Lu Yuanwei is known as the Jade Kirin, a true talent for statecraft. Might you offer some guidance? Without hesitation, Li Nezha replied, Very well, I shall enlighten you. You claim to act on behalf of heaven, yet in the eyes of the court, you are merely a band of thieves. Do you acknowledge this? Reluctantly, Wu Yong nodded, sighing, Indeed, that is the case. Li Nezha continued, Since you are deemed bandits, once you are granted amnesty, do you truly believe you will be welcomed as equals among the court's elite? Will past grievances be forgotten? For instance, can Gao Qiu truly overlook Lin Chong? If Gao Qiu once again employs the tactics of the White Tiger Hall, will you stand with Lin Chong against him or remain silent observers? Wu Yong was rendered speechless, for he could not answer Li Nezha's inquiries. Li Nezha pressed on, By then, even if you wish to assist, you may find it impossible. Once amnesty is granted, do you think the court will not be wary of your potential to reunite? They will undoubtedly disperse you, rendering you mere meat on the chopping block, to be sliced as they see fit, leaving no room for resistance. Wu Yong struggled to respond. Surely it cannot be so? The brothers of Liangshan are all loyal and righteous men, each possessing remarkable abilities. The court is in need of capable individuals. Why would they sever their own limbs? Li Nezha coldly laughed. The court does not select individuals based on capability alone, but rather on trustworthiness. Can you earn the trust of the officials? Or that of the powerful? Without trust, you are but expendable pawns, easily discarded, as there are countless others vying for official positions. Wu Yong fell silent, his expression shifting. Meanwhile, Li Kuei, recovering, exclaimed, I have long said, why seek amnesty? We should march to Bianliang, dethrone the emperor, and let brother Xiangyang ascend to the throne. Wu Yong furiously retorted, Iron Bull, silence. The strategy of amnesty is a grand plan set forth by my brother. It is not for you to frivolously dispute. Reluctantly, Li Kuei fell silent, yet his face still bore an expression of defiance. This time, Li Nezha sided with Li Kuei, declaring, If you deceive yourselves with the notion of amnesty, I shall not partake in this farce. If Xiangyang truly harbors intentions of rebellion, I would gladly lend him my support. You may return and inquire about Xiangyang's intentions. If they do not align with my desires, there is no need for you to return. Wu Yong exclaimed in astonishment, Master, although you have been expelled from Daming Prefecture, you still enjoy wealth and safety. Why would you entertain such treasonous thoughts? Li Nezha retorted, Treasonous thoughts? Should Zhao Kuangyin conspire to usurp the throne, am I not entitled to seek peace for the common people as Lu Junyi? If the Zhao family could ensure the populace lives in peace and prosperity, I would not voice my dissent. Yet, look at this realm, rife with corrupt officials. How can the common folk survive? Zhao Kuangyin and his brother, Zhao Kuangyi, ascended to power through dubious means and have long been criticized for it. Their apprehension has compelled them to devise a national policy of governance in collaboration with the literati, severely repressing martial men and elevating scholars to a perilous height, thus transforming the Song dynasty into a bastion of cowardice. For over a century, the literati, who control the narrative, have been favored, continuously extolling the virtues of the old Zhao family, causing the majority to forget the true origins of the Song dynasty's reign. Wu Yong, a scholar himself, albeit merely a private tutor, has been influenced by other scholars and staunchly opposes rebellion, which is why he finds himself in harmony with Xiangyang. Presently, Liangshan can be broadly divided into two factions. One faction comprises individuals from the court, such as Guan Sheng, Hu Yinjua, and Su Ning, most of whom have been pacified by Song Jiang's proposition of amnesty and ardently support it. The other faction consists of the ruffians of the Jianghu, who generally harbor disdain for the court and thus oppose amnesty. Liangshan, after all, is a haven for bandits, and the ruffian faction vastly outnumbers the court faction. However, due to Song Jiang's support for amnesty, he has managed to suppress the ruffian faction. The news of Li Nezha also supporting rebellion has caused Wu Yong to reconsider. The ruffian faction has long been disorganized, lacking a universally respected leader, which is why Song Jiang has been able to maintain control. Should Li Nezha ascend to Liangshan, with his status and martial prowess, he could easily rally a following, naturally positioning himself as the leader of the ruffians. At that point, not only would Song Jiang struggle to suppress the ruffian faction, but his own leadership position could also be threatened. Consequently, Wu Yong promptly altered his course of action, wishing to prevent Li Nezha from reaching Liangshan. He stated, I have grasped Master Lu's stance. I shall return to the mountain to report to Brother Song Jiang. Whatever decision is made, we shall abide by Brother Song Jiang's judgment. Li Nezha understood his intent and replied with a bow, Then I shall await good news in silence. Shall we? Please see our guests out. After bidding farewell to Wu Yong and Li Kuei, Li Nezha resumed the construction of his new abode. To his surprise, half a month later, Wu Yong returned. This was entirely unexpected for Li Nezha. Should not Wu Yong have ceased his visits henceforth? Why had he come again? Since he had arrived, Li Nezha saw no reason to avoid him and instructed Yanqing to lead them to the newly completed study for their meeting. In truth, the so-called study was merely a modest wooden structure where Li Nezha conducted his affairs. Fortunately, as he often summoned various stewards, the study was quite spacious and, with the assistance of a dozen maidservants, kept relatively tidy, barely passing as decent. After the two parties met, Wu Yong introduced several others, and Li Nezha couldn't help but pause. The first was a short, dark-skinned man, none other than the renowned Xiangyang. A stout monk stood beside him, known as Lu Zhishan, while a robust man with thick brows, large eyes, and a bushy beard was identified as Li Jun. After a moment's contemplation, Li Nezha understood that both Lu Zhishan and Li Jun represented their respective factions, alongside Xiangyang. It seemed that representatives from the major factions within Liangshan had gathered. Chapter 49. Seek Leisure Overseas. Xiangyang represented the faction advocating for amnesty, which included steadfast supporters such as Wu Yong and Hua Rong, as well as former court generals. Lu Zhishan embodied the rational faction, comprising disillusioned former court commanders like Lin Chong and Yang Ji, along with the morally ambiguous figures like Wu Song, Shiren, and Chao Zhang, as well as the astute Zhang Qing, Sun Ernyang, and Gu Deseo. Li Jun represented the grassroots faction, including figures like Tong Wei, Tong Ming, Zhang Shan, and Zhang Heng, among others. Additionally, characters like Li Kuei and the Ruan brothers, who shared similar views with Li Jun, had complex relationships and were traditionally aligned with Xiangyang, thus they did not attend this meeting. Li Nezha welcomed Xiangyang and the others to take their seats. Yanqing personally served tea, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they finally got down to business. Xiangyang began, Master Lu, I have come here specifically to seek your guidance on a few matters that perplex me. Li Nezha replied, Please, Leader Song, inquire away. I shall disclose all that I know. Xiangyang continued, If Liangshan's amnesty succeeds, is it truly impossible to serve peacefully as an official? Is there any means to ensure that those in power do not trouble us? Li Nezha responded, There is a way. Become a trusted confidant of the emperor. Xiangyang hesitated. How can we, those seeking amnesty, aspire to be the emperor's confidants? Li Nezha explained, If you reflect carefully, achieving this is not insurmountable. You are likely aware of the emperor's character. He is ambitious, extravagant, and indifferent to the common people. Simply align with his nature and demonstrate your usefulness, and he will naturally protect you. Xiangyang awkwardly replied, Master Lu, after all, the emperor is our sovereign. Such an assessment seems excessive. Li Nezha spread his hands. Am I incorrect in my assessment? Just observe those he favors. Kai Jing, who assists him in amassing wealth. Tong Guan, who uses flattery to suppress the prideful generals of the Western Army. Gao Qiu, the master of entertainment, unmatched in his skills, and Zhu Run, who gathers rare stones for him, pillaging Jiangnan without consequence. Xiangyang's expression darkened. The examples Li Nezha provided all pointed to treacherous ministers, implying that he should become one himself. However, Lu Zhishan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Master Lu, you truly see through the matter. To earn the emperor's protection, one must indeed play the role of a treacherous minister. Li Jun remained silent, merely offering a perfunctory smile. As Wu Yong, a steadfast confidant of Xiangyang, could not bear to see his leader in distress, he promptly declared, Upon our banner at Liangshan are inscribed the 4 characters upholding heaven's justice. How could we, like Kai Jing and his ilk, commit acts that endanger the nation and its people? Lu Yuanwei underestimates us. Li Nezha interjected. You wish to be loyal subjects while avoiding persecution. Such a notion is fanciful. At this moment, Xiangyang regained his composure, a smile returning to his face as if the earlier embarrassment had no bearing on him. He stated, So, according to Lu Yuanwei, should Liangshan not seek amnesty? Yet, if we do not, my brothers will forever bear the title of bandits, unable to rest in our ancestral graves, fearing the shame upon our forebears. Yanqing could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Then let us rebel. I have long been displeased with Zhao Ji. It is high time he be ousted. Xiangyang quickly admonished him, No. Liangshan adheres to the principles of loyalty and righteousness. If we were to rebel, how could we speak of loyalty? It would be a contradiction we cannot afford. Ru Zhishan, growing impatient, remarked, If seeking amnesty is unfeasible, and rebellion is likewise ruled out, must we then endure a lifetime as bandits? What are we to do? Xiangyang replied, This precisely embodies the inquiry I brought forth to Lu Yuanwei. I wonder if there are alternative paths available? Li Nezha responded, there are indeed options, but... At this, Xiangyang, filled with delight, quickly rose and bowed deeply, earnestly stating, I implore you, Yuanwei, to enlighten us. On behalf of the myriad brothers of Liangshan, we are profoundly grateful for your kindness. Ru Zhishan, Li Jun, and Wu Yong could no longer remain seated and stood to pay their respects together. Li Nezha, with his hands raised in a gesture of modesty, said, there is no need for such formalities. It is merely a matter of a few words. Please, be seated, and I shall offer you a suggestion. You may weigh its feasibility for yourselves. Once they were reseated, Li Nezha continued, how familiar are you with the circumstances beyond the borders of the Song dynasty? Exchanging glances. It was Wu Yong who spoke first. My knowledge is limited. I only know that to the north lies the Liao, to the northwest the Xixia, directly west is Tubo, and to the southwest are Dali and Nanyue. To the east, across the sea, are Goryeo and Japan. Beyond that, I am unaware. Li Nezha nodded. You have mentioned most of the nations bordering the Song. What I wish to convey is that beyond Dali and Nanyue, there are numerous smaller states. These lands are bountiful and their powers feeble, easily conquerable. If your ambitions are grander and you find your territory insufficient, you may venture westward. Across the bay lies the renowned country of Tianzhu. Its land is significantly more extensive than that of the Song, and its northern inhabitants are fierce, while those in the south are notably timid, making it quite easy to claim a piece of land. Xiangyang was taken aback. Are you suggesting that we set sail and establish our own nation? Li Nezha affirmed, since you are disinclined to rebel. Founding your own realm is the most prudent means of safeguarding your brethren. Ru Zhishan, thumping his thigh in excitement, exclaimed, I find this suggestion quite agreeable. To venture overseas is to embrace true freedom, far from the reach of the emperor. Finally, Li Jun spoke up, Brother Gongming, I too endorse the idea of setting sail. Xiangyang cast a glance at Wu Yong, who remarked, I shall heed my brother's words. If you say we should set sail, then we shall set sail. If you advocate for submission, then we shall submit. Deep down, Xiangyang yearned for the latter. For submission not only promised an official position but also the chance to be immortalized in history. Although his literary talents were modest and he would likely fail the imperial examinations, serving merely as a minor official, he nonetheless fancied himself a scholar. What is the pursuit of a scholar? The ancients have long articulated it. To establish virtue, to achieve merit, and to articulate words of wisdom, collectively referred to as the three immortal acts. Why are these three acts deemed immortal? Because they grant one a place in the annals of history. To etch one's name into history, one must remain in the Central Plains. If he were to venture overseas, even if he were to establish a kingdom, it would merely be inscribed in the chronicles of a barbarous land, lacking any significance. Historical records exhibit a hierarchy. The Central Plains are the epitome of legitimacy. Even in a modest official capacity, one might receive a dedicated biography. In contrast, even a king in a foreign land might not be recorded in the historical texts of the Central Plains, if mentioned at all. It would likely be in a fleeting phrase, such as the escapee from the Central Plains, Song, overthrew a certain foreign nation and declared himself king. Thus, Xiangyang felt a reluctance to venture overseas, his head bowed in silence. Li Nezha observed his indecisiveness, perplexed by his thoughts. What is holding you back? Going overseas is a splendid opportunity. There is no better compromise, he mused. Attempting to appear familiar, Li Nezha patted Xiangyang on the shoulder and urged, feel free to voice any concerns. I will do my utmost. However, his words faltered as he perceived Xiangyang's true sentiments. Chapter 50. The authentic Xiangyang and the ambitious Li Nezha to speak candidly. Upon grasping Xiangyang's genuine thoughts, Li Nezha's disdain for him waned. The founding emperor of later generations once characterized Xiangyang as a surrenderist, while online narratives often cast him as a villain deserving of 1,000 tortures, wishing to trample him underfoot for eternity. Influenced by such portrayals, Li Nezha had previously regarded Xiangyang as a selfish scoundrel, willing to sacrifice his comrades' lives for personal gain. Despite harboring a poor impression of Xiangyang, he recognized redeemable qualities in many of the other heroes of Liangshan, which prompted him to engage in conversation. Otherwise, he would have been disinclined to associate with Xiangyang. However, after witnessing Xiangyang's true intentions, Li Nezha realized the extent of his misunderstanding. The emperor's assessment was indeed the most fitting. In truth, Xiangyang epitomized the archetype of a scholar. Even if he failed the imperial examinations and held only a minor position, he remained a scholar at heart. His aspirations did not center on power or wealth, nor did he covet beauty. Rather, he sought to leave a mark upon history. It was for this objective that he predominantly favored submission, as only through officialdom could he hope to leave an imprint in the annals of time. He had contemplated both rebellion and a life of ease on Liangshan. Yet he understood that such paths would cast them as rebels or bandits. Even if they left a mark, it would be one of eternal infamy. Thus, despite the opposition from some of his comrades, Xiangyang resolutely pursued the path of submission to authority, fully aware that accepting an official position would render him a target, potentially jeopardizing his very life. Yet, his fervor remained unwavering. In his heart, the lives of himself and his brothers paled in comparison to the desire for his name to be etched into history. Perhaps his brothers would fail to comprehend his intentions and would harbor grievances against him, but he firmly believed he was on the righteous path, confident that posterity would deliver a fair assessment of his actions. It resembled certain parents who, disregarding their children's preferences and emotions, impose their own aspirations upon their lives, justifying their actions as being for their children's benefit. Upon grasping Xiangyang's mindset, Li Nezha found himself at a loss for words. Xiangyang's true intentions were indeed for the benefit of his brothers. Had he truly been willing to barter their lives for his own prosperity, he would not have passively accepted the poison chalice bestowed upon him by the emperor, but would have sought every means to evade it, perhaps by shattering the vessel. Yet, fully aware of the poison, he drank willingly, solely to spare his brothers from harm. His demise, alongside that of his second-in-command, Li Jing, left Liangshan bereft of a leader capable of rallying the masses, allowing others to live in relative peace. Individuals like Guansheng and Hu Yinzhua thrived, and even the reckless Yuan Xiaoqi, who dared don Feng La's dragon robe, returned home to his life as a fisherman, perhaps underestimating the risk to his own neck. Understanding Xiangyang on a deeper level left Li Nezha unable to harbor outright hatred for him, though he remained profoundly disillusioned. The path taken by Xiangyang cannot be wholly deemed erroneous, yet it is undeniably frustrating. A pack of fierce tigers guided by a mere sheep, sacrificed unnecessarily in a struggle to uphold the tyrannical rule of a despotic emperor and his treacherous ministers. As Li Nezha pondered these thoughts, Xiangyang, perplexed, inquired, "Lu Yuan, why? What troubles you?" Li Nezha clicked his tongue and replied, "Only now do I grasp what it is you truly desire. To fulfill your ambitions, there are but two courses of action, either submit or rebel, and the latter must be successful." Xiangyang offered a wry smile, stating, "Though the Song dynasty is decaying, it remains a formidable entity. A rebellion is unlikely to succeed." Li Nezha countered, "Not necessarily. With steadfastness and patience, dedicating 20 years to the endeavor, it may not be impossible to unseat Zhao Ji from the throne." "How could that be?" Xiangyang retorted. "Liangshan is but a small corner. Even if we reach our zenith, we could never rival the vast expanse of the Song dynasty." Li Nezha smiled but remained silent, shifting the conversation. "Brother Gongming has journeyed from afar. It is remiss of me to offer only a few cups of tea. Why not stay for a while, and we can converse at leisure?" Xiangyang, his thoughts in turmoil and in need of time to reflect, did not decline the invitation and nodded in agreement. After more than a month of construction, Lu's estate had begun to take shape. Though most of the buildings were rudely fashioned from timber, providing a rather rustic appearance, they were sufficient to shield against the elements. Accompanying Xiangyang were not only the 4 leaders, but also over 20 companions and 30 horses. Fortunately, the Lu family estate was spacious enough to accommodate everyone comfortably. After Xiangyang and his companions settled in, they did not discuss serious matters in the initial days. Instead, they were shown around by Li Nezha. During that month, Li Nezha's most significant achievement was not merely the construction of a dwelling for over 400 individuals, but rather instilling a sense of unity and cooperation among them. Initially, even the more than 200 trained servants were disorganized and lacked systematic approach in their tasks. Through Li Nezha's organization and training, these 400 individuals transformed into a cohesive unit. Although their duties varied, each performed their role like different components of a well-oiled machine. Busy yet orderly, Xiangyang and his companions, possessing discernment, quickly recognized the underlying principles at play. The remarkable efficiency displayed by a group of ordinary servants and common folk was evidently a testament to the organizers' capabilities. This revelation led to a newfound respect for Li Nezha among Xiangyang and the others, as they realized that the illustrious Yuqilan of Hebei was not merely a master of martial arts. 2 days later, before Xiangyang sought out Li Nezha, it was unexpectedly Lu Zhishan who arrived first. As a member of Liangshan, Lu Zhishan's visit to Li Nezha without Xiangyang could raise suspicions of betrayal. Being a man of great wisdom, he was undoubtedly aware of the implications of such actions, yet his urgency compelled him to proceed. Li Nezha understood Lu Zhishan's motivations. Anyone following a leader with conflicting ideals would inevitably feel constrained and may entertain alternative thoughts. Therefore, Li Nezha chose to meet Lu Zhishan in his own chamber. Upon surveying the modest furnishings of the room, Lu Zhishan noted that it was no different from elsewhere, save for the presence of two maidservants attending to Li Nezha's needs. This observation prompted a nod of acknowledgement from him. Li Nezha was renowned as a wealthy individual, having extracted a considerable sum from Liang Zhongshu upon leaving Damingfu. And he certainly had the means to live lavishly. Even if he had just arrived, improving his living conditions would be no challenge. The Emperor of Liao, residing in tents throughout the year, revels and feasts regardless of his surroundings, demonstrating that the simplicity of conditions is not a barrier to enjoyment. Yet, Li Nezha chose not to indulge in luxuries, residing in a dwelling no different from those of others, constructed of rough timber. This indicated his lofty aspirations. Encouraged by this realization, Lu Zhishan addressed the matter directly. Lu Yuanwei, I have a pressing question that I must voice, and I kindly ask for your insight. Li Nezha raised his hand, gesturing for him to speak freely. Lu Zhishan continued, previously, you incited my brother Gongming to rebel, claiming success could be anticipated in 20 years. I wonder what basis you have for this assertion. Li Nezha replied, this is a complex matter, and it could take 3 days and nights to elaborate fully. Lu Zhishan interjected, no need for such elaboration. I require but a single answer. If Brother Gongming leads Liangshan, what are the chances of success in 20 years? And if you were to assume the role of leader, how hopeful should we be? At this moment, Li Nezha no longer concealed his ambitions. With a serene smile, he declared, 100%. Moreover, it will not require as long as 20 years. Chapter 51. A vast enterprise, handed over freely in truth. Li Nezha is not the kind of ambitious individual who would spare no effort to ascend to the throne. His desire to rebel and seize power stems solely from the belief that the timing is too opportune to let it slip away without a venture. Since it is merely a game to him, the purity of his entourage becomes inconsequential. In such a perilous endeavor as rebellion, the composition of one's team is indeed crucial. Not only must they be talented, but their loyalty is of utmost importance. If there are too many individuals within the ranks harboring ulterior motives, what is the point of rebellion? It would be wiser to return home and tend to the fields. From this perspective, Li Nezha's decision to take over Liangshan is undoubtedly a poor strategy. Xiangyang's stature at Liangshan is far too formidable. The diehard loyalists are one matter. But even those dissatisfied with him would not easily betray him. This touches upon the issue of loyalty and righteousness. Anyone who bears the infamy of disloyalty would find it impossible to navigate their future, as even a new leader might not trust them. Thus, even if Li Nezha were to replace Xiangyang and become the supreme leader of Liangshan, he would find that genuine support would be scarce. Consequently, he would face numerous hindrances in any undertaking, which would render the notion of rebellion utterly futile. Therefore, assuming control of Liangshan is far from the optimal course of action. The best strategy would be for him to establish his own faction, erecting a separate stronghold. However, Li Nezha's intention is not rebellion nor the pursuit of the throne, but rather to indulge in the thrill of the game, rendering such considerations moot. Should anyone dare to disobey, they would face the consequences as dictated by military protocol. After all, Li Nezha shares no bonds with them, and thus there is no need for sentimentality in dealing with them. If anyone becomes disloyal as a result, they are welcome to depart, which would conveniently cleanse the ranks. It is precisely this mindset that led Li Nezha to respond affirmatively to Lu Zhishan's probing without hesitation. Upon hearing Li Nezha's words, Lu Zhishan clapped his thigh and declared, with Master Lu's endorsement, that is sufficient. Await my good news. He then abruptly rose to leave, providing Li Nezha no opportunity to reconsider. What Li Nezha did not anticipate was Lu Zhishan's remarkable efficiency. Within half an hour, he returned accompanied by Xiangyang, Wu Yong, and Li Jun. Upon meeting, Xiangyang immediately inquired, Master Lu, do you truly wish to become the leader of Liangshan? Li Nezha countered, are you willing to relinquish your position and heed my command? Xiangyang resolutely replied, as long as you can fulfill my heart's desires, I shall follow your lead without complaint. Li Nezha nodded, I trust in your sincerity, but your agreement alone is insufficient. You must return and persuade your brothers, ensuring they do not cause me any disturbances. If, upon my assuming the leadership, there are still those who resist discipline, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Xiangyang acknowledged, understood, I shall take my leave now. When I next return, it will be to welcome you as the new leader. Li Nezha and Yanqing escorted Xiangyang and the others for 10 miles. As they watched their figures recede into the distance, Yanqing, puzzled, remarked, Master. Liangshan is Xiangyang's domain. Will you not be sidelined upon your arrival? Li Nezha, with a confident smile, replied, Liangshan is not a monolithic entity. Their leaders are too numerous and their origins too varied, inevitably leading to individual agendas. As long as they harbor their own thoughts, they can divide and conquer, rallying some while striking against others, thereby naturally turning them to their advantage. His words suggest he possesses remarkable cunning. Yet, in truth, he relies solely on the ability of telepathy. Otherwise, with his emotional intelligence, he would be utterly oblivious to his own demise at the hands of others. Yanqing deeply admires his master. In his eyes, Li Nezha is imbued with an aura of brilliance. Consequently, when Li Nezha speaks, Yanqing unconditionally believes him and prepares to assist him. However, another concern arises, and Yanqing inquires, what shall we do about this place if we go to Liangshan? Among the more than 400 who followed Li Nezha to Dengzhou, 200 capable men can accompany him to Liangshan, but the remaining 200 include many elderly, weak, women, and children. Should they also be taken to Liangshan? Li Nezha responds, this place must be preserved and its development accelerated. It will serve as our treasury and is of utmost importance. Xiaoyi, if I truly go to Liangshan, I would like you to remain here and guard it for me. Yanqing is taken aback. Master, how can I rest easy with you going to Liangshan alone? I shall accompany you for your protection. Li Nezha shakes his head. What can you protect me from? With so many people at Liangshan, does it matter if one or two go? Yanqing cannot refute this but remains anxious and suggests, perhaps you should reconsider. Why entangle yourself with them? Li Nezha laughs, patting his shoulder. Worry not. Liangshan is not a den of tigers and dragons. The worst that could happen is my expulsion, and my life would remain secure. Yanqing reflects and agrees. The people of Liangshan are mostly from the rivers and lakes, valuing loyalty above all. Li Nezha has been invited to the mountain by Xiangyang, and any harm done to him would implicate Xiangyang in treachery, which a reasonable person would avoid. Of course, one cannot overlook the existence of unreasonable individuals, such as Li Kuei. However, such aberrations are exceedingly rare. There is but one Li Kuei at Liangshan, and he poses little threat. Li Nezha initially believed that Xiangyang would soon return, allowing him to settle in Liangshan and commence his rebellion. To his dismay, Xiangyang did not return, and over 2 months passed without a word. At first, Li Nezha felt quite despondent. His plans had been well laid. Yet Xiangyang's lack of cooperation left him feeling humiliated and enraged. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of whether Xiangyang invited him to Liangshan, it would not hinder his rebellious aspirations. During these 2 months, he remained industrious. Having completed the construction of his shelter, he began to excavate the mountains. Li Nezha had chosen this coastal area surrounded by mountains, having long since devised a plan. However, the foundation of all his plans hinged upon the availability of cement. Without it, nothing could be constructed. Fortuitously, the limestone abundant in the surrounding mountains is a crucial raw material for cement production. Yet, limestone alone is insufficient. Clay, iron or powder, coal, and other materials are also required, necessitating expenditure to procure them. For the affluent Li Nezha, any issue that can be resolved through expenditure ceases to be a problem. After 2 months of diligent work, a cement road traversing the entire valley was completed and opened for traffic. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Xiangyang finally arrived, accompanied by a formidable entourage that included notable generals such as Gong Sunsheng, Wu Yong, Lin Chong, Guan Sheng, and Hu Yinjua, almost a third of the leaders. Their grand entrance undeniably bore an air of intimidation, though it was unexpected that before they even laid eyes on Li Nezha, they were astounded. The sight of such a smooth, broad, and robust road, seemingly made of stone, was beyond anything they had ever seen or even heard of. The boisterous Li Kuei, in his eagerness, struck the surface with his axe, leaving a mark but dulling the blade, which caused him considerable distress. Li Nezha's residence was situated at the heart of the valley, with the cement road branching off directly to his doorstep. He awaited at the entrance. But before he could speak, Xiangyang respectfully clasped his hands and bowed, saying, Xiangyang and the brothers of Liangshan pay their respects to the esteemed leader. The other heroes of Liangshan followed suit, collectively exclaiming, we pay our respects to the esteemed leader. That night, a lavish banquet was held at Li Nezha's residence, where he generously hosted the brothers of Liangshan with fine food and exquisite wine. As the revelry intensified, the spirits of the guests soared, leading to inevitable displays of camaraderie and competition. Given that they were all warriors, it was only natural for them to seek to measure their martial prowess against one another. Lu Junyi, renowned as the foremost master of the staff in Hebei, found many doubters among them. thus seizing the opportunity to prove himself under the influence of drink. However, much to Li Nezha's surprise, the first to step forward and issue a challenge was none other than the familiar figure of Lu Zhishan. Lu Zhishan's martial skills were indeed among the finest within Liangshan, although his lack of equestrian prowess placed him at a disadvantage in battles, resulting in a lower ranking among the ranks. Yet, during this contest of skill at the banquet, where horses were not an option, Lu Zhishan could fully showcase his strengths in foot combat, and few dared to challenge him. Standing boldly in the center of the hall, his garments open to reveal a chest flushed from intoxication, he struck the ground heavily with his staff and declared, "Esteemed leader, I have long heard of your reputation as the finest in Hebei. I find it hard to believe and would like to seek your guidance. Might you honor me with a duel?" Li Nezha laughed heartily and replied, "Since Master Lu expresses such interest, how could I refuse? Xiao Yi, fetch my great spear." Previously, Li Nezha found Lu Junyi's weapon too light, so upon arriving in Dengzhou, he commissioned the creation of a formidable spear made entirely of steel. Due to the insufficient hardness of iron in that era, the spear could not be too slender, and with a length of 12 feet, it emerged as a remarkable weapon, weighing an astounding 180 pounds. Even the renowned strongman Lu Zhishan wielded a mere 62-pound staff. Thus, when Li Nezha's spear was unveiled, Lu Zhishan's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting his astonishment. As Li Nezha grasped the great spear, he effortlessly twirled it with a flourish, causing Lu Zhishan's eyes to widen in astonishment, as if a swarm of incense coils had enveloped him. The effects of the wine surged within him, leaving him slightly unsteady. Yet Lu Zhishan was not one to flee in the face of adversity. Despite the rapid beating of his heart, he stood tall and straight, swallowing hard as he declared, "Great leader, I seek your guidance." Li Nezha, holding the spear with one hand, pointed it diagonally at Lu Zhishan and said, "You may strike first." Without hesitation, Lu Zhishan let out a thunderous roar, wielding his staff with the weight of Mount Tai, bringing it down with tremendous force. Li Nezha did not flinch. Instead, he horizontally positioned the spear, lifting it with both hands to meet the blow. The two iron implements clashed with a resounding crash, prompting those nearby to instinctively cover their ears. Though Lu Zhishan was the attacker, the impact sent a tremor through his hands, momentarily dulling his reflexes. In that fleeting moment, Li Nezha unleashed a sweeping strike, aiming for Lu Zhishan's midsection. Quickly, Lu Zhishan planted his staff into the ground, gripping its upper end with both hands to leverage the earth's strength against Li Nezha's thrust. To his surprise, Li Nezha's seemingly formidable strike transformed into a nimble maneuver, deftly evading Lu Zhishan's staff. In a swift motion, the spear's tip was poised at Lu Zhishan's throat, leaving him no time to react. In just a single exchange, the highly ranked martial artist Lu Zhishan found himself defeated. Not only was he taken aback, but so were the other warriors of Liangshan. It was Xiangyang, who lacked martial prowess, that first regained his composure, applauding in admiration, which in turn roused the others to join in the applause. Lu Zhishan stepped back, respectfully clasping his fists as he said, "Great leader, your skills are remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed." Li Nezha returned the gesture, stating, "Master Lu, you are unaware of my capabilities, but I am quite familiar with yours. This was merely a moment of oversight on your part. Fear not, for we have ample time ahead to hone our skills together." As Lu Zhishan withdrew, a second challenger emerged, none other than his close friend, Lin Chong. In later tales, it is suggested that Lu Junyi, Lin Chong, and Yu Fei were brothers in arms, all under the tutelage of Zhou Tong. However, possessing the memories of Lu Junyi, Li Nezha knew this notion to be utterly unfounded. Lu Junyi's master was not Zhou Tong and had never encountered Lin Chong. Thus, upon Lin Chong stepping forward to challenge him, Li Nezha courteously remarked, "Ah, Master Lin, it is an honor to finally meet you. Please proceed." Lin Chong wielded a wooden spear, considerably lighter than Li Nezha's iron weapon, yet possessing far superior flexibility. Hence, Lin Chong placed his hopes for victory on the resilience of his spear. After a polite exchange, Lin Chong immediately began to twirl his spear, conjuring a flurry of blossoms that enveloped the space within an 8-foot radius around Li Nezha. For most, such a barrage would leave them with no option but to retreat. Yet, Li Nezha, being a master of the spear himself, met Lin Chong's floral assault with one of his own, resolutely pushing him back. This spectacle left Lin Chong utterly astounded. He was capable of producing a flurry of spear blossoms, relying on the flexibility of his weapon. Yet, Li Nezha wielded an iron spear and astonishingly managed to conjure an equal number of spear blossoms, defeating himself in his area of expertise, an unfathomable feat. The most terrifying aspect was Li Nezha's immense strength and the considerable weight of the iron spear. The The moment their weapons clashed, Lin Chong was thrown into disarray. His spear blossoms shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Li Nezha thrust his spear forward, the tip resting immovably against Lin Chong's throat. Both Lu Zhishan and Lin Chong were masters of martial arts, yet under Li Nezha's prowess, the outcome was identical. A single move was all it took for their swift defeat, remarkably decisive. Nevertheless, Lin Chong harbored no resentment. With a respectful clasp of his hands, he acknowledged, "I, Lin, willingly concede defeat and offer my admiration." Li Nezha, likewise, lowered his spear and returned the gesture, inviting Lin Chong to step down. He then inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to test their skills?" The warriors of Liangshan exchanged glances, some perhaps believing themselves superior to Lu Zhishan and Lin Chong. Yet none dared to claim they could vanquish them in a single move as Li Nezha had. Who would be bold enough to humiliate themselves? Faced with Li Nezha's formidable presence, the Liangshan leaders found themselves at an impasse. After a brief deliberation, they decided to send forth Wu Song. Upon his arrival, Wu Song addressed Li Nezha, saying, "Great leader, your martial prowess with weapons is evident to all, and I naturally cannot compete. However, I excel in hand-to-hand combat, and humbly seek your guidance in this regard." Wu Song's legendary feat of slaying a tiger with his bare hands is widely known. Attesting to his remarkable skills, Li Nezha, undeterred, instructed two attendants to set aside the iron spear, then flexed his wrists and declared, "I was just eager to witness the prowess of the tiger-slaying hero. Let us engage." Yet before the duel could commence, Yanqing interjected, "Master, hold on. I have trained in your techniques for many years, and my forte lies in hand-to-hand combat. Allow me to take this round." Li Nezha chuckled, "Very well. Let us see what you can do." Although Yanqing lacked Wu Song's imposing stature, he was nimble and fierce, clearly a dexterous opponent. Wu Song, not one to underestimate his rival, prepared himself, and after exchanging pleasantries, they became entangled in combat. This time, the overwhelming dominance was absent. Both fighters were evenly matched, and the outcome remained uncertain for a spell. Ultimately, Wu Song's superior technique prevailed as he landed a punch to Yanqing's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, thus securing victory. However, the triumph was no easy feat for Wu Song, who emerged drenched in sweat, revealing that Yanqing had indeed presented considerable pressure. In Chapter 53, the crowd finally savored the glory of acknowledging their defeat. When Li Nezha bested Lu Zhishan and Lin Chong, silence enveloped the onlookers. It was not that those two duels lacked excitement. Rather, Li Nezha's swift victories left them momentarily stunned, forgetting to cheer. The contest between Wu Song and Yanqing, however, was different, allowing the audience ample time to respond. As the two engaged in their struggle, applause erupted continuously until the victor was declared, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. They were all connoisseurs of the martial arts, and even those less versed in hand-to-hand combat could appreciate the intricacies of the bout. It is precisely because one can comprehend that the excitement intensifies. The martial prowess of Wu Song is universally acknowledged, as he is the hero capable of slaying a tiger with his bare hands. However, no one anticipated that Yanqing, a mere servant, could also exhibit such formidable skills. It is nothing short of astonishing. Thus, although Yanqing faced defeat in this encounter, he emerged with honor. For not everyone can withstand dozens of exchanges beneath Wu Song's formidable prowess. Wu Song and Yanqing, having fought, became acquainted and were drawn to a table to share drinks. Li Nezha took the stage once more, inquiring, "Are there any brothers willing to offer guidance?" The warriors of Liangshan exchanged glances, yet none dared to step forward. The sheer might of Li Nezha was intimidating. Any challenger was destined for defeat. So why invite humiliation upon oneself? Nevertheless, there were those with thoughts of challenge, such as Zhang Shun and Wan Xiaoqi, who would surely be willing to test their skills in the water. However, the current contest was one of martial arts, and to insist on a comparison of swimming ability would be tantamount to resorting to trickery. Zhang Shun and Wan Xiaoqi had not descended to such a level. Thus they remained silent. With no one among the Liangshan warriors willing to step up, Li Nezha did not press the matter aggressively, for it was their first encounter, and merely establishing a presence would suffice. To be overly insistent would only provoke the Liangshan heroes, leading to resentment, which would be counterproductive. Yet, he did not return to his seat. Instead, he inquired, "I've heard that Liangshan boasts a renowned light-footed thief named Shi. Has he arrived?" Shi, a thief, faced considerable disdain in a gathering of such valiant heroes, despite having joined Liangshan early on and having made significant contributions. Yet, during the seating arrangements, he was placed second to last, even behind Bai Shang, the traitor who had betrayed his brothers. As such, Xiangyang opted not to bring him along this time to avoid embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Li Nezha mentioned him, causing some awkwardness for Xiangyang, who replied, Liangshan cannot be without someone to hold the fort. There are still brothers yet to arrive, and Shi Qian is among those remaining. Li Nezha nodded, saying, Then we shall meet at Liangshan. I have great confidence in my martial arts, whether mounted or on foot, with weapons or bare hands. None can best me. However, I struggle with the art of lightness. I have heard that brother Shi Qian excels in this discipline, and I shall be sure to seek his guidance. In admitting his shortcoming in the art of lightness, Li Nezha revealed a modest vulnerability. Modern sensibilities recognize that those with flaws are often more approachable. A sage devoid of weaknesses can inspire distance rather than closeness. Li Nezha first subdued the Liangshan warriors with his extraordinary skills, instilling a sense of respect, and then revealed a minor deficiency to bridge the gap between them, all in an effort to win over these unruly champions. The impact of this approach remains to be seen, but at the very least, his demeanor fostered a sense of comfort among the Liangshan warriors. Soon enough, someone approached to offer a toast, and one leader followed suit, prompting the others to join in. Liangshan has a motto: feast on large cuts of meat, drink from large bowls, and share gold and silver with a generous hand. As drinking is done from large bowls, it is customary for each person offering a toast to partake in a full bowl. However, Li Nezha remained undaunted, raising a large bowl with each brother who came to toast, ultimately consuming over 40 bowls, his complexion merely tinged with a hint of crimson. Such remarkable capacity earned him the admiration of the warriors of Liangshan. Yet, in the end, Li Nezha succumbed, no matter how robust his drinking prowess. He could not withstand the onslaught of more than 40 large barrels. Nevertheless, the warriors of Liangshan fared no better, with over 10 men lying down, suffering a casualty rate of 1/3. Following this grand revelry, the camaraderie between the two sides flourished significantly, proving far more effective than the myriad tactics Li Nezha had previously employed. However, the aftermath was not mild. Li Nezha endured a day of severe headache, requiring 3 days of rest for a complete recovery. Once restored, it was time to return to Liangshan. Yet, matters in Dengzhou could not be neglected. Aside from Yanqing, who remained, Li Nezha also appointed a leader from Liangshan to stay behind. The 108 heroes of Liangshan were not solely warriors. They possessed a plethora of diverse talents. For instance, Li Ying, who was left behind by Li Nezha, was the owner of the Li family estate, living a prosperous life. Due to the mutual protection agreement among the Li, Hu, and Zhu estates, and the Zhu estate's offense against Liangshan, they were compelled to engage in the conflict, ultimately seeking refuge with Liangshan for self-preservation. Upon joining Liangshan, Li Ying was entrusted with significant responsibilities by Xiangyang, who valued his business acumen. Li Nezha left him in Dengzhou for the same reason. The region was rich in cement and sun-dried salt, lucrative enterprises requiring competent management. In truth, Li Ying's absence would not be dire, as Yanqing, albeit not adept in business, had several capable aides to assist in management. However, with Li Nezha now a prominent leader at Liangshan, it was essential to present something substantial to avoid any murmurs of dissent. By integrating the cement and sun-dried salt industries into Liangshan's operations, he offered a gift of considerable value, enough to ensure that the Liangshan brethren could indulge without concern for sustenance. With this contribution, no one would dare question Li Nezha's leadership, for he was indeed a benefactor. After arranging affairs in Dengzhou, Li Nezha set forth to Liangshan, accompanied by 2 maids and 2 matrons, joining Xiangyang and others. Before their arrival at Liangshan, Xiangyang had already dispatched someone ahead to report the situation to the brothers remaining on the mountain. Upon hearing of Li Nezha's victories over Lu Zhishan, Lin Chong, and Wu Song, as well as his triumph in drinking contests against numerous leaders, the remaining members developed an affinity for him, recognizing him as a true hero. Yet, none could rival the popularity of Li Nezha's status as a significant benefactor. With him as a leading figure, there would be no worries regarding provisions. Thus, as Li Nezha and his companions approached Liangshan, the leaders stationed there emerged en masse, greeting them from 30 miles away as a sign of respect. Even Xiangyang was unaware of this reception, and when the two parties finally met, the feelings in his heart were beyond words. Although Xiangyang willingly ceded the position of chief leader to Li Nezha, he could not help but feel a twinge of pride, believing that even if Li Nezha were to assume the role, he would inevitably have to rely on him to rally the brothers of Liangshan. To his surprise, the generals left behind, having never laid eyes on Li Nezha, emerged to greet him from 30 miles away, bowing in reverence, which certainly stirred feelings of envy within Xiangyang. Not only he, but also his loyal followers found the situation disconcerting, their expressions darkening. Li Nezha, possessing a keen sense of perception, immediately discerned their sentiments but found no immediate solution. He could only feign ignorance and address the matter gradually over time. Upon joining Liangshan, Li Nezha did not directly assume the role of chief leader, for there remained an unresolved issue. The vendetta of the former chief leader, Chao Gai, had yet to be avenged. Before his demise, Chao Gai left a testament that whoever avenged him would claim the position of chief leader. Therefore, strictly speaking, Xiangyang was not the rightful chief leader of Liangshan, but merely an interim one. For Li Nezha to rightfully take on the mantle, it was imperative that he first avenge Chao Gai. With this in mind, Li Nezha spent only 3 days in Liangshan to familiarize himself with the brothers before setting out to attack Xingtu City. Now that Li Nezha was in command, he would not adhere to the original narrative. Instead, he employed modern military strategies. He dispatched Shi Qian and others to gather intelligence, meticulously assessing the leaders, troop strength, terrain, and fortifications of Xingtu City before formulating a battle plan. As the intelligence from Shi Qian poured in, Li Nezha commissioned the skilled craftsman Jin Dajian to create a sand table model of Xingtu City. Li Nezha's approach to warfare intrigued the generals of Liangshan, who had never witnessed such an emphasis on intelligence gathering. The introduction of a sand table further heightened their admiration for their new leader, who indeed proved to be a remarkable strategist. In the realm of modern warfare, even the most formidable defenses are not invulnerable. Thorough reconnaissance ensures that no fortress remains unassailable. This principle held true even more so in the Song dynasty. Despite Xingtu City's considerable strength, boasting tens of thousands of soldiers and the formidable 5 tigers of the Zheng family alongside generals Shi Wengong and Su Dingqi, Li Nezha regarded them as mere trifles. Particularly in terms of breaching the city walls, a task deemed most arduous by others, Li Nezha approached it with ease. He did not resort to gunpowder. Instead, he utilized a high-pressure water cannon designed for firefighting, filled with oil. Retreating to the base of the walls, he unleashed a torrent of flames before launching a fire arrow, rendering the defenders powerless. Subsequently, he switched to spraying water. While water could not extinguish the oil, it would carry the flames into the city, further isolating the defenders. The Liangshan forces then took advantage of the situation to ascend the now flame-free walls and effortlessly seize the city. The several strongholds of Xingtu City could not withstand the assault from Liangshan's forces. General Shi Wengong, compelled to lead Su Ding and the 5 tigers of the Zheng family out of the gates, sought to defeat the Liangshan army in open combat. Regrettably, Li Nezha had anticipated their stratagem long before. After a brief engagement, he feigned defeat and lured them into an ambush, where hidden troops emerged, decimating the Zheng family army. As for Shi Wengong, it was imperative that Li Nezha dealt with him personally. Aware that he was the prime target of Liangshan, Shi Wengong had prepared early, keeping Su Ding and the 5 tigers of the Zheng family close by. Even during their retreat after defeat, he ensured their presence. The Zheng family tigers mistakenly believed that Shi Wengong was protecting them as he led them to safety, oblivious to his intention of using them as human shields. Consequently, when Li Nezha charged at Shi Wengong, the latter shouted, "Everyone, attack together. Let us fight him." The Zheng family tigers, without a moment's hesitation, joined the fray with fervor, while Shi Wengong lagged behind, planning to launch a sneak attack amidst Li Nezha's chaos. The potential losses of the Zheng family tigers were of no concern to him. However, Li Nezha's prowess exceeded his expectations. In a mere exchange, 3 of the 5 tigers fell. Only Zheng Si and Zheng Wu, positioned at the outermost flank and the farthest from Li Nezha, managed to escape with their lives. In truth, Li Nezha had not anticipated Shi Wengong's audacity in sending the Zheng family tigers to besiege him. Li Nezha was not alone. He was accompanied by Lin Chong, Guan Sheng, Hu Yinjua, and Qin Ming, ensuring that he was not outnumbered. Yet, fearing Shi Wengong might flee, and with Lin Chong and the others a short distance behind, he resolved to charge ahead solo. It is worth noting that Shi Wengong rode the Xiaye Yushi, a steed originally belonging to a prince of the Jin dynasty, stolen by Duan Jingzhu with the intent of gifting it to Xiangyang, only to be seized by the Zheng family tigers and presented to Shi Wengong. The Xiaye Yushi could travel 1,000 miles in a day. If Shi Wengong were to flee on horseback, Li Nezha would find it challenging to pursue him. Should someone else capture Shi Wengong, Li Nezha's ascension to leadership would be marred by blemishes. Thus, it was crucial to apprehend him before he could escape. As Li Nezha burst through the Zheng family tigers with the ferocity of a raging tiger, Shi Wengong was drenched in cold sweat. Although Shi Wengong's martial skills surpassed those of the Zheng family tigers, It was inconceivable for him to eliminate 3 opponents in a single encounter. A simple comparison revealed that he was no match for Li Nezha. Yet, with Li Nezha now upon him, retreat was no longer an option. Xiangyang could only muster the courage to raise his Fangtian Huaji in defense, simultaneously pleading, "Spare my life. I am willing to surrender." Li Nezha, relentless, responded, "Is it not too late to beg for mercy now?" In the blink of an eye, he fired 3 shots. Xiangyang indeed possessed formidable skills, which explained why Lin Chong and the others had failed to subdue him. He was the first to withstand Li Nezha's onslaught without being instantly vanquished. He successfully parried 2 shots, but the third pierced his shoulder. Li Nezha deliberately aimed for a non-lethal area, intending to capture Xiangyang alive to behead him before the spirit of Chao Gai, thereby maximizing his own merit. Xiangyang was captured, leaving Zheng Si, Zheng Wu, and Su Ding in a state of sheer panic, hastily turning to flee. With the escape of these individuals, Li Nezha lost the desire to pursue them and gestured to Lin Chong and the others, instructing them to apprehend the fugitives. Having already secured the most significant achievement, Li Nezha felt it only fair to allow his subordinates a taste of success as well, rather than partake in the spoils alone. Soon enough, Zheng Si, Zheng Wu, and Su Ding were brought back, albeit their fate was rather grim, as they were brutally dismembered. The reality was harsh. With numerous heroes from Liangshan vying for glory, it was inevitable that they would resort to such measures. Even in their fragmented state, many were left without a share, regrettably turning their attention to the lesser soldiers. It is noteworthy that there was another formidable general from Zhang Tadishi named Yu Baoxi. Towering over others, with a robust build, he was nicknamed the Dangerous Path Deity. He was meant to be persuaded by Song Jiang to surrender and act as a double agent, aiding Liangshan in breaching Zhang Tadishi, ultimately earning him the 105th rank in the hierarchy. However, with Li Nezha's arrival, there was no opportunity for capitulation, and Yu Baoxi naturally did not defect to Liangshan. Consequently, he met his end alongside the Zheng family forces in their downfall. Li Nezha did not concern himself with Yu Baoxi, nor did he harbor an obsession with assembling the legendary 108 heroes. His singular focus was the conquest of Zhang Tadishi and the capture of Xiangyang, deeming all else inconsequential. After seizing Zhang Tadishi, Li Nezha did not linger, swiftly pillaging the Zheng family's wealth before retreating to Liangshan. Some suggested establishing a stronghold in Zhang Tadishi to leverage this advantageous trading post with the north, yet Li Nezha shook his head in refusal. While Zhang Tadishi may have represented a treasure to others, it was a liability for Liangshan, and rather than face future complications, it was better to relinquish it from the outset. Chapter 55. Deceit. Followed by further deceit, the Zheng family's dominance over Zhang Tadishi was, in fact, tacitly sanctioned by the Song dynasty. At this time, the Liao kingdom was thriving, while both the Song and Jin dynasties were under considerable pressure. Naturally seeking to unite for mutual protection, the Zheng family found themselves in a fortuitous position, serving as a clandestine intermediary between the two nations, which allowed them to act with impunity, even amassing a private army of thousands. However, the Zheng family underestimated the other forces of the Song dynasty, believing that by placating the court, they could act without restraint, ultimately incurring the wrath of Liangshan. As a band of outlaws, Liangshan had no direct dealings with the court and thus remained unaware of the Zheng family's role, unceremoniously obliterating them. While the members of Liangshan were oblivious to the broader implications, Li Nezha was certainly not ignorant. Yet, he cared little for the notion of being a pawn of the court. Their destruction was merely a matter of course. However, to annihilate a piece of the court and then occupy Zhang Tadishi would be a blatant disregard for the authority of the Song dynasty, and it would be strange if the court did not retaliate. Though Liangshan was indeed a band of brigands and would inevitably face the court's wrath, it was unwise to knowingly invite confrontation by dividing their forces. Such a strategy would only lead to their disbandment. Thus, Zhang Tadishi was unequivocally not worth the effort. Any attempt to forcibly occupy it would only result in significant losses. Certainly, Liangshan is not incapable of expanding its influence beyond its borders. Yet such endeavors must be undertaken discreetly, as exemplified by the salt pans of Dengzhou. As long as the court remains unaware, there are no constraints. However, should the court become privy to such actions, one must be prepared to relinquish them, regardless of the potential losses incurred. Upon returning to Liangshan, Xiangyang was brought before the grave of Chao Gai, where he met a cruel fate. His head was severed and heart excised, offered as a sacrificial tribute. After returning from the burial site, Li Nezha conducted a ceremony of succession, where numerous leaders of Liangshan knelt on one knee to pay their respects to the chief. After graciously accepting their homage, Li Nezha commanded them to rise and take their seats, standing proudly before the tiger-skin throne. He surveyed the assembly and remarked, "When Brother Gongming journeyed to Dangzhou to invite me to join, he spoke of his aspirations to accept the court's amnesty, allowing our brothers to attain official positions and bring glory to our families. I cautioned him then that while seeking amnesty may seem simple, it exacts a formidable toll, including the very life of Brother Gongming. With him as our leader, the court would remain wary of us, unless he were to perish. Yet he insisted that if it meant a path for his brothers, his own life was inconsequential." These sentiments, expressed in admiration of Xiangyang, stirred the leaders of Liangshan, who could not help but murmur in respect for his loyalty. However, dissent was not absent. Li Kuei was the first to rise, asserting, "Brother Gongming, this is where you err. You barter your life for wealth and status for your brothers. Yet how can we find peace in our hearts?" Hu Yanjui echoed, "Iron Bull speaks rightly, Brother Gongming. If you truly sacrifice your life for us, what face do we have to stand in this world?" Song Jiang quickly rose and clasped his hands, saying, "The chief has already admonished me. I acknowledge my error. Fear not, brothers." Li Nezha continued, "While Brother Gongming may disregard his own life, he truly cares for the lives of his brothers. I say, our Liangshan family is numerous, over 100 strong perhaps. To assign positions among so many, even if dispersed, constitutes a significant force that the court would not trust. We must devise a means to diminish our numbers by more than half. As for how to accomplish this, do I need to elaborate?" Upon hearing this, Gongming hesitated. All the brothers were his compatriots, and how could he bear to part with them? A palpable tension enveloped the room, as everyone understood that diminishing inevitably meant death. This was grave. Who would perish and who would survive remained uncertain. What if one found oneself among the deceased? The assembly resumed their discussions, and Li Nezha refrained from interruption, allowing them to deliberate for a considerable time before finally rapping the table and declaring, "Enough. Listen to me." The room fell silent, all eyes fixed eagerly on Li Nezha, hoping for a resolution. Li Nezha articulated, "I conveyed to Brother Gongming that while the desire to bring glory to one's ancestors is commendable, after accepting amnesty, would it truly result in honor if half of our number were to be ruthlessly slain by the court? Those who escape by mere fortune, witnessing their brothers fall into misfortune yet unable to aid them, merely surviving in desperation. Can this be considered bringing honor? It would more likely result in infamy for generations to come." At this, even the leaders hailing from the court altered their expressions. They believed themselves well-versed in the court's customs and possessed substantial connections within its ranks. Their surrender to Liangshan was deemed a necessity. As long as they could return to the court, their chances of survival seemed promising. However, they overlooked a critical fact. Having surrendered to Liangshan, they were perceived by outsiders as part of that faction. If others from Liangshan faced persecution, could they remain indifferent? If they intervened, might they be branded as Liangshan supporters and face repercussions? Conversely, if they chose to turn a blind eye, they would undoubtedly be labeled as heartless, risking a lasting infamy. Should they be targeted, their fate would be even graver. Of course, it was also conceivable that they could intervene without being seen as Liangshan allies, continuing their comfortable lives as officials. Yet, such a delicate maneuver was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to universal disdain and the loss of life. The court generals who sought refuge at Liangshan were rather unsophisticated. They were ill-equipped to navigate such intricacies and were bound to falter. With neither left nor right presenting a viable option, they had no choice but to heed Li Nezha's guidance and await his strategy. Li Nezha did not outright declare an insurrection, as many still held hopes for the court. Encouraging them to rebel could sow seeds of doubt and lead to half-hearted efforts. Thus, he stated, to avoid being manipulated by the court, we must possess sufficient strength to render their machinations futile. However, achieving this goal would not be easy. Therefore, those desiring to submit would need to bide their time, likely for 7 or 8 years. Guansheng could not restrain himself. Great leader. To prevent the court from controlling us, must we not carve out our own territory and declare ourselves kings? Li Nezha replied, close enough. But we shall not declare ourselves as kings. Qin Ming added, even if we do not claim kingship, the court will not tolerate our substantial power. They will seek to eliminate us post-haste. Other armies may be manageable, but if the court feels cornered and deploys the Western army, we would be in dire straits. Li Nezha countered, what if the Western army proves ineffective? Qin Ming was taken aback. How can that be? Li Nezha explained, at times, warfare can unfold without the mobilization of troops. Lu Zhishan exclaimed, great leader, if you have a brilliant plan, please share it to ease the brothers' minds. Li Nezha smiled. Allow me to outline a few strategies. For instance, Whenever the court intends to dispatch troops against us, we could inflate grain prices, making it impossible for them to gather provisions. Furthermore, if anyone suggests sending troops to encircle us, that individual would face impeachment, leaving them preoccupied with their own troubles. Additionally, we could engage in commerce with the emperor, providing him with substantial funds that would render him dependent on us. The Liangshan generals exchanged glances, uncertain of the efficacy of these tactics and how they might be executed. Particularly, the notion of engaging the emperor in business seemed far-fetched. Chapter 56. Wealth and Provisions. Reform and regulation regardless of the outcome of his persuasion. Now that Li Nezha had assumed the role of leader, he was determined to implement his own vision. Firstly, the primary objective is to amass wealth. Besides the salt fields and cement factories in Dengzhou, he has also invested in a distillery and a glass factory in Liangshan. Furthermore, he harbors plans to establish a steel mill, a sugar refinery, and a fleet of ships, although these aspirations are currently on hold due to a lack of resources. The products, refined salt, cement, high-proof liquor, and glass, once produced, will undoubtedly find a market, leading to swift profitability. With financial success, the brothers of Liangshan will truly be able to indulge in copious amounts of wine and meat. Not only the leaders, but even the ordinary soldiers will enjoy meat with every meal. Such tangible benefits swiftly won over the hearts of the majority in Liangshan, who became entirely devoted to their newly appointed leader, Li Nezha. Of course, a small faction, possessing a strong sense of integrity, could not be swayed by material gains and remained steadfastly loyal to Xiangyang, including figures like Li Kuei, Huarong, and Dai Zong. They could not persuade Xiangyang to relinquish his position of leadership to Li Nezha. The most loyal amongst them would always side with Xiangyang in the event of a conflict. However, such individuals were few. The majority felt that Li Nezha was a far superior choice for leadership compared to Xiangyang. Having garnered the support of most, Li Nezha's reformative actions became more pronounced. The first step was to establish a system. Liangshan, being a den of thieves, had its leaders with distinct roles, yet fundamentally operated on a hierarchy. Li Nezha began by separating military and political affairs, clearly defining each individual's duties and responsibilities. This was somewhat akin to the civil and military structures of the imperial court, which everyone could comprehend. However, the positions Li Nezha instituted differed significantly from those in the court. First was the prime minister, held by Xiangyang, overseeing all governmental affairs. Next was the deputy prime minister, occupied by Wu Yong, who assisted Xiangyang and was prepared to take over should Xiangyang be unable to govern. Below them were several departments, such as the Ministry of Industry overseeing all factories, the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry managing crops, livestock, and fishing, and the Taxation Department responsible for the shops under Liangshan's jurisdiction. These departments varied in power, with some wielding significant authority while others had lesser influence. Yet, this was not absolute. As Liangshan expanded, the power of certain departments would rise dramatically, transforming them into influential entities. Some departments had not yet been established but would be necessary in the future, such as the Ministry of Rites, which in the court manages sacrifices, rituals, and the imperial examinations. However, in a den of thieves like Liangshan, who would come to take examinations, rituals and ceremonies could be minimized. Thus, there was no need for a dedicated ministry at present. That said, once Liangshan grew, the Ministry of Rites would certainly become relevant and would be established in due course. In contrast to political matters, Liangshan's military aspect was exceedingly robust, with a significant portion of the populace being martial leaders. Consequently, Li Nezha specifically divided the military into several components to ensure that everyone held a position of authority. The foremost was the general staff, the highest authority within the military, though it did not directly command troops, seemingly lacking real power, which did not pique the interest of the generals. Thus, Li Nezha had to assume the role of chief of staff himself, with Zhu Wu serving as the deputy chief of staff. Under the general staff, two principal departments were established, the Army Department and the Navy Department. Yet, no one was willing to take up the mantle of leadership in these departments, leaving Li Nezha to assume the role. Beneath the Army Department, four major corps were formed, each commanded by Lin Chong, Guan Sheng, Hu Yinzhua, and Qin Ming, with additional leaders filling the ranks of these corps. As for Dong Ping among the 5 Tiger generals, he was still serving as an officer in the Daming Prefecture. Li Nezha had no interest in attacking Daming Prefecture, preferring to let that incompetent continue his ineptitude. Moreover, a segment of the army was designated to be directly overseen by the general staff, serving as a defense unit under the command of Lu Zhishan, with Wu Song as his aide. The Navy Department was divided into 3 divisions, one led by Wan Xiaoqi, Wan Xiaowu, and Wan Xiaoqi, another commanded by Li Jun. Tong Wei, and Tong Ming, and the last by Zhang Shun and Zhang Hong. Thus, everyone found their place, fostering a competitive environment that encouraged mutual engagement. In addition to the military and political spheres, Li Nezha established a special department for discipline enforcement, overseen by the stern-faced Pei Xian, who held the authority to deal with any transgressor, regardless of their status. Li Nezha exerted considerable effort in forming this department, even gathering notable figures such as Song Jiang, Wu Yong, Gong Sun Sheng, and Zhu Wu to collaborate with Pei Xian in drafting a comprehensive tome entitled The Laws of Liangshan. Although this legal code was somewhat rudimentary, it provided a foundation for governance. However, as most of the Liangshan heroes were illiterate, comprehending these laws was akin to scaling the heavens. Faced with this challenge, Li Nezha had to resort to the simplest form of instruction: one must not oppress the good. Though straightforward, this phrase encapsulated profound significance. The term good was pivotal. Who qualifies as good? Anyone without explicit malevolence is deemed good. Consequently, Li Nezha convened the more impetuous brothers to recount tales, such as the renowned Guo Furong of Seven Heroes Town, the iron-armored guardian beside Little Li Flying Dagger, the chivalrous Jiang Bieha of Jiangnan, and the gentleman's sword, Yu Buchuan, among others. While the brothers relished the stories, some grew more perplexed. Li Kuei could not help but exclaim, "Brother, these tales you spin are rather troublesome. Good men cannot be harmed, and those with a poor reputation cannot be casually attacked. Who, then, can be struck?" Li Nezha, exasperated, replied, "My discourse primarily concerns you. You reckless fool, your propensity for violence knows no bounds. Previously, you would strike down anyone, regardless of their character. I will not dwell on past transgressions, but henceforth, with our new regulations at Liangshan, should you continue to kill indiscriminately, do not blame me for offering your head as a sacrifice to the banner." Having endured multiple reprimands from both Li Nezha and Yin Qing, Li Kuei was thoroughly subdued and dared not contest Li Nezha's words, merely muttering under his breath, "You still haven't clarified who can be struck." His murmuring, akin to the volume of ordinary conversation, elicited amusement from the others. Li Nezha continued, "Since you are unclear on who may be harmed, follow the lead of your fellow brothers, strike whom they designate, and refrain from attacking those they do not permit. Do you understand?" Li Kuei, with a look of deep grievance, said, "Oh, I understand." This elicited another round of hearty laughter from the crowd. At that moment, Zhu Wu suddenly arrived with news, stating, "Brother, Zhu Guei has sent word that the court has ordered an expedition against Liangshan, appointing the governor of Dongping, Cheng Wanli, as the commander, supported by troops from Dongchang. They will strike shortly." Li Nezha was momentarily taken aback. In the original narrative, Song Jiang had actively launched an attack against these two prefectures. Now, as the lord of Liangshan, he had refrained from assaulting them. Yet they were coming to attack Liangshan instead. If they sought to confront them, they would be met with a severe lesson. Li Nezha immediately commanded, "Gather all brothers." A meeting in the Hall of Brotherhood. Chapter 57. Confrontation on the battlefield. The assembly in the Hall of Brotherhood was not a discussion on how to retaliate, but rather an announcement of the impending assault by the imperial troops, necessitating that all factions enter a state of war. The actual strategy meeting was convened at the general headquarters, attended by only a handful of individuals. As the chief of staff, Li Nezha presided over the meeting, and Zhu Wu, the deputy chief of staff, led the proceedings. The first item on the agenda was presented by Gong Sun Sheng, the Minister of Intelligence, who introduced the situation. Cheng Wanli, the governor of Dongping, had a formidable general under his command named Dongping, renowned for his dual-wielding prowess, earning him the title of the dual-gun general. Dongchang also had a notable general named Zhang Qing, famed for his exceptional skill in using flying stones to strike his foes, aptly nicknamed the Featherless Arrow. In addition, Zhang Qing commanded two deputy generals, the spear-wielding Huan Xianghu and the crossbow expert Ding Di Sun. The rest were of little concern to Li Nezha. The true threat lay with Zhang Qing, who in the original tale had triumphed over numerous Liangshan champions, including Hu Yinjua, Guan Sheng, and Yang Ji. Thus, Li Nezha resolved to personally confront Zhang Qing. Although the Liangshan forces were well prepared, they refrained from advancing to meet the enemy, instead feigning confusion and leading their troops to defend at the edge of the water. The scholars of the Song dynasty were notoriously arrogant, believing that a mere study of military texts would qualify them as capable commanders. A prime example of this was Han Qi, who, despite his commendable contributions as a civil servant, bore significant responsibility for the disastrous defeat at Shui, Chuan, due to his lack of experience in leading troops while still harboring a sense of self-importance. His infamous decree that only those who call out names at the Donghua Gate are true men has been derided throughout history. However, Cheng Wanli displayed a commendable self-awareness. Thrust into the role of leading an assault against Liangshan, he was filled with trepidation and acted with great caution. Upon arriving with his troops, he refrained from immediate attack, instead establishing a camp and resting for 3 days before launching an offensive. Dong Ping, eager to claim the first achievement, hastily volunteered to engage the enemy. Lin Chong spoke first, asserting, "Brother, I shall confront him." Li Nezha nodded in agreement, cautioning, "Be mindful, Dong Ping's martial skills are not inferior to yours." Lin Chong's heart was filled with dissatisfaction. His martial prowess was renowned throughout the land, and he could count on 2 hands those who could rival him. With only Li Nezha being assured of victory over him, he had never heard of Dong Ping before. What was he worth? Of course, Lin Chong would not voice such thoughts. He brandished his spear and charged forth to engage Dong Ping. Lin Chong wielded a long spear, benefiting from its length and power, while Dong Ping wielded dual sabers, excelling in agility and finesse. Their weapons clashed, and for a time, the outcome remained uncertain. Song Jiang observed the fierce duel and marveled. What a formidable general! If he could be subdued, another talent would grace our Liangshan. Li Nezha remarked, "This man possesses remarkable martial skills. Yet his nature is cold and indifferent. I am not optimistic about him. If he can be captured alive and is willing to surrender, then he may be accepted. However, there is no need to devise a plan for his capture. If he dies, it is simply his fate." Song Jiang nodded, refraining from further comment. He was well aware that Li Nezha held certain members of Liangshan in disdain, such as the infamous Sun Ernyang, Zhang Qing, the heartless Yin Shun, Wang Ying, Zhang Tianshou, and especially the brutal Li Kuei, who had killed children. His greatest aversion was reserved for Wu Yong, known for his cunning schemes. Yet, before Li Nezha took command of Liangshan, these individuals had already joined, making it imprudent for him to dwell on their past misdeeds, lest he provoke dissatisfaction among the other brothers and incite internal discord. Thus, encountering Dong Ping, it was entirely reasonable for Li Nezha to show little interest in recruiting him. As the two conversed casually, the battle between Lin Chong and Dong Ping reached its climax. Their skills were closely matched, making it exceedingly difficult to determine a victor. However, as the fight progressed, both began to tire, and continuing would likely result in mutual destruction. Li Nezha then commanded, "Sound the gong, summon Lin Chong back." The Liangshan forces struck the gong, and upon hearing it, Lin Chong feigned a thrust and turned to return. Dong Ping dared not pursue, instead shouting, "Is this all the might of the 800,000 Imperial Guards? Do not leave. Let us battle for another 300 rounds." Li Nezha scoffed, "Are you certain? We have dozens of warriors here. Would you like me to send another to entertain you?" Dong Ping, fully aware of his waning strength, continued to boast. "What I seek is Lin Chong. What is a battle of attrition? After I rest for a day, you shall see my true prowess." With that, he turned his horse and departed, unwilling to remain on the battlefield. With Dong Ping gone, the imperial forces did not relent. Zhang Qing immediately urged his horse into battle. Having been outpaced by Lin Chong earlier, the others were eager to prove themselves and stepped forward to volunteer. Li Nezha surveyed them and inquired, "This Zhang Qing is skilled in throwing stones. Who among you has experience defending against hidden weapons?" A hush fell over the group, for hidden weapons are called so for a reason. They are nearly impossible to defend against. Then Li Nezha asked, "Who among you wears a helmet with a face guard?" The ancient armor of Huaguo differs significantly from that of the West, while Western armor is designed to leave not a single gap, enveloping the entire body and even obscuring the hands and face, leaving only 2 small openings for the eyes. Huaguo's armor prioritizes combat efficacy, focusing on key areas of protection. The face guard is often deemed too obstructive to one's field of vision, resulting in its rarity among warriors. The generals of Liangshan exchanged glances, yet remained silent. Li Nezha, with a sense of resignation, declared, "Very well, I shall take on this battle." Guan Sheng, quick to interject, said, "Brother, there is no need for such caution. It is merely a flying stone, and I have my own methods of defense." After a moment of contemplation, Li Nezha nodded, conceding, "All right, then you shall engage in battle, but do exercise caution." Guan Sheng charged forward, brandishing his sword, and clashed with Zhang Qing. However, Zhang Qing's martial prowess was rather mediocre. After only a few exchanges, he turned to flee. Guan Sheng spurred his horse in pursuit, but Zhang Qing retaliated by hurling a stone. Anticipating this, Guan Sheng raised his blade to shield himself, and the stone struck the flat of his sword with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. Although he successfully defended against the projectile, Guan Sheng was nonetheless startled. Had he failed to block it and been struck in the face, the experience would have been most unpleasant. Thus, he grew increasingly wary, decelerating his pace and ultimately deciding against the chase. Seeing that Guanxing no longer pursued him, Zhang Qing reluctantly returned to engage once more. Yet, he was unable to best Guansheng, and after a few more exchanges, he turned to flee again, with Guansheng remaining steadfastly in place. The scene unfolded like a cat-and-mouse game, with Guansheng resembling an immovable mountain while Zhang Qing darted about like a frenzied rodent. Although Guansheng was unable to decisively overcome Zhang Qing, the overall impression was that Zhang Qing was thoroughly on the defensive. This unsightly display began to sour Cheng Wanli's countenance, prompting him to command, Gong Wang, Ding Di Sun, advance together. Upon receiving the order, Gong Wang and Ding Di Sun spurred their horses into battle. At Li Nezha's side, two warriors surged forth, Hao Siwen and Su Ning, meeting the two generals. The 6 men split into 3 pairs, engaging in a fierce battle, yet the outcome remained indeterminate. With an abundance of warriors on Liangshan's side, the official army found itself outnumbered, with only 4 remaining, one of whom was too fatigued to continue fighting, while Liangshan was still inclined towards fair one-on-one duels. What would happen if they grew impatient and swarmed? Even without resorting to a full-on ambush, a simple rotation of fighters would be beyond their capacity to withstand. Zhang Qing, Gong Wang, and Ding Di Sun were acutely aware of this, and they exchanged knowing glances, gradually drawing nearer to one another. As the 3 battlefields approached a distance where hidden projectiles could take effect, Zhang Qing struck first, launching a sudden stone at Hao Siwen. Unprepared for Zhang Qing's unexpected assault while engaged with Gong Wang, Hao Siwen was struck squarely in the face, resulting in a gash that bled profusely, causing him to collapse from his horse, dazed and disoriented. With Hao Siwen incapacitated, Gong Wang swiftly freed his hands to retrieve his flying spear, preparing to target Su Ning. Fortunately, Li Nezha acted with remarkable swiftness. When Hao Siwen fell into a trap, he swiftly drew his bow and shot an arrow that pierced the forehead of Gong Wang's steed, causing Gong Wang to tumble down. Zhang Qing and Ding Di Sun were taken aback and retreated cautiously, fearing that Li Nezha might target them next. However, Li Nezha held his bow steady without releasing the arrow, commanding, Guansheng, Su Ning, bring Hao Siwen back. Guansheng and Su Ning dismounted immediately to assess Hao Siwen's injuries, finding him merely dazed, which brought them relief. One of them carried Hao Siwen, while the other led 3 horses back to the encampment. Gong Wang, unscathed, seized the opportunity to return to their ranks on foot, switching to another horse and remaining ready to assist. Li Nezha slowly relaxed his bowstring, declaring, let us conclude for today, withdraw the troops. The Liangshan army retreated gradually, and the officials did not pursue them. The intimidation of Li Nezha's arrow was formidable, leaving Zhang Qing and the others uncertain of their ability to evade. Had Li Nezha aimed for their heads instead of the horses, Gong Wang would likely have met a grim fate. Upon returning to the tent, Song Jiang, Wu Yong, Gong Sun Sheng, and Zhu Wu gathered in the command tent. As they settled, Song Jiang inquired, brother, today you could have slain 1 or 2 and then charged forward. Even if you could not defeat the imperial troops, you could have at least gained an advantage. Yet, you refrained from doing so. Have you developed an affection for talent? Li Nezha laughed heartily, replying, only Gong Sun truly understands me. While letting Gong Wang and Ding Di Sun go is acceptable, Zhang Qing's skills are indeed exceptional. Especially considering our multitude of formidable generals at Liangshan, should he join our ranks amidst battle, it would be an immense advantage. Wu Yong suggested. Then let us devise a plan to capture him. The next morning, both sides faced each other once more. This time, Zhang Qing was the first to charge forth, boldly challenging from the front lines. Knowing he could not defeat Zhang Qing the previous day, Guansheng refrained from stepping forward again today. If even Guansheng could not prevail, it was needless to mention others. Even Lin Chong, Hu Yinzhua, and Qin Ming, whose martial prowess equaled Guansheng's but lacked his advantages, remained silent. Yet, to their astonishment, Li Nezha declared, I shall take matters into my own hands. Song Jiang promptly interjected, no, brother, you are our esteemed leader. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. If you were to encounter misfortune, Liangshan would be in peril. This was not mere alarmism from Song Jiang. It was a stark reality. The current Liangshan boasted numerous enterprises. And although each brother bore his responsibilities, the overall command rested with Li Nezha. As the chief strategist, Song Jiang had access to all information concerning Liangshan. Yet he found himself unable to comprehend Li Nezha's business acumen. Even if Li Nezha explained it, Song Jiang would still be left bewildered. Therefore, should anything happen to Li Nezha, Song Jiang would be incapable of managing Liangshan as it stood. The potential for diminished profits was trivial. Worse still, It could lead to substantial losses in their enterprises. The brothers of Liangshan had become accustomed to a life of abundant meat and daily wine. Once their business suffered losses, their good days would come to an end, leaving Xiangyang with no grounds to remain the leader. It would indeed be strange if they did not rebel. Therefore, Li Nezha must not encounter any misfortune. Should he face trouble, Liangshan would inevitably fall apart. Li Nezha confidently waved his hand, assuring, "Fear not. Emir Zhongqing is no adversary for me. Even if he were to strike me, it would amount to nothing more than a minor injury. My life remains intact." Upon reflection, the crowd concurred. While Zhongqing's flying stones were notoriously accurate, their lethality was rather limited. Even a direct hit to the face would not prove fatal. Thus they ceased their attempts to deter him. Li Nezha, riding the luminous jade lion stolen from Zengta City and wielding a mighty iron spear, slowly approached the arena, declaring, "Zhongqing, I have come to engage you." Zhongqing scrutinized him for a moment and inquired, "Are you Lu Juni? You dare to take the field yourself?" Li Nezha laughed heartily. "What is there to fear? If you manage to capture me, you will achieve great merit and ascend in rank and wealth. But do you possess the skill to do so?" Furious, Zhongqing spurred his horse, brandishing his spear as he charged forward, bellowing, "I shall show you whether I have the skill." Li Nezha remained motionless upon his steed, patiently awaiting Zhongqing's advance, before gently swaying his iron spear. This seemingly nonchalant motion struck Zhongqing as enigmatic and unpredictable. At first glance, Li Nezha's spear was aimed at his throat, prompting Zhongqing to attempt to deflect it. However, as he swung his spear, Li Nezha's weapon suddenly dipped, now aimed at Zhongqing's abdomen, causing him to miss entirely. In haste, Zhongqing pressed his spear down, only for Li Nezha's weapon to rise sharply again. If Zhongqing continued to apply pressure, he would inadvertently bring his wrist into the line of Li Nezha's spear. He quickly sidestepped, but Li Nezha's spear descended once more, sweeping towards Zhongqing's horse's legs, compelling him to jerk the reins and rear his steed. Before the horse's front legs could settle, Li Nezha's spear lunged towards Zhongqing's thigh, forcing him to lift his leg in evasion. With the horse still reared, Zhongqing found it impossible to grip its sides, resulting in a clumsy tumble to the ground. To Zhongqing, Li Nezha's iron spear was nearly insurmountable. Yet to others, it appeared rather mundane, merely a case of someone waving a spear a few times. How could Zhongqing have fallen from his mount? Only experts like Lin Chong discerned the subtlety of the encounter, gasping in astonishment. They had thought they had sufficiently estimated Li Nezha's prowess, yet they had underestimated him. His martial skills surpassed their wildest imaginations. Upon hitting the ground, Zhongqing, fearing that Li Nezha might take advantage of his vulnerable state, quickly rolled away to create distance and pulled out a stone, flicking it toward Li Nezha. However, to his astonishment, Li Nezha's iron spear pierced the stone, shattering it with a resounding crack. The stone, robust and round, had been struck mid-air. What remarkable precision and force! Unyielding, Zhongqing retrieved 2 more stones, launching them simultaneously toward Li Nezha. What left him even more astounded was that Li Nezha's iron spear darted forth with lightning speed, shattering 2 stones almost simultaneously. Chapter 59. Victorious in battle, reputation soars. This scene rendered the commanders of both sides utterly speechless. Zhongqing hurled 2 stones at the same time. Although they did not fly parallel, the difference was negligible. How could Li Nezha have shattered both stones in such rapid succession? What kind of velocity was this? In a martial arts realm, this would be trivial. One flick of the wandering cloud sword would unleash a shower of stars, rendering 2 stones inconsequential. But this was not a martial arts realm. Li Nezha relied solely on the strength of his muscles to wield the iron spear, which was utterly astonishing. How could he possibly achieve such swiftness? Was he even human? In truth, Li Nezha's muscles were strained, and the pain of his torn tendons caused beads of cold sweat to cascade down his brow. Yet he maintained an appearance of nonchalance, smiling faintly as he said, "You are no match for me. Surrender." Zhongqing, of course, would not concede so easily, but he dared not continue the fight. Instead, he drew 3 more stones, disregarding accuracy, and hurled them recklessly toward Li Nezha before turning to flee, abandoning even his horse. Of the 3 stones, 2 veered off course, leaving Li Nezha with no need to evade. Only the last stone, whether by chance or skill, hurtled straight toward his face. Unable to use his spear to shatter it, and with one hand still throbbing in pain, he raised his other hand to shield himself and caught the stone firmly. As Zhongqing stumbled just a few steps away, Li Nezha flicked his wrist, sending the stone hurtling back, striking Zhongqing squarely on the back of his head. Even with a helmet, Zhongqing was knocked down, landing in a most undignified manner. Instantly, 2 men from the Liangshan army dashed forward, intent on capturing Zhang Qing. However, to their surprise, Zhang Qing scrambled back to his feet, albeit unsteadily, and began to stagger away. As he approached the range of the official army's archers, the Liangshan soldiers had no choice but to retreat to their formation. Li Nezha stood alone at the forefront, calling out, "Who else dares to challenge me?" The official army murmured amongst themselves, yet no one stepped forward. After a brief pause, Li Nezha bellowed once more, "Is there no one?" Still, no one emerged from the official ranks, and their morale visibly plummeted, their banners drooping. Seizing the moment, Li Nezha pointed forward and commanded, "Attack." The Liangshan army surged forth with great fervor, clashing violently with the official forces. Li Nezha remained rooted in place as the Liangshan soldiers passed by him, their eyes brimming with admiration, causing him to feel a sense of elation. Although the official army's morale was low, they were fortified by their encampment. And with Cheng Wanli dismissing the lives of his soldiers, he forced a portion to hold back, while the remainder retreated, managing to take most of their troops with them. Thus, the Liangshan army achieved only a minor victory. Yet, despite its diminutive nature, the Liangshan commanders remained exuberant. For Li Nezha's extraordinary performance in combat had made him an idol in the eyes of all. After the idol cheerfully sent everyone away, he was left facing a sumptuous feast, yet he could only eat with one hand, the other remaining still. Fortunately, Li Nezha's physical condition had reached its peak in this realm. After a brief rest, his muscle strain significantly eased, allowing him to perform some non-strenuous movements, appearing outwardly unaffected. In the ensuing battle, there was no need for Li Nezha to intervene. Even if he did, none among the official army would dare to engage him, leaving them merely to spectate. However, even without taking part in the fight, his mere presence in the formation compelled the official army to remain cautious of his potential actions, thereby diminishing their combat effectiveness. For several consecutive days, the morale of the official army waned further. Wu Yong believed the moment had arrived and advised Li Nezha, "Brother, the official army is utterly devoid of fighting spirit. It is time for a decisive confrontation." Yet, Li Nezha gently shook his head, responding, "It should not be so simple." Although Cheng Wanli may lack military experience, veterans like Dong Ping and Zhang Qing are well aware of the declining morale. "Do you think they would have no countermeasures?" Wu Yong inquired. "Are you suggesting that they are feigning a loss of morale to lure us into attacking? Surely, morale cannot be trifled with. How can they ensure that the entire army's spirit can be restored?" Li Nezha explained, "For them to rejuvenate the morale of the whole army, they must undertake significant actions. The absence of such measures indicates that, even if their morale has improved slightly, it is likely only among a small fraction. Otherwise, we would not have noticed. What concerns me is that they might use that small group to deliver a fierce blow to us, subsequently revitalizing the morale of the entire army." Wu Yong comprehended. If we were to invade their encampment, and they had set an ambush to counterattack, even a minor victory could be spun into a grand triumph, thus boosting their morale. Song Jiang nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. The official army's advantage lies in their rigorous training. Even with low morale, they can execute orders with precision before engagement. If they were to achieve another victory, turning the tide is not impossible." Gong Sun Sheng inquired, "If that is indeed the case, what strategy should we employ?" Li Nezha smiled. "It is straightforward. We will retain a reserve force." That very night, the Liangshan army launched a large-scale assault, almost without disguise, attacking the official army's encampment with fervor. Most people in ancient times suffered from night blindness, and even the well-supplied official army was no exception. The Liangshan army, however, had significantly improved their rations after Li Nezha's financial gains, ensuring they had ample provisions, including the innards of pigs, cattle, and sheep, which alleviated their night blindness. Thus, one side was blind, while the other enjoyed a distinct advantage. This was a primary reason for Li Nezha's decision to initiate a nighttime raid. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the Liangshan army penetrated the official army's camp. After breaching the stockade, they swiftly advanced towards the command tent, with Lin Chong leading the charge. In the past, such daring assaults were typically undertaken by Qin Ming. This time, however, Lin Chong was chosen to avoid potential ambushes, given his cautious nature and prior knowledge of the possible traps, increasing the likelihood of a successful retreat. Indeed, Lin Chong, accompanied by his men, charged towards the vicinity of the command tent. He dismounted but instructed several of his trusted guards to enter and investigate. The guards lifted the tent flap, glanced inside, and quickly turned back to report, "General, there is no one." Just then, hidden soldiers suddenly emerged from all around, surrounding them with shouts. Unfazed, Lin Chong commanded, "Form a circular formation and hold fast while we await reinforcements." The troops of Liangshan swiftly arranged themselves into a circle, erecting towering shields at the outermost layer. Those within held their shields above their heads, rendering them impervious to the rain of arrows, while soldiers extended 4-meter-long spears through the gaps in the shield wall, transforming their formation into something akin to a porcupine. As Dongping's forces charged forward and beheld this shield formation, he was taken aback. How could the Liangshan army have been so well prepared? However, there was no turning back. Dongping steeled himself for the assault. Just as the fierce battle ensued, another contingent of Liangshan soldiers arrived, with Qin Ming at the forefront, laughing heartily. "Brother Lin, I have come to rescue you." With Qin Ming's arrival, other Liangshan warriors followed suit. Guan Sheng, Hu Yinjua, and Su Ning each led a squadron, encircling from 4 directions. Others, such as Hua Rong, Yang Ji, Sua Chao, Huang Xian, Sun Li, and Xianzan, interspersed themselves to hunt down the remaining imperial troops. The enemy forces suffered devastating losses, scattering in disarray, only to be confronted by Lu Zhishan, Wu Song, Zhu Tong, Mu Hong, and Lu Tang, who blocked their escape, compelling them to kneel and surrender. By dawn, the conflict had finally concluded. Except for a few fortunate souls, the rest met either death or capture, essentially, a complete annihilation. Not a single one among the leading figures managed to escape. Cheng Wanli, Dong Ping, Zhang Qing, Gong Wang, and Ding Di Sun were all captured alive. With the battle over, it was time to secure the battlefield. Yet, Li Nezha remained unrelenting, issuing orders to split his forces, simultaneously attacking Dongping Prefecture and Dongchang Prefecture. Cheng Wanli and Dongping in Dongping Prefecture, along with Zhang Qing, Gong Wang, and Ding Di Sun in Dongchang Prefecture, had already been apprehended. Merely parading them before the city would undoubtedly dampen the morale of the garrison, likely prompting an immediate surrender. Even if they resisted, it would pose little challenge. With their leaders captured and a significant portion of their troops reassigned, the remaining defenses were exceedingly limited, making a forceful assault an easy endeavor. Thus, Li Nezha led his contingent to Dongping Prefecture, while Xiangyang took his forces to Dongchang Prefecture. As anticipated by Li Nezha, when Cheng Wanli and Dongping were brought before the city, bound and helpless, the defenders of Dongping Prefecture surrendered without hesitation, opening the gates to welcome the Liangshan army. After a thorough reorganization, the Liangshan forces had surpassed the imperial troops in military discipline. Upon entering the city, they committed no transgressions against the populace, instead ransacking the treasury and the residences of Cheng Wanli and Dongping, leaving no stone unturned. While others managed the looting, Li Nezha ascended to the grand hall of the governor's office, elegantly taking the seat of the governor, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction. Relishing the sensation of being elevated above all, Wu Yong complimented from the side, saying, "Indeed, elder brother, you possess an extraordinary presence. Just by sitting in this position, you exude an aura akin to majestic mountains and deep valleys. The common folk, upon seeing you, would instantly recognize you as their steadfast supporter." The others joined in with their flattery, though most were simple folk, their praise coming across as clumsy and direct. Li Nezha, feeling embarrassed by their awkward compliments, hurriedly interrupted. "All right, enough of that. If you have nothing better to do, why not stroll through the streets and oversee our Liangshan army to ensure no one falters and breaches military discipline?" The crowd, caught in an uncomfortable situation, was relieved to have Li Nezha's words, and most hastily departed, leaving only a few seasoned individuals accustomed to such environments. Seeing that he had little to occupy himself, Li Nezha commanded, "Bring forth Cheng Wanli and Dongping." Following his orders, they were quickly brought before him. To everyone's astonishment, Dongping knelt down of his own accord, exclaiming, "Dongping is willing to surrender. Please spare my life, great chief." In contrast, Cheng Wanli was kicked at the back of his knee and fell to the ground, but resolutely sat up instead of kneeling, displaying a defiant spirit as if he were prepared to face death. This stark contrast significantly tarnished Dongping's image in the eyes of the Liangshan officers, who regarded him with disdain. However, recognizing Dongping's exceptional martial skills and his potential as a valuable asset, Wu Yong remarked, "Brother, this man possesses remarkable abilities. Since he is willing to submit, we should accept him, as it would be beneficial for Liangshan." Li Nezha had previously stated that if Dongping were captured and willing to surrender, he could be accepted. Thus he nodded. "Very well, release him." They untied Dongping, who expressed his gratitude once more and obediently stepped aside. Li Nezha then turned his gaze towards Cheng Wanli and inquired, "Will you surrender?" Cheng Wanli scoffed disdainfully. "To die is to die. There is no way I would surrender to you brigands." Li Nezha warned, "Consider carefully. Your family is here in Dongping Prefecture and has already been captured. If you do not surrender, they will meet the same fate. Cheng Wanli sighed. Since they are my wife and children, they should naturally share in my tribulations. Li Nezha shook his head. You would disregard the lives of your wife and children. Do you truly believe this is loyalty to the Song dynasty? Is the Song dynasty truly worth sacrificing the lives of your entire family? Cheng Wanli replied, as scholars, we possess the integrity befitting our station. How could we surrender to you brigands merely to preserve our lives? Li Nezha countered, yet, the Song court, under the guise of authority, engages in acts far worse than those of brigands. Consider the Quatian office. Liangshan's current might is largely due to their misdeeds. How do you respond to that? The Quatian office was a specialized institution established by Emperor Huizong to manage the public fields, overseen successively by the eunuchs Yang Jian and Li Yin. Under the pretense of inspecting land contracts, they committed extortion and seized the lands of the common people to remedy the court's financial deficits and satisfy the royal family's extravagant desires. Many of the inhabitants surrounding Liangshan had their lands forcibly taken and, unable to survive, were left with no choice but to seek refuge with Liangshan. It is precisely the allegiance of these individuals that has allowed the Liangshan army to swell to a formidable force of 60 to 70,000, with the accompanying elderly, women, and children exceeding 400,000. Thus, Li Nezha remarked that it was Quatian's assistance that enabled Liangshan's expansion. Cheng Wanli, however, responded with an air of inevitability. The court remains the court. Regardless of its actions, it shall always be the court. Bandits are bandits. Unless you overthrow the Song dynasty and establish your own court, this will never change. Li Nezha grasped his implication, whether it be the court or the bandits. Their actions are of little consequence. What truly matters is the legitimacy of their cause. This is a common flaw among scholars, who place immense importance on orthodoxy, rules, and rituals, often at the expense of other significant matters. Li Nezha, with a hint of amusement, posed the question, what if we were to truly become the court? Cheng Wanli was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Nezha with newfound respect, and replied, I had not perceived such ambition in you. It seems the court's desire to eradicate you is indeed justified. Do not rejoice too soon. Do not presume that defeating me renders you invulnerable to the court's might. Should the court take you seriously, your demise is but a matter of time. Li Nezha understood Cheng Wanli's perspective. As long as Liangshan demonstrated the potential to challenge the Song dynasty, there remained a chance for his surrender. However, whether Cheng Wanli was worth pursuing remained to be assessed. Thus, he inquired of those around him, what is the reputation and capability of this Governor Cheng? Before anyone could respond, Dongping interjected, asserting, reporting to the leader. Cheng Wanli is a man of poor judgment, corrupt, and unjust. The people of Dongping Prefecture are filled with grievances. You must not harbor such a man, for it would tarnish Liangshan's reputation. Although Cheng Wanli had never intended to surrender, he was infuriated by Dongping's shamelessness and retorted, Dongping, is your resentment rooted in my refusal to marry my daughter to you? To thus strike while I am down is truly despicable. Dongping replied, your refusal to betroth your daughter to me signifies your contempt for me, and I have every right to retaliate. Moreover, I speak only the truth. How can this be considered kicking a man when he is down? Li Nezha, of course, could not solely rely on Dongping's account. So he dispatched individuals to inquire about Cheng Wanli's reputation within the city. The results revealed that while Cheng Wanli possessed the spirit of a scholar, he was indeed not a good official. The accusations levied by Dongping were entirely valid. Furthermore, in his quest for flattery, he colluded with Quatian, sending enforcers to suppress dissent and altering land deeds, causing ruin for many families. Such a man was not one Li Nezha could accept. He ordered Cheng Wanli to be executed publicly at the vegetable market. While it was permissible to execute Cheng Wanli, his family posed a more complex dilemma. Li Nezha, having lived in the modern era, was deeply influenced by contemporary sensibilities, especially regarding matters of life and death. He could act ruthlessly against those deserving of punishment, yet he found it difficult to harm the innocent. Otherwise, he would not have been so unkind to Li Kuei. Cheng Wanli's family was rather uncomplicated. Aside from the beautiful daughter mentioned in the original text, he had only one wife and 4 concubines, with no others to consider. In other words, Cheng Wanli had only one daughter, which explains his reluctance to easily betroth her to Dongping. With such a singular and beautiful daughter, it is only natural that he would meticulously seek a suitable son-in-law, rather than hastily marrying her off to just anyone. Moreover, Cheng Wanli harbored a profound disdain for martial figures, a sentiment prevalent during the Song dynasty, making the idea of marrying his daughter to Dongping rather far-fetched. Now that Cheng Wanli has passed away, he can no longer protect his daughter, and given her beauty, it is no surprise that many suitors have emerged. The first to declare his affection was Dong Ping, claiming that he and Miss Cheng shared mutual feelings. He asserted that had it not been for Cheng Wanli's interference, they would have long since been a loving couple, and he implored Li Nezha to bless their union. However, a multitude of bachelors from Liangshan soon recognized Miss Cheng's beauty, leading to fierce competition among them. In comparison to the others, Dong Ping found himself at a disadvantage. Being a recent arrival and lacking the achievements that would have secured him favor, he quickly fell behind, flustered and embarrassed. Dong Ping was effectively out of the running. Yet the remaining suitors were also at an impasse, making it difficult to determine Miss Cheng's fate. Ultimately, it fell to Li Nezha to resolve the matter. As a throng of bachelors awaited his judgment, Li Nezha then declared that those who held no genuine interest in Miss Cheng should step aside. Since the contenders were few, the majority withdrew from the hall. Li Nezha further instructed those who were already married to also leave, pointing out two men amongst the crowd who, despite their commitments, lingered on, eliciting laughter from the others. Even after dismissing a significant portion, over 20 suitors remained, while Miss Cheng was but one. Li Nezha commanded that Miss Cheng be brought forth. Moments later, she arrived with her mother, both appearing timid as they knelt in greeting. Li Nezha reassured them, stating, "Madam Cheng, there is no need for fear. Cheng Jifu was our adversary, corrupt and oppressive towards the populace, which is why he met his demise. His actions do not implicate you, and we shall not impose upon you." Madam Cheng remained apprehensive, bowing once more in gratitude. "Thank you, great leader." Observing their lack of trust, Li Nezha continued, "I present you with two choices. One is to receive a modest sum of wealth to establish your lives, after which your futures are in your own hands. Whether to squander it and face starvation or to prosper is entirely up to you." Madam Cheng, unable to believe her ears, lifted her head to ask, "Will the great leader truly allow us to go free?" Li Nezha affirmed, "Of course. However, do not expect a substantial fortune. As the majority of your family's wealth was derived from the common people, it must be confiscated." Madam Cheng lowered her head in silence, with only a meager sum. How could she and her daughter, two vulnerable women, hope to survive? Li Nezha then added, "The second choice is for your daughter to select a husband from among the brothers present in the hall. With Cheng Jifu gone, you are without a protector, and those citizens wronged by him may seek retribution against you. If your daughter were to marry my brother, it would ensure the safety of both mother and daughter." Madam Cheng was not the least bit surprised by this proposal. She held a profound confidence in her daughter's beauty, and it would indeed be strange if these mountain bandits were not swayed by it. Conversely, the fact that they did not resort to forceful abduction but rather approached with polite marriage proposals was truly astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Madam Cheng inquired, "Great Chief, may I have a moment to discuss this with my daughter?" Li Nezha nodded, "Of course, but please do not take too long. We are all waiting." Madam Cheng did not wander far, retreating with Miss Cheng to a corner of the main hall, where they whispered together. Miss Cheng initially wore a frown, but ultimately, she was persuaded by her mother and shyly cast a glance at Li Nezha. Sensing someone's gaze upon him, Li Nezha looked in that direction, causing Miss Cheng to immediately lower her head, her cheeks flushing with color. An ominous premonition struck Li Nezha, and once Madam Cheng revealed their decision, his fears were confirmed. Madam Cheng first asked, "Great Chief, you mentioned that my daughter could choose freely among those present in the hall, correct?" Li Nezha affirmed, "Indeed." Madam Cheng continued, "My daughter has expressed that if she were to marry, she wishes for a true hero, and thus, she has chosen you." Li Nezha was taken aback, as were the 20-odd Liangshan heroes eagerly waiting for brides. Miss Cheng, or rather, Madam Cheng, was quite audacious. The valiant Shirshio shouted, "Brother, you just said anyone in this hall could be chosen. Now that Miss Cheng has selected you, you cannot refuse." The others joined in the ruckus, urging Li Nezha to accept Miss Cheng. Although many brothers coveted her beauty, only Dong Ping truly harbored a serious desire for her. Consequently, while Dong Ping's expression darkened, the others rejoiced for Li Nezha. Li Nezha scratched his chin and said, "Miss Cheng, if her death implicates them as accomplices, then I stand as the true culprit. I have just slain your father, and you would willingly marry me? How does this feel like a dream?" Madam Cheng was about to speak, but Li Nezha waved his hand to interrupt, pointing at Miss Cheng. "Do not speak. Let her express herself." Reluctantly, Madam Cheng fell silent, casting a worried glance at her daughter. Miss Cheng, meanwhile, nervously twisted her handkerchief, burying her head into her chest, too timid to meet anyone's gaze. Observing her demeanor, Li Nezha did not wish to pressure her further, stating, "Let us do this. I will ask you a few questions, and you may respond simply with yes or no." or nod or shake your head. Is that agreeable? Miss Jing nodded. Though Li Nezha worried she might bury her chin deeper into her chest. He asked, "You father perished by my hand. Do you harbor hatred towards me?" Miss Chung hesitated, giving a slight nod, then shaking her head. Li Nezha was perplexed. "Do you hate me or not?" After a lengthy silence, Miss Chung finally murmured, "Hatred serves no purpose." Chapter 62. Seeking support amidst flourishing times. Li Nezha yearned to descend and gently touch Miss Cheng's head, directly delving into her thoughts. However, in this era, propriety dictated that men and women maintain a respectful distance. To act otherwise would render him frivolous, and he would find himself compelled to marry her. Thus, he boldly approached the crux of the matter, stating, "Let us be forthright. I currently have no wife. My former spouse betrayed me, and I took her life. Presently, only 2 maidservants tend to my daily needs. If you wish to accompany me, I shall not grant you the title of wife. You may only be a concubine. Do you understand?" Miss Chung, momentarily stunned, nodded in response, overwhelmed by the weight of his words. Li Nezha gazed intently into her eyes and earnestly inquired, "You are aware of my circumstances. Now I ask you, do you wish to be with me?" After a brief hesitation and a glance at her mother, she finally nodded and replied, "I am willing." Li Nezha nodded in agreement, saying, "In that case, follow me. The rest of you may disperse. She is now my woman. So do not harbor any thoughts." The heroes of Liangshan congratulated him and gradually departed in small groups. Dongping lingered at the end, casting one last reluctant glance at Miss Chung before taking a deep breath and striding away with determination. Li Nezha could not help but smile inwardly. Dongping ultimately loved himself more. Faced with the choice between claiming Miss Chung and preserving his own life, he chose self-preservation. In truth, Dongping's decision was quite rational. It is the foolish ones who, in the name of love, forsake all, which is why only a handful of such fools have become the protagonists of timeless love stories. The Liangshan army remained in Dongping Prefecture for 3 days. During this time, they committed no transgressions against the common people. Yet they were decidedly unkind to those of ill repute. Anyone found guilty of wrongdoing was punished according to the severity of their crimes, be they officials or wealthy merchants. No one was exempt from justice. To the citizens of Dongping Prefecture, the Liangshan army appeared as just and benevolent as a fair judge, prompting them to spread the word to friends and family to seek redress. For the Liangshan army, this was a bountiful harvest. Those who had committed numerous misdeeds were often quite wealthy, and as they were brought to justice, their possessions were conveniently confiscated, a natural consequence of their actions. As for compensations to the people, the confiscated property sufficed, even yielding a surplus that left the recipients feeling apprehensive, as they feared the generosity was excessive. Even after the Liangshan army had departed, when they sold these properties, they would undoubtedly face significant devaluation, yet it would still adequately compensate for their losses. The Liangshan army gained not only wealth, but also renown. When they withdrew from Dongping Prefecture, many unable to sustain themselves, or those daring enough to take a chance, sought to join the Liangshan army. Li Nezha welcomed all newcomers, accepting their families as well. While others may have viewed the elderly, women, and children as burdens, Li Nezha did not share such sentiments. Do not underestimate the elderly, the weak, and the women. There are certain tasks that only they can perform exceptionally well. Until now, Li Nezha had never encountered gunpowder, yet they first defeated Cheng Wanli's campaign, followed by the successive conquest of the significant cities of Dongping and Dongchang. The court would undoubtedly not let this matter rest, and would dispatch a formidable military force to quell them again. From the original narrative, it is clear that the court sent wave after wave of troops to attack until Xiangyang proactively sought amnesty, at which point the conflict came to a close. However, with Li Nezha becoming the chief leader of Liangshan, amnesty was no longer an option, and thus the court's army would come in relentless succession, likely deploying their most elite Western troops, just as Xiangyang had anticipated. Li Nezha was confident in training the Liangshan army to surpass the Western forces in prowess. Yet in the era of cold weaponry, even the strongest soldiers could not escape significant casualties. The Liangshan army was already thinly stretched and could not withstand heavy losses. Hence, the development of gunpowder weaponry became an inevitable necessity. However, the formula for gunpowder was of utmost importance. If it were to leak out, the court could easily leverage its superior resources and manpower to overtake them, leading to dire consequences for Liangshan. Therefore, Li Nezha had to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that he selected workers with reliable backgrounds. Those who joined from Dongping, mostly bringing their entire families, were deemed trustworthy. Moreover, the production process of gunpowder was perilous, and employing women, known for their meticulousness, would enhance safety. Shortly after Li Nezha returned to Liangshan, Xiangyang also returned with his men. Xiangyang's campaign against Dongchang was equally successful, netting a substantial amount of wealth. The spoils from both cities would have thrilled Xiangyang and his companions before Li Nezha's arrival at Liangshan. However, after his joining, Liangshan was no longer in want of resources. The riches acquired merely brought them joy but did not lead to any extravagant displays of excitement. Nonetheless, a victory necessitated a celebration, and thus a grand banquet was organized at Liangshan. As all the leaders gathered, Li Nezha noted that with the inclusion of Zhang Qing, Dong Ping, and others, the number of warriors had precisely reached 108. However, he had no intention of establishing a ranking system akin to the celestial and terrestrial stars. Such distinctions might sound impressive, but how would they rank newcomers in the future? Would they cease to accept new members for the sake of maintaining these celestial rankings? Both scenarios were undesirable. Hence, Li Nezha opted against a ranking system, believing that the absence of such titles would not lead to a fragmentation of loyalty. Indeed, by foregoing the gimmick of rankings, the so-called celestial stone tablet did not materialize, and everyone remained simply as ordinary leaders of the bandit stronghold. Months passed, and as the double ninth festival approached, Liangshan celebrated with a grand feast, filled with jubilation. Amidst the revelry, Xiangyang suddenly sighed, remarking, "Liangshan is so lively. I wonder what the scene in Bianliang is like." Li Nezha, intrigued, responded, "Want to know? Why not go and see for yourself?" Xiangyang chuckled, saying, "Brother, do not jest. Bianliang is not a place we can freely visit." Li Nezha chuckled dismissively. "Why can't we go? I am determined to see for myself." Xiangyang, startled, sobered from his inebriation and quickly urged, "No, absolutely not. Brother, I know your martial prowess is unmatched, yet even the strongest fists cannot contend with numerous hands. Moreover, Bianliang boasts an army of 800,000. Venturing there would be akin to walking into a trap." Li Nezha replied, "Our Liangshan is currently renowned, and I bask in the glory of my brothers. Yet, how many truly know me, aside from our comrades? Even if I stood before the emperor himself, he would not recognize me. What is there to fear?" Xiangyang remained opposed, stating, "It is not the quantity of fear that matters, but the possibility of a singular misfortune. Should anyone recognize your identity, it would spell doom. What allure does the scenery of Bianliang hold? To risk so much merely for a view is hardly worthwhile." Li Nezha asserted, "My desire to visit Bianliang transcends mere sightseeing. I seek to establish a formidable ally for Liangshan." In the original tale, Xiangyang ventured to Bianliang during the Lantern Festival, leveraging his connection with Li Shishir to meet Emperor Huizong. Regrettably, Xiangyang's efforts were in vain, as the emperor regarded him with indifference, dismissively brushing him aside, forgetting him entirely. Had it not been for a few upright ministers in the court who valued the talents of Liangshan's heroes and advocated for their acceptance, Xiangyang's endeavors would have been futile. Li Nezha, however, had no intention of seeking acceptance. His objective in Bianliang was to collude with treacherous officials. By forging alliances with these unscrupulous figures, he aimed to secure a protective shield for Liangshan, allowing it to weather the storm until it fully matured. Furthermore, he sought to incite these officials to intensify their subversive efforts against the court, hastening its collapse. Yet, his rationale could not persuade Xiangyang, Wu Yong, Gong Sunsheng, and others, who firmly believed that Li Nezha must not take such risks, lest Liangshan face dire consequences. They insisted that his ambitions could be entrusted to others. In matters of negotiation and flattery, the likes of Tai Jiaozi, Lu He, and the wayward Yin Qing were far superior to Li Nezha. Especially when dealing with arrogant and disrespectful officials, could Li Nezha endure their temperament? There was a genuine fear that he might inadvertently slay one of these treacherous figures in a fit of rage, leading to catastrophic repercussions. Li Nezha, somewhat swayed by their arguments, harbored doubts about his own ability to withstand the provocations of such despicable officials. He was confident in his capacity to escape Bianliang after dispatching a treacherous official, yet he recognized that such an act was unnecessary. Killing was easy, but failing to accomplish his goals would lead to complications. Thus, he heeded the counsel of Xiangyang and the others, delegating Lu He and Yin Qing to represent him in Bianliang. Additionally, he dispatched Shi Qian, Lu Zhishan, Lin Chong, and others to lead an elite squad to provide covert support. Indeed, Lu He and Yin Qing proved to be reliable in such matters, accomplishing their objectives within merely 2 months. Although the cost is considerable, requiring an annual expenditure of 1 million taels, the benefits are significant, at the very least. There will be allies in the court to advocate on our behalf. Even if we cannot prevent the court from dispatching troops for punitive expeditions, we will receive timely intelligence to prepare ourselves accordingly. Furthermore, Yanqing has bestowed upon Li Nezha a delightful surprise. This young man has developed a connection with Li Shishir. In the original narrative, Yanqing exchanged glances with Li Shishir, yet was obstructed by Xiangyang, relegated to the role of a mere attendant with no authority to engage with her. This time, however, Yanqing is empowered to take the initiative, making it far easier for him to forge a bond with her, ultimately leading to her entrapment. Yet, Li Shishir has already formed ties with Emperor Song Huizong. Should Yanqing attempt to whisk her away, it may provoke the emperor's ire. Thus he advises her to bide her time. He intends to consult with Li Nezha before deciding on a course of action. After hearing Yanqing's report, Li Nezha inquires, "Do you truly harbor feelings for Li Shishir? Are you willing to take her as your wife?" Without hesitation, Yanqing affirms, "Indeed, I do. I am willing." Li Nezha slams the table in frustration, declaring, "If you truly care for her, why delay in bringing her forth? How can you allow her to remain in a brothel serving other men?" Yanqing, flustered, responds, "Shishir insists that her presence in the brothel enables her to gather intelligence for us. She wishes to establish her worth before she can marry me." Li Nezha disdainfully retorts, "I understand her intent. She fears that her background will lead my brothers to look down upon her. She believes that by proving herself, she earns the right to be your legitimate wife. But what of you? Do you share this sentiment?" Yanqing shakes his head, stating, "No. I merely believe she can indeed procure valuable intelligence, which would greatly benefit us at Liangshan. Master, your aspirations are lofty. Her remaining in the brothel serves your grand ambitions." Li Nezha slams the table again, rebuking, "Nonsense. Is a man's great endeavor reliant on a woman selling her body? If you wish to marry her, you must bring her back to me immediately. If you only intend to use her, then I shall leave the matter to you." Yanqing promptly agrees, turning and hastening back to Bianliang. As he exits, he narrowly brushes past Wu Yong, who, being a scholar, stumbles slightly from the contact. Yanqing does not linger, merely offering an apology before dashing away. Wu Yong, carrying a stack of documents, enters and curiously asks, "Brother, what has gotten into Xiaoyi? What matters require such urgency?" Li Nezha chuckles. He has caught the eye of a stunning beauty and is eager to bring her home. Wu Yong laughs in response, "Ah, so Xiaoyi has found his beloved? It seems he has encountered someone truly special." He returned from Bianliang without even pausing for a meal and has set off once more. Such perseverance. Li Nezha takes the documents, swiftly reviewing each one and issuing prompt directives. This reflects his style from a future era, favoring brevity and clarity in documentation, eschewing ambiguity for rapid comprehension. In contrast, the court's memorials are lengthy and tedious, dominated by flattery, with substantive matters occupying only a fraction of the text. Previously, both Wu Yong and Xiao Rang had engaged in similar conduct, which led to a reprimand from Li Nezha, prompting them to amend their ways. The documents were straightforward, and Li Nezha processed them with remarkable swiftness, completing the majority in a short span. However, upon reaching the final few documents, he suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired, "The goods destined for Xiangyang have been intercepted? Do we know who is responsible?" Wu Yong replied, "As of now, we remain uncertain. However, the most formidable force in Xiangyang is the Mani sect. It is likely they possess the audacity to rob our Liangshan goods, though we lack concrete evidence." Li Nezha pondered for a moment before stating, "The leader of the Mani sect, Feng La, harbors grand ambitions and dreams of ascending the throne. His audacity suggests considerable strength. It is only natural that he would disregard our Liangshan. Thus, prepare some gifts and send someone to deliver them to Feng La, expressing my desire to cultivate a friendship." Wu Yong expressed surprise, "Brother, while the Mani sect is indeed formidable, they may not surpass our Liangshan, and they are situated far in Jiangnan. Why adopt such a subservient stance?" Li Nezha waved his hand dismissively. "Do you not comprehend? Feng La seeks rebellion, and so do we. However, we are aware of his intentions while he remains oblivious to ours." Wu Yong's eyes brightened with understanding. "I see. By feigning weakness and even seeking to appease him, Feng La may perceive us as an ally he can rally, potentially informing us when he initiates his rebellion. Should we ascertain the precise timing of Feng La's insurrection, we will have ample opportunities to act." Li Nezha and Wu Yong exchanged knowing smiles, their faces alight with cunning. Li Nezha then instructed, "This matter I entrust to you. Is there any issue?" Wu Yong promptly assured, "Brother, rest easy. I guarantee that I will handle this with utmost care, allowing Feng La to serve as our convenient scapegoat." Blissfully unaware, with enthusiasm, Wu Yong descended to carry out his task, while Li Nezha turned to return to the rear mountain. Chapter 64. With firearms comes confidence in Liangshan's rear mountain. Apart from the family quarters, a secluded area has been designated as a restricted zone, surrounded by 3 layers of security with over 1,000 guards stationed. This area is managed by Li Nezha, and aside from Li Nezha, only high-ranking leaders such as Xiangyang, Wu Yong, and Gongsun Sheng are permitted entry, requiring both identification tags and passcodes. Lower-tier leaders are not allowed access, and the lesser subordinates are entirely unaware of the existence of such a place. This location serves as the foundation of Liangshan's strength, the research base for gunpowder weaponry. Under Li Nezha's guidance, black powder is easily produced, yielding the most effective granulated explosives. A variety of weapons utilizing gunpowder have also been developed, including firearms, cannons, rockets, grenades, and mines, showcasing an impressive array. Currently, the only limitation on the Liangshan forces' equipment overhaul is the issue of quality control. Although Li Nezha possesses the alloy formula and the capability to produce the necessary machinery, every step of the process requires human oversight. The artisans of Liangshan were inherently few in number, and most were illiterate, relying solely on their experience for their labor. It was utterly implausible to expect them to flawlessly execute each procedure. Consequently, the firearms they ultimately produced were predominantly substandard. In light of this, Li Nezha had no choice but to encourage the craftsmen to diligently experiment and familiarize themselves with the processes according to their customary practices, hoping for the day when they could mass-produce satisfactory firearms. One must concede that the ingenuity of the working class can sometimes be astonishing. The techniques Li Nezha had learned from modernity proved impractical in the ancient context. However, the craftsmen forged their own path, achieving results that left Li Nezha utterly impressed. Observing a collection of gleaming gun barrels before him, Li Nezha joyously patted the shoulder of the elder craftsman beside him, exclaiming, "Excellent work, old Lu. You have done remarkably well. I have always stated that those who make significant contributions shall receive generous rewards. Your ability to realize the techniques I imparted is indeed a considerable contribution, and thus your reward shall be 1,000 strings of cash. Additionally, another 1,000 strings shall be shared among your apprentices." Old Lu and his apprentices were overjoyed, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. In this era, currency held substantial value. 1,000 strings could procure a modest dwelling in Bianliang, the most expensive city in the realm. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that artisans in ancient times faced significant discrimination. Even the finest craftsmen could only aspire to a modest standard of living, while the average artisan merely managed to sustain basic needs. Thus, the financial reward was secondary. It was Li Nezha's recognition of their worth that endeared him to the craftsmen. With old Lu as a paragon, the enthusiasm of the other artisans surged. Before long, the first batch of standardized firearms was equipped to Li Nezha's personal guard. Given that these were firearms utilizing black powder, they were somewhat cumbersome to ensure their potency. Nevertheless, their power left seasoned warriors like Song Jiang in awe. Particularly, the 2 chief guards, Lu Zhishan and Wu Song, were left in a state of shock. Decades of martial training seemed trivial in the face of firearms, as mere farmers who had trained for only a short time could inflict grievous wounds upon them. Li Nezha understood the profound impact firearms would have on martial artists. Liangshan was home to many warriors, and the advent of firearms seemed particularly hostile to them. Yet, he recognized that the development of firearms was an inevitable progression. Even if he chose not to manufacture them, others would certainly do so. The most critical aspect was that the manufacturers were not of the Han ethnicity, and thus it would be the Han people who would ultimately suffer the consequences. Consequently, the grievances of the warriors were trivial compared to the broader destiny of the Han people. In addition to firearms, landmines, grenades, and rocket launchers were also produced. Strictly speaking, these devices were not significantly more challenging to create than firecrackers. They merely demanded a higher level of craftsmanship. Given that the craftsmen of Liangshan had already succeeded in mass-producing firearms, these other weapons were naturally within their capabilities. After several rounds of explosions, not only Lu Zhishan and Wu Song, but also Song Jiang and Wu Yong appeared pallid with fear. In the face of such formidable weaponry, the numerical advantage has become a mere jest. Even cavalry has lost its former potency, and the dynamics of warfare are bound to undergo a significant transformation. However, upon regaining their composure, each individual brims with newfound confidence. With such weaponry at their disposal, it is no wonder that Li Nezha, during his exile in Dengzhou, audaciously proclaimed his intention to overthrow the Song dynasty. It turns out that he not only possesses the means to amass wealth, but also wields such extraordinary artifacts. Armed with these divine instruments, even with the current forces of Liangshan, Song Jiang dares to raise the banner of rebellion, disregarding the court and Feng Lao alike. Yet, At this juncture, Li Nezha adopts a cautious approach, sealing away the majority of the firearms he has crafted, equipping only a select few to the royal guard, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the tactics of these weapons. To the outside world, he continues to bide his time, maintaining the status quo. Xiangyang and his compatriots remain oblivious to Li Nezha's true intentions, yet they are now thoroughly convinced of his capabilities and dutifully comply with his directives, acting in accordance with his designs. Unbeknownst to them, the successful development of firearms has bolstered Li Nezha's confidence, enabling him to commence the clandestine support of the Jurchens. The Jurchens, renowned for their indomitable prowess, indeed merit their reputation. Their most illustrious achievement was defeating an army of 700,000 Liao troops, with merely 20,000 of their own, regardless of the internal strife or the incompetence of the Liao emperor. The mere fact that 2,000 Jurchens vanquished a force of 700,000 speaks volumes of their might. Without firearms, the Jurchens would have inevitably invaded the Song dynasty following the fall of the Liao, and the Song forces would have been unable to withstand them. Could the Liangshan army have done so? Frankly, Li Nezha harbors reservations, thus necessitating the possession of firearms to ensure absolute certainty before he dares to support the Jurchens. In truth, Liangshan and the Jurchens have long been engaged in commerce. Ginseng, deer antlers, tiger bones, towering timber, coal, and iron have been continuously transported via maritime routes to Liangshan, while Liangshan's spirits, grain, medicines, and even weapons have been dispatched in considerable quantities. Lacking the exploitative interference of the Liao dynasty, the Jurchens have managed to procure numerous valuable goods, rapidly augmenting their strength. Yet, in comparison to the colossal Liao Empire, the Jurchens still lag significantly, hence their continued subservience to the Liao. After deciding to support the Jurchens, the commercial enterprises under Liangshan promptly escalated their transactions with them, supplying even more military provisions. Wanyan Aguda, the Jurchen leader, is a formidable figure, fully aware of Liangshan's intentions. However, Li Nezha employs overt strategy. Even if Wanyan Aguda comprehends his motives, he must acquiesce, for it is immensely beneficial to the Jurchens. Just as Li Nezha's dealings with the Jurchens flourish, a sudden rumor ignites his wrath. Chapter 65. The reputation of Liangshan. Li Nezha has presided over Liangshan for a year now, and during this time, Liangshan has developed rapidly, boasting not only abundant resources and formidable armaments, but also a swiftly expanding influence. In times of yore, the realm of Liangshan was confined to a mere few dozen miles surrounding Liangshan Lake. However, in the present day, not only has Liangshan expanded its influence beyond its immediate vicinity, but it also exerts control over the entirety of the Jiaodong Peninsula, surpassing even the authority of the government. To paraphrase an old adage, during the daylight hours, the government holds sway, but when night falls, it is Liangshan that dictates the terms. The common folk have grown increasingly fond of Liangshan, for the current Song dynasty is rife with corruption, with greed permeating from the highest echelons down to the lowest. And loyal ministers are as rare as phoenix feathers. Yet, amidst Liangshan's formidable dominion, there emerged individuals who shamelessly masqueraded under its name to commit heinous acts. The most despicable of these incidents occurred a mere 70 or 80 miles from Liangshan, where a scoundrel claiming to be Lu Junyi forcibly abducted a young maiden from a household, thereby tarnishing the reputation of Li Nezha and Liangshan itself. Naturally, Li Nezha could not overlook such a transgression and promptly ordered Shiqian to track down the perpetrator and execute him publicly as a deterrent to others. Shiqian did not disappoint. He swiftly uncovered the culprits. These rogues displayed remarkable cunning, committing their misdeeds within Liangshan's sphere of influence, while their lair lay several hundred miles north in Lingzhou, conveniently beyond Liangshan's grasp. With a target in sight, the course of action became clear. Dong Ping, who had yet to earn his stripes since joining Liangshan, eagerly volunteered to lead a contingent of light cavalry on a nocturnal raid, successfully capturing the entire gang alive. Regarding these insignificant miscreants, Li Nezha was disinclined to even cast a glance their way. He commanded, hand them over to the Kai brothers, Kai Fu and Kai Qing, for thorough interrogation. We must uncover whether they are being directed by someone, and if so, who that individual might be. The Kai brothers were seasoned experts in the art of interrogation, and those who fell into their clutches found themselves in a dire predicament, unable to escape the clutches of fate. The petty brigands, lacking in fortitude, soon divulged their secrets. Indeed, they were being manipulated by someone, a government official. Upon hearing the name of this official, Li Nezha could not help but sigh. He had previously lamented the rarity of loyal ministers in the Song court, and this individual was precisely one of them. This man, known as Zhang Shai, was historically recognized for his efforts in suppressing the band of Xiangyang. Later, during the Jingkong era, when Emperor Huizong of Song issued repeated edicts calling for troops to come to the capital in defense, few dared to respond, save for Zhang Shai, who rallied his sons and hastened to the capital under cover of night. Ultimately, after Emperor Huizong surrendered, Zhang Shai was coerced by the Jin forces and, upon crossing the boundary river to the north, met his demise by hanging. Such a loyal minister commanded Li Nezha's respect, and after a moment of reflection, he chose not to pursue the matter further. Nevertheless, this incident could not be swept under the rug. The petty brigands were marked with lanterns, a brutal reminder to all that to provoke Liangshan would lead to such a fate. Concurrently, Li Nezha penned a letter to Zhang Shai, instructing Shi Qian to place it discreetly by Zhang's bedside in the dead of night. This act of delivering a letter under the cover of darkness bore an ominous undertone. It signified that if one could stealthily place a message beside your pillow, one could equally stealthily claim your head. However, the content of the letter was remarkably sincere. It first proclaimed that the inhabitants of Liangshan were merely pitiable souls driven to desperation by corrupt officials. It then clearly stated its position, asserting that Liangshan had long ceased its marauding ways, now relying on commerce for sustenance. Finally, it offered a defense, arguing that the people of Liangshan did not wish to meddle in governmental affairs. Rather, they were valiant men who could not ignore injustice and were compelled to draw their swords in assistance. Instead of eradicating Liangshan, it would be far more effective to focus efforts on purging corrupt officials. Upon receiving the letter, Zhang Shai's reaction remains unknown to Li Nezha. However, it is evident that he no longer targeted Liangshan with intent. Liangshan had grown into a formidable force beyond the easy control of Zhang Shai, who, despite his intentions, found himself powerless. Several months later, Li Nezha happened upon news of a certain Ren Yuan in Tainan Prefecture, a self-proclaimed master of sumo wrestling who boasted of having no rival in the world of wrestling, claiming, "In the realm of the world, I am supreme." This declaration sparked the ire of Yanqing, whose expertise lay in sumo wrestling. The audacity of someone claiming unrivaled prowess in his domain was intolerable. Consequently, he sought permission from Li Nezha to confront this Ren Yuan. Li Nezha, aware of the unfolding narrative, understood that Yanqing's capabilities far surpassed those of Ren Yuan and felt no trepidation regarding Yanqing's potential defeat. Moreover, as Tainan was within Liangshan's sphere of influence, he had no fear of treachery befalling Yanqing and thus granted his request. Li Kuei, whose restless nature was exacerbated by Li Nezha's stringent demands for discipline, felt stifled. Upon hearing that Yanqing intended to descend the mountain, he eagerly implored to accompany him. Although Li Nezha disapproved of Li Kuei's propensity for violence, Yanqing held a certain fondness for the straightforward man and thus included him in their venture. The inclusion of Li Kuei inevitably escalated the situation. After Yanqing successfully toppled Ren Yuan, he had no intention of slaying him. However, when Ren Yuan's disciples began to loot, Li Kuei's fury was ignited, and he brandished 2 wooden stakes in a frenzy. Consequently, Ren Yuan's disciples scattered in panic, and in his wrath, Li Kuei unleashed his aggression upon the incapacitated Ren Yuan, crushing his skull with a stone slab. Ren Yuan was not without skill. He stood over 10 feet tall and was adept in the art of sumo, or he would not have dared to boast so. Yet, he fell victim to the betrayal of his disciples, ultimately losing his life in vain. Upon learning of this incident, Li Nezha merely sighed in regret and commanded that the disciples who had looted be rounded up to accompany their master in death. He soon dismissed the matter from his mind, for to him, an unknown Ren Yuan was not worthy of such concern or effort. Unexpectedly, the event stirred significant chatter within the martial world, with claims that Liangshan was excessively tyrannical, not only having killed Ren Yuan but also seeking to eliminate his disciples, a veritable act of annihilation. The others in Liangshan, upon hearing this, were incensed and vowed to track down the rumor-mongers and eradicate their entire families, ensuring they understood the true meaning of obliteration. Li Nezha, however, remained unfazed. Recognizing that such occurrences were far too common in later eras, anyone of notable distinction would inevitably face slander. However, given that the other brothers were filled with righteous indignation, Li Nezha nonchalantly allowed Lu He to investigate further. To his surprise, Lu He diligently uncovered the true instigator behind the scenes. It was none other than the Mani sect of Fangla. It turned out that as the reputation of Liangshan grew increasingly formidable, it began to cast a shadow even upon the distant Mani sect in the south. Fangla harbored ambitions of rebellion and inevitably sought to amass wealth to fuel his uprising. Lacking the lucrative resources such as cement, sea salt, and distilled spirits, the Mani sect resorted to plundering elsewhere, leading to unavoidable conflicts with others. The sect had been denounced as a heretical cult by the imperial court for valid reasons. At the very least, they exhibited an extraordinary sense of unity and a reckless willingness to engage in combat. Thus, any confrontation with such an organization invariably resulted in others suffering the consequences. Consequently, the reputation of the Mani sect continued to deteriorate, garnering animosity from the populace, especially among the affluent classes. In stark contrast, Liangshan's reputation flourished. Many compared Liangshan favorably to the Mani sect, naturally disparaging the latter as inferior. This disparity incited the Mani sect to undertake covert operations aimed at tarnishing Liangshan's image. The Ren Yuan incident was merely the tip of the iceberg. Within the Mani sect's sphere of influence in the south, Liangshan's reputation was even worse, but due to their limited interactions with that region, they remained largely oblivious. Chapter 66. The first confrontation between two major rebels. Upon realizing that the Mani sect was orchestrating these malevolent schemes, Li Nezha began to take the matter seriously. In pursuit of their rebellious aspirations, the Mani sect resorted to disparaging Liangshan, maliciously undermining its reputation to present themselves as the more trustworthy faction. From their perspective, their actions were justified. After all, Liangshan was situated in the north, with scant connections to Xiangyang, so the repercussions of a tarnished reputation seemed negligible. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the fact that Li Nezha also harbored rebellious intentions, and if they were to advance into Xiangyang, a sullied reputation could provoke fierce resistance. Thus, Li Nezha promptly convened a meeting with Xiangyang and others to devise countermeasures. The ancients had little experience in combating such insidious rumors, and after much deliberation, they found themselves at a loss for effective strategies. As the saying goes, a rumor can spread with a single mouth, but dispelling it requires running on weary legs. In our modern age of information, dispelling falsehoods is a formidable challenge. How much more so in ancient times? Ultimately, it was Li Nezha who proposed a solution. Since there were already numerous disparaging remarks about Liangshan, they might as well amplify them to the point that no one would believe them. Thus, even the most foolish would come to realize that there were malicious attempts to defame Liangshan. Although Liangshan had limited contact with Xiangyang, it did not imply they could not exert influence over the region. Xiangyang, known for its bountiful resources, had always been relatively affluent. Thus, Liangshan's goods found a ready market there. However, the distance from Xiangyang posed a challenge, leading them to wholesale their goods to various merchants, who would then sell them. Liangshan's products were in high demand, creating a seller's market. As long as Liangshan's requests were not overly burdensome, the merchants typically complied. In the southern regions of Xiangyang, rumors concerning Liangshan have intensified and become increasingly sinister. Initially, it was merely whispered that Liangshan was a den of thieves, notorious for murder and plunder, but gradually, it transformed into a portrayal of Liangshan as a lair of demons, where the bandit leaders were said to feast upon human flesh. Soon, the narrative escalated to claim that over 100,000 man-eating fiends had devoured the lands surrounding Liangshan for thousands of miles, leaving much of the northern territory desolate and devoid of human presence. Another tale suggested that the bandits of Liangshan had raided countless villages, initially preying on the common folk and passing merchants, before launching assaults on cities and strongholds. It was even said that they had infiltrated Bianliang, capturing the emperor himself and threatening him to extort a staggering ransom of 10 million strings of cash for his life. The emperor, fearing for his safety after being abducted by the Liangshan outlaws, resorted to desperate measures to plunder Xiangyang. Some went so far as to claim that the more than 100 leaders of Liangshan were fiends who had descended from the demon realm, their intent being to wreak havoc upon the world, eradicate humanity, and transform the realm into a hellish landscape. In summary, an array of preposterous rumors spread rapidly through Xiangyang, instilling fear among the foolish and superstitious who felt fortunate to reside in that region. However, for those with even a modicum of intelligence, such tales were an affront to their intellect. Liangshan was not far from Bianliang. If it truly had caused devastation for miles on end in the north, how could Bianliang possibly remain unscathed? Even if Bianliang had ample resources and military strength to fend off Liangshan's incursions, would the court simply stand by and allow the realm to be ravaged? Surely, they would have dispatched their finest troops to eliminate the threat. Yet rumors of troop movements had not surfaced. Moreover, even if the court found itself at a loss against Liangshan, how could the outlaws sustain themselves after laying waste to the northern territories? Why had they not ventured southward in search of sustenance? Why had Xiangyang remained untouched? Whether or not the people of the south pondered these questions, the merchants allied with Liangshan disseminated rumors while subtly guiding public thought to expose the absurdity of such tales. This contentious topic rapidly became a focal point of debate, igniting discussions in the streets and fields alike. As these rumors proliferated, the local sect of the Mani religion could hardly remain oblivious. They astutely discerned the truth, recognizing Liangshan's covert machinations. Yet, despite their awareness, they were at a loss as to how to address the situation. Like the inhabitants of Liangshan, they too lacked experience in managing such matters. And resorting to slander as a means to tarnish Liangshan's reputation was the extent of their capabilities. With the situation now spiraling out of their control, they found themselves uncertain of how to regain influence. After much deliberation, they resorted to a misguided tactic, perpetuating the rumor that Liangshan was preparing to revolt, hoping the court would take notice and act against them. Little did they anticipate that before the court could respond, the narrative would shift once more, with some fervently proclaiming that the Mani sect was also planning a rebellion, complete with a rallying cry: "Heaven has perished, yellow heaven shall rise." In the year of the Jiazi, auspiciousness reigns. This slogan, of course, was not originated by the Mani sect, but was borrowed from the Yellow Turban Army of the late Han dynasty. Others may scoff at the notion, perceiving those who fabricate rumors as utterly bereft of creativity, reduced to borrowing slogans from ancient sages. However, the reaction of officials is markedly different. The Yellow Turban Rebellion was incited by Zhang Jiao, who cunningly employed the teachings of the Taiping Tao to bewilder the populace, swiftly amassing an army of hundreds of thousands. The Manichaean faith, akin to the Taiping Tao, is also deemed a cult by the imperial court, engaging in similar duplicitous manipulation of the masses. Thus, their intention to revolt is hardly surprising. Upon being alerted, officials commenced an investigation into the Manichaean sect to ascertain their rebellious intentions. Indeed, the Manichaeans were preparing for insurrection. Although their activities were conducted with utmost secrecy, the sheer scale of manpower and resources required for a rebellion inevitably left traces, leading to their eventual discovery. Faced with the prospect of premature action, Feng La found himself with no alternative but to instigate the uprising ahead of schedule, lest they be preemptively suppressed by the authorities. This forced acceleration of their plans incensed Feng La, as the Manichaean sect lacked the financial backing of Liangshan and were woefully unprepared. Such a hasty initiation would significantly diminish their strength and momentum, rendering them vulnerable to swift obliteration by the court. The gravity of their undertaking, rebellion, implied dire consequences. Failure could result not only in the loss of heads, but also in the annihilation of entire clans. Given the severity of such repercussions, Feng La's ire was entirely justified. Consequently, he harbored resentment towards Liangshan, contemplating vengeance even as he plotted his uprising. He conveniently overlooked the fact that it was Liangshan that had first provoked them. Viewing their actions merely as retaliation, he fixated solely on the figure of Lu Junyi from Liangshan, blaming him for the potential downfall of his cause and kin. Despite the inadequacies of the Manichaean preparations, they had been quietly expanding their influence for years, infiltrating the entirety of Jiangnan. Coupled with the pervasive corruption within the Song dynasty and the prolonged peace in Jiangnan, which had rendered the military lethargic, the Manichaeans did not require overwhelming force. A mere display of intimidation at the city gates was sufficient to compel the imperial troops to surrender. Thus, in the initial stages of the uprising, their progress was astonishingly smooth, allowing them to swiftly seize vast territories. This unexpected success led Feng La to become increasingly arrogant, without waiting for the situation to stabilize. He proclaimed himself emperor and began to execute his plans for retribution against Liangshan. Chapter 67. The Flimsy Imperial Forces. Feng La's scheme for vengeance was, in essence, a twofold strategy: to openly ally with Liangshan while proclaiming that after the overthrow of the Song dynasty, the two factions would share dominion over the realm. This declaration sent ripples through the populace, suggesting that Liangshan too was poised for rebellion. While a group of insurgents claiming that another faction sought to rebel might elicit mere laughter from the masses, the imperial court could not afford to be amused. They regarded the matter with utmost seriousness. Throughout history, imperial governments have harbored a deep-seated aversion to insurrection, and regardless of its authenticity, any potential for rebellion must be quashed in its infancy. Liangshan indeed possessed the capacity for rebellion, beyond their hidden strengths. The visible military forces amassed on Liangshan numbered as many as 80,000. 80,000 troops, when unleashed like the maniac sect, can easily seize cities and conscript the populace, thereby expanding their ranks tenfold with remarkable ease. Such a formidable force possesses the potential to alter the very fabric of the world. How could the court remain unconcerned? Therefore, despite Liangshan having allies within the imperial court, they could not thwart the court's decision to mobilize troops against them. The court's military action against Liangshan would inevitably divert a portion of its forces, alleviating some of the pressure on Feng La, which was precisely his cunning design. However, he underestimated the might of the Song dynasty. Due to the chaos instigated by Feng La, the court dispatched the Western army to encircle him, while the forces sent against Liangshan comprised the elite troops stationed in Bianliang. The Song dynasty employed a strategy of strengthening the core while weakening the periphery, amassing 800,000 imperial guards in Bianliang, far surpassing the military presence in other regions, including the borders with Liao and Xia. Although these 800,000 guards had not seen battle for a long time and were somewhat lax, they still remained under the watchful eye of the emperor, with a portion capable of making a formidable display. Thus, with a decisive gesture, the emperor allocated 100,000 troops, appointing Gao Qiu himself to lead the campaign against Liangshan. In essence, Feng La's scheming was in vain, as he failed to distract the Western army from their mission, merely compounding Liangshan's troubles, a classic case of harming oneself while attempting to harm others. Although Liangshan's connections within the court could not prevent the imperial forces from launching an expedition, news of the impending attack reached Li Nezha in time, allowing him ample opportunity to prepare. In truth, even without preparation, the situation would not have been dire. For while Liangshan appeared to boast 80,000 troops, they secretly harbored no fewer than 300,000 elite soldiers. In a state of emergency, they could easily call upon the hastily trained militia, pushing their numbers comfortably beyond 1 million. Such a vast army, even armed solely with cold weapons, could effortlessly overwhelm the court's 100,000 troops, not to mention the advantage of gunpowder weaponry. However, Li Nezha deemed it premature to fully reveal Liangshan's hidden strengths. Thus, he planned to engage Gao Qiu solely with the 80,000 troops at his disposal. The general staff of the Liangshan army, having matured significantly under Li Nezha's guidance over the years, required no micromanagement from him, swiftly presenting several tactical plans. Li Nezha's task was merely to select one that resonated with him and delegate its execution to Lin Chong and the others. He did not even leave the grand hall of the Gathering of Heroes, issuing a few commands, and within 3 days, Gao Qiu was brought before him. Lin Chong harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Gao Qiu, yet he refrained from taking matters into his own hands, opting instead to deliver the captive to Li Nezha first. Nevertheless, Lin Chong's gaze was fixated on Gao Qiu's neck, ready to strike at Li Nezha's command. Gao Qiu, now at the mercy of the Liangshan outlaws, trembled in fear, devoid of any semblance of the authority of a grand marshal. Aware of his impending doom, he knew begging for mercy would be futile, and thus he steeled himself against the urge to kneel. Li Nezha scrutinized him for a moment and remarked, "Is this truly the illustrious Gao Qiu? He appears rather unremarkable." The other Liangshan heroes erupted in laughter, showing not a shred of respect for the court's grand marshal. Xiangyang, unable to restrain himself, whispered, "Brother, Gao Qiu is, after all, a grand commander. If we were to kill him, we would surely provoke the court. Did you not say that now is not the time to turn against the imperial authority? To slay him would compel us to do just that." Li Nezha replied, "You speak the truth. Gao Qiu must not be slain." Upon hearing this, Lin Chong's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he held deep respect for Li Nezha. Since Li Nezha had spoken thus, he could only suppress his frustrations. Li Nezha, fully aware of Lin Chong's thoughts, continued, "Our decision not to kill him does not imply we must treat him kindly. Lin Chong, I leave him in your hands, as long as he remains alive. You may proceed as you see fit." Overjoyed, Lin Chong clasped his fists and proclaimed, "I shall obey your command. I guarantee he will live to an old age." Oh, to live to an old age is indeed a noble wish. Yet at that moment, Gao Qiu was longing for a rather unpleasant spectacle. Naturally, Lin Chong would not grant him that opportunity, swiftly dragging him out of the hall, unaware of where they would converse further. After Gao Qiu was taken away, Li Nezha stated, "Write a letter to Zhao Ji, demanding 1 million taels to secure Gao Qiu's life and the lives of 100,000 imperial troops." Wu Yong, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are we truly contemplating robbing the emperor?" Li Nezha laughed heartily. "You, as a brigand, are sorely lacking in understanding. This is known as ransom. Do you comprehend? It is an entirely different matter from robbery." Wu Yong countered, "How does this differ from declaring war on the emperor? He will certainly refuse to pay and will merely dispatch more troops against us." Li Nezha asserted, "Even if he sends more soldiers, he will only perceive us as bandits, never equating us with the likes of Feng La. I desire for him to regard us as brigands, allowing us to gradually erode the imperial forces." Wu Yong then understood, saying, "I grasp it now. I shall take action immediately." Upon receiving the ransom letter from Liangshan, Zhao Ji, in a fit of rage, dispatched troops anew to encircle them. And this time he intended to send a staggering 200,000 soldiers. This posed a significant challenge for the powerful nobles overseeing the imperial guard. The 80,000 troops in Bianliang had already fallen into disarray. Some had been reduced to empty salaries, while others had become servants, serfs, artisans, and laborers for the aristocracy. The truly capable fighters had long been taken away by Gao Qiu, leaving them at a loss for how to muster an additional 200,000 soldiers. With no alternatives, the nobles had no choice but to gather their servants and serfs, outfitting them in military garb, arming them, and pushing them toward the battlefield. However, these men were far from sufficient in number, and their martial prowess was negligible. Thus, the nobles merely paraded these individuals as an army departing from Bianliang, intending to recruit local militia along the way to substitute for the imperial troops. As they trudged along, recruiting at a slow pace, it took them 3 months to arrive at Liangshan Lake. The distance from Bianliang to Liangshan is merely over 300 li. Yet these imperial troops took an astonishing 3 months to traverse it, leaving Li Nezha quite impatient. As the imperial forces finally approached the vicinity of the waterway, the Liangshan army, already on edge from waiting, swiftly launched an ambush, encircling the 200,000 troops, leading to their disarray and retreat without much of a fight. However, the encirclement by the Liangshan forces was exceedingly tight, leaving few among the 200,000 troops fortunate enough to escape. The vast majority were captured. Consequently, upon counting the prisoners, Li Nezha was enraged, berating his troops. Wasn't it claimed that there were 200,000 soldiers? How could only 13 or 14,000 be captured? Where had the rest gone? In Chapter 68, the predicament of the Song dynasty and Fong La's desperation, Gao Qiu is regarded in later times as a quintessential fortunate minister. Yet in the eyes of Li Nezha, this perception seems somewhat unjust. At the very least, of the 100,000 troops he commanded, over 40,000 managed to flee after their defeat, while Liangshan captured fewer than 50,000. Nevertheless, of those who escaped, only a scant few returned to the court. The majority vanished without a trace, allowing Li Nezha to audaciously claim he had captured 100,000 soldiers. Subsequently, from the current 200,000, not only was the number insufficient, but at most a few hundred had fled, with the remainder surrendering. This hardly resembled an army. They were easier to capture than a flock of sheep. In contrast, Gao Qiu did not fare the worst. At least he managed to put up a fight. Once more, after decimating the imperial forces, Li Nezha wrote another letter to Zhao Ji, extorting 1 million strings of cash, bringing the total to 2 million, including the previous request. Zhao Ji, of course, vehemently refused, furiously rebuking all his ministers in the court. He contemplated sending troops to suppress the rebellion again, yet the 80,000 imperial guards, after being dispatched once, had suffered catastrophic losses. Even he, lacking in intelligence, recognized the futility of sending more troops, as it would merely result in further disaster, effectively delivering supplies to Liangshan. Thus, he was left with no choice but to recruit soldiers from elsewhere. However, the Western forces were engaged in a fervent battle against Fong La and could not spare any troops. The remaining armies were even less capable than the imperial guards of Bianliang, leaving Zhao Ji devoid of options. In a state of desperation, he suppressed his anger and granted the commanders of the imperial guards 6 months to train their troops. Should they fail to eradicate Liangshan within that time frame, their heads would roll. Faced with the threat of death, the commanders of the imperial guards had no choice but to exert themselves and genuinely commence military training. Most of the commanders hailed from illustrious military families during the founding of the Song dynasty. They had been stripped of their military powers by Zhao Kuangyin's cup of wine, rendering them hesitant to engage in military affairs again. However, the army could not remain leaderless. Thus Zhao Kuangyin allocated them only a meager number of troops, preventing any thoughts of rebellion due to their lack of strength. The military families understood Zhao Kuangyin's intentions. For self-preservation and the legacy of their lineage, they began to languish, with those possessing scholarly talent becoming civil officials, while others indulged in debauchery. As for any military prowess, even if it existed, it could not be revealed. What if they achieved merit and were granted greater military authority? Thus, not only could they not achieve merit, but they also aimed to squander their limited troops, treating the soldiers as laborers to generate personal profits. However, being from military lineages, they felt compelled to pass on their legacy, often producing notorious scions who secretly mastered the art of war. Yet, these raw talents remained merely potential. Without the tempering of actual combat, they could never be transformed into polished gems. Now, Zhao Ji compels them to showcase their true abilities. and they indeed rise to the occasion. However, the notion that they could vanquish Liangshan remains a mere fantasy. The outcome of this endeavor remains uncertain, as they require 6 months to train their troops. With the imperial court refraining from sending additional forces to suppress Liangshan, tranquility has returned to the area. It is then that Li Nezha undertakes a monumental initiative, launching an extensive road construction project. The publicly stated rationale is that the court refuses to pay a ransom of 2 million guan, prompting Li Nezha to require the captives to work off their debt. They shall be released only when they have earned the requisite sum for Liangshan. Upon the announcement of this news, the court suffers a significant loss of face, and the captives express their contempt for the imperial authority. Others, unconnected to the matter, join in the chorus of criticism. While Liangshan's methods of extortion are certainly reprehensible, the court's negligence towards over 200,000 captives is undeniably callous. Even if the court is unwilling to release such a substantial sum for their release, it should at least appoint envoys to negotiate with Liangshan, demonstrating a willingness to engage in bargaining. Yet, the court outright refuses, exhibiting no interest in dialogue, as if this would preserve its dignity. Now, Liangshan boldly declares that the captives will labor to generate income, and rather than safeguarding the court's reputation. This move has instead led to a complete loss of popular support, with voices of dissent echoing throughout the realm. In response, Zhao Ji erupts in fury during a court session, smashing several items in his rage, yet his impotent wrath fails to inflict any harm upon Liangshan. In truth, Li Nezha genuinely intends to undertake significant road repairs, as the current state of transportation severely hampers the development of Liangshan's commercial ventures. If left unaddressed, the growth of their commerce will be stifled. Simultaneously, this initiative seeks to resolve the issue of the captives. 200,000 captives is no trivial matter. Executing them is not an option, and sustaining them would incur tremendous costs. Liangshan, no matter how affluent, cannot afford to squander resources needlessly. Furthermore, should the captives become restless, it could lead to considerable turmoil. By announcing that they will work to earn their keep, the captives recognize that their lives are spared, thus quelling any potential unrest. As for the arduous labor without remuneration, is that truly a concern? When they served as imperial troops, they were similarly obliged to toil without pay, effectively rendered as slaves to their commanders. The only distinction here is that working for Liangshan offers a finite time frame. Once they earn the 2 million guan, they will gain their freedom. Conversely, laboring for their commanders offers no such hope of liberation, not for them, nor for their descendants. In comparison, the brigands of Liangshan appear more benevolent, and the captives are willing to work. With 200,000 captives engaged in labor, the project extends beyond merely repairing roads around Liangshan. It encompasses the route from the Jiaodong Peninsula to Daming Prefecture. Remarkably, local officials dare not intervene. The construction crews are permitted to enter towns to procure food and vegetables with impunity. After all, who does not know that Liangshan has obliterated an imperial army of 300,000? The local authorities, weary of their own existence, have chosen to provoke them. While extensive roadwork flourishes in the north, the south remains engulfed in relentless warfare. The Western Army truly exemplifies the elite forces of the Song dynasty. And Tongguan is not entirely devoid of capability, having compelled Fong La to abandon his armor in haste. Within a mere span of 5 months, Fong La was forced to retreat to his lair, ensnared in a fortress of despair. With hope dwindling, Fong La, in desperation, resorted to seeking aid, dispatching a messenger through the encirclement to deliver a letter to Li Nezha. The essence of the letter was straightforward. It outlined the stakes, asserting that should he, Fong La, meet his demise, Tongguan would undoubtedly pivot northward, with Liangshan as his next target. The two parties were interdependent, akin to lips and teeth. Thus, Fong La implored Li Nezha for military assistance, as this would not only rescue Fong La, but also serve to safeguard Li Nezha's own interests. Admittedly, Li Nezha found himself moved by Fong La's correspondence, recognizing the merit in his arguments. However, when he consulted with Song Jiang and others regarding the matter, both Song Jiang and Wu Yong vehemently opposed the idea. Their objections were threefold. First, Fong La was akin to a wolf. Aiding him now could lead to a future betrayal against Liangshan. Second, any assistance to Fong La would necessitate an expedition to Jiangnan, where Liangshan's forces, predominantly northern warriors, might struggle with unfamiliar terrain and would encounter multiple cities, requiring them to conquer each in succession. Instead of expending such energy, they could directly assault Bianliang. Third, the Western Army represented the most elite troops of the Song dynasty, and engaging them in battle warranted utmost caution. Rather than initiating conflict in Jiangnan, it would be more prudent to allow the Western forces to approach Liangshan, granting the latter a geographical advantage, thereby minimizing losses. Li Nezha acknowledged the validity of their reasoning and promptly acquiesced. Nevertheless, he penned a reply to Feng La, assuring him that Liangshan would soon mobilize for aid, urging him to hold steadfast. In truth, Feng La's plea for assistance from Li Nezha was devoid of genuine hope, as he recognized that had he been in Li Nezha's position, he too would have refrained from dispatching troops. Thus, upon receiving Li Nezha's response, he immediately discerned the ulterior motives behind it. Yet, instead of exposing Li Nezha's intentions, Feng La chose to leverage this correspondence to bolster the morale of his followers, encouraging them to persevere. For regardless of whether Li Nezha would indeed send forces, Feng La must endure. Surrendering to await death was not an option. However, the sentiments of his subordinates diverged significantly. The distinction between a hopeless resistance and one fueled by hope was stark. In the throes of adversity, even a glimmer of hope can sustain one's resolve. However, the absence of such hope can swiftly lead even the most stalwart individual to despair. The most alarming aspect is that, in the face of hopelessness, some may forsake their earlier ideals, turning to pursue personal gain. While Feng La faced certain death, the fate of others remained uncertain. Some might even resort to betraying him in hopes of securing a position of power. A few traitors could be quelled by Feng La, but should the majority succumb to despair and betray him, how could he maintain control? Thus, Feng La, fully aware of Li Nezha's insidious intent, nonetheless feigned exuberance, as if a reversal of fortune were imminent, compelling his followers to resolutely fight alongside him until death. Although Li Nezha did not go to rescue Feng La, he was nonetheless preparing vigorously. Once the Western forces had defeated Feng La, they would surely march north to attack Liangshan, leaving Liangshan with no option to retreat. When Liangshan had eradicated the Western army, the Song dynasty would be left with little resistance, allowing Liangshan to seize the entire realm, leading Zhao Ji to follow in the footsteps of Li Yu, lamenting the fleeting beauty of spring flowers and autumn moons. Li Nezha held the Western forces in disdain. Not only were the Liangshan troops more elite than their Western counterparts, but the Liangshan army was also equipped with firearms, making them unmatched. Thus, he contemplated how to stabilize the territories after conquering the Song dynasty, how to deter neighboring nations, and how to establish a governmental framework. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer the world but arduous to govern it. Although Li Nezha had yet to claim the throne, his experience as the chief leader of Liangshan had already imparted to him the difficulties of governance. This was particularly true given that he had delegated much of the administrative duties to Xiangyang and others. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed. Now, as he was on the verge of toppling the Song dynasty, his responsibilities would multiply, and he feared that Xiangyang and his peers would be unable to keep pace. Furthermore, the numerous governors and magistrates would require replacement, necessitating the recruitment of more talent. Fortunately, this matter was not pressing. During the training of the Liangshan army, he had incorporated literacy and arithmetic into the curriculum, promoting those who excelled and cultivating a substantial pool of talent. However, these soldiers were evidently unsuitable for positions such as county magistrates and could only serve as temporary placeholders. The true solution would be to establish a civil service examination system after firmly securing the realm. While Li Nezha was absorbed in strategizing for the future, the Western army finally dealt with Feng La and redirected their forces towards Liangshan. Although Feng La had been eliminated, some scattered remnants of his influence remained. But Tongguan could not afford to linger and left those remnants to local militia, taking the Western army to suppress another band of marauders. The Western forces had suffered significant losses during their campaign against Feng La and promptly turned northward, prompting Zhao Ji to reward and reinforce them. Conveniently, the Bianliang Imperial Guards had been training for nearly half a year and were nearly battle-ready. Thus, they were sent to Tongguan as well. The Western army had deployed 150,000 troops to subdue Feng La, incurring losses of about 30,000 to 40,000 men. And Zhao Ji replenished them with an additional 100,000, providing Tongguan with a formidable force of 200,000. Although the imperial court had also dispatched 200,000 troops for the second expedition against Liangshan, they were incomparable to Tongguan's seasoned forces. Tongguan's men, while not exactly fierce tigers, could be likened to a pack of formidable hyenas, possessing considerable combat prowess. Yet, the Liangshan forces remained undeterred, eagerly anticipating the moment the enemy would present themselves. Tongguan acted decisively and, within half a month, led his army to the outskirts of Liangshan. Unexpectedly, on that very night, approximately half of the imperial army's camps experienced explosions, nearly causing chaos among the troops. This was the result of the Liangshan army's intelligence, which had predicted the location of the Song army's encampment, and they had preemptively laid landmines, detonating them at midnight to achieve such an effect. Regrettably, the command center only deduced half of the situation, leaving the other half to be compensated by alternative means. The remaining unscathed encampments soon faced bombardments from catapults, not hurling stones, but explosive charges, which resulted in devastation. The Song dynasty also possessed gunpowder weapons. However, their gunpowder was of inferior quality, yielding negligible explosive power. Primarily utilized for setting fires or laced with arsenic to release toxic fumes to incapacitate enemies. Suddenly subjected to explosive assaults, chaos ensued among the troops. No amount of training or valor could prevent the ensuing disorder. Seizing the opportunity amidst the turmoil of the imperial army, the Liangshan forces encircled from all directions, followed by the thunderous discharge of firearms that swiftly quelled any remaining resistance, allowing them to breach the fortifications with ease and advance toward the central command tent. Tongguan, not a renowned general, found himself in a state of utter disarray, attempting to flee under the protection of his guards. However, his escape direction had already been strategically orchestrated by the Liangshan forces, adhering to the military principle of encircling three while lacking one. Thus, after a frantic 30-mile dash, exhausted and aching, he was captured once again, rendering his efforts futile. Although this battle was won decisively, the Western Army, being the backbone of the Song dynasty, suffered significant losses from the explosive weaponry, yet even in the face of despair, most refused to surrender, fiercely retaliating despite their casualties. Ultimately, out of 200,000 troops, only approximately 130 to 40,000 were captured, with over 60,000 perishing. This marked one of the deadliest encounters between the Liangshan forces and the Song army. The loss of over 60,000 valiant fighters, who had battled against Xixiao for many years, weighed heavily on Li Nezha's heart. Yet, he could not afford to show mercy. Despite the Western army's grievances, they remained adversaries, and showing compassion to foes would be cruelty to one's own. The Liangshan warriors were akin to kin. There was no justification in allowing them to perish out of sympathy for the Western army. The only recourse for Li Nezha was to ensure that, in the aftermath of the battle, the fallen heroes received the highest honors, with each provided a coffin for burial, accompanied by a grand funeral ceremony. Once the battle outside Liangshan had concluded, the Liangshan troops rested for only 3 days before commencing their march toward Bianliang. Upon receiving the military report, Zhao Ji was instantly filled with terror, realizing that even the Western army, tasked with subduing Feng La, had been utterly vanquished in a single encounter. What forces remained to defend the Song dynasty? Therefore, he promptly resolved to flee, refusing to await death in Bianliang. Chapter 70. The fall of the city with such ease. Although Zhao Ji had wrought considerable havoc upon the Song dynasty, loyal ministers and righteous individuals remained steadfast in their commitment to protect it. As Zhao Ji fled Bianliang with his family, ministers like Li Gang were busy sharpening their blades and preparing for an impending confrontation with the Liangshan forces. Despite the ostensible presence of 400,000 troops in Bianliang, Li Gang and his compatriots were acutely aware that this number was illusory. When the Liangshan forces arrived, merely avoiding a rout would be a fortunate outcome. Thus, Li Gang and his companions persisted with a mindset of self-sacrifice for their country, awaiting the inevitable fall of the city to take their own lives. However, they did not anticipate that the Liangshan forces would also encounter difficulties, struggling to even reach the gates of Bianliang. Bianliang was the most prosperous metropolis of its time, with a population that could swell to 150,000. In modern terms, a city of such size is no small feat, especially considering the absence of high-rise buildings in antiquity. Accommodating such a vast populace was manifestly impossible within the city walls alone. Hence, the surrounding dwellings sprawled for miles. For the Liangshan army to launch an assault, they first needed to raise these homes, as positioning their troops was unfeasible otherwise. A frontal attack along the roads without proper formation would merely serve as a strategy of self-destruction. The crux of the matter was that Liangshan's military code was exceedingly stringent, forbidding the oppression of the innocent. Flattening the homes of the common folk would be tantamount to such oppression. Particularly, the citizens of Huagua held a deep-rooted attachment to their homeland. Some elder residents, resigned to their fates, declared they would not abandon their houses, preferring to be destroyed along with them. This sentiment rendered the Liangshan forces hesitant to act recklessly. According to Xiangyang and others, there was no need for such reservations in times of war. To bind oneself with excessive caution would be an act of irresponsibility towards the brave soldiers of Liangshan. They understood Li Nezha well, recognizing his compassion for the people, yet valuing the lives of his soldiers even more, hence the delicate balance in his reasoning. Nevertheless, Li Nezha remained resolute, ultimately asserting, "We need not demolish the houses. It is not impossible to capture Bianliang. Our greatest advantage lies in our multitude of commanders and the formidable combat prowess of our soldiers. Therefore, let us exploit this advantage. I shall lead the charge myself on the morrow." Upon hearing this, Xiangyang and the others vehemently opposed the idea. They reiterated their concerns, insisting that as the leader of Liangshan, Li Nezha must not be exposed to any peril. Not only Xiangyang, but even those who had pledged their loyalty to him, such as Lin Chong and Lu Zhishan, joined in the dissent. The frustration in Li Nezha was palpable, despite possessing unparalleled martial skills. He found himself restrained from engaging directly in battle, causing an intense itch for action. Yet, faced with unanimous opposition, even this great leader could not defy the collective will, thus conceding to allow others to take the forefront. The tactics proposed by Li Nezha were best suited for warriors like Lu Zhishan and Wu Song, who naturally positioned themselves at the vanguard. The cavalrymen, though eager to prove their mettle, found themselves somewhat lacking in foot combat, and thus formed the second echelon. Following them were the elite soldiers, each a powerhouse in their own right, adorned with grenades, embodying the spirit of a suicide squad. On the day of the assault, although Li Nezha could not join the fray, he personally attended the battlefield, taking command from a distance that was but a single arrow's flight from the city walls. Once he confirmed that preparations were complete, he brandished his treasured sword and commanded, "Advance." The initial advance did not come from the valiant warriors, but rather from the soldiers brandishing large shields. They formed a mobile shelter with their towering shields, providing cover for their comrades as they approached the city walls. Immediately, arrows rained down from the battlements, yet for the shield formation, it was merely a drizzle. The Song army quickly realized the futility of their efforts and ceased their barrage, opting instead for crossbows and catapults. However, before these could unleash their wrath, the Liangshan artillery had already set their sights on them, and the rocket launchers fired first. After a relentless bombardment, a third of the Song army's crossbows and catapults lay in ruins, yet not a single bolt or stone was loosed. For the soldiers operating them had fled. The Song forces lacked the resolve to fight to the death, even with leaders like Li Gang at the helm. Their efforts proved fruitless, forcing them to consolidate a meager force to continue the resistance. As the shield formation advanced to the foot of the walls, towering ladders were soon erected against the battlements. Led by the formidable warriors such as Lu Zhishan, Wu Song, Shi Xiu, and Lu Tang, the Liangshan army charged up the walls with a thunderous roar. Though Li Gang and his men fought valiantly, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Liangshan forces. Not only did the Liangshan army have fierce champions leading the charge, but they were also equipped with firearms from a distance and grenades up close, leaving the Song army with little opportunity to engage in close combat. This battle left Lu Zhishan and his compatriots unsatisfied, as they encountered no significant resistance whatsoever. Swiftly, the outer city of Bianliang fell into Liangshan's hands. Bianliang was fortified with 3 layers of walls: the outer city, the inner city, and the imperial city at its core. With the outer city lost, Li Gang and his men retreated to the inner city to continue their defense. The inner city was significantly smaller than the outer city, requiring far fewer soldiers for its defense. Consequently, although Li Gang's forces were diminished, the strength of their defense increased several-fold. The Liangshan army's siege tactics remained unchanged. Soldiers formed a shield wall to approach the walls, with artillery and rocket launchers providing cover, followed by the erection of ladders for a fierce charge by their champions. This time, Lu Zhishan and his allies relished the encounter, for those Song soldiers who retreated from the outer city to the inner city were loyal and battle-ready troops. Even though the Liangshan army's firearms were fearsome, they could not intimidate them. Despite the inner city's robust defenses, it could not withstand the Liangshan army's assault. The efficiency of the firearms inflicted rapid casualties upon the Song forces, rendering them unable to hold their ground. Li Gang, foreseeing the impending doom, swiftly retreated with his remaining troops to the imperial city, truly embodying the phrase "not giving up until the Yellow River is crossed." However, at this moment, Li Nezha commanded a pause in the siege, instructing his men to bury explosives beneath the city walls to bring them crashing down. Ling Zhun immediately led his soldiers, shielded by the formation, to tunnel at the base of the imperial city's walls, filling the cavities with gunpowder before making a hasty retreat. After a series of tremendous explosions, several sections of the imperial city walls crumbled, allowing infantry to surge through. The Liangshan army roared as they charged in, But Li Gang hastily repositioned his troops to intercept them. To his astonishment, the Liangshan forces suddenly sounded the retreat, pulling back midway through their advance. The Song army was determined to fiercely resist the Liangshan forces, yet to their bewilderment, the Liangshan troops unexpectedly retreated. Before they could fully comprehend this turn of events, a barrage of cannonballs and rockets rained down upon them, leaving a scene of devastation in their wake. With several breaches in their lines, some soldiers perished while others fled, creating openings for the Liangshan army to surge forward with a battle cry. Li Gang was compelled to dispatch reinforcements to seal these gaps, only to witness the Liangshan forces employ the same devastating tactics, bombarding them once again. This cycle repeated several times, pushing Li Gang to the brink of despair. If he refrained from sending troops to intercept, the Liangshan forces would inevitably storm the imperial city. Yet, sending troops would only lead to their demise, rendering the situation utterly frustrating. Ultimately, Li Gang, having exhausted his remaining soldiers, resorted to taking his own life atop the city walls, leading to the complete conquest of Bianliang by the Liangshan army. Chapter 71. Evil begets evil. During the siege of Bianliang, neither the outer nor inner city was subjected to explosive measures. It was only during the assault on the imperial palace that such tactics were employed. This fact was deftly utilized by Wu Yong to sway the citizens of Bianliang, portraying Li Nezha as a benevolent leader who cared for the populace. The absence of destruction in the outer and inner cities was attributed to a concern for the numerous civilian homes nearby, with fears of collateral damage. Furthermore, Li Nezha's restraint in not razing buildings during the siege, nor allowing his troops to pillage after entering the city, was indeed a rare commendable act in ancient times, leading the people to believe that Li Nezha would be a far superior emperor compared to Zhao Ji. With the citizens now at ease, the Liangshan army had effectively secured Bianliang. Even the few loyalists of the Song dynasty could no longer stir any significant resistance. The capture of Bianliang, as the capital of the Song dynasty, signified a monumental victory for the Liangshan forces, equivalent to seizing half of the Song realm. However, the other half remained elusive and would require considerable effort to conquer. Particularly pressing was the need to apprehend Zhao Ji, who had fled. For without his capture and due punishment, the regime change would not be deemed complete. Yet, these concerns paled in comparison to the more immediate threats from the north and west. The Liao and Xixia states were long-standing enemies of the Song dynasty, and with such turmoil erupting within the Song's borders, they could not resist seizing the opportunity to gain advantage. There was even the possibility of them completely engulfing the Song dynasty. In the eyes of the Liao and Xixia, the Liangshan forces were merely a band of brigands, and they believed that had the Song not been so inept, such a bandit uprising would never have succeeded. With their own armies, they were confident of easily defeating them. Thus, upon learning of Zhao Ji's escape and the fall of Bianliang to the Liangshan army, they could no longer remain idle and promptly launched an invasion southward. However, Li Nezha had anticipated such a scenario long before the annihilation of Tongguan's 200,000 troops and had prepared accordingly. The forces stationed along the borders of Song Liao and Song Xixia had largely remained unengaged. Even when troops were redirected to quell Fong La, sufficient defensive strength had been preserved. Therefore, Li Nezha's task was straightforward: to sufficiently supply the border armies with provisions and arms, thereby enabling them to withstand the incursions of the Liao and Xixia states. In a bid to ensure safety, Li Nezha allocated 2 military divisions for reinforcement and dispatched several defected officials from the Song dynasty to pacify the border commanders. The Song dynasty implemented a policy that favored scholars over military leaders, venerating civil officials while suppressing military generals. Under such a regime, the plight of military leaders was dire. Otherwise, the likes of Liangshan would not have attracted so many skilled warriors. The situation for the border generals was no different. They faced constant scrutiny and frustration. Their perseverance in combat was primarily fueled by a sense of loyalty to their homeland, rather than genuine allegiance to the Song dynasty or the Zhao royal family. This understanding gave Li Nezha the confidence to win them over, believing they would not surrender to foreign invaders. History would vindicate Li Nezha's assessment of the border commanders. Upon his envoy's simple entreaty, most leaders readily agreed to defect to Liangshan, with only a handful remaining loyal to the Song or defecting to Liao or Xixia. While these loyalists were few, the integrity of the border defense was crucial. Any breach could lead to vulnerabilities. The armies of Liao and Xixia, ever opportunistic, seized upon such weaknesses to infiltrate. Fortunately, Li Nezha had anticipated this and had already dispatched reinforcements, decimating the invading forces of both nations. The Liangshan army's prowess was not merely due to their strength. The enemy forces were unfamiliar with troops equipped with firearms and did not comprehend their nature. Additionally, their steeds were startled by the explosive sounds, leading to a swift and easy defeat. Following their defeat, the armies of Liao and Xixia could not admit their inability to overcome a band of brigands from Liangshan, thus resorting to various excuses. The former Song generals who had allied with these nations faced dire consequences, branded as traitors who had intentionally weakened the defenses, allowing the enemy to penetrate their ambush. These turncoats were met with the harshest of fates, executed as suspected spies. Upon hearing this news, Li Nezha reveled in the justice served, exclaiming that they deserved their fate. After repelling the incursions from both nations, Li Nezha chose not to launch a counteroffensive, but to maintain his defensive stance, directing his focus inward. Zhao Ji initially fled to Xiangyang, but upon learning of the fall of Bianliang, he was frightened into retreating further into Sichuan. Historically, Zhao Ji would escape to Zhenjiang, but that was years after Fang La had been quelled, and the ravaged Jiangnan had begun to recover. At this juncture, with Fang La recently defeated, Jiangnan had yet to regain its former prosperity. Given the defensible nature of Sichuan, Zhao Ji altered his escape route. However, no matter how advantageous the terrain, the effectiveness of defense relies on the guardians. A cadre of inept leaders, even armed with advanced weaponry, would not secure victory. Within a mere 4 months, the Liangshan army breached Sichuan, capturing Zhao Ji along with his numerous consorts, children, and the officials who had fled with him, bringing them all back to Bianliang. According to the customs of various dynasties, former emperors are not to be executed, lest the new ruler be branded as cruel and malevolent. However, while execution is off the table, humiliation is inescapable. Historically, after Zhao Ji was captured by the Jin dynasty, he was bestowed with the title of Duke of Dull Virtue. In a similar vein, Li Nezha followed suit, but without even granting a duke's rank, he conferred the title of Marquis of Dull Virtue instead. Other members of the Zhao family fared worse, stripped of noble titles and reduced to commoners, their estates entirely confiscated. Li Nezha also inquired about Zhao Go and learned that he too had been captured and was now surviving by writing letters in the streets. With this knowledge, Li Nezha felt reassured. This feeble-minded individual, no less incompetent than Zhao Ji, possessed commendable calligraphy skills, making him quite adept at his new trade. Zhao Go, relatively speaking, was fortunate. After over a century of the Song dynasty's legacy, the Zhao lineage had proliferated significantly. The once exalted nobles found themselves destitute, unable to bear burdens or even carry baskets, and most struggled to accept their newfound poverty. Nevertheless, they found solace in the fact that others were worse off. Notorious traitors like Kai Jing, collectively known as the Six Thieves, had met their demise. Among them, Gao Qiao and Tong Guan had already been executed for their campaigns against Liangshan. The remaining 4 were swiftly captured and subsequently met with extreme punishment. Most of their families, having committed numerous acts of treachery, faced execution alongside them. With so few men left alive and lacking the means for survival, the women of these households suffered greatly. Some were even coerced into selling their female kin to brothels, marketed under the names of Kai's, Liang's, and Zhu's wives, daughters, and granddaughters, to attract clientele. It is worth noting that the public's disdain for the Six Thieves was profound. News that they could sleep with the women associated with these men led many to generously part with their coin, resulting in unexpected prosperity for the businesses. Regarding this spontaneous retribution from the populace, Li Nezha instructed Pei Xian, in charge of public order, to turn a blind eye and let things unfold as they would. Chapter 72. The conclusion. The downfall of the Song dynasty took merely a month, yet the stabilization of the realm demanded a full 3 years. After 3 years, all territories of the Song dynasty were annexed into the Liang regime established by Li Nezha. Given the abundance of martial figures from Liangshan and the scarcity of civil officials, Li Nezha had to make do with the literati who had surrendered from the Song dynasty. Nonetheless, he expanded the supervisory departments 100-fold. Every prefecture and county was assigned undercover inspectors who frequently changed locations, rendering it impossible for officials to discern who among them was an inspector, thus curtailing malfeasance. Naturally, some officials, inheriting the habits of the Song dynasty's literati, acted with impunity, only to learn from Li Nezha what true recklessness entailed. In Liang, the unspoken rule that mercy should be shown to scholars and officials was non-existent. Those deserving of punishment faced their fate without leniency. Accustomed to their esteemed positions, the literati found themselves confronted by Li Nezha's laws and blades, and none dared to protest. They could only silently accept the new regulations of Liang. Li Nezha's audacity in treating the literati with such severity was, in part, a consequence of the legacy left by the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty held scholars in high esteem, and with the flourishing of commerce, life became relatively affluent, resulting in a multitude of literati. When officials in office committed transgressions and were dismissed, there were always others ready to step in, each accompanied by a cadre of eager supporters, poised to capitalize on any misstep. The abundance of scholars and the intense competition among them emboldened Li Nezha to boldly cleanse the ranks of corrupt officials. To create more positions for the literati, Li Nezha implemented significant reforms in the governmental structure, the most crucial of which was the unification of the official and clerk classes. Previously, officials and clerks were distinct tiers. Officials could attain noble titles and high office, while clerks remained perpetually subordinate, with no hope of advancement. However, under Li Nezha's leadership, clerks gained parity with officials. As long as they performed well, they too could be promoted, potentially achieving noble titles in the future. Li Nezha was not only critical of the officials, but also of many other aspects that he sought to reform gradually according to his own principles. Nevertheless, those matters were for the future. For the present, the Song dynasty was firmly under his control, establishing a semblance of stability. With the military strength of the great Liang established, having subdued the Song, it was only a matter of time before they would confront the historical adversaries of the Song, the Liao kingdom and the Western Xia. Consequently, everyone anticipated the great Liang's westward expedition against the Western Xia and a northern campaign against the Liao. Li Nezha did not disappoint their expectations. After incorporating, reorganizing, and training the Song's military forces, he promptly commenced a campaign of unification. Over the span of 12 years, under Li Nezha's dominion, the great Liang not only vanquished the Liao, Western Xia, and Jing kingdom, but also seamlessly integrated the territories of Korea and Japan into its domain. Furthermore, he vigorously advanced the naval forces, ultimately encompassing all of Southeast Asia. Today, the great Liang boasts an unprecedented expanse, stretching from the equator in the south to the Arctic Ocean in the north, from the Bering Strait in the east to the Zhongling Mountains in the west. This vast territory has reached the limits of what a feudal dynasty can effectively govern, leaving little room for further expansion. Even with future advancements, such as trains and telegraphs, the potential for growth remains minimal. Of course, Li Nezha could emulate the British and continue to expand through colonial means, yet he found little interest in such pursuits. Having grown weary of the imperial mantle, he chose to pass the throne to his son, taking on the title of Taishang Huang, and embarked on travels with a few old companions. Speaking of his son, Li Nezha was quite astonished to discover that he could still father children. It remained uncertain whether this was influenced by the essence of Lu Junyi or a consequence of his prolonged divinity, which had dulled his interest in women. Nonetheless, as an emperor, he could not eschew female companionship entirely, so he took numerous concubines. However, he did not harbor a particular fondness for any of them, merely fulfilling his obligations with a few. Ultimately, it was Miss Cheng, who had been with him from the beginning, who bore him his first son, followed by several of the other concubines who each produced a few children, culminating in a total of 4 sons and 6 daughters. 10 offspring, while not an excessive number for an emperor, seemed rather substantial for a man who had little interest in women and fancied himself a deity, leading him to ponder the improbability of such progeny. Li Nezha was uncertain whether these children were the bloodline of Lu Junyi or his own progeny. Nonetheless, he was compelled to acknowledge them as his offspring, for they were indeed born through him. This realization, however, was not without its silver lining. At least he had heirs to ensure that his formidable empire would not crumble upon his departure. In choosing his successor, Li Nezha made a rather hasty decision, appointing the eldest son born of Miss Cheng to ascend the throne, rather than the sons from the several noble consorts he had taken later. In truth, his choice was far from impulsive. He had extensively probed the memories and thoughts of the children before settling on this decision. His selection of an heir was based not on the might of their maternal families, but rather on their intrinsic abilities and character. Although his eldest son hailed from the weakest maternal lineage, he possessed a natural kindness coupled with a shrewdness and decisiveness that set him apart from his other sons, who were often selfish and ruthless. In comparison, the eldest son emerged as the most suitable successor. After Li Nezha abdicated, his eldest son's performance validated his choice. Under the new emperor's governance, the nation of Dalian continued to flourish, enjoying peace and prosperity, which brought Li Nezha a sense of reassurance. With confidence that his eldest son could uphold the empire, Li Nezha felt liberated from his concerns and, alongside his fellow retired companions, Xiangyang, Wu Yong, Wu Song, Lin Chong, among others, embarked on a journey around the world. As for his other brothers, some retreated into monastic lives, while others, having risen from poverty, indulged in a life of excess. A few remained fiercely combative, still engaged in frontline battles, while others succumbed to their impulses, facing penalties for their indiscretions. Regardless, Li Nezha endeavored to ensure that their descendants had a secure future, so at the very least, they could live without worry. Ultimately, Li Nezha lived to the venerable age of 108, passing away contentedly. By that time, his great-grandson had ascended the throne, marking a fulfilling conclusion to his life. Upon closing his eyes for the last time, he opened them again to find himself back in the resplendent abode of the three altars and the great divine assembly, a place suffused with ethereal energy, surpassing even the grandeur of a royal palace. Li Nezha rose and stretched, taking a moment to reacquaint himself with his surroundings, gradually shedding the remnants of his former age. Once disdainful of his lotus form, after a century-long experience as an ordinary human and the gradual embrace of aging, he now recognized the unparalleled benefits of his celestial physique. Even if it did not enhance his cultivation or if he remained in the guise of a child eternally, the gift of immortality rendered him incomparable to ordinary mortals. After a period of contemplation, Li Nezha began to assess his recent achievements. Opening the system panel, he was met with astonishment and delight. Although the system indicated he had completed only one task, altering the lives of the heroes of Liangshan, the rewards were exceedingly generous, granting him 20,000 gold coins and a task exemption card. The task exemption card could be utilized to forego any unwanted task that might arise. Although there has yet to arise a task that Li Nezha cannot complete or is unwilling to undertake, the uncertainty of future tasks renders this exemption card exceedingly precious. Li Nezha examined the card repeatedly, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. In the realm of water margin, he was fortunate. The system imposed no tasks upon him, allowing him the freedom to act as he wished. However, in the domain of the Avengers, the system's assignments had caused him considerable distress on multiple occasions, compelling him to fulfill obligations he had no desire to meet. This was still bearable, but what if one day the system commanded him to engage in an abhorrent act? What if he failed to complete a task, and the system barred his return? Fortunately, with the possession of this exemption card, his mind found solace. Yet, the card was singular, necessitating careful conservation. Tasks that were not entirely unacceptable should be undertaken. After thoroughly contemplating the exemption card and tucking it into his leopard skin pouch, he began to ponder how to spend the 20,000 gold coins at his disposal. 20,000 coins was not an extravagant sum, and combined with his previous savings, it was still insufficient to acquire another skill. However, there were numerous items available for purchase. Aside from excluding basic skills, he could consider skill enhancements, skill extensions, and free attribute points, among others. Skill enhancement was easily comprehensible. It entailed augmenting the potency of a skill. For instance, telepathy could extend its range from 10 kilometers to 30, 50, or even over 100 kilometers, or perhaps allow control over multiple individuals simultaneously. After some reflection, Li Nezha concluded that increasing the range and intensity of his telepathy would not yield significant benefits. Due to his inherently formidable mental strength, the efficacy of his telepathy was already quite remarkable. Even the professor could only achieve this level, rendering him indifferent to the urgency of upgrading his telepathy. Free attribute points were also advantageous, as they could continuously bolster his foundational attributes. However, owing to his lotus body, his basic attributes were already exceptionally high. Even an additional 10 or 20 points would scarcely be felt. With 40,000 gold coins, he could acquire only 40 free attribute points, as 1,000 coins per point was exorbitantly priced. Thus, Li Nezha's preference ultimately gravitated toward the realm of skill extension. The only skill he had obtained from the system was telepathy, thus he could only extend this particular skill. Telepathy's extension had two primary avenues. One was reality interference, and the other was mental assault. The mental power to interfere with reality resembled the superpowers depicted in Chronicle, enabling him to manipulate objects from a distance. Potentially crushing a car into scrap metal, wielded adeptly, its might could be formidable. The types of mental attacks were diverse, including the creation of illusions, transforming mental energy into blades to directly assault another's soul, altering memories, and controlling hearts and minds. The professor's telepathy could also exert control over others, albeit for brief intervals. Once released, the individuals would regain their freedom. In contrast, mental assault control was different. Employing the skill merely once could render an individual your lifelong servant, obedient to your every command, willing to leap into the abyss without hesitation. Such abilities reminded Li Nezha of a certain individual, the Purple Man, who toyed with the superhero Jessica Jones. There is also a representative figure of illusion, the Master of Illusions. In summary, The act of manipulating others' minds felt exceedingly nefarious, and it proved effective only against those with fragile mental fortitude. In the realm of mythology, such powers were deemed trivial, prompting Li Nezha to abandon that line of pursuit. The cost of skill extensions was significantly lower than that of acquiring new skills, requiring merely 30,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, Li Nezha made the purchase and employed the skill immediately. Observing the skill panel of the system, he noticed a branch under telepathy labeled psychokinesis. Focusing intently on a jade cup upon the table, he witnessed it begin to tremble before shattering with a resounding crack. A hint of embarrassment crossed Li Nezha's face as he scratched his forehead, sweeping the shards beneath the table and retrieving another jade cup for further experimentation. After numerous trials, he finally mastered the art of psychokinesis, allowing even inanimate objects devoid of spiritual essence to levitate freely within a radius of 300 meters. The weight he could manipulate was considerable. Even the jade lion positioned at the entrance, weighing over 7,000 pounds, could be lifted with but a thought. This was not his limit, merely a consequence of lacking a more suitable object for measurement. After testing his newfound ability, Li Nezha felt a profound satisfaction and summoned the celestial maiden to bring wine, intending to celebrate. Following a hearty meal, he indulged in a restful slumber. While immortals do not require sleep, they are not averse to it either. For Li Nezha, cultivation yielded minimal enhancement of strength, and if he felt the need to rest, he would do so without concern for time wasted. In the ensuing days, life returned to its tranquil state. Each day, he rose early, training the celestial soldiers, and descended to the mortal realm to combat any unruly monsters, leading a life that was rather monotonous. A century passed in the blink of an eye, and the opportunity to traverse realms arose once more. Eagerly, Li Nezha returned to his abode, settled into a comfortable position in a chair, and activated the system. Once again, he opted for soul transference, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself on the bustling streets of the modern world. However, before he could fully grasp his surroundings, a steel pipe came crashing towards him. With a furrowed brow, Li Nezha deftly sidestepped the oncoming pipe, retaliating with a knee strike that sent the assailant soaring over a meter into the air. Upon landing, the man coughed violently, blood spilling forth, evidently suffering severe damage to his lungs. Li Nezha was acutely aware of the gravity of the man's injuries. His knee had fractured several ribs, some of which had pierced into the lungs. Without prompt medical attention, the man would surely face death. Li Nezha felt no remorse for inflicting such harm, as the assailant had clearly sought to take his life. Had he been struck by the pipe, the outcome could have been a grievous head injury, potentially revealing his own brain matter. Given the brutal intent of his attacker, Li Nezha saw no reason to show leniency, thus responding without mercy. However, the encounter was far from over. Suddenly, another assailant, brandishing a cleaver, charged towards him, targeting his neck. A single blow to the neck would spell his doom. Thus, Li Nezha showed no mercy. After deftly evading the attack, he delivered a precise strike that shattered his opponent's throat. Soon, a third and fourth adversary appeared. At some point, the chaotic melee finally subsided, leaving a dozen individuals sprawled around Li Nezha, most of whom had already succumbed to their injuries. The remaining onlookers gazed at Li Nezha, who stood resolutely amidst the carnage, their expressions etched with fear. Li Nezha furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, he assimilated the memories of the body he inhabited, only to realize the gravity of the situation he had unwittingly entered. Murmuring to himself that he had landed in a troublesome predicament. Chapter 74. A heavy hand. A bit of trouble this time. Li Nezha had once again transcended his soul, occupying the body of Xiangyang, the protagonist of the narrative set in Infernal Affairs. At this moment, Xiangyang had been expelled from the police academy and had aligned himself with the Ni family's faction. However, instead of directly seeking out Ni Yongxiao, he chose to associate with Xuanqi, starting from the lowest rung of the hierarchy. The scene before him was his initiation into a brutal brawl. Had it been the real Xiangyang participating in such a skirmish, he would have merely pretended to engage, never intending to deliver fatal blows. Yet, in Li Nezha's hands, he had dispatched over 10 adversaries with alarming efficiency, leaving only a few gasping for breath, likely beyond the point of rescue even if transported to a hospital. While it was one thing to fight, the ferocity of his attacks was another matter entirely. The sight of the corpses surrounding him was profoundly unsettling. In truth, the gang conflicts in Hong Kong during the 1950s and 1960s were the most brutal, often resulting in numerous fatalities. However, by the 1980s and 1990s, police intervention had become more stringent, and such violent confrontations typically resulted in only a handful of casualties, mainly unfortunate souls who were struck in vital areas. While while the majority suffered mere injuries. Yet, for reasons unknown, the opposition had fixated on Li Nezha, intent on taking his life, prompting him to respond with such lethal force. The crux of the matter was that Xiangyang was an undercover agent, having killed so many. Even with Huang Zhiqing providing covert assistance, it was unlikely he could evade culpability. Li Nezha sighed, reflecting that had he accessed the memories of this body sooner, this predicament might have been avoided. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets, given that his assailants sought his life. To refrain from retaliating would not befit the deity of the three altars. His ferocity had instilled fear not only in his opponents, but also in his allies, causing everyone to cease their actions and focus their gaze on him. Li Nezha surveyed the crowd and, with outstretched arms, declared, "I acted in self-defense. Do you believe me?" The expressions on the faces of those around him conveyed disbelief, leaving Li Nezha in a state of exasperation. At that moment, Shuangqi, hesitant to approach, called from a distance, "Arun, don't be so ruthless. If they yield their territory, that's one thing, but if there are still holdouts, just take out a couple more." Li Nezha turned his gaze towards the opposite side, and before he could utter a word, the individuals across from him unexpectedly dispersed in a swift and decisive manner. The enthusiasm of Xiangyang and his companions erupted into cheers as they expertly commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. The triads of Hong Kong adhere to a distinct set of protocols regarding the aftermath of conflicts, encompassing the handling of corpses, the treatment of the wounded, and the eradication of any traces left behind. The police tacitly accept these conventions, turning a blind eye as long as the gangsters do not prey upon civilians, only entering the fray once the altercation has concluded. To the law enforcement officials, the gangsters are deemed a blight upon society, and the more casualties there are, the better. Thus, those who perish during gang skirmishes typically go unaccounted for. However, exceptions do exist, as evidenced by the current situation. Just as Xiangyang and his crew finished escorting the injured and were preparing to summon a van for the bodies, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air. Subsequently, a dozen police vehicles encircled them from all directions, trapping Xiangyang, Li Nezha, and the others, while Xiangyang and his companions contemplated fleeing. It was regrettably too late. They found themselves with no avenue of escape, forced to the ground. Yet, Xiangyang noted that among those subdued, there was no sign of Li Nezha. Naturally, Li Nezha had long since fled, having taken the lives of several individuals. Should the police apprehend him, his choices would be confined to either imprisonment or a desperate escape by eliminating the officers. However, as long as the police did not capture him on the spot, the outcome remained uncertain, given that there were no surveillance cameras at the site of the gang clash. The entire sequence of events relied solely on the testimonies of those present. Unfortunately, such accounts can be easily fabricated, and the captured Xiangyang and his associates, seasoned veterans in the underworld, would undoubtedly refrain from betraying Li Nezha. Provided the police lacked concrete evidence, they would be powerless against Li Nezha, especially since the gangsters are adept at navigating such predicaments. Thus, as long as Li Nezha could escape the scene, he would remain unscathed. Of course, even in the absence of evidence, the police would still deduce that he was responsible for the killings. After all, one cannot presume that law enforcement is entirely inept. This implies that Li Nezha, akin to Xiangyang, would face scrutiny and suspicion from Huang Zhiqing, who might even suspect treachery. Moreover, even if Huang Zhiqing harbored no doubts, Li Nezha had no intention of playing the role of an undercover agent. Unlike Xiangyang, he lacked a fervent dedication to the police force and was not accustomed to serving as a pawn for others. He could never acquiesce to being controlled. Certainly, Huang Zhiqing possessed means to constrain an undercover operative, such as exposing their identity as a police informant, prompting the underworld to hunt them down. However, for Li Nezha, these concerns were trivial. With his remarkable prowess, who could truly threaten him? After departing the scene, Li Nezha hastened back to Xiangyang's residence. He was unafraid of retaliation. Yet he had to consider Xiangyang's girlfriend, as her safety was paramount. Upon returning home, he found Xiangyang's girlfriend engrossed in a book. Noticing his early return, she inquired with curiosity, "Why are you back so soon? Didn't you mention having matters to attend to?" Li Nezha replied, "I completed my tasks, so of course I returned." As he observed, he noticed a few bloodstains on the hem of the clothing, and his expression instantly shifted. "What have you been up to? Have you been out killing again?" questioned the man. Li Nezha replied, "Indeed, I have slain 16 or 17 this time." It was utterly exhilarating. His incredulity only deepened, and he rolled his eyes, saying, "Yes, Ren-gu is indeed the mightiest, unmatched in Xiangyang. With such prowess, what reward did your elder brother bestow upon you?" Li Nezha responded, "He rewarded me with 200,000. I plan to use this money to take you on a trip. How does that sound? The man retorted. Would you really spare time for a vacation? Aren't you supposed to be working? Li Nezha shrugged. Work can always wait. Your happiness is what matters most. So tell me, where do you wish to go? The United States, Europe, Bali, Iceland? In astonishment, he asked, are you truly serious about this? Li Nezha affirmed, of course. I would never jest about such matters. Instantly, excitement enveloped him. He threw down the book he was holding and leaped up to begin packing his belongings. Li Nezha stated, you keep packing. I shall inquire about which travel agency is the best. As he busily prepared, the man suggested, why not just call and ask? Li Nezha replied, if we are going on a trip, it should last at least 10 days or 2 weeks. I need to inform my boss. Just leave it to me. I will return shortly. Once outside, Li Nezha retrieved his mobile phone, shaking his head in disbelief. Having spent so long in the ancient realm, he had forgotten the existence of mobile phones. Had he remembered earlier, he wouldn't have needed to make a special trip back. Xiangyang had just followed Xiangyang and was still a penniless wretch, unable to produce 200,000, so he would have to ask his boss for the funds. However, Xiangyang had already been apprehended, and he was merely a minor leader himself, incapable of offering 200,000. Who, then, could he turn to for this money? As Li Nezha pondered this dilemma, his phone suddenly rang. Looking down, he saw it was a call from Huang Zhiqing. Chapter 75. Everything goes smoothly after a moment's thought. Li Nezha pressed the answer button. The moment the call connected, Huang Zhiqing's furious voice boomed through the speaker. Xiangyang, do you remember your identity? You are a police officer, and yet you have killed 17 people in one go. Do you intend to spend the rest of your life in prison? Li Nezha would not let him off easily and retorted, stop standing there and talking without understanding the pain. I want to know why they were relentlessly pursuing me. There were over 20 of them, all charging at me, isolating others and surrounding me with the intent to kill, as if they would not relent until I was dead. What on earth is going on? If it weren't for my skills and my decisive counterattacks, I would be the one lying in the morgue right now. After a brief silence, Huang Zhiqing finally spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, the fact remains that you have committed murder, which will severely hinder your future return to the police force. You should have your boss devise a plan, perhaps find a few individuals to take the blame for you, ensuring that you are legally innocent. Li Nezha was taken aback. Could Huang Zhiqing truly be so accommodating? Yet he did not dwell on it, and simply replied, I have only just joined the Ni family. I am still a lowly underling. Who could possibly take the blame for me? Huang Zhiqing remarked, even though your current status is humble, you are nonetheless the brother of Ni Yongxiao, who will undoubtedly assist you. Li Nezha found this suggestion rather appealing. Should Ni Yongxiao be willing to aid him in finding someone to bear the blame, he could continue to lead a carefree life. However, it was indeed a challenge for him, a grand deity of the three altars of the sea assembly, to seek assistance from others, as he was accustomed to being the one others approached for help. After some contemplation, he decided to call Ni Yongxiao. After taking over the family business, Ni Yongxiao had recognized the perils of the underworld and had thus arranged for the well-being of his other siblings. As for Xiangyang, his half-brother, he too had plans for him. Yet previously, Xiangyang had scorned any association with the Ni family and had disregarded Ni Yongxiao altogether. However, now that he had been tasked with infiltrating the Ni family as an undercover agent, his relationship with Ni Yongxiao became a significant asset, prompting him to save Ni Yongxiao's contact number. Nevertheless, Xiangyang had never initiated contact with Ni Yongxiao, and now, as Li Nezha sought to reach out, he was reluctant to appear subservient. How could he avoid bowing while still establishing contact with Ni Yongxiao? Upon successfully connecting with Ni Yongxiao, Li Nezha wasted no time. Stating bluntly, I fought for territory, took down over a dozen men, and now I must flee. Shouldn't you provide some compensation for my escape? Ni Yongxiao was well aware of Xiangyang's situation and had been keeping a close watch on his brother. Immediately grasping the gravity of the situation, he responded, you need not flee. Since you were not apprehended on the spot, you have spared me considerable trouble. I assure you, the police will find no evidence against you. Li Nezha understood that Ni Yongxiao was already working to absolve him, but he could not help but inquire, are you so confident? What if you falter? What if your subordinates are secretly plotting against me? Ni Yongxiao's tone turned serious as he asked, what do you know? Li Nezha replied, I know nothing. But during the clash, more than 20 skilled fighters targeted me ruthlessly. I found it peculiar. How did they know me? Do I have a vendetta against them? After a brief silence, Ni Yongxiao said, understood. I will deposit 500,000 into your account. Take your girlfriend and enjoy a trip for a couple of days. I will refrain from calling you. Do not return just yet. Once the call ended, Li Nezha glanced at his phone and smiled. His brother Ni Yongxiao proved to be quite generous, providing him with 500,000 instantly. With newfound funds, he promptly sought a travel agency to inquire about prices and schedules for trips around the world. He aimed to find a tour group that could facilitate a swift departure from Hong Kong. Given the plethora of travel options available, he quickly identified several suitable tour groups. Upon returning home with brochures from various travel agencies, he was met with an awkward expression from someone upon entering. Curiously, he asked, "What's the matter?" "Just moments ago, my mother called to inform me that one of my cousins is suffering from renal failure and requires an exorbitant amount for surgery. She inquired if I could assist." Li Nezha, without hesitation, asked how much was needed. Reluctantly, I replied that 30,000 was required, of which they had already gathered 15,000. Li Nezha stepped forward and embraced me, saying, "I can lend you 20,000, but that leaves us with only 5,000, which may only suffice for a trip to Southeast Asia." I tightly returned his embrace and apologized, adding, "However, it need not be as dire as merely 5,000. I have some savings that I can draw upon." Li Nezha countered, "Did you not assert that those funds were reserved for emergencies and must not be touched?" I responded, "Isn't this precisely an emergency? My cousin is ill. When else would I utilize those savings?" Li Nezha retorted, "No, the funds for your cousin's medical treatment come from me, while the travel expenses are yours. How can this be classified as an emergency?" I playfully pinched him, stating, "My money is for my cousin's treatment. Yours is for travel." Li Nezha chuckled softly, opting not to argue further, merely holding me close. Our intimate connection rendered my thoughts evident to him. Having witnessed my thoughts, Li Nezha could not suppress his envy towards Xiangyang, who was remarkably fortunate to have found such a devoted girlfriend, a stroke of sheer luck. Such women are indeed rare, especially in contemporary times, and only someone like Xiangyang could have discovered her amid the vast sea of humanity. In the original narrative, for Xiangyang's sake, she sacrificed her life, never loving another man, and solely raised her daughter alone. Fortunately, with Li Nezha's arrival, he believed such a woman deserved a more fulfilling life, and even if he did not love her, he would ensure her happiness. And Yongxiao acted swiftly, stating he would transfer 500,000 immediately. When Li Nezha accompanied me to withdraw the funds, I was astounded by the balance on the deposit slip. However, I refrained from questioning him immediately. It was only after we left the bank and reached a secluded area that I seized Li Nezha's arm, demanding, "Why would your boss give you such a substantial sum? 500,000. What gives him the right?" Li Nezha replied, "Did I not mention that I assisted him in eliminating around 16 or 17 individuals?" Frustrated, I insisted, "Stop with the jest, tell me the truth. What exactly have you been involved in?" With a sigh, Li Nezha confessed, "All right, I will be candid with you. Yongxiao is covertly conducting business with the North, and I helped him transport a machine, which supposedly earned him several million from this venture. Upon learning it was smuggling, I felt a sense of relief. I had long known that Xiangyang had joined the Ni family, and the majority of their business dealings were illicit. Yet, compared to selling drugs or committing murder, smuggling seemed relatively benign. Li Nezha, however, scoffed, "You don't believe the truth, yet you accept a lie as reality." Chapter 76, Voluntarily Revealing Identity. My cousin requires a kidney transplant, and it is not merely a matter of borrowing money. Someone must also provide care. At this crucial juncture, Li Nezha not only neglected to care for others, but also embarked on a journey of leisure, seemingly devoid of concern. Although his trip was ostensibly for tourism, it served as a means of escape, and now that he had adopted this pretense, it was too late to recant. While Li Nezha himself felt no trepidation, he feared the repercussions of being implicated, a predicament he was unwilling to accept. How could he depart from Hong Kong? As fate would have it, during a taxi ride to the hospital, a news segment caught his attention on the radio, announcing the imminent commencement of Paris Fashion Week. Featuring an interview with a renowned fashion designer expounding on his design philosophy, Li Nezha raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the news, his face betraying a longing for the world of fashion design, an aspiration to witness the various fashion exhibitions across Europe that had eluded him until now. However, he chose not to voice this desire at that moment, opting instead to accompany his family to the hospital. Upon arrival, he discovered a multitude of visitors gathered to see his cousin. In truth, his cousin had an abundance of relatives, parents, siblings, and a large entourage from his wife's family, leaving little room for this cousin to attend to the patient. Fortunately, the half of the surgical fee he had managed to gather alleviated a significant burden, earning him warm smiles from the relatives. After a brief exchange among the family members, Li Nezha discreetly tugged at his father's sleeve, signaling for a private conversation. His father followed him to a designated smoking area, where both lit a cigarette. Li Nezha then expressed, "I had intended to travel abroad. I have always wanted to attend a fashion exhibition, and with Paris Fashion Week approaching, I never anticipated this predicament. Do you think it is appropriate for us to abandon our responsibilities here for a trip? His father waved dismissively. What is inappropriate about it? You both should go. I will handle things with the relatives. You have already contributed half of the surgical expenses, while the others have barely managed to gather the other half. What right do they have to expect you to stay and care for the patient? Li Nezha nodded in agreement. Very well. I have already booked the tour, and we shall depart shortly without further farewells. His father reassured him with another wave. Go on, enjoy yourselves. With his father's endorsement, Li Nezha felt no need for formality. Seizing the moment when more relatives arrived, he swiftly took his leave. Upon exiting the hospital, Li Nezha did not return home, but headed directly to the travel agency, where he paid to join a 14-day European tour. The group was set to depart that very night, necessitating a hurried packing of luggage and passports. Thankfully, he made it to the airport in time, successfully departing from Hong Kong. After landing at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, he boarded the airport shuttle and promptly dialed Ni Yongxiao. At that moment, it was still morning in Hong Kong. Ni Yongxiao, having risen late, had just gotten out of bed. Upon answering the call, he inquired, "Have you arrived in Paris? Calling right after landing to assure me of your safety?" Li Nezha replied, "First, I am reporting my safety. Second, I wish to know if the police have sought me out." Ni Yongxiao remarked, "It is rather peculiar. The police could not possibly be unaware of your actions. Even in the absence of concrete evidence, they would have summoned you to the precinct for questioning. Yet, to this day, they remain silent." Li Nezha chuckled. "It seems Huang still holds some hope for me." Ni Yongxiao astutely seized upon this keyword and pressed further. "Huang?" Li Nezha replied, "Indeed, Huang. However, I have just endured a lengthy flight of over 10 hours. I am utterly exhausted and shall not engage in further conversation." Without waiting for Ni Yongxiao's response, he abruptly ended the call. Leaning against his shoulder, half asleep and half awake, she listened to his words without truly grasping their meaning. Shifting to a more comfortable position, she sought to doze off again. Upon arriving at the hotel arranged by the tour group, Li Nezha gently laid the sleeping figure on the bed and removed her outer garments, then proceeded to call her parents to assure them of her safety. While Li Nezha remained seemingly unfazed, Ni Yongxiao could not simply dismiss the unfolding events. Ni Yongxiao's initial instinct after hanging up was to dispatch someone to investigate the relationship between Huang Zhiqing and Li Nezha. However, he swiftly realized that such matters should be handled discreetly and sent the individual away, instead summoning his third uncle for a private consultation. The public records of Xiangyang were readily accessible, and Huang Zhiqing had not made any effort to conceal his attendance at the police academy, enabling Ni Yongxiao to quickly ascertain that Huang Zhiqing had indeed attended the academy, leading to Xiangyang's expulsion. Moreover, following his expulsion, Xiangyang was soon incarcerated for assault and fortuitously found himself sharing a cell with the notorious Xiaoqiang. Their initial animosity eventually blossomed into a brotherly bond. This series of events, seemingly inconsequential upon cursory examination, appeared to Ni Yongxiao as a classic ploy employed by the police to deploy an undercover agent when viewed through a discerning lens. The revelation that Xiangyang, his own brother, was an undercover operative left Ni Yongxiao in disbelief at first, unable to fathom such betrayal. Yet, he soon found himself smiling. Li Nezha's deliberate disclosure of Huang Zhiqing's existence indicated that his brother was not willingly acting as an informant for the police. The most compelling evidence lay in the fact that during a violent altercation, he had claimed the lives of numerous individuals. Such ruthlessness would render it impossible for even a genuine undercover agent to return to the police force. If he could not return to the role of a law enforcer, what incentive would he have to risk his life in such a capacity? It appeared that this brother could indeed be trusted, and once he returned, it would be time to assign him greater responsibilities. Li Nezha's intention in revealing his undercover status to Ni Yongxiao was to ensure that he harbored such thoughts, thereby safeguarding himself from any repercussions should Huang Zhiqing inadvertently expose his true identity, which could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, it seemed that matters had not yet escalated to their worst potential. Huang Zhiqing had not divulged his secrets, and Ni Yongxiao had come to accept his brother, at least for the time being, ensuring a measure of safety. Li Nezha, having relished a delightful sojourn in Europe for over half a month, exhausted the funds provided by Ni Yongxiao, reluctantly preparing to return home. In truth, he yearned to extend his adventure for several more months, but he was incessantly calculating his expenditures, pondering how much had been spent and what meager sum remained. This rendered Li Nezha unable to seek financial assistance from the French underworld. After all, how could mere monetary matters pose a challenge for him? Upon returning to Hong Kong, just as Li Nezha entered his home, he received a call from Ni Yongxiao. As soon as Li Nezha uttered a greeting, Ni Yongxiao impatiently instructed, I'll run. Come to the old residence immediately. Li Nezha replied. Isn't that a bit much, boss? I've just disembarked from the plane, and I haven't even adjusted to the time difference. And I Yongxiao retorted, enough chatter. A brief rest won't kill you. Hearing Li Nezha's reluctance, his companion advised. Since your boss is summoning you, you should go. After all, you understand that mingling in the underworld is not akin to working in an office. Offending a superior is not simply a matter of being dismissed. It could very well be a matter of life and death. Thus, Li Nezha recognized the gravity of her words and hastily heeded her counsel. Chapter 77. Meeting Ni Yongxiao before encountering Huang Zhiqing. Ultimately, Li Nezha decided to meet Ni Yongxiao, as he regarded this brother with a degree of esteem. In the original narrative, he had been betrayed by Chun Yongren, yet even in his final moments, he shielded his brother's identity out of familial loyalty. This alone warranted recognition of their bond. However, while en route to Ni's old residence in a taxi, yet another call came through. Li Nezha answered, Hello, Huang, what's the matter? Huang Zhiqing momentarily faltered, pondering the peculiarity of the name Huang. It sounded almost canine. Assuming Li Nezha was unable to converse freely at that moment, he refrained from questioning the name and instead asked, Do you have time to meet now? Li Nezha responded, You're quite well informed. I've barely returned, and yet you already know. However, I am indeed pressed for time. My boss wishes to see me. If you wish to host a welcome gathering for me, let us arrange it once I am free. Huang Zhiqing replied, Very well, expedite your affairs, then. Upon arriving at the Ni family's old residence, Li Nezha was met at the entrance by someone who promptly escorted him to Ni Yongxiao's study. The study, a more intimate setting, indicated that Ni Yongxiao regarded Li Nezha as a person of considerable closeness. Ni Yongxiao dismissed the others and personally prepared a pot of fine tea, stating, Please, have a seat. This tea took considerable effort to procure. Do sample it. Li Nezha maintained an impassive demeanor, though internally he felt indifferent. Having been a deity in the celestial realm, he found that no mundane tea could rival the celestial brews he was accustomed to. Ni Yongxiao, unaware of Li Nezha's thoughts, poured a cup for him, then filled his own, savoring a sip with evident relish. Li Nezha took a sip as well. Confirming his expectations, the flavor was unremarkable, leading him to down the cup in one gulp. Observing this, Ni Yongxiao assumed Li Nezha was unaccustomed to tea and shook his head in resignation, saying, It seems this tea is wasted on you. I shall indulge in it myself. You may have a drink instead. Li Nezha shrugged nonchalantly, excusing himself to fetch a bottle of juice from the refrigerator, and returned to sit before Ni Yongxiao while sipping his drink. Ni Yongxiao scrutinized him for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile, saying, Very well. You used to be quite reserved in my presence, but now you seem much more at ease. Is it because you have revealed your identity and shed your psychological burdens? Before Li Nezha could explain, Ni Yongxiao had already conjured up a reason for him, thus sparing Li Nezha the need for words. Nevertheless, he continued to elaborate, It's not entirely that. That day, when I was besieged by more than a dozen people, my mind was blank. There was no time to think. Yet, once I had toppled them all, a sudden epiphany washed over me, a sensation of being able to let everything go. Ni Yongxiao nodded in immediate understanding. I comprehend. I have had a similar experience. During my studies in the UK, I was once involved in a car accident. Just like you. My mind was a void at that moment, but once it was over, a flood of thoughts surged forth, and countless questions suddenly made sense. As Buddhism suggests, after experiencing life and death, one achieves profound enlightenment. Li Nezha shrugged once more. You actually believe this? Truly, you are a considerate brother. Ni Yongxiao inquired further. Since you have revealed your identity, what are your plans moving forward? The one behind you, Huang, will undoubtedly have measures to restrain you upon discovering your betrayal. Li Nezha replied, To be honest, I am not entirely sure. This Huang is not one to adhere to the rules. Who knows what he might do? Ni Yongxiao pondered. In that case, it would be wise not to confront him. Allow me to assist you in resolving this matter before you publicly disclose your identity. Li Nezha quickly interjected. Absolutely not. If you eliminate him, the police will view you as a mortal enemy. Should the authorities act unscrupulously against you, you would not survive 2 years. Ni Yongxiao chuckled softly. Are you showing concern for me? Li Nezha cast him a sidelong glance. Of course, we are brothers. By the way, I just returned from a trip with my girlfriend, and I've exhausted my funds. Could you possibly lend me a little more? Ni Yongxiao laughed heartily. No problem. I will wire you another million shortly. Li Nezha smiled in return, but remained silent. Ni Yongxiao had sought to meet with Li Nezha to ascertain his stance, and now that he was assured, he exchanged a few more casual remarks before letting him go. Once outside the Ni family residence, still in the taxi, Huang Zhiqing called again. Li Nezha answered. Huang, are you having someone watch me? You call the moment I step out. Huang Ziqing replied somberly. I have no time for idle chatter. There is a new development. The Prince of Hongxing is hiring assassins to eliminate you, so be cautious. Li Nezha expressed his surprise. The prince? Who is that? Huang Ziqing retorted angrily. Are you feigning ignorance? You took out those dozen men, who were the prince's subordinates. And now you claim not to know who he is? Li Nezha finally grasped the situation. I'm just a small fry, all right? I was hastily recruited to help out. How could I know who was on the other side? Moreover, why does that damn prince have it out for me? Huang Ziqing stated, it's still unclear. I cannot assist you further at this moment. I can only advise you to stay vigilant. Furthermore, since you have the time, let us meet in person. After hanging up the phone, Li Nezha helplessly relayed a new address to the driver. It seemed that Huang Ziqing was indeed quite anxious, unwilling to waste even a moment. Upon arriving at the rooftop of a towering building, Li Nezha immediately spotted Huang Ziqing, who was basking in the breeze. He approached and remarked, I have suddenly realized something. Why do you always prefer to meet me on rooftops? Are you not aware that this location is easily visible to others? Huang Ziqing replied. The only ones who can see this place are those on nearby rooftops, and they would need a telescope to make out any details. Who would have the leisure to do that? Li Nezha responded, those who are tracking you. Huang Ziqing, unwilling to engage in a debate over such a trivial matter, said, Fine. I promise I won't choose a rooftop next time. I called you here simply to ask you one question. Do you wish to return to the police force? Li Nezha did not answer directly, but instead stated, Do you know why I chose to become a police officer? It was because my mother always taught me to walk the righteous path. I believed that being a police officer was indeed the righteous path, which is why I was so determined in my pursuit. When you threatened me with dismissal, even though I was loath to become an undercover agent, I reluctantly agreed. Huang Ziqing inquired, In the past? What about now? Li Nezha continued to evade a direct answer and asked in return, with so many gangs in Hong Kong, why do you specifically target the Ni family? In the original narrative, Huang Ziqing had previously revealed that the reason for his vendetta was rooted in a personal tragedy. When he first joined the police force, his mentor was murdered by a thug associated with the Ni family. Thus he harbored deep resentment towards them. After hearing Huang Ziqing's account, Li Nezha questioned, You have already killed an icon. Is that not enough? Huang Ziqing's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed a piercing gaze on Li Nezha and asked, What else do you know? Chapter 78. A fresh start from the bag. Confronted by Huang Ziqing's menacing demeanor, Li Nezha remained unfazed, lighting a cigarette as he said, I know a great deal. What would you like to hear? Huang Ziqing was eager to discover what else Li Nezha was aware of, yet he dared not ask, instead resorting to a fierce glare. Unfortunately for him, Li Nezha showed no fear, maintaining eye contact with a calm demeanor, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. In the end, it was Huang Ziqing who faltered in their silent duel, despondently stating, So, you are aware that your father's death is connected to me, and you have lost faith in the police force? Is that why you have decided to leave the police and become a triad member? Li Nezha still did not respond directly and countered with a question, I have always been puzzled, with so many gangs in Hong Kong. Why do we see one group dismantled only for another to rise? It seems to be an endless cycle. Huang, can you provide me with an answer? Huang Ziqing replied, That is a vast topic, and I cannot articulate it clearly. I am merely a police officer, responsible for apprehending thieves. As long as there are still thieves at large, my mission remains unfulfilled, and I must continue my efforts. Li Nezha remarked, If there were a way to significantly reduce the number of people involved in organized crime, and if future generations no longer viewed a life of crime as an option, would that not be a positive outcome? Huang Ziqing gazed at him intently for a while before asking, So you have decided to join the Ni family then? Li Nezha chuckled softly and replied, A few days ago, I had a dream. Can you guess what I dreamed about? Huang Ziqing inquired, What? Li Nezha replied, I dreamt that I betrayed Ni Yongxiao, and you seized the opportunity to kill him. Yet, what truly matters is that before his demise, he uncovered the listening device I had inadvertently dropped. But he remained silent and helped me conceal it once more. Huang Ziqing, astonished, scrutinized Li Nezha's expression, pondering the implications of his words. Li Nezha continued, Subsequently, the Ni family fell, but the underworld is perpetual. It merely transformed into Han Chan. You did not reinstate me to the police force. Instead, you compelled me to continue my undercover work beneath Han Chan for a full decade. A decade? How many decades does a person's life encompass? Ultimately, I was killed. Huang Ziqing then attempted to defend himself, stating, It was merely a dream. It holds no weight. Li Nezha turned to him. I also dreamt that Han Chan was supported by you. Today, Huang Ziqing had been repeatedly taken aback by Li Nezha, and now he found himself rendered speechless. only able to regard him with a chilling gaze. Unperturbed, Li Nezha remarked, "Could you elucidate your rationale for supporting Han Chan? Is it solely because he possesses a modicum of humanity?" Huang Zhiqing chose silence, awaiting Li Nezha's further remarks. Li Nezha shrugged. The Ni family has engaged in numerous illicit activities in the past, yet that was all orchestrated by Ni Kuan. Now, with Ni Yongxiao at the helm, he has yet to commit any unlawful acts. I intend to encourage him to reform, redirecting the Ni family's wealth towards legitimate ventures and creating employment opportunities for the youth. What are your thoughts on this? Huang Zhiqing remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. Your intentions are commendable, but do you genuinely believe Ni Yongxiao will heed your advice? Are you aware of the extensive losses one incurs when attempting to transition from the underworld to legitimacy? Li Nezha replied, "Perhaps you should wait and witness my results before forming a conclusion." Huang Zhiqing fell silent again for a significant duration before eventually saying, "Very well. You may proceed with your endeavor. I too hope you can indeed guide the Ni family onto the righteous path." The encounter between the two men was hardly amicable. One could even argue it ended on a sour note. Nevertheless, Li Nezha felt a sense of accomplishment, as he had largely achieved his objectives. After parting ways with Huang Zhiqing, Li Nezha did not hasten to seek Ni Yongxiao. Instead, he returned home, took a brief rest, and the following morning, purchased fruits and flowers to visit his cousin. His cousin had successfully undergone surgery and was now in recovery. Upon seeing Li Nezha, he expressed heartfelt gratitude despite his weakened state. The timely execution of the surgery was largely due to the 15,000 Li Nezha had provided. Otherwise, it might have been delayed for an indeterminate period. Upon returning from the hospital, Li Nezha still refrained from rushing to meet Ni Yongxiao. Instead, he utilized the 1 million Ni Yongxiao had gifted him to purchase a vehicle, leisurely traversing the streets and alleys. It was Ni Yongxiao who ultimately reached out first, inviting him to the Ni family ancestral home. Upon arriving at the Ni family residence, Li Nezha discovered that Ni Yongxiao was not alone. He was accompanied by Uncle Ni San and bodyguard Luo Ji, and their meeting took place in the living room. Ni Yongxiao did not brew tea this time. Instead, he had someone serve Li Nezha a cup of coffee. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he broached the subject at hand. "Aron, your recent feat of slaying over a dozen individuals surpasses even the legendary double flower red sticks. I can confidently entrust you with more significant responsibilities." Li Nezha raised an eyebrow, responding with the Thais. "It wouldn't involve the white-faced ones, would it?" Ni Yongxiao affirmed, "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Li Nezha replied, "I will not engage in white-faced transactions. Find someone else." Ni Yongxiao furrowed his brow slightly, while Uncle Ni grew furious, slamming his hand against the armrest of the sofa. "You ungrateful wretch. Ah Shao is elevating you by assigning this task." Li Nezha coldly retorted, "To involve me in white-faced dealings is a form of elevation? If that is the extent of your vision, then so be it." Uncle Ni, even more enraged, stood up and pointed at Li Nezha, shouting, "What did you say? Do you dare to defy me and think you can leave this room?" Ni Yongxiao gestured for Uncle Ni to calm down. Li Nezha fixed a chilling gaze upon Uncle Ni. If the old man dared to act, he would ensure that the old man would not exit the room unscathed. Ni Yongxiao maintained a gentle tone, asking, "Arun, what do you mean?" Li Nezha explained, "There has always been a discussion regarding which business is the most lucrative. Some say it is white-faced dealings, others claim arms trading, while some argue for futures. These ventures indeed yield substantial profits at a rapid pace, yet they all share a fatal flaw: excessive risk. Thus, it is widely acknowledged that the most profitable business is monopolization, stable and enduring." Ni Yongxiao chuckled, shaking his head. "Who is unaware that monopolization is the most profitable? Yet how many can achieve it? At least, we cannot." Li Nezha countered, "While we may not be able to monopolize, we can still carve out a share from the monopolists, which can be equally profitable." Ni Yongxiao paused. "Are you suggesting?" Li Nezha nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Ni Yongxiao glanced at Uncle Ni, and then at Luo Ji, both of whom shook their heads in confusion. They had never considered this angle, and were at a loss as to how to seize a share from the monopolizer. With a sigh, Ni Yongxiao lamented that although these two confidants were loyal, their intellect was sorely lacking. He redirected his attention to Li Nezha, inquiring, "Which industry do you plan to explore first, and how much initial capital will you require?" Li Nezha replied, "Let us begin with bags and shoes." Ni Yongxiao expressed skepticism. "Is that feasible?" Li Nezha sighed, "I would prefer to delve into high-tech ventures, but do you possess sufficient funds?" Chapter 79. Wealth and Redemption. Li Nezha entered this realm precisely at a time when the continent's economy was soaring. Any industry could prosper if managed well. Moreover, he possessed ample high-tech knowledge, even having access to arcane technologies such as the arc reactor. However, he was reluctant to reveal such advancements, primarily due to the complexities of explanation and the desire to avoid becoming a target of significant attention. Thus, he resolved to proceed gradually, adhering to the conventional path of ordinary individuals rising to prominence, rather than seeking meteoric success. The Ni family, a venerable lineage within the underworld, possessed considerable assets, particularly in cash, easily capable of parting with a couple of $100 million. However, Ni Yongxiao was reluctant to fully cleanse his hands of past dealings, choosing to maintain a foothold in the underworld while reserving the majority of his capital, only granting Li Nezha $30 million. This sum was more than sufficient, prompting Li Nezha to commence preparations immediately, acquiring factory premises, recruiting skilled artisans, managerial talent, and sales personnel, among others. While emulating renowned luxury brands from Europe and America was indeed illicit, it paled in comparison to the trade of contraband flour. Nevertheless, legality remained paramount. To avert complications, Li Nezha ostensibly established his own brand while clandestinely mass-producing counterfeit goods for distribution across various Asian nations. The overall economic stature of Asia, at that time, lagged behind that of Europe and America, yet it was profoundly influenced by Western trends and exhibited a fervent admiration for luxury goods. However, the common populace largely found genuine luxury items financially inaccessible, thus creating a vast market for counterfeit products. Items such as handbags and shoes could be produced swiftly, and within just over a month, profits began to flood in. This left Ni Yongxiao astonished. After calculating, he realized that despite Li Nezha's venture being in its infancy and the market yet to be fully explored, the earnings had already reached half the profits of the flour trade. Once the market was thoroughly developed, would the profits not surpass those from the flour business? Ni Yongxiao found this revelation somewhat disconcerting. How could mere handbags and shoes yield greater profits than flour? He was unaware of the adage that asserts women and children's money is the easiest to earn. Had he known, his astonishment would surely have diminished. Moreover, Li Nezha's stringent standards for product quality played a significant role. Counterfeits need not equate to inferior products. The exorbitant pricing of authentic luxury goods is not solely due to their superior quality, but also because of the brand's intrinsic value. Li Nezha did not focus on brand development. Instead, he concentrated on enhancing quality, ensuring that his products bore a striking resemblance to the originals, thereby enticing customers to make purchases, which accounted for the business's success. However, producing counterfeit handbags and shoes was not Li Nezha's ultimate ambition. After accruing wealth, he swiftly pivoted towards the mobile phone industry. At that time, the mobile phone sector was in its nascent stages, primarily facilitating calls and text messages with no other functionalities. Yet, despite such rudimentary capabilities, mobile phones were priced exorbitantly. Much like luxury goods, the actual cost of phones was relatively low, but the patent fees were exorbitant. Of course, these fees were intended to recoup research and development costs, which starkly contrasted with the mere selling of a concept as seen in luxury items. However, when the costs were recouped by thousands or even tens of thousands of times, it seemed rather excessive. Thus, Li Nezha felt no shame in capitalizing on such opportunities. Li Nezha established his mobile phone factory in Xinxi, a region currently encouraging the establishment of technology-driven semiconductor and electronic enterprises. In stark contrast, Hong Kong offers little support for physical businesses and imposes heavy taxes. This strategic decision to locate the factory in Xinxi was well understood by individuals like Ni Yongxiao. However, they were perplexed by Li Nezha's audacity in launching a mobile phone factory. Did he possess knowledge of semiconductors and electronic technology? Much to their surprise, not only did Li Nezha succeed in his endeavor, but the quality of his phones exceeded expectations, and their aesthetic appeal garnered significant popularity, leading to remarkable sales. As Li Nezha's business flourished, the Ni family's enterprise faced a downturn, causing Ni Yongxiao considerable distress. Although Li Nezha no longer operated undercover, the Ni family still had an informant among them, Ni Yongxiao's bodyguard, Luo Ji, who continuously supplied intelligence to the police. Ni Yongxiao persisted in illegal dealings, frequently engaging in the trade of illicit flour. While the profits from this venture were substantial, the risks were equally daunting. Due to Luo Ji's presence, the Ni family suffered considerable losses, with several batches of goods worth millions being either confiscated by law enforcement or discarded into the sea. Ni Yongxiao's cautious approach prevented more severe repercussions. Otherwise, he might have faced imprisonment along with his financial losses. This comparison gradually led Ni Yongxiao to realize the validity of Li Nezha's perspective. Given that legitimate business ventures could yield greater profits, Why remain entangled in illicit activities? Had it been solely up to him, he would have abandoned the underworld dealings long ago and joined Li Nezha in the mobile phone industry. Yet, the Ni family was a long-standing criminal organization with thousands of subordinates relying on them for sustenance. Transitioning to legitimate business posed a dilemma. What would become of these subordinates? Those accustomed to the underworld lifestyle would find it difficult to adapt to a 9-to-5 routine, as their lives revolved around indulgence and conflict. Forcing them into a compliant existence would be akin to sentencing them to death. If the Ni family were to completely cleanse their reputation, these subordinates would inevitably seek refuge with rival factions, leaving the Ni family isolated. While the absence of subordinates might not seem catastrophic, many affluent families manage without them. The Ni family's historical enmities made them particularly vulnerable. Without loyal and capable subordinates, they risked being extinguished by those they had wronged during their rise. Thus, until a viable path for his subordinates was secured, Ni Yongxiao could not afford to relinquish his underworld influence. Simultaneously, the successful flower trades executed by Ni Yongxiao sparked ire in Huang Zhiqing, who called Li Nezha to issue a stark warning. If Ni Yongxiao did not cease his activities, severe consequences would follow. Li Nezha dismissed Huang Zhiqing's threats with disdain. Had he the opportunity to act decisively, he would certainly seize it. Li Nezha recognized that Huang Zhiqing's intimidating words were merely a facade, a reflection of his inability to confront Ni Yongxiao directly. Despite seeing through Huang Zhiqing's ploys, Li Nezha made a return to Hong Kong for a face-to-face discussion with Ni Yongxiao. Once again, they convened in the study of the Ni family's ancestral home, where Li Nezha and Ni Yongxiao engaged in conversation, with the latter once more preparing a pot of fine tea. After completing a series of processes, Ni Yongxiao poured a cup for Li Nezha and filled one for himself. He then lifted the cup to observe, inhale, and savor the aroma. His face illuminated with sheer ecstasy. Li Nezha, however, consumed his drink in one swift gulp, finding it insufficient. He took the teapot, pouring himself another cup, and continued to indulge until he had downed 4 or 5 cups, wiping his mouth with satisfaction, exclaiming, "At last, my thirst is quenched." Ni Yongxiao was momentarily frozen. Watching Li Nezha use his exquisite tea to satisfy his thirst, his lips trembling with regret as he lamented, "Why can't I remember? I should never have invited you for tea." Li Nezha retorted, "Indeed, your memory is lacking. I previously advised you to cleanse your reputation, yet it has been some time, and you remain stagnant. Are you truly intent on remaining entrenched in the underworld?" In response, Ni Yongxiao harbored a wealth of grievances, articulating the current state of affairs. He concluded, "It is not so simple to cleanse one's reputation. Within the Ni family, apart from you and me, there is no support for this endeavor. I am but a solitary figure." Li Nezha countered, "Isn't this easily remedied? Simply sever the business operations." Chapter 80. Valuing wealth as worthless logically. The ventures initiated by Li Nezha have generated ample income, sufficient for the leaders of the Ni family to retire comfortably, living a life free of worries while enjoying considerable wealth. However, the leaders of the Ni family are still in their prime and have no desire to retire. The likes of Guohua, Haigi, Wenjin, and Gandhi are practically independent factions. Had Ni Yongxiao not exerted every effort to subdue them, they would have established their own dominions long ago. Should they be asked to retire, they might perceive it as a prelude to betrayal. Uncle Ni San and Luo Ji are regarded as Ni Yongxiao's most trusted allies, yet they too are unwilling to fade into obscurity. As for Luo Ji, he is merely a puppet. His retirement decision is not his to make. Uncle Ni San, at just over 40, commands the elite forces hidden within the Ni family, and to retire would mean relinquishing power, an agreement he is unlikely to accept. Faced with opposition from his most trusted associates, Ni Yongxiao found himself unable to cleanse his reputation and had no choice but to persist in his current path. Li Nezha believed Ni Yongxiao was undeservedly burdened with the reputation of a shrewd strategist, struggling to resolve even this minor matter. Thus, he proposed a transformation of the archaic familial management system into a contemporary corporate model. In essence, the Ni family would be viewed as the parent company, while the current leaders would manage their respective divisions as subsidiaries. The parent company would retain a portion of the subsidiary shares, but would cede control to the leaders. Consequently, the previous fees paid to the Ni family could be reclassified as dividends. Furthermore, to cultivate goodwill among these leaders, Li Nezha offered shares in a factory producing imitation luxury goods, permitting them to invest, albeit limited to a maximum of 5 shares. With these 5 shares, they too could partake in the dividends, ensuring that even in future hardships, their families would remain well provided for. However, Investing in the lucrative imitation luxury goods factory would require a substantial cash outlay. By adopting this approach, not only did a substantial sum of money flow back into circulation, but it also won over these influential figures. As long as they desire to receive their dividends annually in peace, they will refrain from offending the Ni family. The sole concern lies in the fact that the dividends bestowed upon these leaders exceed the contributions they make. Thus, the Ni family incurs losses rather than profits. Particularly regarding the luxury goods counterfeit factory, which was painstakingly established by Li Nezha with funds provided by Ni Yongxiao, it is entirely independent of any external influences. Relinquishing shares to others, even for Ni Yongxiao, is a source of great distress. Ni Yongxiao's expression was unmistakable. Even though Li Nezha was not particularly adept at reading emotions, he could discern his sentiments and humorously remarked, "The counterfeit luxury goods factory is technically illegal. However, compared to legitimate businesses, its potential harm is considerably lesser, which is why it has not yet been shut down. Yet, it is only a matter of time before that occurs. Should we not liquidate while the market value is at its peak, instead of holding on to it until it depreciates?" Ni Yongxiao, taken aback, responded, "Shut down? Surely it cannot come to that." Li Nezha replied, "That will depend on our operations. If we venture into the counterfeit sector, the factory's profits will significantly diminish." Ni Yongxiao, anxious, interjected, "But we have our own brand, do we not?" Li Nezha stated, "Building our own brand will require considerable time and investment. Otherwise, what justifies the high prices of other luxury goods?" Ni Yongxiao clicked his tongue and conceded, "Very well, I shall relinquish shares in the luxury goods factory. We still have the mobile phone factory. By the way, hasn't the mobile phone factory also infringed upon several patented technologies? Could it face closure as well?" Li Nezha reassured him, "Rest assured, I have long been aware of this issue and have invested heavily in research and development. Gradually, we will circumvent most of the patents." Having studied accounting in college, Ni Yongxiao was not particularly knowledgeable in this area and could only nod in acknowledgement. In reality, bypassing patents is far from straightforward, especially in a field as technologically advanced as mobile phones. Li Nezha's approach to resolving issues involves developing new patented technologies and countering the unavoidable patents. The techniques he acquired from the Avengers realm were not in vain. For him, the mobile technology of the 1990s was akin to childish play. However, he preferred to avoid drawing excessive attention, thus only revealing slight advancements to prevent complications. After a moment of contemplation, Ni Yongxiao remarked, "Given that the counterfeit luxury goods factory harbors such risks, if it were indeed shut down, wouldn't the workers revolt? After all, they invested a significant amount in purchasing shares." Li Nezha answered, "This is simple. If one factory is shut down, we can establish another. The legal representative of the factory is not connected to us. When the factory is sealed, the representative may face imprisonment, but the workers cannot be incarcerated as well. They will simply continue their work elsewhere, and nothing will change." Ni Yongxiao chuckled, "Very well, since you are already prepared, I shall proceed as you suggest." Li Nezha cautioned, "Everything else is of little concern, but you must absolutely refrain from engaging in illegal businesses. Do you understand?" Ni Yongxiao nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Rest assured, I know what to do." Li Nezha added, "Furthermore, you should establish a foundation. Eventually, I will transfer the majority of my shares in the phone factory to the foundation, and from then on, you shall lead it remotely." Ni Yongxiao was taken aback, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Are you going to transfer your shares to me? What do you take me for?" Li Nezha sighed, "I know who you are. It is I who wish to step down. Do you have any idea how tedious it is to manage a factory with thousands of employees? Especially with constant entertaining, 3 meals a day filled with toasts and banquets. I scarcely have a moment of clarity. At this point, what flows through my veins is not blood, but alcohol. I have had enough of this life. It's time for you to take over." Ni Yongxiao hesitated, "But I studied accounting. I could manage somewhat. But I fear I may not be up to the task." Li Nezha replied, "Haven't you learned how to be a gang leader? And yet you did quite well." Ni Yongxiao wanted to say more, but Li Nezha cut him off. "That's enough. You need to act promptly. I must return to my wife. It has been half a month since we last met. Communicating solely by phone is hardly satisfying." Watching Li Nezha strut away, Ni Yongxiao paused for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter, playfully scolding, "You little rascal." After leaving the Ni family residence, Li Nezha did not proceed to meet anyone else. Instead, he met with Huang Zhiqing. Their meeting took place in a high-rise building, not on the rooftop, but in a quiet stairwell. The higher up the safety corridor, the more tranquil it was, with hardly anyone passing through, indeed safer than the rooftop. As soon as they met, Li Nezha's first words left Huang Zhiqing in a state of shock. You need to withdraw Luo Ji immediately. If this drags on, I fear he may be eliminated by Ni Yongxiao. Chapter 81. A new threat. Huang Zhiqing stared blankly for a moment before asking, Luo Ji, he is one of us? Li Nezha glanced at him sideways. Are you truly unaware, or are you merely pretending? Huang Zhiqing protested, I genuinely don't know. How could he possibly be one of us? Li Nezha, disinterested in discerning whether he was truthful or deceitful, waved his hand dismissively. In any case, just withdraw him quickly. I have already persuaded Ni Yongxiao to steer clear of the underworld business. Having Luo Ji by his side will yield no leverage. Moreover, Ni Yongxiao has become suspicious of an undercover agent in his midst and is conducting a thorough investigation. Regardless of whether he engages in underworld dealings in the future, he will undoubtedly expose this infiltrator. If he truly uncovers the truth, we need not discuss what fate awaits Luo Ji. Huang Zhiqing nodded in understanding and then inquired, how do you know Luo Ji is an undercover? Li Nezha replied, I possess the ability to read minds. Do you believe me? Huang Zhiqing, growing impatient, retorted, enough nonsense. Just speak plainly. Li Nezha, with a touch of resignation, said, you may interpret it as a shared intuition among peers. When I habitually focus on a matter, I invariably notice others sharing the same concern. Huang Zhiqing, half convinced, remarked, that undercover has long since betrayed us. Would he still be attentive to matters requiring scrutiny? Li Nezha, growing impatient, remarked, believe it or not, I've informed you. If Luo Ji meets his demise, do not blame me for standing idly by. Well then, I shall take my leave. Huang Zhiqing hurriedly interjected, wait, you've finished discussing your matters, but mine remain unaddressed. Li Nezha paused, turning back to inquire, what is it you wish to say? Huang Zhiqing replied, I've heard your mobile phone enterprise is thriving. Where did you acquire your technology? Li Nezha retorted, as a police officer, why do you concern yourself with such matters? Huang Zhiqing sighed, saying, are you unaware of the department in the police force dedicated to commercial crime investigations? Someone has reported you, alleging that your technology is pilfered. Li Nezha scoffed, if you possess evidence, arrest me. If not, spare me this charade. Huang Zhiqing continued, do you know who reported you? It was Motorola. Do you comprehend what that implies? Li Nezha countered, it implies that even in the absence of evidence, you could fabricate some? Huang Zhiqing shook his head, not at all. Our Hong Kong police are not their pawns, nor will we be so easily manipulated. However, others may not be as scrupulous. Gangsters, mercenaries, assassins. Anyone could create significant trouble for you. Li Nezha coldly huffed. Let them come. I am eager to see what capabilities this so-called Fortune 500 international corporation possesses. Huang Zhiqing sighed. Their targeting of you is not solely because you've usurped a considerable amount of their business. It's also due to your factory being situated on the mainland. Do you understand? Li Nezha spread his hands. In business, one seeks profit. The mainland offers tax exemptions and reductions. Does Hong Kong provide such benefits? Not only do they refuse to lower taxes, but they also impose increases. Can I be blamed for establishing my factory on the mainland? Huang Zhiqing remarked. They are already aware of your prowess. If you negotiate with them, they will offer you favorable terms. Li Nezha replied, why should I exert myself for that? Moreover, if I relocate my factory back, wouldn't that further antagonize the mainland? What if they send someone to deal with me? Huang Zhiqing was left speechless, scratching his head. This is all you're doing. Why did you establish a mobile phone factory? Like others, you could have set up a clothing factory, a toy factory, or even ventured into real estate. Wouldn't that be just as profitable? Li Nezha disdainfully responded. Am I to contend with those old foxes in real estate? Can clothing or toy factories truly yield profit? Huang Zhiqing raised his hands in surrender. Then what do you propose? Li Nezha declared. What else is there to do? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall dam it. I am curious to see what tricks they still have up their sleeves. Huang Zhiqing asked. So, you are inclined towards the mainland? Li Nezha replied. I had no bias initially, but since they are forcing me to choose, I have no option but to lean one way. Huang Zhiqing cautioned. Although we are geographically closer to the mainland, in terms of strength, Europe and America are still superior. You must consider this carefully. Li Nezha coldly laughed. I am not one to kneel. I am afraid that is not within my capabilities. With that, he turned and departed. Huang Zhiqing watched his retreating figure, letting out a resigned sigh. After descending the stairs, Li Nezha hastily returned home, as he needed to devise a plan for her safety. The issue of safety is a persistent concern. It is impractical to expect her to hide away every time danger arises. Therefore, the most suitable solution now is to procure a few bodyguards for her. In fact, there exists a more definitive resolution, ending the relationship. However, Li Nezha is reluctant to part ways, not due to his affection, but rather because of her profound love for him. Since ascending to the realm of immortals, Li Nezha has never truly experienced the essence of love. Even the most beautiful women appear to him as mere illusions, devoid of any romantic allure. Yet this time, having directly assumed the identity of Xiangyang, he found himself with a woman who adored him. Although he cannot reciprocate her feelings, he has savored the rare experience of being loved, a sensation he is loath to relinquish. Moreover, he knows she would never abandon him simply because of danger. What astonished Li Nezha further was her request to learn Taekwondo and Wing Chun upon realizing she could potentially become his vulnerability. Despite her age and petite stature, which might limit her capabilities, if she wishes to learn, he will allow her to pursue that path, finding solace in the effort, though he remains primarily reliant on the bodyguards. Additionally, Li Nezha personally crafted several tracking devices for her to carry at all times. These trackers are compact, multifunctional, and boast long battery life, equipped with features such as location tracking, audio recording, video surveillance, communication, and heart rate monitoring. Truly a marvel of modern technology. With these devices, Li Nezha can remain informed of her circumstances and provide timely assistance in case of emergencies. The bodyguards consist of 2 men and 2 women. However, they are not professional bodyguards, but rather individuals from the ranks of retired soldiers and martial arts schools. The reason for eschewing professional bodyguards lies in the fact that they are often bound to companies, which can be influenced by powerful entities, potentially endangering their employers. In contrast, independent bodyguards are solely accountable to their employers, making them less susceptible to bribery, provided they are compensated adequately. Furthermore, these 4 bodyguards have been hypnotized by Li Nezha using his psychic abilities, ensuring their unwavering loyalty and commitment, which gives him peace of mind in entrusting their care. In addition to this, Li Nezha has brought her to Shinshi, intending to establish a long-term residence there. Living on the mainland makes it significantly more challenging for external forces to target them. Even if someone were to infiltrate, it would likely be only a few individuals, posing minimal threat. Moreover, although he has entrusted the luxury goods imitation factory and the mobile phone factory to Ni Yongxiao, focusing solely on the research and development department, there are times when Ni Yongxiao becomes overwhelmed, and he cannot refrain from lending a hand. For instance, a recent shipment of electronic components was unexpectedly seized by the customs authorities in Hong Kong. While Ni Yongxiao has his own connections, they are primarily within the political sphere, making it difficult for him to reach into customs. Li Nezha had some connections within the police force, and since the customs also fell under the jurisdiction of the water police, he was able to leverage these relationships. Thus, Ni Yongxiao encouraged Li Nezha to devise a plan. In the police force, Li Nezha was only acquainted with Huang Zhiqing. He decided to call Huang, who graciously arranged for several customs officers to join him for a meal at a restaurant. The batch of electronic components in question posed no issues. All relevant procedures and taxes were legitimate, rendering the customs seizure entirely unwarranted. Consequently, the customs officials, recognizing Huang Zhiqing's influence, candidly informed Li Nezha that he had offended someone. However, they needed to investigate further to ascertain the identity of the individual he had crossed before providing Li Nezha with that information. Li Nezha remained unperturbed, as he had already gleaned the identity of his adversary through a brief physical interaction. While the customs officials appeared to be favoring Huang Zhiqing, they were, in fact, concealing critical information. They were well aware of who had instigated the seizure, yet they dared not disclose it, as the directive came from their superior, a foreign gentleman named Charlie. Understanding who was orchestrating the trouble facilitated Li Nezha's next move. He swiftly sought an audience with Charlie. After seizing the goods, Charlie awaited Li Nezha's visit, for without it, how could he execute his subsequent plans? Thus, Li Nezha easily found a way to meet Charlie in person. However, the encounter unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to Charlie's expectations. Charlie presumed he had Li Nezha at his mercy, believing he could manipulate him at will. He had even envisioned how to display disdain and create difficulties for Li Nezha, ultimately intending to impose harsh demands that would compel Li Nezha to kneel before him. Yet, upon their meeting, Li Nezha launched a series of expertly executed punches and kicks, inflicting significant pain upon Charlie, who found himself unable to scream, merely opening his mouth in silence. Once the altercation concluded, Li Nezha placed a hand on Charlie's head and began to exert mental influence. In this realm devoid of extraordinary powers, Li Nezha's telepathic abilities faced considerable limitations, necessitating direct contact to be effective. Otherwise, he would have preferred not to meet Charlie at all, instead rendering him an unwitting puppet under his control. While controlling Charlie, Li Nezha also delved into his memories and discovered that Charlie was affiliated with an intelligence organization based in the UK. primarily tasked with creating disturbances as Hong Kong transitioned back to the mainland. Charlie had recently joined this intelligence outfit, which had selectively recruited so-called elite individuals from among the British community in Hong Kong to incite chaos on the mainland. Despite his relatively new affiliation, Charlie held a prominent position as the customs chief, making him a key figure among the elite in Hong Kong. This status afforded Li Nezha numerous opportunities for exploitation, prompting him to reconsider his approach. Rather than immediately revealing Charlie's compromised state, he devised a plausible rationale to release the batch of electronic components. The rationale is readily apparent. Charlie has always been notoriously greedy. It is said that Li Nezha offered him a substantial benefit, and unable to resist the temptation, Charlie facilitated the transfer of a batch of components. Others were well aware of Charlie's shortcomings and thus harbored no suspicions, allowing him to continue his covert operations among the elite, gathering intelligence for Li Nezha. After retrieving these components, Li Nezha recognized that he would inevitably face future constraints, prompting him to expedite his self-sufficiency plan. From the very inception of his mobile phone enterprise, he had been meticulous about sourcing components, striving to utilize domestically produced parts. However, at that time, the mainland's capacity to manufacture electronic components was predominantly confined to military factories, and as a resident of Hong Kong, Li Nezha had no legitimate means to engage with these establishments. Left with no alternative, he opted to acquire several bankrupt radio manufacturing companies for significant renovations. The manufacturing processes of these radio factories were woefully antiquated. Without improvements, producing acceptable components was out of the question. Yet, enhancing production required time, especially since the machinery needed for component fabrication was also unavailable for purchase, compelling Li Nezha to acquire a precision instrument factory. Fortunately, after a period of discrete development lasting over 6 months, the radio factories gradually stabilized, producing electronic components that were fit for use. The drawback, however, was the unacceptably high defect rate, which inflated costs. Initially considering the option to rely on foreign components temporarily, Li Nezha had to abandon this idea due to the customs seizures, redirecting his focus towards enhancing the production efficiency of his own factories. High costs. Then he would simply raise prices. After all, the mobile phones developed under Li Nezha's leadership were superior to those of Nokia and Motorola, and it was only reasonable for them to be priced slightly higher. As for domestic acceptance, he was not particularly concerned. The prevailing consumption level in the country was still quite low, and few could afford mobile phones, so any loss would not be significant. Li Nezha's phones were primarily intended for export to the European and American markets. Thus, he felt no guilt in raising prices. When faced with difficulties in importing electronic components, the elite from Hong Kong quickly devised a new strategy. However, before they could act, Li Nezha received a notification from Charlie revealing that all plans had been compromised. Although Li Nezha had anticipated becoming a target for the elite, their audacity still incited his anger. The elite's scheme involved the police force taking drastic measures against the Ni family, disregarding any evidence and ruthlessly assaulting them, later claiming it was a necessary response to the Ni family's supposed resistance. Fabricating evidence would not pose a challenge for the police. They could easily produce a plethora of incriminating materials. Of course, this required that no internal inquiries arose within the police force, which could lead to complications. However, the current Hong Kong police, formerly known as the Royal Hong Kong Police, comprised elites at the highest levels, leaving little room for accountability. Upon learning of this development, Li Nezha promptly arrived at the Ni family's ancestral home to discuss countermeasures with Ni Yongxiao. The two deliberated for an extended period but could not devise a satisfactory solution. The crux of the matter is that the police embody the authority. Should they choose to disregard the rules, they possess an abundance of methods to ensnare you, rendering any preventive measures futile. Ultimately, Li Nezha, gritting his teeth, proclaimed, "Since we cannot defend ourselves, let us take the offensive. We shall devise a trap to ensnare them." Chapter 83. The provocation before the great battle. One afternoon, the gangster, known as the Black Devil, was en route to a fishery company under his ownership. It was evident that a crime lord operating a modest fishery, barely profitable, had ulterior motives, primarily for the convenience of smuggling. However, due to the widespread awareness of this secret, the Black Devil refrained from storing any illicit goods on the premises. Even his smuggling operations were conducted at sea, away from prying eyes, ensuring the fishery remained untainted. The police were well aware of this. Thus, they had no expectation of uncovering evidence at this location and seldom interfered. Yet, today was an anomaly. Scarcely had he settled into his office when the sound of gunfire erupted outside. Startled, he rose to investigate, only for a bloodied henchman to burst in, exclaiming, "Boss, we must flee." The police have gone mad and stormed in firing. The brothers cannot hold them off. Skeptical, the Black Devil queried, "Are you certain they are the police? Are they not rival gangs in disguise?" His subordinate, in a state of desperation, urged, "Oh, boss, does it matter if they are imposters? The priority now is to escape swiftly." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Black Devil concurred, "Yes, indeed, let us hurry." Under the protection of his henchmen, he hastily retreated towards the back door. However, the police had anticipated this move and had blocked the exit, forcing the Black Devil to retreat once more. Finding himself cornered, coupled with his preconceived notions about the police, he resolutely opted to surrender. Confident that there was nothing unlawful within the fishery, he believed that even if apprehended, there would be insufficient evidence to charge him. Thus he felt no fear. Yet, he erred gravely. Upon surrendering, several officers approached with ease and, without hesitation, unleashed a barrage of bullets, ending the Black Devil's life. Even in his final moments, he could not comprehend why the police opened fire despite his capitulation. Once the Black Devil's men were slain, the officers commenced their preparations, procuring flour and weaponry from unknown sources, concealing them in a discreet corner of the fishery, subsequently documenting their findings. After orchestrating this elaborate ruse, the police held a press conference, triumphantly announcing the dismantling of a criminal syndicate, highlighting the Black Devil's role in the operation. The press conference was met with acclaim, as the majority of the media lauded the police, significantly bolstering their reputation. Days passed with neither Ni Yongxiao nor Li Nezha making a move, prompting the police to escalate their actions, resulting in the demise of Guohua. Yet, Ni Yongxiao and Li Nezha remained resolute, evidently intent on enduring to the bitter end. The police, undeterred, resorted to their previous tactics, eliminating Gandhi as well. They believed that by relentlessly clipping the wings of the Ni family, Ni Yongxiao would become anxious and ultimately capitulate. Little did they know that Ni Yongxiao had long harbored intentions to eliminate them, only thwarted by Li Nezha, which had delayed his plans. Their interference on behalf of Ni Yongxiao was akin to bringing their own provisions to assist him. He should be grateful for their unwitting aid. Among the 5 prominent leaders of the Ni family, only Wen and Han Shen remained. Even they, despite their usual dullness, recognized that the police were targeting the Ni family. Consequently, they rushed to the ancestral home of the Ni family to confer with Ni Yongxiao on strategies for self-preservation. Previously, they had chafed at Ni Yongxiao's overbearing management. Now, they were eager for him to shoulder the burden of pressure, seeking refuge beneath the Ni family's protective wings. After deliberating with Li Nezha, Ni Yongxiao concluded that they had lingered long enough in passivity. Failing to retaliate would only perpetuate the belief that the Ni family was merely a punching bag, devoid of any capacity for counterattack. Moreover, with Han Shen's unwavering loyalty and Wen Zheng's pragmatic sensibility, they would prove to be valuable allies. The Ni family still required support from the underworld. Thus it was prudent to retain their services. Then erupted an incident that sent shockwaves through Hong Kong. A video captured by surveillance cameras was unveiled, depicting the harrowing execution of a gang member. The footage revealed the police employing a surprise tactic as they stormed the fishery company. Several of the gang's underlings were shot dead with their backs turned to the entrance. This indicated a blatant disregard for protocol, as the officers had not issued any commands prior to opening fire, an act that should be strictly prohibited. That was not the end of it. During the retreat of the gang members, one could not contain himself and knelt in surrender, only to be fatally shot by the police. While the initial chaos could perhaps be explained away by confusion, the scene of the gang member's surrender was utterly indefensible. He knelt on both knees, hands raised high, devoid of any weaponry. The police, with 2 officers aiming their firearms at him, were followed by a police superintendent who, after uttering a single sentence, raised his weapon and executed the gang member. Subsequently, the process of fabricating evidence was meticulously recorded by the surveillance system. This evidence was irrefutable, plunging the police into a storm of criticism and tarnishing their reputation to its nadir. In a fit of rage, Huang Zhiqing called, and as Li Nezha answered. A cacophony of furious roars erupted. Anticipating this reaction, Li Nezha positioned the phone at a distance to mitigate the noise. Huang Zhiqing raged for a full 5 minutes, his voice hoarse from shouting, before he realized he was speaking to himself, recognizing that he had once again fallen prey to Li Nezha's ploy, nearly smashing the phone in frustration. Fortunately, Li Nezha picked up the device and inquired, "Are we able to converse calmly now?" Despite having vented some of his ire, Huang Zhiqing remained incensed, declaring, "You have greatly disappointed me." Li Nezha interjected, "No, that sentiment should be expressed by me. I understand that among the multitude within the Hong Kong police force, some rogue elements are inevitably present. However, the events transpired within your jurisdiction. Do not tell me you are completely unaware. Yet, you choose to turn a blind eye. Tell me, should I not express my profound disappointment? Huang Zhiqing replied. I truly do not know. They were dispatched by headquarters without any prior notice to me. Li Nezha interjected once more. Do you take me for a fool? How could they so precisely track the whereabouts of Haigi, Gandhi, and Guohua without your assistance? It is simply implausible. Huang Zhiqing responded. I speak the truth, I genuinely. Wait a moment. Why should I explain myself to you? Have you forgotten that you were once a police officer? Have you completely allied yourself with the Ni family? Li Nezha stated. I feel ashamed of my past naivety, having once believed that the police represented justice. Now look at the police. Huh. Huang Zhiqing cautioned. Arin, I advise you to reconsider. Regardless of the circumstances, the police cannot be equated with the underworld, especially those who disregard the law. It would be easier for them to crush you than to squash an ant. Without hesitation, Li Nezha declared, reconsider? Is that even possible? If I were to surrender, my fate would be no different from that of Haigi and the others, kneeling on the ground awaiting execution. In that case, I shall fight them to the bitter end. Huang Zhiqing quickly exclaimed, Hey, do not be foolish. Before he could finish, Li Nezha hung up the phone.